Right side, Freddie Freeman knocks it down, feeds to Nelson Lamet, who has his first career save, and the Dodgers have a sweep over the San Francisco Giants.
Oh, baby. Joe Davis on the call, Spectrum Sports. Dodgers sweep the Giants. They win last night 5-4. Jorge Soler did try to steal the show with a 452-foot bomb to center field. Good Lord. He hit the seams off that damn baseball. Shohei Ohtani gets his first home run as an L.A. Dodger, smacking Rogers' pitch to right field. Kind of duped us. We'll play the call after the Soler home run. Oh, I love you, Dwayne Kuiper. We got to do it to you, though. High drive. And you know what? I believed it because Conforto's been red hot. He's been red hot.
Conforto's been great.
But the Giants, it's just levels to this. And I'm not even outraged.
Levels to this.
Dodgers are just,
I hate you.
Come on, man. There's levels to it. There's levels to it. Oh, my gosh. By the way, we got the Texas two-step starting today. The Warriors in Houston, and then they'll take on the Dallas Mavericks tomorrow as we say good morning to everybody out there. Get off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Be safe on those roadways. I've been getting off on the exit. When I drive in now, instead of getting off at King, bless you, instead of getting off at King, I get off at 4th Street. It's a little easier, quicker.
So you're going like 101?
101.
Okay.
So I get over to 101 and just stay on 101 the whole time.
Like you're going to 850 Bryant?
Yep, exactly. So right there at the 7th Street exit, there's a big rig, and there's another car behind it with highway patrol, and it looked like an accident. So be careful out there. It didn't look major, but obviously there was some traffic backloaded up there on the 101, I should say. So anyway, backing up there on 101. So anyway, good morning to everybody out there. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open at First NorCal. First class money market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code on both pages and the Xfinity mobile text line. So, Shaska, are you outraged? You outraged about the Giants right now? Because I see a lot of outraged Giants fans right now being swept by the Dodgers. They've lost, by the way, 4 in a row.
Look, for so many things. They got outclassed, right? and you can say, Joe, they only lost by 1 run. But do you know how sports works, especially baseball? Like 1 run, throw that to the side. They look outclassed, and I'm not angry at it at all. It's a long season. I don't think this version of the Giants is going to be this version of the Giants come August, September, whether that's roster, form, etc. I will get into just one thing that sticks out to me that does outrage me regarding the Giants, and it's not about their shortcomings to the Dodgers. One thing I just want to start with, Monte, you watched a guy yesterday, Tyler Glasnow, who they traded for.
Yep.
They traded for him. Okay, now they had to throw more money his way and give him an extension. There's another guy they traded for, and Mookie Betts, who's got one of the most historic starts to the season I've ever seen in my life. Another guy who was a free agent in Shohei Ohtani. Another guy in a free agent, Freddie Freeman. Like, I look at that team, and they've done a great job drafting and supplementing their entire roster. But of their top dogs who are getting huge money right now, Will Smith's the only guy that they drafted.
Yeah.
Okay? They've done an excellent job identifying the guys to keep and play, the James Outmans of the world, if you will, and the guys to flip, to go get guys who want big money. And when I look at the top of their order, $700 million for Shohei, $365 for Mookie Betts, $162 for Freddie Freeman. They have invested over $1 billion in the first 3 guys in their lineup. And I look at the Giants and I go, hey, you've got a lot of money. You do. Do you have Dodger money? No. Nobody does in baseball. But you got a lot of money.
Got plenty.
A lot of money. And you did a great job this offseason swinging on some nice free agents. Now, they're not of the level of the 3 I just referenced, okay? If you're not going to win the money war, you better outdraft and outsmart teams. And so that brings me to the thing that does outrage me. When I look at where the Giants are right now, Soler, love that acquisition. Jung-Hoo Lee, he's made contact in 37 of the 43 balls he swung at. He looks like he's a keeper. I'm done with Yaz. I'm done with Slater. I don't want to see those two anymore.
Is that what has you outraged?
Is
it Yaz and Slater?
If you're going to get swept by the Dodgers, that's fine. You're not there yet. Play the young guy who shows promise. Play the young guy who actually hits righties better then yes. Play the young guy who hits lefties better than Slater over the last couple of years. Play the young guy who had a better second half of the season than both of those guys that I mentioned.
I think they will, and I think they will, and I think that's coming. Yaz was dropped to 7th yesterday.
We're
Slater,
done.
I think it's just a matter of time. They'll get Montos up, they'll get Luciano up, and they'll get this thing fixed. This team will not look the same by the deadline. All you have to do if you're the Giants is just stay in the race. Stay in the race.
Agreed.
Stay in the race. I'm not going to be outraged because they played the Dodgers tough. This is a loaded team. But it is disappointing that Logan Webb didn't make it out the 4th inning in that game Tuesday night. It's a little disappointing. And Kyle Harrison, man, welcome to the rivalry.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy. The lefty got hit around a little bit, kept the Giants in the game. I thought Keith Wynn kept the Giants in the game on Monday night. But there's levels to this. And so far, the most disappointing aspect of the Giants through the 7 games, through the first 7. And they're going to come back home after a day off today, and they'll get right at home, and they'll get rolling here. I do believe they'll start to roll. Bullpen's got to tighten up. So far, you can't even get the ball to damn Camilo Duvall. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to get this guy in. So the bullpen right now is disappointing me early in the season, in which I think could be a World Series type of bullpen. But right now, it just doesn't look like it.
The bullpen has not been great, but I think your 2 top dog starters against the best one of the best lineups in baseball, maybe in the last 25 years. They're falling behind in counts, and then you have to give in. And Harrison talked about it, and Logan Webb talked about it. When you fall behind in counts, then you have to do a get it in their pitch. And when you're going up against elite hitters, they have a plan. Soler was talking about how he was identifying fastball. He's looking for fastball. Soler's a really good hitter. Mookie Betts is a great player. Freddie Freeman's a great player. So when you have to get it in pitch to great players who are sitting on specific things, they're going to tag you. And they've fallen behind here, and it's very difficult to dig out of it. Harrison clearly, like this, I'm glad they got Snell because he's a young player. You're going to have ups and downs.
He's your 3 or 4 guy. I'm not worried about that.
He's
3 or 4 guy.
21.
But here's the problem. When you look at the Dodgers and you look at their lineup, they're not going away for a long time. And so when I look back at the Red Sox, when they started winning the World Series in the 2000s, and they realized that the Yankees were not going anywhere, and the Yankees under George Steinbrenner and Joe Torre were going to spin and spin and spin and spin and spin more. And trade. Any prospect, trade, load up for the playoffs, and get ready for a World Series run. Well, the Giants are going to have to start to think about that. And I think they started to this offseason because Mookie Betts, not going anywhere. Shohei, not going anywhere. Max Muncy, he's hitting well. Teoscar Hernandez, he's on a 1-year deal. I would love to have him in our outfield.
Miguel Rojas, your 9-hitter, he hit a home run.
He hit a home run yesterday. He smacked one. Gavin Lux, not going anywhere. Freddie Freeman, not going anywhere. Will Smith, not going anywhere.
Will Smith's
Glasnow, not going anywhere. Walker Buehler, not going anywhere. You get the point, folks?
Yamamoto.
They're not going anywhere.
Yamamoto,
not going anywhere.
We didn't even see him.
So if you're the Giants, you're going to have to get that Red Sox mentality under Theo Epstein in early 2000s. What I mean by that is you got to be in on every freaking player. You're going to have to sign guys, and you're going to have to form your own damn all-star team. And so when we're talking about trades, because I sent out a tweet yesterday talking about, hey, Pete Alonso, the Paul Goldschmidts, and Luis Robert in Chicago, what are the White Sox going to do with them? They don't know what they're doing. Hell, I'll even take Eloy Jimenez off that team. You're going to have to load up and stack your lineup to fight fire with fire against the sea, because right off the rip, you brought up Mookie Betts. Tim Flannery had this tweet yesterday. He was on the postgame show yesterday with Laura Britt. Flan's going to join us today, by the way, in the 9 o'clock hour. Can't wait to do that. Yeah, Fleming too. Of course, we have Steve Kerr coming up at 7:30.
Oh, Steve
Loaded
Kerr.
show. Tim Flannery sent out a tweet yesterday. I've seen a lot of incredible baseball things in my life, but what Mookie Betts is doing is off the charts. He's batting .500. 15 of 30 so far to start the season with 5 jacks, 11 RBIs, and 14 runs scored through 8 games. Entering Wednesday, he's out-homered 10 teams.
Monte, what did I say to you at the beginning of the year? I mean, and this isn't some hot take. Like, if you've been following, we know. I said I think he's one of the best baseball players to ever play the game.
Wow.
Go from center field to right field to shortstop
And he played second yesterday.
I mean, come on. Like, how many guys in the history of the game have that kind of positional versatility? Mm-hmm. And when I look at what he does at the top of the order, you tell me, as a leadoff man, I think Ricky Henderson is, to me, if you're talking about gold standard leadoff men, it's Ricky Henderson.
Best of the best.
Hands down, right?
Roberto Alomar bat leadoff, or was he in a 2-hole?
It depended on what team he was on.
Because Roberto Alomar is one of the greatest top of the lineup hitters
also
I've ever seen.
Greatest second baseman.
Yeah, I mean, I know his career is marred because he spit on the umpire.
No, he was switch hitter.
Roberto Alomar is one of my favorite players of all time.
Totally agree. And I'm so glad you referenced that. That's a name that gets lost in the shuffle. I look at Mookie Betts and I say to myself, he hits for contact. He hits for power. He runs the bases as well as anyone in the game. His hand-eye coordination is unbelievable. You don't fool him. Like, you just don't. He hits the ball hard. His barrel rate, the numbers speak for themselves. What's the hole in his game?
He doesn't have a hole in this game.
And I think the way he plays the game with the rule changes and the emphasis on speed and now the pitch clock, and so endurance and conditioning and all those things matter even more. I just think he's a perfect player. Like, literally, if you created a player in a lab, he's it. And I look at him the same way I look at Steph Curry, Bonte. It's impossible for me to hate him.
Yeah. No, I don't hate him.
He's a Dodger. I can't hate him.
Well, it's going to go down, I think, the more and more I think about it in every passing day and what he's doing right now in that Dodger blue. It's going to go down as one of the worst trades in American sports history. Trading Mookie Betts.
What a statement.
With the Boston Red Sox. Trading Mookie Betts is going to go down as one of the worst trades in North American sports history. And there's been a lot of trades across. I'm not sure we could pick apart trades. And one day in the offseason, once the Warriors, we'll see where this goes. But one day in the slow summer months, we could break this down for a show. And we'll have everybody call in the worst trade they've ever seen in their lives. And there's plenty of bad trades.
Oh, this
Mookie Betts one, though. This Mookie Betts one. I mean, the Dodgers.
But it's not like the Bucks. Excuse me, I don't mean to cut you off. But it's not like the Clippers traded away someone in these. This was the Boston Red Sox.
Boston Red Sox that did it.
With one of the highest payrolls in baseball, with more cash rich than anyone.
Yep.
It wasn't like it was, the Falcons trading Brett Favre. Like, okay, and I'm not dumping on the Falcons. This is the Red Sox.
Yep. Red Sox.
Trading to the Dodgers for financial implications.
Yeah. No, it's all tied back. Like, this team, the LA Dodgers, they lost Corey Seager and they lost Trey Turner, and they haven't batted an eye. They lost JD Martinez to the New York Mets, and they haven't even blinked.
Matter.
It does not matter. They don't have Walker Buehler right now. He'll be back by the end of the month.
I think he's their best
He's
pitcher.
repping up.
Yeah.
I love Walker Buehler. And then Clayton Kershaw for the second half of the season, who's still very capable.
Player,
He's still he had a very, very good season.
And Glasnow, there's a lot of people that are all over on Glasnow's a great.
He's just his problem. He can't stay healthy. He's had the Tommy
he's great
John,
when he's there.
But his stuff is nasty.
Yeah,
nasty. So I'm not going to be outraged over the Giants. Dustin May, forgot about Dustin May.
With Ginger Guard, I mean, they've got a lot of guys. And they lost Urias. Don't forget. Like, Urias, the whole situation there, he was a young, promising guy. He was the guy who pitched in Game 5 against the Giants a couple years ago. Middle infield. I do want to talk about this. Now, Nick Ahmed is actually hitting better than because he had a couple of nice games. Yeah. Defensively, he's nice. Thairo Estrada is down bad right now. They need Thairo Estrada to step it up. He's been a table setter for this team the last couple of years. He got 27 at-bats, 8 strikeouts, only 4 hits. He's just not seeing the ball really well right now. And when I look at middle infield, I think that's a huge hole for the Giants. And look around baseball. Show me a good team right now that doesn't have an elite player at one, if not both, shortstop and second base.
You gotta have that.
And think about what they did in the free agency the last couple of years. Seager was out there. Simeon was out there. No, Trey Turner was out there, but he was
Dansby Swanson.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, come on.
There's been a lot of middle infielders that have been available, and the Giants have been like, Carlos Correa a couple years ago, they had the opportunity to bring him in. So like right now, middle infield, as you look around baseball, where all these teams got pop and they have great defense, the Giants don't have anything at middle infield right now. They need Thairo Estrada to step it up.
But listen, I want to see what they do against the Padres again this weekend at Oracle Park for their home opener and whatnot, and we'll see what they do. Once they play San Diego, they play Washington. Washington's not a good team. You get the debut of Blake Snell on Monday. You go to Tampa Bay, and that's never an easy place to play with the catwalk and everything. Blake Snell going back to his home to pitch against his former team. And then you got Miami, and Marlins haven't won a game yet. But you got to get rolling here. You want to get rolling here to get some momentum before you don't want to slump too hard and start to lose some of the momentum you built during that San Diego series. Now, I know like baseball's fickle, and this fan base is eager to take that next step. It's going to take some patience. Folks, it's going to take some patience. But we do want to see the young guys. If you're infield, and this middle infield is not going to hit, and if they're not going to see the ball well, then it's just a matter of time before we see Marco Luciano. I need to see Marco Luciano. I need to see Luis Matos for a couple reasons. One, I want to see if they're good.
Yeah.
I want to see if they have something there.
Yeah.
And two, if they're not good, then I need to flip them for something by the deadline or before the deadline, because the Giants may need to get ahead of the deadline to try to trade for some of these big boys before the other names start. What the Dodgers say, you know what? Matter of fact, we want to go get a first baseman. You know, what the hell with it. Let's just go get somebody.
If
the
Pete
Padres,
Alonso's available, they're going to be in on it.
You got to think he's going to be available. Goldschmidt's probably going to be available.
Yes.
You know, Luis Robert.
Now that's a great
Chicago
name.
White Sox.
They're doing something.
They're terrible.
Yeah.
Jerry Reisdorf is clueless with this baseball team.
They might move.
He might move. Who the hell knows what's going to happen with him? So, but we're not going to whine about the 2-5 start. They have lost 4 in a row. They got to fix this. And right now, I just believe right now this team, the pitching's going to have to carry them early on. I would agree. And the pitching so far has been underwhelming.
I agree. That's how you negate a great lineup. But I do believe there's a huge culture shift in baseball going on the last couple of years. Like, I value defense. Most people value defense. We know when it comes to the playoffs, you got to play great defense. But you look around the best teams in baseball, you can't have 3 and 4 guys that are no threats at the plate. Whether it's the Braves, whether it's the Phillies, whether it's the Padres.
What about the Cubs?
The Dodgers, the Cubs. Like all the teams in the National League that you're going to be vying for these wild card spots, they don't just trot out lineups because of like, the guy's numbers are slightly better. You know, like Slater, for example. The guy's got like 38 home runs in his career. He's been a Giant for 8 years. Will Clark was a Giant for 8 years. How is a role player in the modern era where we're DFAing guys left and right, how has Slater stuck around this long being that impotent? So what I'm getting at is like to your point about playing the young guys. What's that?
Farhan special.
Well, but like playing the young guys, like you owe it to yourself to put some guys in the lineup, even if the glove is lacking a little for Luciano or whatever. Like get me a lineup that scares someone. You need to step into a couple here.
Hey, so Soler, he hit your jack yesterday, right?
That was a moonshot.
And then following that up, Mike Conforto, who's hitting the ball so well. I thought it was a tie game. Coming up.
How are you consuming that game last night? I was quietly, I have the earbuds in. I got the iPad.
Watching. I was in bed with my sleep mask on, just trying to go to sleep. And it's like, all right, Giants, you're making me stay up. Sleep mask, yeah, it helps me sleep.
Oh, okay. It goes,
it just helps my breathing.
Not like
so I could get into a deep REM sleep.
Oh, nice.
And really get some, like, I don't have to take that no more during the afternoon because of this thing. I've had it for over 2 years.
So you iPadding it or you
no, I had the phone. I had the TV up.
Oh, the TV.
Baby Chaz I had the TV.
See, if I have the TV on, the baby's up and
no, Baby Chaz will sleep.
So I'm like leaning to the side. I'm trying to keep the light, down. Keep going.
But you know, this happened, and I thought we had a tie game.
I did too.
High and deep. And caught on the warning track.
I love you, Kite.
Thought we had a tie game.
We all did.
That was the saddest part.
But it was the second after Soler went absolutely yard.
452.
I thought we went back to back and tied the game.
And deep. And caught on the warning track. Thought we had a tie game.
I love you, Kite. I love you. NBC Sports Bay Area.
He was just channeling his inner John Sterling.
This Hicks. Here's the 1-0. Swung on. There it goes. Deep left center. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. But caught at the wall, caught by Tapia.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Hey, that Conforto, poor Kite, man. That Conforto play, that Conforto out was about 50 feet short of the warning. 50 feet short of the wall. And then you get to the warning track, man. I thought, dude, I was like, what? High drive. Because, like, I was looking down at my phone, formulating the tweet, and I hear the crack in the bat, and I hear a kite. I'm like, oh, it's a tie game. We're going to extras. I was like, damn, that's not even close. All right, we got a break here. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain.
LA.
If you're gonna call into the roast, what was that?
That's that stupid song.
No, what was that? I love LA.
How does that song go?
If you are going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Safeway. Steve Kerr, Dave Fleming, Tim Flannery, 888-957-9570. I do want to get some Giants fans in here. How you feeling right now after the first 7 games? What is your assessment of this baseball team through 7? I want to hear your baseball takes on the other side here in the roast.
Thought we had a tie game. It is gone, but caught.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph, we'll see you a little bit later. Down in Houston, I got to send Spinoni some instrumentals, man. I was bumping some Big X a plug this morning. He walked out with Errol Spence Jr. for his fight, and he was like, I'm from Texas. And I was like, man, who is this guy? I was like, who is this guy? And he had his shirt out. He had the guts showing. He had the chains out. I was like, I ain't mad at you with the dad body. And ever since then, Big X the plug, I started watching his music videos and everything. Like, this guy be bumping, man. He got heat. He's got some heat, man. His songs are only about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. When he be spitting, man. So I was knocking some of that this morning. We got to get some Big X to plug at Spinoni's Rolodex here. Diversify our music profile.
I'm with you on that. And that one highlight package from Trent Williams that had his song on it.
Oh, yeah.
Was as cool as anything.
Was it that one? Was it I'm from Texas? Or?
Yeah, I'm from Texas.
Yeah.
Don't mess with Texas. It's so good. Can we find that song? I'm from my personal text line. Got to get Ahmed and the Yaz Slater combo out of here.
Who's this from?
This is from Rocco.
Oh, okay.
And get Luciano and Matos in, and I'm with them on this one.
You just gotta.
I know we gotta let it play itself out.
No, but I'm with everybody.
Like we've been waiting 6 years.
You know, Lubman in the text thread yesterday says, Yaz's window's closed. I'm like, he had a window. His window. I'll say he had a window. You know
what that window is? You know that like in certain cars they have the tiny little side window, like before the big window.
Right.
You know which one I'm talking about? Yeah. That's it. That was his window.
Dude,
about as big as a broken bottle of glass.
You're just wasting at bats. Period. You're wasting development. You're wasting at bats. Let's see the guys. And if Matos and Luciano are not good, then we go out and find reinforcements.
Exactly.
It's simple. It's simple. I need to know if these guys can play. I really do. Yeah, so far in the season. He's batting. You know what his batting average is?
His zeros.
To start
Jonathan Kuminga. He's got the Jonathan, because isn't he double zeros?
Yeah, he's double zero.
But here's the thing. Like,
he's not Jonathan Kuminga. He's got triple zeros.
You can say, Joe, he's 0 for 9. He doesn't have a hit. Peel it back. Yeah, bats, he looks overmatched.
Oh, not even close.
And I went back and I looked. Right,
also Slater, by the way, he's also got triple zeros.
Yeah, he's not good.
7.
But Slater hasn't been good for a minute now. Like all these,
I agree.
He's an elite pinch hitter. Not really. Like last year against righties, Matos hit 322. Against lefties, he hit 250. Now he had 57 hits last year. He out hit. Yaz, he played basically on the second half. He out-hit Yaz last year, second half of the year. Better contact, more solid contact. Look at the barrel rate. Look at the power numbers, everything across the board. Struck out less, and he's younger. So, if you want to play the data game, and you want to tell me, Joe, they're going to play the numbers, and the numbers don't dictate that Matos shouldn't be on the big league club right now. It's kind of crazy. And if you're trying to manufacture service time because you don't want to pay somebody, what are you doing?
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing. But this is just not good. These are just not good at bats. They don't look like big league players. And it is what it is, man. Now, Jung-Hoo Lee, I'm interested to see how he bounces back. He had a great series in San Diego, got humbled a bit with the LA Dodgers. And look, man, let's be real. I'm not going to take Yaz Slater's one thing, but the Dodgers are another.
Well, they're
right now, they're just so much better than the Giants right now from top to bottom, bullpen, lineup, pitching, you name it. And that's to me where we're going to a lot of people are going to focus on Yaz and Slater, and I get all that. But I'm going to focus in on the pitching. The pitcher's got to help this team out. This pitching, Logan Webb's got to be better. Webb's got to be better, and I believe he will. This bullpen and starting rotation has to carry this team until this lineup can get figured out. Now it's on Bob Melvin. Can Bob Melvin manage this staff in a way that can get this team to the deadline to where you can get reinforcements in this lineup? We know they're going to need reinforcements. They're going to need a batter too.
Absolutely.
If you want to get to where you need to get to, you got to go get a bat. But the pitching has to be better, man. It's just not good enough.
Yeah, it's interesting that the common theme feels to me, whether it's guys coming out of the bullpen or some of their starters, Harrison, Logan Webb, like they're falling behind. You got to attack guys. You can't nibble. And when you fall behind and it's a 2-0 count, it's a hitter's count. When you get to 2-0, you've earned the right to put both butt cheeks into a swing. When you're up 3-1, hitter's count. I call it power count. So the Giants right now, last 2 years, Ponte, what do you make of this? They've lost 14 of the 19 games in Dodger Stadium. What do you make of that?
Can't win in L.A. They can't win in L.A.
When we talk about like the Niners and how you build your roster, you're building it. Obviously you build it because you want to build the best roster, but you have an eye on what Seattle does and you have an eye on what the Rams are doing. I mean, when I'm building this roster, I'm trying to put together, to me, like I'm looking at their lineup. I'm like,
You got to match with the Dodgers.
And you got to have pitching.
You got to match your division.
Yeah, and right now, to your point, like I just feel like they have not matched the hitting with the pitching.
We can't expect Harrison to come in here lights out and
he's 21
and be a Cy Young Award winner from day one. So that's he got baptized yesterday at Dodger Stadium. It's fine. It's going to happen. But Webb's got to be better. The bullpen's got to be better. I'm already seeing a lot. I mean, Bob Melvin loves Eric Miller. Loves Eric Miller. And I get it. He's got some good stuff. But, boy, we're throwing this guy out there with his 12.27 ERA. I know it's inflated from the other night, but this bullpen's got to get into shape. Like the Rogers brothers, let's go. It's time. The season started, folks. Spring training is over.
Rogers, the lefty Rogers, gave up his first home run to a lefty in like 3 years.
Yeah.
Shohei hit him.
I mean, he golfed it. I mean, he just put his bat out there. Barrel meet ball meet barrel, right field pavilion.
Shohei, the thing about Shohei that no one talks about enough
is
for
his
me.
Speed.
He is so fast. For how big and how large that man is, he is one of the most dynamic athletes on the planet. He's lightning fast.
By the way, this gambling thing kind of went away, huh? Kind of swept this under the rug. It's already died.
Games started happening. You think he propped himself with the over on home runs against the Giants?
Probably.
Shout out Prize Picks.
It does suck that his first ever Dodger home run came against the Giants.
Damn, I lost a
I don't know
parlay.
if it sucks. It is just predictable.
I lost a parlay at Prize Picks yesterday.
What was it?
I had Prize Picks basically you do all these player parlays, and I had an entry yesterday. Combined points for, pardon me, Donovan Mitchell, Devin Booker. It was over 49.5. They hit that. They smoked that. Yordan Alvarez, more than one total base.
Okay.
He had 11 total bases yesterday. He hit his first home run of the season. He had a monster day.
Could you imagine Yordan Alvarez in a Giants uniform? Keep going.
Well, imagine him in a Dodgers uniform because that should still be taking place. Anyway, Paulo Banchero, Zion Williamson. As Zion Williamson, Paulo Banchero, over 48 points combined. Paulo he scored 32. He only had 2 in the fourth quarter. Zion let me down with 15. Didn't play the last 7 minutes of the fourth quarter.
So how many legs to this parlay?
Just three player parlay.
So what's the minimum? Is 2 equal a parlay? I don't know.
You can do a 2-team parlay. Anything more than one is a parlay.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
So yeah, this parlay did not.
Should have gone Jordan Poole over. He had 29.
I thought about going Jordan Poole over. I thought about going Austin Reeves over. All those overs in the Lakers-Wizards game hit yesterday. But I was chilling with Baby Chaz, and I had Baby Chaz all day. So I was like, damn. I think 4 o'clock came around. 4 o'clock came around quick yesterday. I was like, this one window. Anyway, BPA's checking in on Twitter. Brian and Paulo also.
What's he saying?
Hi, how are you?
Is he saying that Conforto's having a great start to the season?
No, he goes, more reason take. Harrison is a prospect who cannot be counted on. They don't have a single bat to fear. Farhan's pets, Yas, Slater, Wade, have long run their course.
Well, Wade.
Bullpen is not very good. Same old 82 and 80.
Here, look, I'm not here to say that I'm the biggest.
Your guy's boy, BPA. That's your guy's boy.
He's
I'm not
entitled.
doing anything
I think
crazy.
he's our boy as a show.
I mean, he's
All
entitled
four
to
of
his
us
opinion.
equally.
That's your
25% each.
But like Lamont Wade, so like I put him in a different.
It's not 25% each.
25% for Spadoni, 25% for me, 25% for Shasky. Most importantly, 25% for you,
No. 50% for Shashat, 50% for Shasky, 40% for Spadoni, 5% for Lubman, actually 8% for Lubman, 2% for me.
I'm not scared.
5%.
I'm not scared.
Don't give me false equivalencies.
But I would say this: Lamont Wade, I categorically view him a little different than Slater and Yaz because he could play a little first base and he's a lefty and he does get on base because of the OBP. But like, I'm not going to campaign for a guy that I believe to be a platooner. He's a platooner. I mean, that's the way I view him. But he's a little more valuable in my eyes just because he can play a couple more positions, but not by much.
Can I get a legit first baseman for crying out loud?
I mean,
can I get a legit first baseman? The platooning at first base. Go look at the teams around the league. You see the Dodgers first baseman. You see the Braves with Matt Olson. You see the Phillies with Bryce Harper. You see the Astros. You see all these first basemen who are just legit. Like, we're platooning first base. Dog.
I know. I'm just, but I don't want to. But here's the thing: Lamont Wade has had a decent start to the season, and I understand people are kind of done with him, and I get all that. But he does bring some value. I view him different than Yaz and Slater.
By the way, real quick, because we always get these random 50-point games. I know I'm switching subjects here, not to shift gears, but Andre Miller had a random 50-point game. Corey Brewer has some random 50-point games. Brewer, Malachi Flynn yesterday for the Detroit Pistons, by way of San Diego State, had a 50-point game yesterday against the Atlanta Hawks. I looked up and said, Malachi Flynn, what? He was just in the G League.
Hawks Pistons, now that's a game.
That's a game. Just a random 50-point game. It just popped up on my timeline. I wanted because I saw it last night. I was like, Malachi Flynn, 50 points. What? You don't even know who that is, huh?
Well, I know who that is.
No, you don't know who that is. It's okay if you don't. It's okay if you don't.
I kind of respect it, though. On a crap team like that, you know what? Who cares? James Wiseman, by the way, 9-5-2 in that game. Stat line.
Let's break.
This is James Wiseman.
Boy, it is a Warriors game day presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. What is coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We have Steve Kerr coming up at 7:30, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, as the Warriors get ready for a Texas two-step, a huge game. And we got some sound from Nick Friedel and Stephen A. Smith. There's a little disagreement. Can't wait to play it on the other side here on the roast.
I'm a dynamic human being.
Tune into 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it feels appropriate. Warriors are in Texas. The Texas two-step. It's time to end the Houston Rockets.
Turn this up.
Turn it up. Just let it ride. Let it ride. I feel good this morning.
What's the name of this artist again?
Big X the Plug. He's a big boy. Walks around with the button up, unbuttoned, showing the big gut, big chains, big ice.
It's like if Vince Wilfork was a rapper. It's kind of gives you the vibe.
Vince Wilfork.
Did you see him?
I wanted the
Like
Niners to draft him so bad. So bad. We took Rashawn Woods, I believe, in that draft.
Yeah, I know.
I wanted him so bad.
Well, Rashawn Woods was a Biletnikoff winner. He was sick at Oklahoma State. And it didn't work out.
Biletnikoff winner.
He was though. He was sick.
I think my boy Della, was it my boy Della who ripped off the T.O. placard and put on a Rashawn Woods placard on the back of it? On his jersey? I could be wrong. Maybe he just ripped off the Owens thing. God.
Big extra plug. Shout out to
Rashawn Woods.
Shout out to the Warriors down there in H-Town. We'll talk to Steve Kerr at 7:30 right here on the Morning Roast. We'll borrow Steve Kerr from Willard to Divs. Maybe we'll make it a permanent move. The segment is sponsored by Go to State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. King KC Caraway. Kings with a big game today against the New York Knicks. Maybe they fall. Pelicans lose yesterday. Well, maybe there's a shot for the Warriors to get to that 7-8 bracket. By the way, I think the Lakers are like 9-1 in their last 10. They're kind of smoking hot. Looks like they're going to be in that 7-8 game, possibly.
Yeah, that guy LeBron, he stinks.
No, he doesn't stink. Nobody ever said that. That's for sure. But the Kings, Pelicans, and Suns all have 31 losses.
Did you see the biggest acquisition for the Kings and Vivek?
The Oakland A's?
Yeah.
I don't even want to talk about that. Eddie and Brentwood, by the way, Xfinity Mobile text line. Eddie and Brentwood, what up, Eddie? Up the whole damn far for Alonzo's boy. Of Pete Alonso, boys. Yeah, it's time.
You better get a check ready, too.
Yeah, I got no problem.
And I'm with you on that. Look, they have 3 billion, literally 1.3 billion invested for the next however many years into Betts, Ohtani, Freeman. Yep. That's the cost of doing business if you want to compete with the Dodgers. So the Giants better be ready financially.
Yeah, you got to blank checks for everybody.
Exactly.
And they've proven that they're willing to spend.
I agree.
They went after Shohei. They went after Judge. They went after Correa.
They got Jung-Hoo Lee.
They got Jung-Hoo Lee. I don't know how many people were competing for Jung-Hoo Lee.
I like him, though.
I do like him.
Jung-Hoo Lee can stay. He's legit.
How you feel about his arm out of center field?
To be determined. I got to see, because there's, situations, right? Like, I got to see what's going on when he's hitting the cut. Can he throw all the way through? But it's not like the Giants have had elite arms in the outfield.
Yeah.
Who is the strongest armed outfielder the Giants have had in your adult life? Jose Cruz Jr.?
Nate Scherholtz.
Nate Scherholtz is a good one.
Nasty Nate had a good arm.
That's a good one.
He had a good arm.
One of my buddies hit me up yesterday. He played minor league ball for the Nationals. Matt Page, great guy. And he's like, I'm not trying to be dramatic, but I don't ever want to see a Yaz or Slater at bat for the rest of my life.
Everybody's so stuck on them, man.
People are done with them.
They're not losing games because of Yaz and Slater.
No, but we're done with it.
Let's be real. You're not losing games because of Yaz and Slater.
But Ponte.
I don't want to see them either as the next person. But let's be real. Are we scared to say Logan Webb? He's got to get through 4.
I know, but
are we scared to say the bullpen hasn't showed up yet? Are we scared to say that Solaire's gotten off to a very slow start?
Ponte.
Are we scared to say that?
No, we're exhausted of seeing a guy for 8 years be a role guy. When you flipped you gave Yaz and Slater more in the second half of a 60-game season of a runway than you did Joey Bart. That's why people lose their mind.
But don't lie, though. Yaz was balling that year.
Oh, he had a fine 3-month stretch.
The window. That was the window.
The window.
Lubman texted us in a thread. Yaz's window's closed. And I was like, what window was that? He goes from 2019 to 2021. And I was like,
Giants fans were enamored with Yaz during that time, and he was a solid player maybe at
that sounds like when Warrior fans were enamored with Ronnie Turioff. Like, come on, man. Like, look around the landscape. I don't think we were ever enamored with Ronnie Turioff.
No, they were. Giants fans were into Yastrzemski. I was at those games last year.
If his name was Mike Smith, Okay?
But
His
it's
name
not
was Mike Smith.
Shasky.
He'd have been gone.
Shasky, I was at those games last year. Outside of Posey and Crawford, you know what the most popular jersey at those games was?
Because it's the only one they're selling.
Okay, but still, don't sit there and say that he didn't have an impact or like the fans weren't enamored with him when clearly they were.
How many years did Kevin Mitchell play on the Giants?
What's this have to do with fans like Mike
Yastrzemski has been around
What does that have to do with
than Kevin Mitchell.
Okay, that's great, but
He's
fans
been
still
around longer than Jeff Kent. Like, come on. You
I don't
can't
see how
flip
that matters,
out. No,
though.
no. You can't tell me that you're always looking to upgrade and find value in the margins and then trot out the same boring swing through at bat every single time.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
We're done. Giants fans are exhausted.
Yeah, but
with
they're
the
not.
Yastrzemski
But you know
at-bats.
what? I'm kind of with Lubman, though. I'm kind of with
He's
Lubman.
not the end all. It's a microcosm.
You're not losing games because
I
of Yaz
agree.
and Slater. You're not. You're just not. They're bad.
I agree.
They're bad, but once you move off of them, who are we going to blame next?
No, it's not blame.
That's because that's
It's
what
not
we
blame.
do. The pitching's got to be better.
But when you saw
And
Matos,
I told you that to start the
I
season, the
agree.
pitching needs to carry this team early and often before we fix this lineup. And you're still going to need a batter, too, if you want to get to the playoffs and compete with the Cubs. Hell, even with the Pittsburgh Pirates, their lineup looks better right now than the Giants. The Marlins stink. But you got the Phillies, you got the Braves, you got big boy teams. The Padres, the Dodgers, of course, the Arizona Diamondbacks. You're going to need some bats. I agree with that. But you're not losing games because of Yaz.
No one's saying that. No one. I don't think anyone's saying that. But we're done with it. We want to. Matos outplay. Here's the thing. Matos, even though he was thinner and very raw last year, like you saw him for half a year and you liked him.
But I know everybody's dumping on Yaz and Slater, and I'm kind of with Lubman here in terms of like, I get where we're dumping on them. They don't look like major league players, but they're not the reason why you're losing games. The reason why you're losing games is because bullpen management by Bob Melvin, to me, hasn't been good yet this season.
No, but it's the metaphor of you're obsessed with these like random dudes and you platoon them to your heart's desire, and we're done. Like Estrada needs to be better. To me, Estrada's more important to the Giants winning and losing than either of those guys.
He's been awful.
He's been not good.
He's been awful.
And
not good.
Since
awful.
hurting his wrist last year, he hasn't been the same.
This. He's been awful
I
so
agree.
far to start the season.
And so, but I think it's the microcosm of the Yaz at bats. It's like the metaphor of what it represents to me.
You know what? We played that big extra plug coming in because when we do Warriors pre and post game live today, and we do that scenic shot of the Toyota Center. That song's gonna.
I love when you know the random names of the stadiums.
When they go down to the
Toyota Center.
Well, considering how often they change these stadium names, too.
Right, they do. It's pretty impressive.
Toyota Center's been there a minute, though.
For a minute, yeah, no doubt. It's been there for a minute.
Yeah. And it says Toyota on the top
Toyota
of
on the roof right there, and they'll do the scenic.
Because you guys always do that flyover.
Yeah, I do
too. I kind of did that.
I've been loving it since I was a kid. So when that scenic hits the Toyota Center, and you look at that downtown Houston, that big plug to X instrumental is going to be in my head. Because now we start the Texas two-step,
Give me
folks.
the beat.
You start the Texas two-step, and it's time to end the Houston Rockets tonight. All right? It's Operation End the Houston Rockets.
Dylan Brooks?
End Dylan Brooks' season. End Ime Udoka's season. Now, Jalen Green is playing
I was just gonna
very
bring him
well. They got some ballers. The Thompson twins.
Are they regretting not giving him that extension?
Jalen Green?
Yeah. What's going on there?
They may have to pay him. They may have to pay him. But look, we got two cuts here.
That guy. Is he even going to be like available
Tori,
to play?
he said he hasn't played since January.
I mean, come on.
He hasn't played since January.
It gets more absurd every time I hear it.
I would, Draymond, when he goes, I'm more surprised that you haven't played since January. You out there talking, and you can't defend your teammates. You're not even playing. That was pretty good.
Draymond dropped another pod yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
Draymond's been dropping more pods.
He went back on.
The A's have made errors.
He went back on the Wemby thing. He believes Wemby could be the DPOY. He had 9 block shots against the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Wemby
has a rookie ever won DPOY?
It was pretty sick.
Yeah, no. You know what it was? It was watching mankind go to a different evolution, watching 2 7-foot aliens battle each other. Am I wrong?
Dude Love and Cactus Jack?
It was unbelievable watching those two.
So
Wemby is just
cousin Nick
made in a lab.
So cousin Nick Friedel joined Steiny and Evan Giddings yesterday. Goo was out. Is Goo back today? We don't know. All right. So Evan Giddings was filling in for Steiny. and Cousin Nick. You know Cousin Nick, where he's coming from.
This conversation is hurting my soul.
Well, some of the things Nick Friedel says, and I love you, Cousin Nick. Some of the things he says hurts my soul.
I want to know who booked him. Nick's our guy. Nick's my friend.
But you know what? Everybody jacks from us.
I know. It drives me nuts.
Look,
I can just imagine Steiny like, get Friedel, yeah.
You know, everybody.
That's our guy.
You know, there's a lot of swagger jackers out there. It's like I like to call them. And I'm flattered by the swagger jackers.
Let's keep it a buck. When Friedel was with us, he was on every single show.
He was on every single show. Yeah, I know. She actually just wants him because he's personally texting him all the time.
Every single host.
Shasky met him, was like, ooh, Nick Friedel, ESPN, I got to make him my buddy.
During COVID, this is what happened. During COVID, everything was locked down, and I invited my guy over to the house a lot. Him and my wife became friends. My wife was trying to help him find a date and stuff. It was hard to date during COVID in San Francisco. The guy moved here and didn't know anyone.
I know some people who said it was easy to date during the pandemic.
Oh, well, he was having a tough time.
But no, because don't put his business out there like that.
I'm saying like it was just
put his business out there
restaurants were closed.
I know. He can't put his business out there like that. But no, I love Cousin Nick.
Like that.
Yeah, no, Cousin Nick. I love Cousin Nick because I could still see his smile when we went to the speakeasy in Toronto and the girl pulled out the pink champagne bottle and the sliding doors open like it was a James Bond movie. I said, what the hell is going on in here? Hey, babe, my phone's not working. They said no phones in this place. Trust me, I was a good boy. I was
Maybe Friedel will be on the first edition of Home is Where the Heart Is. Brought to you by 95.7 The Game.
Wow, I would love that.
I do love that. Cousin Nick, that would be great.
We pair him up with Tony from Oakland.
Well,
what a date that would be.
Well, she has a boyfriend, so.
She does?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Because she told us.
Oh.
You don't listen to her.
The boy doesn't know the zone because you do.
I get so high when she calls in from the contact high. I guess I just space
out. Tony, you don't listen to her, man. You're never in the zone. You got to get in the zone, dude. You got to get in the zone. She has a boyfriend. Anyway, Cousin Nick yesterday.
Boyfriend. I love that you know that.
I know everything.
Save that drop. That is facts.
Nick Friedel. Because I'm going to go back to Stephen A. Smith in a second here. But Nick Friedel.
What he said.
You know what he said about the Warriors.
You know, this is just a team that has not been able to put any consistency together. They can't seem to find their way. And I don't see that changing as we get set here for whatever the postseason may be for them. I mean, they may well get out of that play-in, and they're certainly not afraid of Minnesota or Oklahoma City. But this is not the kind of team that strikes fear into anybody's heart at the moment. I thought they'd be better than they were. Still think they're going to have a lot of major decisions to make over the summer. But as I watch them not only now, but you look ahead into the future and the contracts they have on the books, I don't see any kind of major fix on the horizon. And that's sad, obviously, for a variety of reasons for Warriors fans, but especially because Steph is still playing at the level he's playing at.
So that's Cousin Nick and his thoughts on the Golden State Warriors, which I could have predicted. You know, we got our bonus championship, and we know Cousin Nick. Warrior fans don't like Cousin Nick, but I love Cousin Nick. That's his take on it.
Wait,
however,
give me the beginning.
You know,
no, can you? What was the first 3 seconds? Just potted house, but
you know, this is just a team that has.
You just tell from the beginning.
Yeah, I don't know. And you know, Steiny was gritting ear to ear.
That's my wife. Like, hey, 7 months from now, we have a dinner with the entire side of the family on the other side, and you're paying for it. I'm like, oh.
You know, this is.
Wait, she tells you that?
We just get all kinds of crazy stuff.
She just goes like, you're paying for it?
No, I just assume I am.
Just had a really good couple years.
I never assume.
I mean,
I'm kind of like Paulie Walnuts in Sopranos. Him and Chrissy fighting over a bill. I'm waiting for somebody else to pick up the bill.
I'll tell you this right now. Look, I love my brother's out there somewhere.
I'm always assuming I'm eating for free. That's what I assume.
I love my brother. He's out there somewhere, but alligator arms, bro. You know, maybe you could reach for the wallet every now and then.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of like that.
He's gonna be so pissed.
I kind of like Deli Boy. I never assume that I'm paying for the bill. I'm always assuming I'm eating for free. However, Stephen A. Smith
does the Irish goodbye as the checks come in.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I go to the bathroom. Stephen A. Smith. First take. What's his take on the Golden State Warriors?
There's a collection of individuals that's shown up, and I'm looking at it from that perspective. Your ability to shoot, your ability to score is one thing, but what was the ingredient to the Golden State Warriors' success throughout those years? Defense. They played defense. And that is what they are doing now. They are being effective with it. They now have a 3-game cushion on the Houston Rockets, so they don't really any longer have to worry about being in the play-in. They've got 7 regular season games left, 4 on the road against the Rockets coming up, against Dallas, against the Lakers, and against the Blazers. I believe they'll win at least 2 of those games. They got 2 games against the Jazz at home. I think they'll win both of those games. And, of course, they got a game against the Pelicans. I'm just looking at the Warriors right now. Anytime you've got a superstar who can explode and you have shooters surrounding him along with himself, and they can hit free throws, you cannot ignore the potential impact they can have.
You cannot ignore the potential impact of the Golden State Warriors. Stephen A. Smith believing they could go on a run.
Sounds like he was listening to us yesterday, because I think I started off the show talking about defense. It does feel like their defense has been better.
Did you? I don't remember.
Bonte, it's time for you to do the legal.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day at our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code on both pages. Shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line. We love you. We like you. We do love you. Yeah. The Warriors, can they go on a run here? By the way, Draymond Green, chance to end the Rockets?
Big time win for us, especially with the Rockets coming out to play. They have lost a couple in a row. And,
what?
You're 3 games behind with 7 games left, and you're losing the tiebreaker. So 4 games behind in a sense with 7 to go. If my math serves me correctly, tomorrow will be an opportunity to end their season, their playoff hopes. If my math serves me correctly, maybe there will be 1 more game. I haven't looked that up. That's just some rough math for you math geniuses out there that's going to be like, no, they're not mathematically eliminated. And you like, great. Almost.
Can you just isolate
that is like a guru bar at the beginning, and then he ends it with a guru bar talking math. The Warriors dancing on the grave as the 10 seed of the 11 seed Rockets.
I kind of love it.
Is layers of funny to me. I love it too.
I'm here
Give me the Rockets come out to play.
Oh, go ahead.
It's so good.
The Rockets coming out to play. The Rockets coming out to play.
It's so bad. It's so bad. It's good. It's so bad. It's good. It's like this show.
The cringe is so strong.
It's like this show. It's so bad. It's good.
Oh, my gosh. So now we got intensity, baby. I told you guys we could sell a Rockets game. We could sell a Rockets game.
Do you think people know?
Game,
do you think people know what that Warriors come out to play is from?
Probably not.
Do any of you guys know?
Yeah, the movie.
The movie. Warriors.
Okay, I'm just asking.
They also made a video game of it. The same studio, Rockstar Games.
Gotcha.
Grand Theft Auto.
Because that was like a throwback movie from back in the day. The soundtrack was unbelievable.
Late 70s, early 80s.
The outfits, like it was over the top. It was an awesome movie. It was a classic movie. And I don't know if young people have ever even watched that movie.
Warriors come out to play.
The Rockets coming out to play.
the radio DJ in the movie, it's kind of like, stitching everything together. This goes out to a group of people out there. I don't know. I love that movie.
No, that movie's classic, man. It is ahead of its time. By the way, the DJ in Coco, man, he's got a beat on there. I'm not going to lie. I was watching Coco with Baby Chaz yesterday. You know what I'm talking about, Spinoni? When they go to De La Cruz's house.
Ernesto De La Cruz,
and there's a DJ in there. Dude, I was like, damn, that beat kind of knocks. I was like, and then I'm like looking at Chess and she's like dipping up and down. I'm like, whoa, what's going on here, man? I'm out of control. We're out of control. Steve Kerr's coming up in 7:30.
Draymond's out of control.
Golden State Warriors. Rockets come out to play.
The Rockets coming out to play.
It's great.
Oh, my God.
It's so good.
Oh, man. So we're going to have some fireworks today with Dillon Brooks. And let me tell you, Rocket fans are down bad on Dillon Brooks. I think he went scoreless against the Dallas Mavericks last Sunday.
You don't think he's going to have top-notch goonery tonight? You're tripping.
Oh,
he's going to be chest guarding Steph from the second he gets to the arena.
Gosh.
Am I wrong?
Well, who Dillon Brooks earlier this season was just staring at LeBron during the start. Remember that? He was just standing there looking at LeBron.
Did LeBron go for 40 that game?
I think he might have.
Didn't he? I think he did.
He might have dropped 40 on him. But they got the win. The Rockets, I think, got the win. They did get the win. Brooks actually played well. But you know who is playing well, and there's no laughing matter? Jalen Green. Oh, my gosh, Jalen Green has stepped up this game. And this is why the Rockets have won 11 in a row. You look at what he's doing in the month of March, 27 a game. 27 a game in the month of March. He really stepped his game up. 6 rebounds, 4 assists. Something clicked for him. Something, I don't know what it was, but it clicked for him. And he shot 41% from the three-point line, 49% from the floor. So he's a high flyer. He's athletic. I'm interested to see Andrew Wiggins on Jalen Green. That's probably the matchup we're all going to look for there. JK's coming back tonight. Hopefully he is questionable, but we'll ask Steve Kerr in about 20 minutes about Jonathan Kuminga. Is he going to be back in his rotation, or where's he at with the knee injury, the knee tendonitis or whatnot? So, look, this is a big game for the Warriors, man. You want to continue to roll. You won 5 games in a row. Your season high, 7 games over 500. It is go time, folks. 7 games left in the regular season. March Madness is over. Now we're into April, baby. It's playoff time. This is my time. This is my type of party right now, where the stakes get higher and higher and higher and higher. So, to me, Shasky, it's all about the Warriors' form. And can you unlock Stephen Curry? He is due for a monster game.
Yeah, this is a big one. To me, this is like one of those games. Just got to handle business. I don't care what it looks like.
I'm kind of jacked up for this one.
I am really jacked up. How could you not be jacked up for this one? Because there's stakes. I think we spend all year and, wins and losses don't have a lot of stakes attached to them. Baseball has this problem. This is not exclusive to the NBA. Baseball is even worse. I mean, you could get swept 3 series in a row and not be mathematically in trouble. This one feels big. And also, just throw Dylan Brooks into the cauldron. Doesn't that always spicing things up for you?
Oh, absolutely. Well, last time the Warriors saw Dylan Brooks, the first time they saw Dylan Brooks in a Houston uniform, Stephen Curry went home alone on him. It went night-night.
Went home alone on him.
He did. He did the Macaulay Culkin and crossed him up, hit a 3, and sent him home. Sent him to the showers.
Whenever I hear Macaulay Culkin, I think of emancipating yourself from your parents. And, just all of that. He's just a tragic character.
I think of like 43 different things when I think of Macaulay Culkin before I get to that.
He's very miserable, dude. It's sad. He's like a sad.
He's not miserable. He's painting and stuff. He's in a good place right now.
After years of therapy.
So what? I still go to therapy.
I'm saying he had 7 years now. Brenda's song, by the way. Shout out Disney Channel.
Yeah, what is
he had a rough child. These child actors, they get extorted. I watched this whole thing on it.
You got to stop watching so much stuff about
I'm
that.
Just saying.
His brother Kieran Culkin, hilarious on Succession.
Don't think I've ever.
Yeah,
he's the little guy. I forget his
What is he? I don't think I know who that is.
Yeah, no, he was
the little brother in Home Alone. Like he was Kevin.
The one that wets the bed.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Gotcha.
That's
Okay.
That's his brother.
I didn't know that.
I'm with Bowman. I think of like Richie Rich and
Richie Rich
all the
was
Home
a great
Alones.
movie.
I mean,
He had a roller coaster in his backyard. So
Richie Rich was
and he had a McDonald's in his house.
He was
that's right.
It was
If you really want to go down a weird Macaulay Culkin rabbit hole, watch The Good Son with him and Elijah Wood.
Oh yeah,
that's
a
what did what was the other one where he passed away?
Oh, that was
you can't see without his glasses.
Yeah.
Oh, at the funeral part. Yeah, I know exactly.
Pretty girl, pretty what?
No, My Girl.
My Girl. Was it My Girl?
Was
My
it
Girl, baby. Okay.
He gets stung by the bees.
Yeah, that was sad. That was sad. That was a good movie though. Over under technicals tonight, Shasky. Over under text. That's from our boy Imani.
I hope no tax.
Yeah, I hope no text.
I hope no tax. I don't want any tax.
All right, we got Steve Kerr.
It was My Girl.
My Girl. Yep. See, My Girl. That was a great movie. Great
1991 film.
Wow, it's unbelievable.
91.
And you're out here shaming Macaulay Culkin.
I just said he had a tough life.
He had a great life. What are you talking about? I think he had a great life. He went through some trials and tribulations, but we all do. We all do, including yours truly. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The one and only Steve Kerr joining us at 7:30 as we continue to get into the Golden State Warriors. Big game tonight down in H-Town as the Warriors start a Texas two-step, and they can start to make some noise here. Let's see if they do today in Houston. All right, we'll be back on the other side. I know everything.
I'm what you might call a fairy.
game.
The Rockets coming out to play.
That would never not be funny. Man, the good life. Having a good morning here on the roast. 888-957-9570. Got a jam-packed guest list today. We usually don't go guest heavy on this show, but Steve Kerr, 7:30, fell into our lap. Dave Fleming, 8:30. We joins us every single week to get back into the Gigantes. And then Tim Flannery, longtime third base coach of the Giants. He'll join us at 9:20. And he's got some things brewing this weekend in the Bay Area. Can't wait to talk to Flan about all that here on the roast on 95.7 The Game. But download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. You can catch every single Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews like Chris Harrison, Kyle Harrison's father. He joined Willard in FP yesterday. FP Santangelo. What up, FP? What is going on? Warriors, Rockets come out to play. Somebody just said something. And maybe there's something there. Because we know how this business works, and pettiness does happen. So Draymond Green went back and he was like, Wemby maybe should be DPOY. The 9 blocks, maybe I was wrong.
Okay.
But somebody, who was this? Who brought this up? Who brought this up on YouTube? Gosh, I just saw it here. Whoever it was on YouTube, they just basically said, Draymond's doing that to try to keep Rudy Gobert from winning his 4th DPOY. And I said, you know what? I didn't think about that, but maybe there's something there. Maybe there's something there because we know the beef and Rudy Gobert's probably listening like, really? Like Rudy Gobert, I don't know.
One of my buddies, I had a game late last night, and one of my buddies, he's like, for me, it was the moment he dragged the guy 15 feet across the court. He was like, that was the moment right then and there where I was like, I'm a little exhausted with some of the Draymond stuff.
Hey, you know what? The Jim Barnett, we don't talk about that no more.
Don't talk about that. I still can't believe that. It was just unbelievable.
No, we got Steve Kerr coming up, man. We should move off from this before he just hangs up on us. But the best part of this,
Joey Bart traded to the Pirates. Yeah, I'm just teasing.
The best part about that, of course, you bring it back to baseball. Joey Bart.
I was just bugging. I was trying to pivot, not panic.
I know. But then
You're
I was just
so right.
No, I was just. We got Steve Kerr.
The Bucks.
We got Steve Kerr coming up, and it's slow mo. Steve Kerr saying, "Let him go, let him go, let him go."
I shouldn't laugh.
Warriors or Rockets today. Steve Kerr's going to join us in 10 minutes.
I've got some really good questions for Steve Kerr. Like, I want to know what's going on with Kuminga. I want to ask him this, just a fundamental question. You and I talk a lot about, like, form. Like, who's playing well, matchups, the team you're going up against. When he's creating these lineups, because clearly it's very important for, starting and closing, and we could argue about what's the most important. We all, I think, would agree at the end of the day, closing is very important in these tight games, and that's probably going to be most paramount. But, like, how does he weigh all these things?
Well, no, that's the thing, and I think it's just, I do want to ask him because I got some questions myself for him. How challenging is it, game by game, to not know who you're going to close with?
Yes.
That's got to be a difficult thing because it could be anybody. What if Wiggins is having a rough game? You got to go Kuminga, and Wiggins is on Chris Paul, Clay. Like, you got legit, I think, 8 guys who could close in that lineup. And we know 2 of them is going to be Stephen Curry and Draymond Green. No matter what, it's going to be Steph and Dre. And they're worthy of that.
Yes.
No doubt. Your best defensive player or communicator on the defensive end, on the back end, and of course, Steph. You're never taking him off the floor in the last 8 minutes or whatnot. Then there's 3 other spots. And it could be Clay, it could be Wiggins, it could be JK, it could be Pods, it could be CP3. What if Looney's in the mix now? What if Moses Moody's in the mix now? Yeah. There's a bevy of options for Steve Kerr. But sometimes the options in that moment, it's like, oh, what if I go to this combination? It doesn't work. Then I'm going to kick myself for not going to that combination. Yeah. So I think the challenge there for Steve Kerr, it's got to be the most challenging season in that sense for him, trying to figure out what lineup to go to, when to go to that lineup, and when to rotate or whatnot.
So I'm going to ask him this question, and I would love to know, if I asked you... What's that?
No, go ahead.
If I asked you the same question, what do you think is the most difficult? I'm going to ask you what you think, and I'm going to ask him what he thinks. What do you think is the most difficult thing for him to manage this season? And just as the totality.
Oh, I think it's the lineups.
No, right? Is it availability of players? Is it the consistency of guys playing themselves in and out, or is it the personalities of players? Well, if you had to pick between one of those three, availability, consistency, or personalities, what do you think has been the most difficult to balance?
The personalities is not difficult at all.
Okay.
You had Kevin Durant here, you had David West here. When you have all those egos in one room, that is tough. Like everybody says, anybody can win with that team. Well, I saw the Lakers with Kobe and Shaq and all those guys, and they were getting swept with Dale Harris. Phil Jackson had to come in because he knew how to manage the egos. It's not easy. Not easy dealing with that. Eric Spoelstra, think that was an easy job to coach LeBron, Wade, Bosh, and the expectations and the hype that was the Miami Heat and the Heatles? Like, no, it's not. It's not. So Steve Kerr's been doing this a long time. He's been around a long time. He's been around a lot of egos, whether it's the Cleveland Cavaliers and Brad Daugherty and Mark Price and Craig Elo, Hot Rod Williams, whether it's Arizona with Tom Tolbert, Sean Elliott, whether it's with San Antonio, whether it's with the Chicago Bulls and Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and Dennis Rodman. I don't think it's even close. He knows how to manage the ego.
Take that one off. So personalities is off the board, but consistency or availability?
What's probably consistency? There's no doubt consistency. And then also availability, because when you do get rolling, a guy comes out. Like all of a sudden you get rolling and there's a guy out. Been healthy, one time since November 27th? That was a Milwaukee Bucks game.
I mean, I'm thinking about Kuminga right now. It's like he was playing so well, and then he goes out, and then other guys start to ascend, and you gain confidence in them, and then like you feel a part of you is indebted to Kuminga, but you also feel like these other guys have earned some equity. You know, it's tough.
But you know what, though? This team is playing better defense, and Anthony Slater had a great article in the Athletic about it. And I know, look, when you play Charlotte and you play
opponents
Orlando,
aren't as good.
They're not as good, but you know what? They played some very good defense Tuesday night. I don't care what the stats say, or, I know the Mavs had a tough schedule when it comes to traveling or whatnot, but you know what? They held them to 100 points. They held the Mavs to 100 points. You get credit for that. And the defense they played down the stretch, specifically Draymond Green, it does give you a little hope here. I watched that game back yesterday. That play he made with Kyrie Irving coming downhill, I don't think people realize how difficult that is. And he finds a way. Like, we've seen Draymond Green break up 3-on-1 fast breaks, 2-on-1 fast breaks. I'm like, how the hell did he do that? That play at the end of the game to come up with the block, the steal, and stay in bounds and pass the ball to Klay Thompson, one of the better defensive plays I've seen in a long time. A long time. And so they are playing better. And why? Draymond Green's playing better. Andrew Wiggins is playing better. Klay Thompson's playing better. When Kuminga comes back, he was playing better defense. So I think the urgency here, knowing that we got to get at least into the play-in, we got to try to move up. That urgency, I think, has helped this defense and helped up, ratcheted up the intensity. So better late than never. Better late than never. And you could go on the roll here, going into the playoffs here like the Lakers. They're 9-1 in the last 10. It's all about how you're looking going into the playoffs. Kind of like a March Madness team. All of a sudden, NC State, they had lost 4 in a row going into the ACC tournament. All of a sudden, they send a game to overtime against Virginia. They win that game. They win the ACC tournament. Now they're in the Final Four. When the Warriors won the championship, we didn't know what Steph Curry was going to look like with the calf injury. He comes back for game 1 of the playoffs. But prior to that, they had won 5 in a row. And they had lost to a Phoenix Suns team, but they were really good in that game without Steph Curry. I remember Draymond Green, it just got back that game after the back injury that forced him to miss a ton of time. Your form going into the playoffs matters, especially in today's NBA. And if they can get rolling here, and they can get in that 7-8 bracket, it's not over yet. You need the Kings to lose. You need the Pelicans to lose a little bit here. But form does matter. And right now, I think they are starting to get back to playing their best basketball like they did during that 14-4 stretch.
Who takes on the bulk of the responsibility guarding Jalen Green in crunch situations?
Well, I think it's Andrew Wiggins. It's either Andrew Wiggins or it's going to be Jonathan Kuminga if he's ready to roll. But my first thought is Andrew Wiggins.
I think so, too.
It's Andrew Wiggins. Because Jalen Green is...
And they got to slow him down.
He's rolling.
I think he's the focal point of the team right now, and you're going to absolutely have to slow him down. The guy's athleticism is off the charts, right? And so you're going to need somebody who's a little long and has that lateral quickness. And so I think Wiggins is really important tonight.
No, he's very important. He's very important to get him rolling. He's probably playing his best basketball of the season. He had the one off against San Antonio where he goes 2-12, but I like where Wiggins is at. I really do like I loved where Wiggins was at before he left the team for 3 games due to personal reasons. His previous 16 games, he was starting to ratchet it up. So I like where Wiggins is at. And I know the Pelicans lost last night to the Orlando Magic. By the way, the officials. We could ask Steve Kerr a question about the officials. We don't want to get them fined, but The game yesterday against Orlando, I don't know if you were watching, Pelicans Magic. The officials ejected 3 members of the Pelicans with 7 seconds left in the game. And Antonio Daniels went crazy. He just basically said, this is not professional. This is not professional. You let guys get away with hacks and fouls all game long, and you kick 3 dudes out with 7 seconds left.
Can we all, let's when it comes to officiating, we all can agree. I don't think the officiating is very good currently, but I also believe that there's a self-fulfilling prophecy where the players clearly have zero respect for the majority of the officials. So both sides have to come down a little here to create a better work environment, right? Like, it just feels like they're all not on the same page. And so, I mean, I would love to know just from people that have played in the league, coached in the league a long time, like, how do you even begin to foster better relationships amongst officials and players? There's a disdain league-wide, players and officials.
No, it is. It is.
It's bad for the game.
And Antonio Daniels went off last night. He was like, you kick out Herb Jones and Trey Murphy III. These are the quietest dudes on the team. And you toss it up with 7 seconds left.
I mean, that speaks to spite.
It's like Tony Brothers kicking out Chris Paul with 6 seconds left. Mr. TikTok. You know what I'm saying?
Mr. TikTok.
I mean, come on, man. Like Jeff Teague was talking about it, you know, and then listen to Tom Thibodeau. Jalen Brunson's been getting hacked. Listen to Tom Thibodeau.
He's getting fouled. 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 He's getting fouled.
And that wasn't you playing with the audio.
Nope, that was him. And then he got up and left the press conference.
And grabbed his box score and left the press conference. So it is something the league will discuss in the offseason. I think Sam Lubin is efforting. Steve Kerr is going to join us in just a second here on the Morning Roast.
I know they went through a lot of young officials, and now like a lot of guys left the league, and now you have a whole wave of new officials coming in. But I personally believe it starts with the players themselves, and then it'll trickle toward the referees. Respect is a two-way street, right? To get respect, you must give respect. And I do believe at the core of all of this is there's just, on both sides, there's just a lack of respect for the other one. And people can make mistakes, but I always think that things get better from dialogue, and there are certain officials in the league that don't allow you to say anything to them, but also how you talk to them from the player's perspective does matter.
All right, let's bring in a head coach, 9-time NBA champion, 5 rings as a player, 4 as head coach of the Golden State Warriors, one of the 15 best coaches we've ever seen, and a better person than probably coach. Steve Kerr here on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steve, thanks so much for joining us this morning. I know it's early out there in Houston. You're probably cutting up some film. How you doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're good, man. We're feeling good, man. Playoff basketball is right around the corner. You guys are playing well. The women's tournament's going off. We'll ask you some questions about that. But you guys have been playing so well on the road, and I know there's a big emphasis on that after last season. This year, you guys have played 4-1 on that last road trip there, and the big game tonight against Houston. What has been the key to bringing that energy on the road? Because you guys do have one of the better road records in the league.
Yeah, which is a complete turnaround from last year when we couldn't win a road game. And I wish I had the answer for you. I don't. I mean, last year we were dominant at home. This year we're about 500. So it's been a strange season in that regard. I can't figure out any of the road home splits, but I do know that we're playing at a high level right now. We're playing good two-way basketball. Our defense has been excellent for the most part until last game. I think we've taken really good care of the ball the last couple of months. Really cutting back the turnovers, which has helped, and the guys are really connected. They're really playing together, supporting each other. It's been a really fun season coaching the group because they've all been so great. We're just desperately trying to get into the playoffs because I think we could do some damage if we get there.
Steve Kerr, presented by Great Clips. Great Clips in sports success is all about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips is going to be great. You said you talk about how you guys are connected defensively, and obviously when we talk about defense with the Golden State Warriors, it's Draymond Green, That play the other night, his last 4 minutes, him ratcheted up. That's one of the better plays I've seen defensively in a long time. The block, the steal with Kyrie Irving coming downhill. Can you discuss that play there? Have you seen a play like that? Because you've played with some great defenders in your day, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Draymond do this so many times that nothing surprises me with him. He's just so smart. He's so much bigger and stronger than people realize because he just has long arms. I think the 7'1" wingspan, incredibly strong. People can't push him off his spot, and then he's really quick laterally. So he's got this great combination that. It sort of belies his physical stature. That you look at him, and you go, well, he's like 6'5", 6'6". He shouldn't be able to do what he does, but he's been doing it his whole career. That's why he's heading for the Hall of Fame. But that was just an incredible block, and I thought the defensive play of the game.
Yeah, I feel like the defense has been super ratcheted up the last couple of games, but offensively for Draymond is where I'm really excited. It does feel like when he's squaring up to the hoop, when he's going into the lane hard, finishing with both hands, the offense just opens up in the half court for him, and then now all those passing lanes open up for him. Is that something you guys are preaching to him? Like, hey, it's okay to shoot a couple of those little middies and attack the lane, because it feels like his whole offensive repertoire opens up when he's shooting.
Yeah, and it really, I mean, he's the guy who deserves the credit. He put a ton of time this past offseason into his three-point shot, including a lot of corner threes. When he plays with Trace, a lot of times we'll have Trace in the pick and roll, and Draymond will be in the corner. And you look at the numbers this year. I mean, he's not a high volume shooter, obviously, but he shot the ball really well, and I think that's given him some confidence. And with the floor opened up, it gives him those driving lanes, and when he attacks, he's really good either finishing at the rim or setting up those lobs that he likes to throw to Wiggs and JK and Trace. So it's really fun to see Draymond clicking offensively, and I think that kind of rounds out our team. We seem to be at our best, I think, when Draymond is scoring.
That Trace, Jackson Davis, Draymond lineup, and then you throw Wiggins in there. That's been a little wrinkle that we hadn't seen a lot of this year. What do you see when those three are out on the floor together?
Well, number one, I think they're all playing well at the same time. So when we're putting them together right now, we're getting great ball pressure from Wiggs. We get rim protection from Trace, and it allows Draymond to play a little bit of center field, where he can kind of roam the paint and thwart drivers and force passes back out to the perimeter. And I think there's a psychological component too. Draymond loves having a shot blocker next to him so that he can really kind of patrol and take care of everything that's out there. When he's the center, and he's really good at it, and we play him a lot at the five, he just doesn't have as much help at the rim. And so there are times where I can see him get a little frustrated, and those are the times where we kind of can sense, like, let's get another big in there. Let's help Draymond out a little bit and fortify our defense.
Steve, and we're talking to Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. You mentioned how much fun you're having coaching this team. But has it been the most challenging in the sense that you have so many players and so many options that when it comes down to crunch time, the last 5 minutes of the game or the last 6 minutes of the game, trying to find the right combination, has it been the most challenging season in that sense where you coach?
I would say yes, because as you said, Bonte, we've got a bunch of options, but not always perfect clarity. We've got multiple guys who are capable of finishing games, and if they're all playing well, we've got to make decisions down the stretch. And the other night was a perfect example. We're trying to close that game, and I've got Chris Paul on the bench because we've got a lead, and I'm thinking more, defense, and then all of a sudden we turn it over, and it's like, we got to protect the ball here. I race Chris into the game, and then bring Gary back, and and JK wasn't even available that game. So you think about it, we just have it's a good problem to have. I think we've got 10 or 12 guys who are all capable of being in that closing lineup. But you got to pick 5, and it's not always easy to select the right 5.
Speaking of J.K., Kuminga's played so well this season. What's his availability, for tonight against Houston? I know you said he could be available. He's questionable with the knee tendonitis. And how are you going to get him back and incorporate him back into this lineup? Because that seemed to be the sticking point this season. You get healthy for one game against Milwaukee, then Steph goes out. It has been the case all season long. So what's his availability, and then how will you integrate him back into this rotation?
Yeah, we'll see. He scrimmaged the day of our Dallas game at home, and looked pretty good. But I have not talked to the training staff this morning. We have to see how he responded. We didn't have any practice yesterday, so just a flight, and so we'll see how he's feeling this morning, and the training staff will let me know his availability. But I've got to make a decision whether he starts or not. It's up in the air. We're going to meet as a staff. I mean, we've won 4 in a row, starting Trace with Draymond on the front line, and that's generally in the past when the way I've handled things. If our team is playing well, I generally stay with the same group. But that also disrupts the bench rotation. It changes things there, and Moses is playing really well. Gary Payton's playing well. So there's a lot to consider with that question. But regardless, we want him back. I mean, we need J.K.
Yeah, I mean, he was ascending and playing really well. The guy who's playing really well right now is Andrew Wiggins. And I was listening to CP3 on the postgame with Bonte, and he's saying, we're telling him, be aggressive. And he's taking great rhythmic threes. It feels like he's attacking the cup. Defensively, you can see all that effort. Are you guys running specific things for him or trying to set up certain lineups so that he can get his shots? Like, how does he stay consistent offensively, I guess, is where I'm going with that.
Well, we're definitely putting him in more high ball screens than we were earlier in the year, and we have better spacing right now. If you think about the last few weeks, whether it's J.K. or Trace, either way, we've got Steph and Clay out on the floor, so there's good spacing for Wiggs to attack downhill, and we can switch quite a bit defensively too with that group. So he's really just found a good rhythm. He's put the work in, and he's playing with a lot of confidence. And he's one of the main reasons we've been winning a lot of games lately.
I'm glad you mentioned it, because with Willard and Debs a couple weeks ago, you mentioned how he can't go 4 or 5 possessions without touching the basketball. We all agree when we're watching the game. We're like, man. And in that third quarter, I thought Tuesday night when the Mavericks were on that 23-2 run, Wiggins really asserted himself, and it was like, wow, that's a blast from the past. But I also think people forget, before he went away due to personal reasons, it felt like he was starting to pick up where he left off last season when he was playing so well. He feels like I'm not even going to say an X factor, but he feels so important to the success of this team. And I think people underestimate that with his ability to be on the island, defending at a high level. And again, I think people forget he was a 20-plus point per game scorer in Minnesota, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, he's the number 1 pick in the draft for a reason. I mean, the guy is long and athletic and capable of scoring at a high level. And there just are times where, he gets lost in the shuffle a little bit. So I think the combinations that he's playing with have helped. There's more space on the floor now than there was earlier in the year when he was playing with Looney and Draymond. But the biggest thing is he's in rhythm. He's feeling good, and he's giving us great minutes when he's out there, and it's really fun to see. Wiggs is kind of everybody's favorite guy in the locker. He's such a wonderful guy. Everyone loves him, respects him so much, and we're happy for him for this recent success. Hopefully he can keep it going.
Hey, Coach, did you get a chance to check out Iowa versus LSU?
I did not see that game. I've been watching a lot of the women's games, though, in the tournament, and then of course as soon as I got home, I had a prior engagement during that game. So as soon as I got home, I watched the highlights, and man, what an epic game for Caitlin Clark.
You know, watching her play and watching Iowa play, their style of play reminded me so much of your team's offense, with free-flowing, back-cutting, sharing the basketball, playing with joy, transition. I mean, it's a testament to what you guys have built over the last decade that it's now bled over into all the other leagues. It's the best basketball to watch.
Well, it is fun, and you know, I really give Steph a lot of credit. Not that he needs any more credit in any aspect of life, but I just, when I watch a lot of the girls play, I think he has inspired a whole generation of young women's players, not only because of the style of play, and you know, and people can watch Steph and actually relate to him, you know, because he's not 6'8" and 250 pounds like you know, LeBron or somebody, where you know, you can't really look at LeBron and say, well, I could do that one day, you know. But you look at Steph. I mean, you know, Caitlin Clark clearly has been influenced by him, just like Sabrina Ionescu has, and I think it's not just Steph's play; it's his advocacy for the women's game. You know, he's done so many things to really help the women's game, promote it. The Sabrina 3-point contest over All-Star weekend was fantastic. You know, he goes to the Stanford games, brings his daughters. He's got, you know, everything going with his Under Armour brand, promoting the women's game, and you know, and these girls are just incredible to watch. The game has improved so dramatically, and I've been locked in. I mean, I can't wait to watch the Final Four.
No, we all can. We opened our first hour of the show the other day talking about women's basketball, and the entire tournament has been really good. USC, UConn, Paige Beckers, Juju Watkins. I'm already trying to tamper and look at the NBA draft for the WNBA team that's coming to the Bay Area. Who can we get? Can we get Paige? Can we get Caitlin? Can we bring Sabrina over? But you brought up Steph Curry, Coach, and we're talking to Steve Kerr here, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. And look, I feel crazy for even actually doing this because we know how great Steph is, but his efficiency has been down since the All-Star break. And we understand. We watch the games. He's seeing longer, more athletic defenders. The game plan probably for the opposing team is like Steph number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. He's getting double the trap. But what do you say to him? What do you possibly say to him when he is struggling with this shot, trying to get his offense going? Now, again, he's still dropping 22, 4 and 4, but the efficiency is down. What do you possibly say to a guy like Steph Curry when he is struggling with the shot?
Well, it's not very often. I don't have any experience with it, to be honest with you. So.
Yeah, I know it's random. We're think, spoiled, Steve.
You know, yeah. I mean, there are, you know, the occasional game where his shots aren't going. I usually remind him what an impact he's making anyway, because of the defense being so focused on him, drawing so much attention that it really does open up the game for his teammates. But it's also the pace at which he plays. You know, it's just the speed and the throw aheads when he gets the ball in transition. There's just a different pace that happens when he's on the floor, whether he's making shots or not. And so I will occasionally remind him of how powerful of a player he is, even when shots aren't going in. But I think right now it's just, he's played more games than he has in any season over about the last 8 years, I think.
That's true. Yeah.
And so I think, and we've had a ton of games. This has been a particularly tough schedule. I think we're in the midst of 8 games in 13 days, and seems like we hardly ever practice anymore. It's just game, game every other day, and travel, and so I think he's a little tired, but I have no doubt that he'll bounce back. He'll get it going, and he always does. It's just part of every season how this kind of plays out, just because it's a lot of games. 82 games is a lot.
A lot of people nitpick all of the minutes that he plays and situations and spots, and I know you got a little frustrated with some of the questions that people were asking about that. How does that dialogue go between you and Steph and the staff in game? When I'm sure you have a strategy pregame, and then you're feeling the game out, and how does it go? Is he pretty communicative? Does he communicate a lot with you, or does it fall down on you? Or how collaborative are you guys? I'm just curious how that goes in the fourth quarter, for example.
Yeah, we don't really have conversations game to game. We have a few conversations during the year if we're going to change the rotation, but his rotation has been similar now for a while. we're taking them out between the 3 and 4 minute mark of the first and third quarters, and then bring them back, between 7 and 8 in the fourth quarter. That hasn't changed. The only game I veered off from that was the Minnesota game 2 weeks ago, where I decided to give him 1 more minute's rest in each half, just because I thought he was fatigued, and it was actually our third. I think it was our third game in 4 days, and we had traveled across the country the day before, and so I gave him 1 extra minute, and I just found it amusing. He goes from 32 minutes a game to 30 that night. It was 29:51, and I think that 29 mark just freaked out the whole country. I was like, oh my God, but it was literally 2 minutes, and we look at this stuff all the time. I make these decisions to when to put them in, when to take them out, and I don't always make the perfect decisions, but trust me, I look at every single day. I see how he's playing. I see his body. I see what the fatigue level. So if I decide to give him a couple extra minutes, I'll tell him. I'll do it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but I don't think it requires a national discussion, that's for sure.
All right, Steve Kerr here on the Morning Rush. A couple more for the coach as you get ready for this Texas two-step in Houston and Dallas. Some big games for the Golden State Warriors. They're up 3 games on the Rockets in the loss column, but do own the tiebreaker. So essentially up 4 games on the Houston Rockets, who are playing some really good basketball. Jalen Green, Ime Udoka, they're doing a great job down there in Houston. But, Steve, there's been a lot of talk, a lot of conversation about the officials. Now, I'm not trying to set you up to get fined or anything, but I want you to hear this clip from Tom Thibodeau, head coach of the New York Knicks, discussing Jalen Brunson. Then I want to ask you a question about the officials. Here's Tom Thibodeau on Jalen Brunson.
He's getting fouled. 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 He's getting fouled.
No, we didn't play that on the loop. That's Tom Thibodeau for 7 straight seconds. But there is a lot of, and we watched the games, and even in that first quarter the other night against Dallas, it was murky. Steph got hacked a couple times. There's been a lot of talk about the officiating all season long. There's a transition there. What can we do to rectify this for next season? Because every game I watch in the NBA seems to be like last night. There was 3 guys from the New Orleans Pelicans kicked out of the game with 7 seconds left. It was over, and Antonio Daniels went crazy on the broadcast. So what is going on with the dialogue between the officiating and the players and the coaches?
Well, first of all, they have a really difficult job. I mean, it's a brutal job, especially today with social media and also with all the camera angles, with replay. There's a lot of pressure on the officials to get it right, and then on the flip side for the players, this is an incredibly passionate, intense profession. Jobs are on the line. There's so much pressure on everybody. So, there's always been this dynamic of some contentious times between players and officials. So this isn't new. I think what's happening is we're really the league. I think we're searching for the happy medium. Between let's not call the BS fouls, the ones where players are just trying to foul bait and manipulate the game, but let's also have the free-flowing play that makes these guys so entertaining to watch. And it's just been an interesting season in that regard, because for the first few months, there were so many fouls and so many little ticky-tack calls, and a lot of people complaining. I was probably at the forefront, just when players are just baiting refs into fouls, it's not a great look. So I love that the league has shifted, and they're not calling those nearly as often, and which is great. It's made for a much better game. But I do think there's a happy medium. I think there's a lot of physical play that's happening now that is going uncalled, and so it's I think the league as a whole, we need to find that balance, and it probably is an off-season thing where we all get on the same page, because we want the game to be as entertaining as possible for our fans, and it is a beautiful game. We got so many amazing athletes, and I know how hard the officials work. I know how hard the league works on all of this stuff, but it's a constant effort. Things change, periodically, and you just have to adapt and adjust, and the league has always done a really good job of that.
Yeah, I'm looking at the team right now, Steve, and the young guys have just made so many great contributions this year. Podziemski has just been, a revelation, and Trace Jackson-Davis has been awesome. Moody has been ready to go anytime his number is called. Clearly, J.K. has taken a step forward. What's the most surprising part of the young guys this year? Like, is it their readiness, their maturity, how much they've helped you guys win games this year? It just feels like I don't think you'd be in the position you're in without these young guys right now.
Well, I think the most surprising thing really is that Podziemski and Trace have made an impact in their rookie years. It's really hard to impact games and help win games as a rookie. It usually takes guys 2 or 3 years to really get going in their careers. I asked Steph and Draymond, when they really felt like they were impacting winning in the NBA, and they said 3 or 4 years before they felt like they could really determine the outcome of a game, and so it takes time. And so the fact that both Trace and Brandon, as true rookies, are helping us win games is really amazing. I expected Moody and Kuminga to do what they're doing here now in their third years, because this is more the natural sort of timing of it, where you have a much better sense of where you are in the league and what you need to work on, all that stuff. And they've both really emerged. But bottom line for us is, as an organization, we're just pleased that all of those guys are really impacting the games and playing well together and being, great teammates and really emerging. And it bodes well for our future.
Yeah, and that's well said. It's not easy joining the championship core and playing at this level here, trying to help them get to the playoffs. The rookies have exceeded expectations, no doubt about that. I was going to ask you about books because we talked in before the season. Shasky, I remember asked you, do you read any books and do you go paperback? And I'm guessing that you probably don't have a lot of time to read books during an NBA season. But I did want to play this for you because I know a couple of weeks ago, Tari Eason was talking about the Warriors. Hey, Warriors, come out and play, and the fellas played it for you. Well, here's Draymond Green. Hey, it's a little clip here, and I want you to rate this saying, because you know about the Warriors come out and play. Now, that was terrible, but listen to Draymond Green here.
The Rockets coming out to play.
What would you give that there? This is good for the league. It's fun, but it's just hilarious. We can't get enough of that drop.
Well, Draymond, he's not going to let anything go. And I think it's all good stuff. Yep. Anything like that. I heard the Tari Eason clip. It's all fun, man. We're lucky to be in professional sports, and our fans are enjoying the back and forth. So all good stuff.
I'm expecting Dylan Brooks to be ready for this matchup, Coach.
Boy. Oh,
I mean, you know how he gets.
Yeah, he'll be out there for sure. He'll be ready to go, and he's been a big addition for Houston, and he always enjoys playing against us. So it'll be a fun game tonight.
We always enjoy talking to you, Coach. Thanks for getting up this morning. Good luck today. Good luck tomorrow for this Texas two-step against the Rockets and the Mavericks. We appreciate the time today, Coach. Good luck tonight.
All right, fellas. Thanks for having me.
Anytime. Head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Curry, reacted to that on the other side. But first, we got to get to the injury report. All right, GP2, Gary Payton II is being listed as questionable for tonight's game between the Warriors and the Rockets due to left ankle soreness. They can use him against Jalen Green, Fred VanVleet as well. He's having a nice season down at H-Town. He could be a game-time decision to play tonight. And J.K. still listed on the Warriors injury report, but Steve just said that J.K. is looking better and better, but he has to figure out what role he's going to play tonight if he does play against the Rockets. All right. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. I see some of your calls on the board. We'll take your calls. We got Dave Fleming coming up at 8:30. Tim Flannery, 9:20. A lot going down here on the roast on a Thursday morning. We'll be back.
Want more speed? Well, Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. It's time to get
2027 seasons with the option to play in Sacramento in 2028. The news kind of broke yesterday, but it is official. The A's sent out a release. John Fisher, who doesn't want to show his face, who doesn't want to talk publicly, he wants to edit interviews. He just basically announced it. They released a statement there. Spinoni, do you have it in your phone? I want you to read this here because I know you have it. I don't see it here on my phone. But the A's basically going to Sacramento starting next season. They're going to play at Sutter Park, 10,000 fans, get about 14,000 fans with all the grass or whatnot. So Sacramento will be getting pro baseball for a couple seasons.
All right, so I got the statement from A's owner and managing partner John Fisher. Quote, "We explored several locations for a temporary home, including the Oakland Coliseum. Even with the long-standing relationship and good intentions on all sides in the negotiations with Oakland, the conditions to achieve an agreement seemed out of reach. We understand the disappointment this news brings to our fans, as this season marks our final one in Oakland. Throughout the season, we will honor and celebrate our time in Oakland, and we will share additional details soon. We extend our appreciation to the Kings and the city of West Sacramento and look forward to making Sutter Health Park our home until our new ballpark opens in Las Vegas."
It's just so sad. I feel, so sick for A's fans. I really do. You don't deserve this. And just know, A's fans, it's not your fault. It is not your fault.
Not even close to their fault.
You did everything you could to keep that team in Oakland, California. The rich history in Oakland, California. With all the players that's come through this city, through the city of Oakland, all the players who've played for the Oakland A's, the great players, the championship teams, the great managers, the great fans. It just stinks. It really, really, I don't even know. I don't have any way of putting it. As I got to know A's fans through my time here at 95.7 The Game, I had a great time going into their games. I had a great time meeting A's fans. I have a great time talking to A's fans because they know the game of baseball. They appreciate the game of baseball. For them to have to watch this product over the last few years at that stadium that is decrepit, that is just an absolute dump, and have an owner who doesn't give one iota about you. It just stinks. I don't know what it's like to lose a team. I don't. I hope I never have that feeling. The city of Oakland's lost two teams, the Raiders and the A's. It sucks, Jasky. It really does.
I know we get labeled as San Franciscans and you don't care about the East Bay or whatever. Like, I've said this over and over and over again, and I'll continue to say this. When I grew up playing baseball, everybody on my team at St. Mary's Park, our favorite players were A's. Dave Stewart. I was a Giants fan, don't get me wrong. But, they had the better players. Dave Stewart, Eckersley, okay? Iconic pitchers, okay? Jose Canseco, Mark McGuire, Ricky Henderson.
Wow.
I mean, you're talking about some of the most charismatic guys of the 80s.
I've gotten to know Stu since my time at NBC Sports Bay Area. We talk boxing more than we talk baseball, and just listening to Stu and hearing Stu, and he's sick to his stomach. Think about Brody Brazil and Stu and how they have to cover his team. Carlos Ramirez, who's now on A's pre and post. It's been a nightmare trying to cover that team. Dallas Braden trying to call games and tiptoe around what's happening with the Oakland A's.
And I think about, I did a lot of travel ball this last summer. And, you see a lot of teams in the North Bay. You see a lot of teams in the South Bay. Went up and down the coast. And there's a couple of East Bay programs. And, I look around the bigs and our adult watching lifetime. Jimmy Rollins, CC Sabathia. Bip Roberts. Obviously, Frank Robinson going way, way back. The East Bay has an unbelievably rich history. As you watch Simeon win the World Series this year.
Wow.
From Oakland and went to Cal. A rich, deep-rooted history with baseball. And some of the great, flamboyant, amazing players of all time. Ricky Henderson coming out of that area. What that team meant to those guys. It sucks. It absolutely sucks. And the part that is the most frustrating to see, just as a fan of baseball, me, as a fan of baseball, as I'm going to go take my son to a Giants game, his first Giants game, as I'm reflecting on my dad passing, who took me to Giants games when the Giants were the also-ran and the A's were the top dog. We would go out to Candlestick, me and my dad, because the Giants had 2,000 people on a Wednesday day game. Right. And we would go out and sit in the family pavilion. And I think about young Benny and my buddy Joey Spadoni, who I'm looking across the glass, and to be able to go to a game with his son, to pass on the team that he grew up rooting for, the Oakland A's, to his kid, it's deeper than just did the team win or lose.
Right.
When you're passing the love, a lifelong passion to the team, like over to your kid, and you want to share those experiences and those memories. And now I'm seeing my buddy Kyle Madsen, Spadoni, Evan Giddings. They won't be able to do that with their families. No. And it's not because it's not feasible in Oakland. It's because the owner deliberately set this up.
Sabotage the team.
And didn't for a decade deal in good faith. He had one foot out the door for an entire decade. You want to blame politicians? I think that's a fool's errand. You want to blame the fans? Well, you're wrong. This is ownership at its worst. And name me a team in pro sports in America, in pro sports. Pick any of the big teams. Name me a worse run team from the front office, from the ownership down.
I've never seen one. I thought the Clippers with Donald Sterling was one of the worst run organizations. I thought the Chris Cohen-led Warriors was pretty damn bad. You know, this is as bad as it gets. I mean, this is a, you know, we always talk about the Major League movie, and we love the Major Leagues movie, 1 and 2.
This is worse.
This is worse.
At least they had Roger Dorn. Right. They had Roger Dorn on a contract.
And Wesley Snipes.
The A's haven't spent the contract since Eric Chavez.
Right. Willie Mays Hayes and Wild Thing and all those guys. They signed Parker and they trade him. But anyway, I'm not trying to make fun of this situation or make light of it, but it's just sad. And I know Sacramento, I wonder how Sacramento's going to accept this team and the fan base they have up there. I don't know if they have A's fans because the River Cats used to be an A's affiliate. It's been a Giants affiliate now for some time. I just. Well,
here's the part that I would say, you know, I think there's a lot of people to be mad at, and people are mad at Sacramento for whatever. Sacramento's going to do what Sacramento needs to do for themselves. Right. And you know, I get transitive property being angry at them, but like really your anger should be directed at the owner. Yeah. And we could blame the current mayor and politicians. Politicians are doing things for themselves, and it's not their civic duty to subsidize these giant companies. And I say the same thing about San Francisco. I walked in here, I was angry as hell, and they were talking about like, you know, well, you know, the city doesn't do anything to help the A's. I don't want San Francisco subsidizing Twitter. They've been here a decade. What has Twitter, the billionaire company, done for the community of San Francisco? Nothing. Yeah. So I am not here saying that we need to give subsidies and handouts to any corporation, be it sports or non-sports. It goes down to ownership, and they let the stewardship of the community down every single way.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
Every single way.
What a beautiful ballpark it used to be, and now
they're the crown jewel of baseball.
And now we're gonna have one last season of baseball in Oakland. And you saw what opening day looked like. You saw what the fans look like. You see what the team looks like. Just a tough spot to be in. Tough spot to be in. All right.
And shame on Major League Baseball for allowing it to happen.
Yeah, no, they did. They did allow it
and enabling it the entire way.
They did allow it to happen. They did. We just had Steve Kerr on for 25 minutes.
Sorry, it just really makes me angry.
No, it doesn't make me angry. It just makes me sad. I'm thinking about the fans. Thinking about the fans.
Well, you know why? B? Because we were very lucky. The Giants were literally in the same situation.
Yeah, they were in St. Petersburg. They're going to Tampa. They were going to be in Tampa.
You know,
St. Petersburg.
And the A's granted them certain territorial rights to be good stewards of the game.
Yep.
Right. And look, the Giants, in a way, like I understand the business aspect of it, but there's like a greater good theory that I believe in, and in an indirect and direct way, the Giants are part of the reason why the A's are leaving.
Yep. Well,
for not granting them any San Jose rights, and it's very detailed
I know we've gone back and forth about this, but when I see two-team markets and I see attendance numbers, maybe I'm stubborn, but you can't tell me this couldn't have worked in the Bay Area.
Had they wanted to, they would.
This could be a two-baseball market, a two-team market when it comes to baseball and the NFL. And I loved it. Like every week, think about it, whether it's baseball or football, every week the Bay Area had an opportunity to watch professional sports in their own backyard. Whether the Niners are on the road or the Raiders.
Yep.
You had an opportunity to watch professional sports in this market every single week, whether it's baseball or football. And now, you know, I got a lot of family in Oakland. I got a lot of folks out there in Oakland who love their A's, who love their Raiders. And I know the Warriors moved across the Bay, but, you know, there's a lot of people. I talked to Mr. Fab about it. He goes, dude, the Warriors had to go to San Francisco because of the business opportunities and the value and everything like that. And they're still in the Bay Area. And credit to the Warriors They do a lot of things in Oakland, California. The Rakuten Performance Center is still there, and they're still holding academies for everybody out there in the East Bay. So they're still part of everything happening with the Golden State Warriors. The Rays are just up and leaving. The Raiders just up and left. They said, "The hell with Oakland, the hell with California. We're gone," and they're not looking back. And now you're gonna go try to hide in Sacramento. You're going to really go up to Sacramento and try to hide at a minor league baseball park? It's a joke.
I want to peel the onion back a little, and the boss might get mad at me for doing this, and that's his prerogative. I did a lot of post-game shows, not like I did it for 10 years, but I did them when I first got into the business, doing post-game shows with Townie on the A's games. And I know when you joined this station, we were an A's station.
We was an A's and Raiders station.
Exactly.
I was in the building when the A's took their equipment out of our studios. I was in the building. And
it was one of the most
good.
classless things you could do.
And they sent out a tweet saying, "It's not us, it's you." And it was like, no, it's not us. We did everything to promote your game.
Trust me.
Your ratings sucked because the owner didn't put enough infrastructure or put enough resources into the team. We would talk A's, and it almost put us out of business. It almost put the station out of business. Those are the facts. Those are the facts.
You're 100% right.
And they used to preempt our shows in the afternoons.
But it's not because of the fans. It's because of the owner.
It's because of the owner
exactly.
and the organization. The fans wanted it. And we tried, man, when they played that playoff game at Yankee Stadium, when they had those games
insane.
And they're making runs. I remember when Jarrell Cotton, what's his name? Jarrell Cotton. Remember him?
Oh, yeah.
He had that game in Kansas City to start the season. And I remember Papa and I talking about Cotton. We were like, this is a young Pedro Martinez. We were stoked. We did an entire show.
Not a young Pedro, but keep going.
No, but I was staying up, watching A's games and watching Giants games. I still watch A's games from time to time because of fantasy reasons and pride picks. But other than that, it's just like they've made their product unwatchable.
There was a time where I knew more about Jesus Luzardo than any guy in the Giants farm system. You know, because that's what we did. Remember those shows?
Yeah.
Remember those? Like, he could be the next Johan Santana. Like, it's just what the thing that bugs me more than anything is if you look at the history of the organization, they're one of the most decorated, until the last 15 years, they're one of the most decorated sports teams in America. Think of it. They've won championships in every single era until recently, until this recent owner. And if you were to put together, if you just an all-time franchise team, the all-time A's team, Reggie Jackson, Raleigh Fingers, Catfish Hunter, Dave Stewart, Vida Blue,
Bob Welch,
Mark McGuire, Jose Canseco.
The big three, Mark Mulder, Tim Hudson. Who's my other guy? Mark Mulder, Tim Hudson, Barry Zito.
I mean, Tejada at one point, Giambi. You're looking at a who's who of some of the greatest players to ever play the game. And it's just what they've devolved into is one of the saddest things I've seen. There is no brand that has been more run into the ground. I don't care if we're talking retail or sports, whatever. There is no brand that has been run into the ground worse than this brand.
No, there's no doubt about that. I 100% agree. Let's go to the lines.
Uniforms.
Eugene in Oakland. What's happening? You're on the roast. Or Uncle Gene. Or Eugene in Oakland. What's happening?
Okay, I'm doing good, but what I like to say, Bonte, I enjoy you guys every day.
Thank you.
Major League Baseball destroyed Oakland. The owners in Major League Baseball should have got rid of him long time ago, just like Major League Football. You see what they did? Tough, good organization. Got rid of a clown. Okay, basketball, the same way. Got rid of the clown. Major League Baseball is no good. They let a storied franchise go down the drain. They've been trying to get out of Oakland for years. I mean, they tried. The fans, okay, ever since the Haas family bought the team, these other owners have been trying to get out of Oakland, not keeping the players and doing all this for years.
Yeah.
See, and so it's not the fans' fault. They've been trying to leave like that. The Haas family was a great owners. You see how the A's draw when the Haas family had them?
Mm-hmm.
And you see the tailgates. That's one of the best places in the country to have a tailgate.
I agree.
I worked for a company, Safeway, for many years. I'm the baker.
Oh, yeah.
Journeyman baker, retired. And you know what? We used to bake thousands of buns, and they would have one of the best tailgates. They had semi-trailers out there with Coca-Cola and ice cream trucks, and they had people might remember this. They had tables out there, man. I mean, That's one of the best places in the country to have a tailgate. People would come there for even for the Raiders games.
Mm-hmm.
They would come out there and celebrate and just have a good time. It's the best place in the country. But, hey, what goes around comes around. They won't be successful. And every A's fan should not go from this point on, even in Sacramento. And Sacramento should boycott him, too. They shouldn't support a clown like that.
No,
punish him. Major League Baseball didn't want to do it, but they should punish him.
Call more often.
Great call, Eugene.
Yeah, please
Excellent
call more
call.
often.
I got a question for you because I'm seeing it on our YouTube chat
What's that?
in the Xfinity mobile text line. We know about the territorial rights the Giants own in San Jose, which kind of blocked the A's from going down to San Jose. How much blame do you put on the Giants for this move?
Well, they absolutely have some culpability. Like, think of it this way, right? If you there are certain zones, right, in business. There are certain corridors that are business oriented. If I owned a Starbucks, right, depending on the zone of where I'm at in San Francisco, it might not be because they want to mix up the different types of retail that there are. You might try to block a Pete's Coffee from moving in across the street. Now, there are some corridors in the city where that doesn't apply to. In this situation, here's where it gets tricky. The Giants, and I learned this watching the Willie Mays doc, the Giants were the '1 in baseball attendance team at home and on the road in the 1960s.
Yep, that was fascinating to see in that documentary. Fascinating.
And then in the 68, when they moved here, the Oakland A's, who was the #1 draw in baseball in the 70s? The A's. I couldn't believe it. They took all the Giants fans. Well, they were the better team, and they were winning
championships.
Exactly, and so they always outdrew the Giants from the second they got here, because a lot of fans do live in the East Bay.
Yep.
Think of how much money there is currently right now in the East Bay in just going up 24, where you go through that corridor, Lafayette, Concord, Walnut Creek,
Livermore, Pleasanton, you name it. It's
San
booming.
Ramon,
It's
where my buddy
starting to boom
Richie
out
lives.
there. Yeah, no doubt.
And you're talking, and then just the hotbed of Berkeley, Alameda, Oakland, San Leandro, San Lorenzo. You are talking about a huge footprint that they were drawing from.
Right.
So my point is this: when the Giants were going to leave, the Haas family said, no, we will grant you an opportunity to try to build a stadium in Santa Clara. And the Giants were going to try to build in the 80s, because they tried to leave to go to Toronto in the 70s because of what I said. They were going to leave in 1977 to go to Toronto, the Giants, that is. And then they expanded instead of going there. The Giants tried to build a dome stadium in the city. It got rejected. They tried in the 80s to build a stadium in Santa Clara, and that's when the Haas family granted them South Bay rights, not knowing that the tech boom would turn San Jose into the largest city in all of California, because that's what it is right now. And it is. Oh my God! I mean, San Jose. If you're buying stock in the city, San Jose is the city.
San Jose with the Bay FC team.
Exactly,
you got the Earthquakes, you got the Sharks. It's booming.
Try buying real estate down there.
So yeah, the Giants do have a hand in this.
Being is,
but I understand the Giants' business point of it. They're like, well, we got the rights. Why would we give it back to you? So I get that.
But when they got those rights, no one knew San Jose would grow into what it has grown into. And then Oakland tried to build in San Jose, and the Giants were like, not so fast. And the reason why baseball, and we could argue about this, the reason why baseball went with the Giants is because they did this to the Washington Nationals and the Baltimore Orioles, and they've been fighting for 20 years since the Nationals have been there over television, tickets, and both teams are pointing at the other saying, we can't make it work because you're taking our revenue.
It's unbelievable.
So they don't want to have a similar situation. And let's call it what it is. Larry Baer at the time was very influential in Major League Baseball and was going to be on a short list of guys who would be the commissioner.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be a commissioner. I really did.
So the other part of this is this, and I believe this to my core. The owners fly into Oakland, and they look around, and they're like, I don't want to fly into Oakland. This is why the NFL, I'm telling you, I don't agree with this, but this is what I think. And they go to that stadium, and it's in a poor part of town. And they're like, I don't want to be here. These owners want to fly into Vegas.
Well, teams that used to play the A's, and even when teams played the Warriors, they would stay in San Francisco.
Exactly.
They wouldn't stay in Oakland because of the hotels, and there weren't many options out there.
And it's not fair.
It's not fair. But
and it's not a representation of the community.
And I know the A's wanted to move on the water, but I was like, hell, just build right there the Coliseum site. You got BART right there. You got the freeways. It's the ingress, egress is perfect out there. I never had a hard time getting out of there at Oracle Arena or for an A's game. You could have built around there condos, businesses. You could have boomed that. You could have just uprooted that entire community. So I just think, let's get to the call.
Where the Giants were built, You and I grew up there.
Right.
We used to drink 40s, and my buddies would be tagging in the Caltrain tunnels. There was a bunch of homeless people, but now it's totally redeveloped.
No doubt. Let's try to tap some of these calls here because we do have Fleming coming up, and I want to ask Fleming about this move here and what he thinks about it, as well as the Giants. But let's go right down the list here. Casey Modesto, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey guys, how you doing this morning? Long-time listener. I just want to say lots of respect for you guys, throwing all the love towards Oakland this morning because, we don't get a lot of good news out here anymore as far as the A's go. But yeah, just want to say one thing that this is very reminiscent of is for all of us that love that movie Major League, it's where the A's have turned into a worse case of the Cleveland Indians, except for your intake guy made a good point. It's like, except for we're just not letting go of, we're just releasing all our players. We're just offloading everybody at this point. And then the move to Vegas, it's one of those where it definitely looks like it's, profit over players. Because to me, it's like you're not putting any money in towards your players or anything like that. It's like you're just building a stadium just for revenue for, in Las Vegas. You're going to get concerts, you're going to get all that stuff. But put the money back into our players. Like, it's hard seeing that stuff leave, especially after I'm a 49ers fan, but even just seeing the Raiders leave for all my friends that are, Raiders fans, it's a hard thing to lose all that in the city.
Yeah, no doubt. Good call, Casey. Let's go to 49er Tone in San Jose. 49er Tone. What up, Tone?
Hey, what's going on, brothers, man? Long time. I'm always listening every day.
Thank you.
Hey, brother, man, I appreciate it. And Shasky, man, my condolences to you. I haven't talked to you since the news. So,
I mean that.
Hey, brother, much love to you, man.
You too.
But this is very heartbreaking, brothers. You know me, man. Not only a 49er season ticket holder, but I used to be an A's season ticket holder too, and I had to give up my season tickets, man, because of this ownership. It's heartbreaking news, brothers. I don't know how to feel right now, man. I know that it was coming, and we knew it, but, since it's set in reality, it's hurtful, man. Everybody talks about selling the player, getting rid of the players and this and that. Yeah, we didn't. I mean, our biggest contract was Eric Chavez, right? And that was how long ago? Almost 20 years ago, right? But, the way they treated us as the fans, my 8 season tickets for 24 game pack is more than my 49er tickets were. How? Even though I was in the nosebleeds, but it was more. I had to get rid of it because they got rid of Chapman. They got rid of Olsen. I mean, this has been going on for years. They cut down the tailgating at the Coliseum. They shove it to the fans. They always do. They never treated us with respect. And because of our loyalty, we always were there. Small crowds, that's fine. But the loyal crew was always there, and this is how they repay us. This is a 2-team market, and this should have been, we should have had 2 waterfront ballparks. But you know what? I will say this, though. Vegas, you got what you wanted. You got what you wanted. You got an owner who will not put money into the team, and you will see. The A's will be a afterthought in Vegas, and I really hope they fail in Sacramento. But I just, man, there's just so much emotions right now, man. With the way they treated us over the years, I just, brother, this hurtful, man.
Have a great day, man.
I feel your pain. Bro. I can feel your pain through the airways. 49er Tone. I feel your pain, and I feel everybody from Oakland, man. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today, and you can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code on both pages. The Xfinity Bubble text line. I see all your texts coming through. We feel for you A's fans, and shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call into the roast, better bring in tonight. I hear a lot of A's fans bring there right now, so I don't know how much flushing will be going on today. But if you don't
flushing
bring
John Fisher, so we're flushing today.
There you go, flush him. There you go. Flush him like Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain.
Not Sacramento. Vivek, actually, I might.
Yeah, Vivek right on Vivek. A little it's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromise. We're going to get to everybody after Dave Fleming. We'll get to Dave Fleming. We'll have him on for about 10 minutes, get his thoughts on this move, quick Giants pop, and then we'll get back to the Lions here. And then also we'll react to what's going on with the Golden State Warriors here. Jonathan Kuminga. Steve Kerr did mention, I got to figure out how to get him back into this rotation here. Will he start? Will he come off the bench? And what does that mean if he doesn't start? What does that do to his mentals? That's all coming up here on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. like, and subscribe.
All right, we are back. Before we get to Fleming, let's squeeze in some calls. The breaking news here is the A's are going to be playing in Sacramento from 2025 through 2027 with an option year 2028. And who knows if they get that stadium in Las Vegas. Let's go to our boy J-Dub, Jordan in Union City. What's happening, Jordan? You on the roast, baby. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good, man. Good. I feel for A's fans, though, Jordan, and I know you do, too.
Absolutely, I do. It's an absolute travesty, and I'll try to keep this as quick as possible. I know what it's like to lose the team. I mean, y'all remember the Atlanta Thrashers?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so, they were in a similar situation. At that time, we had this group, the Atlanta Spirit Group. They owned both the Hawks and the Thrashers. And it was basically like they decided they were going to make a decision. Who are we going to invest in? Who aren't we? And they picked the Hawks, and they still did a terrible job owning them, too. But basically, people stopped showing up. The Thrashers made one playoff, and they got swept by the Rangers in the first round anyway. So they sold the team, right? They moved it to Winnipeg, blamed the fans for fans not showing up. We've heard this story before, right? But here's the kicker. Now there are the rumors about Winnipeg. They might have to relocate, too, because they're not drawing well. Well, while that's going on, guess what city is actually potentially building a new arena for a hockey team to try to come through? Atlanta. And so what I would say for Oakland fans, too, with that is, whatever it's the Oakland Roots or whatever, local team is around there, find a way to support it as best as you can. Show people, to continue to show these people with the pockets, it wasn't you. Like, we all know it wasn't you.
Right.
And that's what we did, with Atlanta United. I know it's MLS, but a lot of people said, that's not going to work in the South. It's not going to happen. Well, guess what? Atlanta United, a lot of times you want to look at attendance numbers, they outdraw Man United. They outdraw Chelsea. Like, you look at some of those big Premier League teams.
Wow.
They're outdrawing them.
Yeah.
And so I don't think that they would build infrastructure for potentially a new hockey team back in Atlanta if people didn't see that and realize, you know what? Maybe it really wasn't them after all. Maybe this thing in the South could work. Now, of course, there were the Predators and Hurricanes and Lightning that all have had success, too. That helps with that. But at least for Atlanta itself, no, we showed up for some other things that people said wouldn't work. And I think that's what happens. And so I hope that's what works for Oakland, too. I really do.
All right, Jordan. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. We all are sad for A's fans, and I'm sure Flem is as well. One of the many great voices of the San Francisco Giants. I know the Masters is coming up next week, and Flem will be out there at Augusta, Georgia, I believe, and also college basketball. And there's so much we want to get to here, Flem. Let's start with the breaking news here, and we'll get down to the Giants at Dodger Stadium getting swept, but I do feel optimistic about the first 7 games. There's a lot to like. There's some things that I'm questioning here, but just the breaking news of the A's playing their last season in Oakland, California. You're a baseball historian. You know about the rich history in Oakland, California. Kipe's brother called A's games for many, many years. What's your feeling right now about just the situation in Oakland, California with the A's moving up to Sacramento for a few seasons?
Well, look, I am sad, but today's news doesn't make me more sad. Yeah. It's been a mess here for a while. So I think everybody knew they were leaving, whether it's this year. I guess, people are going to have to start making their goodbyes sooner than they expected. But I think everybody who cares about the A's knew this was coming, and that is too bad. Because I was listening to you guys. It's not just I always feel terrible for a fan base that loses a team. It's not just the A's players. It's also the history of baseball in that town. I mean, Oakland has produced as many great players as any place in America. And look, I'm hoping that, just selfishly as somebody who cares about the game, I'm hoping that the Giants fill that void. Hey, we still have a big league team in the Bay Area, and kids grow up there and can be Giants fans and watch the Giants. But if I were the commissioner this morning, that's one thing I'd be thinking about, is like the hometown of Frank Robinson and Ricky Henderson, and I mean, you could rattle off a dozen more all-time great players, is going to be without a team, and that does make me sad.
Yeah, I know. There's no easy way to transition to the actual Giants right now, but I'm going to try to do it with you, Dave, because I want to squeeze some good Giants stuff.
Look, I agree with you, but I think the way to transition is just. I mean, I think that the diehard A's fans, they're probably a little stunned this morning, but like this doesn't change anything for them. They were already feeling.
That's true.
That's true.
That's a good point.
No doubt.
That's a good point, Dave.
No doubt.
That's a good point.
It's just the reality of the situation. Now it's official, you know?
Yeah, it is. It's a little cold-hearted.
You know, the game is very interesting, baseball. We complicate it at times, but at the end of the day, it's like, throw strikes, get ahead early in counts. I mean, whether it's Little League or the big leagues. And I think Harrison last night is a great example. Logan Webb the day before, just falling behind a little in counts and having to go in on some of these really elite hitters right now. What's your overall feel of the rotation a couple of times through?
I think the rotation has been not only just fine. I think it's been good. Webb, obviously, that was not a good Webb start. But assuming, I think all of us can agree that Logan's going to be fine. He looked good in the opener. Stuff looked good. It didn't look as good. He just didn't have command a couple nights ago. So I'm not worried about Logan. Otherwise, like Jordan Hicks was spectacular. Yeah. Kyle, lots of positives from his two starts. Going into that ballpark right now against that lineup, if you're not just finely tuned, you're going to get eaten alive. Like, that's just how it is. And Kyle's going to he's going to have a good year. Like, I think I'm really encouraged by him. And Snell's on his way back. And I think the rotation is in a good spot. Keaton Wynn, I thought, looked great. Again, the numbers don't totally reflect that when you face that team right now, but the starting pitching, I think, is going to be a big-time strength of this team.
Yeah, I'm with you here. Jordan Hicks, I told Shasky after watching Jordan Hicks, he threw a 97 backdoor sink on the black against the Padres, and I got Jason Smith vibes. I don't know why. I just thought Jason Smith, St. Louis Cardinals, NLCS, where Smith was just shoving in St. Louis. Who does Jordan Hicks remind you of, Flem?
Well, to me, watching him the other day, it was like Logan Webb plus 5 miles an hour. Like, because he had the splitter was acting like a changeup. I mean, that's basically what it is. And the slider was just nasty. Yeah. So that's 3 weapons, all moving in different directions, just amped up higher velocity. I was I was really impressed by him. And there's the huge question about the durability and making this transition. Can he last the year? Can he do that week after week? Those are big questions. We don't know the answers to that. If he can, my goodness, he's got a chance to be one of those wow, that's best stuff in the game kind of starting pitcher.
You're talking about being impressed. I'm impressed with Jung Hoo Lee. I know it's early, and the numbers haven't even been that great. I'm eyeball test guy. The way he approaches at bats, hitting with 2 strikes, putting the ball in play. He doesn't swing and miss a lot. I think he's really good defensively. I think they've got a legitimate player, and he is a throwback leadoff guy. I love the Jung Hoo Lee signing, and there's got to be, he's going to play better. What are your thoughts on him for the first week or so of the Bigs?
I don't want to oversell it, but I think the Giants hit the jackpot with this guy. I do. I think he's going to be a great Giants player for a long time. Maybe the lack of power caps the the ceiling if you're trying to be a scout. Okay, maybe this guy can't be a top 5 player in the game if you're not going to have, a little more power, although he's got more power than I thought he had. I mean, he hits the ball hard. He has already hit a home run. He's just missed, I think, 2 others. Total past the eyeball test so far. Absolutely looks like he belongs, looks the part, not overwhelmed. Outstanding defense in center field, great jumps and reads. They're already a way better defensive team out there because of him. And I do think the at-bats are going to get better and better. Last night was the first time. So we're, 7 games in, having faced Darvish and Cease and Musgrove and others. And that's the first time where Glasnow, in those first couple at-bats, I thought Lee was like, oh, okay. And Jung Hoo Lee was not the only guy who was having that reaction, by the way, but that's the first guy in the first week where I thought it looked like, okay, I need to see this a couple times before I can handle that. Everybody else, even all those big names, he's looked like, yeah, I got this. I I think he's going to be really, really good. I'm so excited. I also think he's just fun to watch.
Yep.
He's a really fun player to watch. Giants fans are gonna fall in love with this guy.
Talking to Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Couple more for you, Fleming. And look, Conforto's been fun to watch to start the season. He's on fire. He fooled us all. The Cooley Kipe on that call after Soler hit one 452 feet to center. And he's going to be fun to watch. He mashed that ball. I can't recall the last time a Giant hit one that far.
I trust StatCast, by the way, but that thing was 590.
that thing was smoked, man. It was like, wow. But there are fans. And look, I always preach patience when it comes to baseball. There's 162. We're 7 games in. But there are a lot of fans who are running out of patience with Gaz and Slater. Yastrzemski's struggling to start. Slater's struggling to start. How much patience do you believe this organization will have with those two players there, where a lot of fans want to see guys like Matos? They want to see guys like Luciano. They want to see guys get a chance to play. What would you say to that, Flem?
I would say there's probably patience on the side of the Giants, but not a tremendous amount of patience. I do think there's an urgency, and I think that a lot of that is coming from the manager. The manager is a very serious baseball guy. Like I knew Bob before this, but I'm getting to know him better now. And he's one of those guys where, and I mean this is not a criticism, this is a compliment, but Bob is like, how are we going to win this game today? That is my job. That is our task as a franchise, period. And Bob is ultra competitive, and there is not a long-term view kind of thing going on. It's how can we be the best team we can be today? And so, I do believe that struggles for even just a few weeks are going to be enough to get his attention from whether it's the guys you're talking about or anybody. Right. I think he's going to have some urgency with the way he wants to manage this roster. Not that he's in charge of the roster, but so anyway, that's kind of a rambling answer to say there's probably not going to be as much. It's probably not going to be as much patience this year with, if you have, if you don't have a good option, then you have all the patience in the world. But if Matos forces the issue, I heard he had a good game last night, although I got home at 3 a.m., so I didn't check the box score. But we
were just waking up, Flem.
He had a good game last night. Yeah.
I know, literally.
I could have waved to you on the street.
Yeah, seriously. Conforto's starting off red hot. He looks great. Conforto looks absolutely great, but I'm looking up the middle right now, and Thairo Estrada was really good for this team the last couple of years. He's gone off to a slow start. Don't love Fitzgerald as a backup at both spots up the middle right now. Is there anybody that in the system that might give him a jolt up the middle, or they're just going to wait on Estrada to kind of come around here? Because he was a big part of what I thought was going to be baked into the middle of this order this year, and I just haven't seen it thus far.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of patience with Thairo, okay. And I agree. The start of the year not good. He is in big time swing mode. Like he hadn't taken a walk, so at some point you got to show you're going to take a pitch that's out of the strike zone. Otherwise, you're never going to get a strike. And right now, he's not getting a lot of strikes, so he's got to calm that down. He's always going to be an aggressive hitter. His defense has been excellent. So I think, they are prioritizing that more than ever. And there isn't a natural person. Like Wilmer can play second base, but the consequences of deciding that he's going to play more, you do it once a week and maybe try to say let's not run Thairo into the ground. But yeah, it's a little bit of a concern. That was a big part of why they got swept in LA. Thairo did not have a hit. He did not get on base in 3 games. And Yastrzemski doesn't have a hit yet this year. So their depth, they believe they're deep. The depth didn't show these last few days. I think that'll get turned around. The shortstop position, that's the one where Luciano's just got to do it at AAA and force him to make the decision, because they will. Like Luciano's upside, this is no knock. Nick Ahmed's been excellent, and he's a really, really solid defensive shortstop. But it's not Nick Ahmed's fault. Marco Luciano can hit 30 home runs in the big leagues as a shortstop. So they will make that move if he's ready to go. But it's up to Marco to force him to do it.
Flynn, before last one for you here, the home openers tomorrow. And I was going to ask you, I know Josh, he's excited to be out there.
I'm bringing the little guy, Dave. His first game, I'm pumped.
He's fired up here. He's been talking about it for about 5 months now. I will wait for the crowd to dissipate just a little bit, but also have Warriors and Mavericks, so I really can't make it. But if I'm not mistaken, this is year 25 at Oracle Park, right?
What do you mean you can't make it? What time are you going over to the Chase Center tomorrow?
Well, the map. It's a road game. It's a road game.
The plan falls apart.
We're on the We're in the studio, and then we have this morning show. So I got to squeeze into that at some point, Flip. Right. It's kind of tough to go from 4 in the morning to 8 at night.
It's the morning BS. Way to call him out on it.
Trust me, I want to be out there, but it'll be a lot of fun. If I'm not mistaken, this is the 25th year at Oracle Park, correct?
Yep, 25th season. That's right.
What's your favorite memory, man? Because
don't say Kevin Elster.
No, don't say Kevin Elster, because it is remarkable to see this park. I remember Shasky and I driving around as kids. There was nothing down there, and to see that area just boom and blossom, and now you got this crown jewel, and it's held up. I mean, it looks just as beautiful as it did back in the year 2000. What's your fondest memory of the park itself? 25 years of Oracle Park. It's kind of crazy. These years have flown by.
Yeah, it looks as good as ever. I don't know if I can pick a favorite memory. I have so many good ones. We just had so many cool moments in that park. I don't know if I can pick a better one, but
give me your top 3.
I'll tell you what it's not, Dave. Jose Cruz Jr. dropping a ball in the right field wall, or on the right field side in the playoff game. It's not that.
That was in Miami.
I think it was in Miami.
Yeah, that was Game 3 in Miami.
I'm thinking of Dustin Moore. I'm thinking of Dustin Moore.
That may have been in San Diego.
This is like you on the couch here, man. We're talking about the greatest memories in this ballpark, and the first 2 words I hear are Kevin Elster and Jose Cruz Jr.
Hey, what's wrong with this guy?
Not Bonds, not Ishikawa, not Matt Cain's perfect game.
Flynn, make sure you tell security tomorrow not to let Shasky into the ballpark
Gregor
tomorrow.
Blanco
Just let
making a catch over his shoulder.
No, give us your top 3. Give top 3. Top 3.
Well, okay, I'll give you a couple. All right, the Blanco catch in the perfect game is like an all-timer for me. I thought it was so thrilling. The whole park. Everybody was pumped when he did it, but when Blanco made that catch, everybody there in that park was like, we're here to see something special tonight. And it built up over those last 2.5 innings, just to an incredible crescendo. So the Blanco catch always will be one of my favorites. I'll tell you, it's under the radar one. Angel Pagan had a walk-off inside the park.
Oh, I love that one.
Was it 4th of July weekend?
It was summertime. It was a sunny day. I don't remember if it was 4th of July. It was a Rockies. I think it was before the 4th of July.
I remember that. Flam was the best part about it. Running down, claiming him home. Flam was that whole play with him.
Such a great call.
Hey, and speaking of him, I believe we might see him tomorrow on opening day. I think there are going to be a few folks who are going to come back and participate, and I think he's going to be one of them. And look, I mean, the playoffs and the World Series, Pablo hitting his home runs against Verlander, people were just absolutely losing their minds. Scudero, incredible. One of my favorite plays in the history of that ballpark was the relay throw, Blanco to Scudero to Posey.
Oh yeah, that was good.
Game 2 against
Prince
the
Fielder.
Tigers.
Yep,
all-time great play. And again, like the place just went berserk. Yeah, a lot of good memories.
Great.
How about Game 1 against Lincecum against the Braves?
Oh, my
that
gosh,
environment was unreal.
And about as dominant as anybody's ever been in a playoff game. That was about the best stuff I think that anybody's ever had in a playoff game. It was real close. It's hard to beat that. And there was another game that
Roy Halladay threw a no-hitter that same day.
He did. That's right. And I think Lincecum was as dominant as or more than Halladay was. Like, that's how great Tim was that day. Remember the game against the Phillies? I think it was Game 3. Might have been Game 4 when we came back home.
Oh, it was Matt Cain game, Game 3. Day game.
Posey stole a base or took an extra base, and Juan Uribe knocked in a big run late. It was such a tense, well-played game. It was one of my favorite games of all time. I think the Giants won 5-4. I got to brush up on that one, but that was an incredible game.
All right, that was a lot of fun. We got some moments out of it. We got some good moments out of you, Flem. That was good. That was good stuff.
And then there was a Tuesday in no. Any day there is. I like going there. Every time I sit down in that place, I'm like, man, this is my office. What?
Unbelievable. That's hilarious.
I'll see you out there tomorrow, Dave.
Yeah, make sure you keep him out the park. He's bringing up Kevin Elster, man. And
I'll bring my best behavior. I'm with my wife
Jose
and the
Cruz Jr. Oh, my gosh. All right, Flem, have a good one, man. Enjoy your day off today.
Cody Bellinger. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Really fun memories.
Oh, my God.
do you want to go? Who was it? Who was my guy for the Mets? A long-time closer? Juan Franco? Yeah. Was it Julio Franco? We struck out Bonds and gave. Let me stop now.
John Franco.
Yeah, John Franco. John Franco, the lefty. Yeah. That was a questionable pitch. Anyway, Flem, enjoy your day off, man. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you, buddy.
One of the great days in this city is tomorrow, opening day. One of the great days of the year.
No doubt. All right, Flem, take care, man. I agree. 25 years of Oracle
What's your
Park,
favorite moment? I know we're going to get back out to the lines.
Oh, well, Kenny Lofton, David Bell, sending the Giants to the World Series. Benito Santiago's 3-run home run in Game 4, which gave the Giants a commanding 3-1 series lead against the Cardinals. Yeah. And then I remember that year in the World Series against the Angels, they honored the top 10 Major League Baseball players of all time. And Pete Rose, I think that was the first time he was back at a Major League park since being banned from baseball. And the reception he got there in that World Series game when the Angels were playing the Giants, it was fascinating. Just seeing the history of the game, top 10 players ever. They were all on the field, you know what I'm saying? And the monuments and the highlights, that to me was great.
So my favorite moment is very personal. I want you to Google this as I'm bringing it up. Don't tell me the score. I want to say it's August 31st.
Well, you were wrong about Dustin Moore. That was in San Diego, Petco
Was
Park.
it in San Diego?
Yeah,
Why did I think that was in?
Where he tore his knee
and
up.
He fell off the
that was Petco Park where they had the bullpens on the side.
August 31st, 2010. They had swung some trades that day, I believe. Giants, Dodgers. It's my bachelor party. I'm getting emotional because I'm thinking about my grandfather, my dad, my brother, all my cousins. We were all sitting down the third base line. Pat Burrell hit an 8th inning home run. I believe the Giants won 2-1. That's why I want you to bring this up. And Pat Burrell hit a late game home run, and they beat the Dodgers. And it's one of those family moments that I think about to this day. And it's one of the great, great moments of me ever going to a Giants game. My cousin Davon, Joey, his kid, and little Matt, my uncle Matt, the whole family, all the dudes, all my boys for my bachelor party. One of my favorite moments in that ballpark.
I know exactly what game you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that was...
Was that the trade deadline day?
I don't remember
August 31st?
I'm pulling it up right now. I don't remember the specific date, but I do remember because I was in LA on a family vacation at the time watching on TV, and I was just like one of those, like, when you're in LA and you see the Giants beat the Dodgers, it just feels a little bit sweeter.
Let's get the A's fans in here as you guys look that up. I do want to get back into this Kuminga thing. This Kuminga thing is juicy. Eric in San Francisco. Eric, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Oh, yes, I am here. Thank you so much. And it was a pleasure waiting on hold because I'm doing work, and I got to hear the talent of you guys as well.
Thank you.
So you're welcome. So I want to talk about the A's. I have some significant memories. I was in high school when the A's won 3 straight World Series championships, 72, 73, and 74, and that was one of the most remarkable sports times of my life. I mean, I got to go to the games during the season. I didn't go to any playoffs or World Series games, but I do remember when I was at Galileo High School, I wanted to watch the A's Tigers game so bad. I think it was 1972. I just cut class. I thought, who cares? I didn't get reprimanded, but I'm not sure why. But anyway,
first of all, Eric, I'm gonna let you slide with that comment that you went to Galileo High School. I went to Washington. You guys were our rivals. It was the game in the city.
It was.
Well, and I played on the Galileo High School golf team, and yes, Washington was a rival.
Yeah, no, great. I got a lot of friends at Galileo. Continue, Eric.
But also, I wanted to mention the 1989 Earthquake World Series. I was there, and my sister was in the stadium already. I was like walking in, and all of a sudden it hit, and I thought like those big light fixtures were going to come down because it was just nothing I've ever felt before. And then I asked my sister when I got there, are they going to still play the game? Because I had no idea the Bay Bridge had collapsed, and the marina was on fire. I mean, that was just, it took us 2.5 hours to get home because all the lights were out. It was just, you couldn't get on the freeway.
Yeah, that was, I'll never forget that.
In terms of the A's, I think that was one of the best major league teams ever
Yes.
to be in the World Series. If you look at their hitting and their pitching,
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Don't you think? I mean, the Bash brothers, they probably hadn't had steroids yet. At least I don't think so. But they were still powerful.
Well, the Red Sox were chanting steroids at them in the playoffs just prior to that. But let me close the loop on something. Great call. Dodgers-Giants, July 31st, not August 31st, the old deadline day. 2-1, Giants win. Wait till you see some of these lineups. And Burrell did hit a home run to go up in the 8th inning. Monte, listen to this lineup. You're going to laugh so hard. Scott Pasednik in left field for the Dodgers. Rafael Furcal, Matt Kemp, Casey Blake, James Loney, Russell Martin, Garen Anderson, Jamie Carroll, starting pitcher Chad Billingsley. Oh, my goodness.
He's a big boy. He was
Jonathan Broxton came in, and that's who he hit the home run off of. The Giants started with Andres Torres, Freddie Sanchez, Aubrey Huff, Buster Posey, Pat Burrell, Pablo Sandoval, Edgar Renteria, and Eli Whiteside in the squad.
I'm looking at this A's 89 team.
It's one of the greatest teams
Eli
ever.
Whiteside like he was
No, he was the silver-haired fox.
Eli Whiteside.
He was, at a moment in time, he was a decent backup catcher.
Wasn't bad.
The Mike Yastrzemski of backup catchers.
Well, Eric up there in Oakland brought up the A's in 89.
They're one of the best teams of all time.
Terry Steinbach, a catcher. Yep. Mark McGuire, 33 home runs. Tony Phillips at second base. Mike Gallego. I love Mike Gallego. Shortstop.
Yeah. Legend.
Cardi Ledsford at third base. Yeah, Ricky Henderson, 52 solo bases that season. Cardi Ledsford actually had 37.
They acquired him at the middle of the year, I believe, Ricky, that year.
Yep. Dave Henderson, Dave Parker, Stan Javier, former Giant. He was on that team.
Switch hitter for the
Walt
Giants.
Weiss, of course, played shortstop. Yeah, Jose Canseco. But the pitching staff, Dave Stewart. We know what he did in the playoffs. Bob Welch went 17-8 that season. Mike Moore, 19-11. Stu was 21-11. Storm Davis, 19-7. And then you get the Dennis Eckersley.
What about Rick? Was Rick Honeycutt on that team?
Rick Honeycutt was a reliever on that team, but 2.35 ERA.
Yeah, I remember he was good.
Dennis Eckersley.
Yeah, well, how many did Eck have?
51 games, 1.56 ERA, 57 innings pitched, only 3 walks, 55 strikeouts.
Wow. How many saves?
3 walks, first off.
That's incredible.
Just let that hang for a second.
51-3 ratio.
I mean, think about this 4-year stretch for Eck. All right, he goes to saves 45
After
games
being a starter for many years.
For many years with the Red Sox.
150 wins.
Yep. Cleveland and the Boston Red Sox, he was a starter. Eckersley, 45 saves, 33 saves, 90, 48 saves, 91, 43 saves. He walked in that 4-year span. He walked 27 batters.
And he's best known for the stupid home run, which sucks because he was so good.
He coined the term, the walk-off.
I know.
Coined that.
He did.
When I see him, I think 1978.
Oh, totally.
Right? Am I
and
the
him
only
being
one?
from Fremont, too, is pretty cool. He's a Bay Area
dude, he's
guy.
great.
All-time mustache in sports.
And hair.
And
hair. I mean, he had flow,
and the
bro.
constant tan.
And the way he delivered the ball off the mound, like his entire, just his whole aura. 1978.
That was nearly 300 innings pitched. And he walked 27 batters.
It's never going to happen again.
I mean, good Lord. You talk about a stretch. Let's get to Aaron.
And last thing, Dave Stewart, if I had my life on the line, Dave Stewart's on a short list of playoff performers that I'm handing the ball to. Look at his record versus Roger Clemens in the playoffs. It's unreal.
Let's go to Aaron in San Francisco. Aaron, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you guys doing?
Good, Great. Aaron, good.
Hey, first of all, I wanted to just offer my condolences to Joe for the loss of Papa Shasky. You and Papa Shasky actually coached my son 2 years ago for Junior Giants. My son Justin.
Oh, that's right. He's a good ball player.
Yeah, it was his best baseball experience just because of the way that you guys approached it. It was old school, but it was real, and I just appreciated you and Papa Shasky so much. So I just wanted to say that. I know you're going to carry his memory forward. I wanted to talk about the A's as well because I grew up an A's fan. I was born in Oakland at Summit Hospital, which back then used to be called the Merritt. My family home is still there on East 16th off of Fruitvale. Even though I live in San Francisco, I've lived in San Francisco since like the 80s. But I was always an A's fan growing up as a kid. We used to sneak into the stadium to go watch everybody that you guys just talked about, everybody that you just named. When you were like, was Rick Cunnincutter on that team? I was like, yep, he was. So just all of the nostalgia of how great that team was. And my dad, born and raised in Oakland, my dad actually played against and beat Dave Stewart when he was in high school as a freshman. My dad played at St. Elizabeth's. So, my family is deep roots there, and it's awful to see them leave. But I'm going to be honest, I actually stopped being an A's fan in the early mid-2000s, actually, because I kind of saw this coming when Lou Wolf tried to do that move to San Jose. It was just kind of an affront to the A's fans. It was like, we're not good enough. You're trying to move to the big money crowd. And Oakland has always been the town. It's always been working class. And there was a lot of, resentment, but also it's kind of what gives Oakland its charm. It's what gives people from Oakland their grit. I think Dave talked about, and you guys talked about, how many great athletes come from Oakland. And you could just name, a plethora of athletes that have come from Oakland. And to see that history and to see now going forward that little kids from Oakland won't have a team from their town to root for is devastating, because I grew up in both San Francisco and Oakland, but like I said, my family home is there, and I spent a lot of time over there and playing in Sanborn Park, and I went to Hawthorne Elementary for a year, which is over there. It's we worshipped those players, man. We would go play sandlot ball or play strikeouts in parking lots, and somebody's going to be Dave Stewart and somebody's going to be Mark McGuire. And just to know that kids won't have that is devastating. And I think that these owners really, I know it's a profit-driven thing, but, there's also behind the profit, right? There's the money's coming from a person, and these people care so much.
No doubt. Good call, Aaron.
Thank you for the nice things.
You to do the legal.
Thank you for the kind words about my dad and coaching. We coached his son in junior Giants. It was the last thing I coached my dad with. I got a little emotional.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today, and you can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages. As we have added the QR code on both pages. Also, shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text lines. Get to Uncle Gene real quick before the break. And then I do want to get, before we get to Flan, I want to get into the Warriors and what Steve Kerr had to say about Kuminga. Uncle Gene, what's happening?
Hey, guys. So please bear with me. I got a little rant about Mr. Fisher and the A's. Allow me to get through it. First of all, so they're going to Sacramento. Okay, great. Perfect. This is a minor league operation that should be playing in a minor league park. Although I would have to wonder how the other major league players are going to feel about that. Mr. Fisher has done something that he's accomplished something that not even the strike or a lot of miserable, following a lot of miserable A's teams over the years were able to accomplish. He made me lose my love of not only the A's, but of baseball. Okay. And this is a sport I've followed since the 50s, when I used to wear my little Frank Malzone uniform and cheer for Jackie Jensen and, Ted Williams and then Carl Yastrzemski and, of course, Willie Mays. But, this man he destroyed my love, but I've tried to work back into, baseball, loving it again. I've turned to the Giants and, it's a slow process, but I'm getting there. You were wondering about why the other day the A's they sent Ruiz down to the minors and sat Rooker on the bench. Their two best players. I'll tell you why. Because Fisher is a petty, incompetent fool. This was his way of sticking it to Oakland and the fans yet again. All right, because we were asking too much money from him. All right, and now he's going to Sacramento. This is also a pretty dumb move, once again, because he's just so pissed off at Oakland. One last point. All right, back in 1919, the Black Sox scandal. There were a bunch of players that were thrown out of baseball for throwing games. Why shouldn't we throw out an owner that's thrown an entire season? I'm out.
Uncle Gene, good call.
Mic drop.
Uncle Gene, good call. Let's get the Skills of Vallejo before we get to break. Skills, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, Bonte. Good morning, Shasky.
Morning.
Listen, I know you guys had to bounce. So, I just want to say real quick, just to expand on Dennis Eckersley, expand on what you were saying about him earlier. He was only dominant for those 5 years, 88 through 92, and he still got into the Hall of Fame. That's how freaking dominant he was for the A's. And he was doing it in an era where they were completing games way more often than they do now. So today, if he was doing that, he'd probably get like 60 saves a year.
Totally.
I just want to point that out real quick. And the A's going to sack is, go ahead, Joe.
No, I was going to say, to your point, basically him and the manager, La Russa, they created the modern closer the way they utilized him. And I think that he's one of the main evolutionary steps to where we are now in baseball. Keep going.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, it was not like this before he came along, and especially you weren't turning starters into closers like that. But anyway, my last point just about the A's going to Sacramento. They've moved 2 other times before in their history, as we know, and I'm still undecided whether or not I want to go see a last game because I'm a Giants fan, but I've always supported the A's. I love Ricky. Ricky is my favorite player of all time.
Wow.
Love Canseco, all that. So I'm still torn whether I'm even going to show up in Oakland for one last game. It just may upset me too much. I don't know how you guys feel about that whole thing, but that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
No doubt. Thanks. Good call. I was just looking at Bob Welch's career log.
He was great,
211 wins.
How many?
211 wins.
Wow.
146 losses, 3.47 ERA. He had to stretch in Oakland, or actually 87 with the Dodgers, 15-9. Oakland in 88, 17-9. Next year at 89, he goes 17-8. Then he has a monster season in 90, going 27-6. That 4-year stretch was incredible. Incredible. I mean, 2-time World Series champ.
They lost to what's the name of the
Reds.
Yeah, but what was the Nasty Boys? Thank you.
Young Charlton and Rob Dibble.
They lost to the Dodgers. They beat the Giants, and then they lost to the Reds. And they could have won 3 in a row.
Jose Rio with the blister.
I mean, but that Reds team was sick.
Chris Sable, Barry Larkin, Eric Davis. They were loaded.
I love Barry Larkin.
All right, we got Flan coming up on the other side here. Flan, and then we'll get right back into the Golden State Warriors. Big game in Houston tonight, but we'll talk to Flan. Flan's been in town. Tim Flannery, of course, longtime third base coach of the San Francisco Giants. He's in town. He was on NBC Sports Bay Area yesterday with Laura Brett doing a damn thing on Warriors postgame live. Giants postgame live. So Flan will come up here on the other side, brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
That's BS, man.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits?
You're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Moses Moody going to get some run tonight down in H-Town against the Houston Rockets as the Warriors begin this Texas two-step against Houston and Dallas. They've won 5 games in a row, matching a season high. They're a season high, 7 games over 500. We'll get right back into the Warriors in just a second, folks, with Tim Flannery. He's going to join us in moments to talk some Giants and why he's in town this weekend. He's got some stuff. We know he's into his music, and the most important thing is Flannery's healthy. It was great to see him on TV last night, doing a hell of a job, looking great with Laura Brett as we were breaking down the Dodgers series and how good Mookie Betts is. Oh, my God, Mookie Betts. It's just unbelievable. Unbelievable what he's doing there with the 5 home runs. But let's bring in Tim Flannery, the longtime and former Giants third base coach. We know he's a World Series champ, co-host on Giants pre- and post-game on NBC Sports Bay Area, but in town for a very special reason. He's going to be alongside Jake Peavy and friends, Ben Jernigan, Jeremy Plog, Owen Finley, Greg DeLuca, features Sam Bush, Tim Flannery, Jerry Harrison, Ramblin' Jack Elliott, Roger McNamee, and more surprise guests, MC by the legendary Grateful Dead roadie. You know who it is? Big Steve Parrish. A benefit for Sweet Relief Musicians Fund. Flan's going to be doing this Saturday. Tim, good morning. Thanks for joining us so much here on 95.7 The Game on the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. Before we get into baseball, tell me about this concert on Saturday, man.
Yeah, good morning. I'm actually a guest of Jake Peavy and his band and this show. This is all his show, and I'm excited to be a part of it. It's a benefit for the Sweet Music Relief Fund, which is one of Jake's foundations and one of Jake's charities he likes to support. Is for musicians who have been disabled or musicians who have not been able to perform and need a little support. So Jake's putting together this show, and I'm real excited to be part of it.
Flan, you know, I want to get into the what I believe to be one of the best players I've ever seen, and that's Mookie Betts. My pops used to say he's the closest he's seen to Willie Mays in terms of he can do everything. And the way he controls a game the second he gets on the bases. I mean, he's an unbelievable player. Hits for power, hits for contact, it just constant stud at every spot on the dime. He goes from right field, Gold Glover, to shortstop or second base. I mean, is this one of the best players you've ever seen?
Absolutely. He can beat you so many ways. He can run the bases better than anybody I've seen in a long time. Defensively, he'll play any position like he's done it all his whole life. Offensively, he's really special, and as a human being, he's really special too. I know he's wearing the Dodger blue, but this guy is first class and just a great example to all the young guys and girls growing up on how to act when you're one of the best in the business.
Flan, you look at that Dodger lineup, we know it's loaded, but the way Soler hit that baseball yesterday, I'm going to focus on a couple positives here before we get to something else, but I can't recall the last time a Giant outside of Barry Bonds hit a ball that far. I mean, he hit the snot out of that baseball there, Flan. Tell me about Jorge Soler, seeing him from afar and the power that he has. Hit the thing. I want to say it went 600 feet, but they estimated at 452.
Yeah, he's got a great track record, and I love it because he's just real quiet. He's not real outspoken. He's not somebody that's trying to gain attention. You know, he gets his attention by playing baseball and hitting the ball a long way. And he had 171 home runs before last night, so he added one. He played in ballparks that were really big too. You know, the Miami one's a big ballpark. Yep. If you look at his numbers, when he's healthy and he gets over 500 at bats through a season, which means he's out there every day, he put up some big numbers. 36 home runs last year. He hit 42 a few years ago. So he's going to be a big part of this offense, and they got to keep him healthy for sure.
This lineup for the Dodgers that Bonte's alluding to, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, Mookie Betts leading off, Shohei in the 2-hole, and then Freddie Freeman. I mean, they've got a ton of guys. Will Smith, Outman, Max Muncy. I mean, this is like a throwback. Is this the best lineup since the Big Red Machine? Is there somebody I'm missing? This is an incredible lineup.
It's an incredible lineup, and it's also incredible because, you know, once they took the pitcher out of the lineup and the eighth hitter who wouldn't get anything to hit because you had the pitcher hitting behind you, you could stop a rally. You know, the National League rallies with pitchers usually are 3 runs. Now these guys can claw your eyes out, and rallies can never end because the lineups just keep turning over, and the players that they have there just keep coming at you. And it's the ones other than the top 3 we've talked about, and you've watched them. But the one guy that always seems to beat a lot of people and has beat the Giants over the years is Will Smith. You get past the first 3-4 guys, and Will Smith is always sitting down there ready to get a big hit. And they just look. That's the club. That's the measuring stick. And the Giants are going to have to find a way to beat them. They're going to have to find a way to get better. The positive thing is what I said last night. You know, it's so emotional off the top of the season. Everybody starts panicking a little bit.
Right.
The Giants are 3 games back in the loss column with 155 left to
go. There is a lot of panic through 7 games. This is a marathon, not a sprint, as a great Nipsey Hussle used to say. Flynn, you brought up Will Smith. He reminds me so much of Buster Posey, and I thought that from day one. The contact, his back control, the way he commands his pitchers, and his play behind the plate. He is so good. I'm glad he is the forgotten guy in that lineup. And how could you forget him when, Ohtani and Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts and Max Muncy, who's also been a Giants killer. Does he remind you of Buster at any moment, just from afar from watching him?
Yeah, I mean, he's got that quiet confidence for sure, and he is such anybody that can hit like he hits and play every single day, and you're catching a pitching staff. That takes a lot out on you. But you see the lineup and pitchers you'll see it. I watched it the very first time I ever watched them. I looked at my family at home and I said, this lineup is going to grind people down. They just are relentless. So they're gonna have to find out a different way to approach him for sure.
Flatman, what are you thinking of Jung-Hoo Lee thus far? I mean, I love him. He's just kind of like a throwback player. Puts the ball in play. I don't know. I think he's a great catalyst at the top of a lineup.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'm as the season progresses, we're gonna find out the story, as Marty Lurie likes to say, the story that's going to unfold in front of us. That's what we're going to see.
Love Marty Lurie. Flynn, home openers tomorrow, and I hear some special things are brewing. Do you want to give us a little teaser here as Oracle Park begins its 25th season? I can't believe it's been that long since this ballpark has been built. It's held up nicely, but I hear there's going to be some special guests in the yard tomorrow. You want to enlighten us on that?
Yeah, I'm excited to see who's coming. I don't know all what's happening. I know what I'm supposed to be doing. Now, Jake and I and Jeremy are playing a little show for some folks out in Triples Alley. But, other than that, I'm like you guys. I'm showing up, figuring out what's going on. I'm a guest. It's great. It's not my show, and I don't have to worry about the band. I just got to show up and be the guest, so I'm excited for that. I've trained Jake well over the years, and now he's in charge.
Flynn brought up one of his favorite memories was the Angel Pagan inside the park home run. And I brought up right away, my biggest image is not Pagan running around the bases like a crazy horse that he was with the hair flowing. It's you. You damn near beat Angel Pagan to the plate.
Yeah, that was a great day. I've been fortunate enough when I coached 15 years in the big leagues at third base. I've had 9 inside the park home runs I got to be a part of, but that one was the best. It all happened quickly. We were down by a run. The key to the whole thing was Tulowitzki didn't go out in front to get the cutoff relay. He was behind. So when the second baseman got the ball, and we were also out of players, so they could walk anybody and everybody to get to whoever they wanted to hit. And Angel has a great closing speed. He could always hit that last 90 feet quicker than anybody. So yeah, that was definitely one that I'll always remember as well.
Flan, I think of you as a baseball guy. Obviously, you're well-rounded. You cannot pick family here, okay? You can't pick family. Who's the guy of a player that you played with, a coach, a guy you coached, who you playing catch with to pick their brain for 15 minutes of all the guys you played with or coached with?
Brandon Crawford is my favorite one I've ever coached. As a man coming up as a young man, really not offensively impacted a lot off the top. He learned how to hit better at the big league level. He came up and played amazing defense his whole career, but he's the best base runner, not the fastest. He's the best base runner that I've ever coached just because of his instincts, and he always gave you everything he had. So I didn't have to make decisions on his mood. I didn't have to make decision if, is he in a good hit? And some guys carry those at bats or whatever's happening to them on the field. Brandon Crawford always gave me the exact speed all the time so I could make proper decisions.
All right, Flan, before we get you out of here, the Sweet Relief Musicians Fund, I want you to touch on that because this concert Saturday, of course, at 8 p.m. at the Sweetwater Music Hall with Jake Peavy and friends is going to be a big deal, but this foundation seems to be a big deal. I want you to enlighten people on what this foundation means to you and what it's all about.
Well, an opportunity for me just to help, to raise some money and raise some support for musicians who are, have become disabled, and that has been their livelihood. I know it's very close to Jake's heart. So, anytime I can use music to help. I mean, that was like my Love Harder project, the anti-violence and anti-bullying that we started after the Brian Stowe thing. I tell people I hit 9 home runs in the 80s. I can't just write a check. I can't. The only way I could help Brian Stowe, the only way I could help is to go out with my music that I've played my whole life and to be able to raise awareness, raise some funds, and also, bring a message of support and love through the music.
Yeah, no, this foundation is really cool. It's a nonprofit charity that provides financial assistance, as Flan just said, to members of the music community who are struggling to make ends meet while facing physical or mental health issues, disability, or age-related problems. And it's a great call. So go ahead and support Jake Peavy and friends. Saturday, April 6th, of course, this Saturday, 8 p.m., Sweetwater Music Hall. Check it out. Flan's going to be in the building. It's going to be a great time out there. Big Steve Fish Paris is going to be emceeing this bad boy. It's going to be a great time. Flan, we thank you so much. Can't wait to see Shaska's going to be at the Yard tomorrow. He can't wait to see you tomorrow. Show your face at Oracle Park.
Yeah, it's going to be. I'm looking forward to it. I miss being up here a lot, and to just to walk. I'm by the ballpark now. Just the feeling of it from what we experienced when we came up here. It's like the best dream I've ever had in my life. So thank you for your support and the people up here. I can't thank you enough. You changed my life to be a part of the San Francisco Giants.
Awesome stuff there. And it was also to see you with the great Laura Britt yesterday on television. Flan, take care, man. Take it easy. Thanks for spending some time with us this morning.
Thanks, fellas. Have a great day.
You too. Tim Flannery, one of the good guys, man. Longtime third base coach. You know what? For the longest time, Shasky, Wendell Send 'em Home Kim was the most famous third base coach for the Giants.
Because he sprinted out there every time. I loved him.
And he sent everybody home, no matter what. You may get thrown out by 20 feet. Yeah. But Wendell Send 'em Home Kim was always sending somebody. And then a man named Tim Flannery came along, alongside Bruce Bochy, and won some championships with the Giants, man. So still doing a great job for the community. That's a really cool foundation that they have rolling there.
Absolutely. I know you want to get back into the Kuminga soundbite that Steve Kerr dropped, but I will ask you the same question I asked him. You can't pick family. Who's the guy you're playing catch with for 10 to 15 minutes just in the history of baseball?
Well, I would never pick family to play catch with. My mom ain't catching nothing.
Oh, okay.
No, you're not catching anything. My brothers don't really play baseball. Guy I would want to play catch with. Ooh, that's a tough question. That is a very, very tough question. Who would I play catch with? I don't know. The first names that popped up was Ken Griffey Jr.
I was thinking that.
Barry Bonds. Willie Mays.
See, Willie Mays is mine.
Willie McCovey.
Willie Mays
I just had Ricky Henderson pop in my head.
Really?
He's played a lot of baseball. He's been around the game for a long time. You don't think he's got insight that he might
Sam
share?
said that, and I went Ricky third person. Ricky don't talk. Ricky just can't.
That's why it would be great to play catch with Ricky Anderson. I wouldn't play with Stu because he would break my fingers.
Canseco?
No, so I got a story about Canseco.
Headbutt the ball.
Please explain.
TPC.
I think
it's TPC Stonebray Hayward. There's a golf tournament.
Yeah,
my guy Eddie, and the Sports Fan. We were doing the Versus podcast back in those days, And it was a who's who. Lo Neal was out there. Ryan Covey was out there.
Okay.
Derek Deese. Samantha Santana, who's my homegirl, Samantha Santana, who's now doing big things in South Florida. She was basically running that golf course. So Jose Canseco was trying to promote his documentary. So he comes out there, and we try to ask him questions. He goes, well, you're going to have to watch the film and spend money on it, right? So we're like, okay, buddy. So we're setting up on the 5th hole.
I'm imagining a young, like, eager to get in the business Bonte Hill, like, okay, buddy, I'm not going to pay for that.
Like, whatever. Jerry Rice came through. Jerry Rice actually told me, I was like, you think you could run around against me right now? He goes, son, I will run through your heart. I would take your soul. I was like,
serious.
damn, the goat told.
Yeah,
I was like, wow.
Serious.
We got that on film. But Jose Canseco goes out to a tee. I think it may have been the 5th hole, maybe the 4th hole. And so we were doing this thing, one's got to go. In-N-Out Burger, Super Duper, blah, blah, blah.
That's smart. I like
so
that.
Canseco goes, well, I would say In-N-Out because they got all these steroids and all this stuff in the burger and whatnot. And we're like, I got to find a video for you guys. And next thing you know, he goes up to the tee, doesn't bend anything, and hits one like 500 feet off the tee. I mean, he just smoked it.
500 yards?
500 yards. What did I say, 500 feet?
Yeah.
500 yards
Yeah.
off the tee. I mean, he smoked the thing.
Of course.
I mean, it's just like, but it was like, he's such... Like, why do you have to be this guy?
It's so cartoonish looking at him now in the highlights.
Right.
He was jacked out of his mind. And then when I see the pictures of the side-by-side with Mark's brother, who was a bodybuilder, and him, that's just, it's cartoonish.
Well, I got a buddy, a real good friend, Brian Francis. He relocated to Las Vegas after high school. So he's been working at this dealership for a long time. And Canseco wasn't doing too well financially.
So he did the Austin Power, Kenny Powers?
What?
You know, Ashley Schaefer BMW?
No.
Did Jose Canseco do the little like car trade out?
Well, no. He was trying to get this Corvette.
Oh.
And
he actually came in to spend money.
He came in to spend money.
That's okay. I'm surprised.
And, I remember Brian Francis telling me, he was like, we had to run his credit score and everything. And we told Canseco, I was like, yeah, I don't think you're going to be walking out with this Corvette today.
They ran his credit score. Well, apparently his brother, Ozzy, had stepped in for him to do a bunch of appearances, and they got caught.
Looks just like him.
Dead on. I mean, the brothers, the history of brothers. It's just the Giambi brothers, the Canseco brothers, the McGuire brothers, the Gwynns, the Bonzes.
So how about this? Underdog NBA just got a text from my producer over at NBC, Jonathan Sackey.
What's Sackey up to?
And I'm actually going to quote tweet Underdog NBA because they didn't give us credit for this. But Coach Kerr said he's still deciding if Jonathan Kuminga will start when he's cleared to play. It's up in the air. We've won 4 in a row starting Trace Jackson Davis. Generally in the past, the way I've handled things, if our team is playing well, I generally stay with the same group. So,
I mean, I read that as he's going to not start Kuminga.
Well, here's the cut, and I got some thoughts on that as Steve Kerr joined us earlier today on the Morning Roast.
I've got to make a decision whether he starts or not. It's up in the air. We're going to meet as a staff. I mean, we've won 4 in a row starting Trace with Draymond on the front line. And that's, generally in the past when the way I've handled things, if our team is playing well, I generally stay with the same group. But that also disrupts the bench rotation. It changes things there. And Moses is playing really well. Gary Payton's playing well. So there's a lot to consider with that question. But regardless, we want him back. I mean, we need JK.
So they need JK. And whether he comes, like I told you this yesterday, Shesky, I don't care who starts. I don't really care. I'm exhausted from this whole thing. But I do. Your mic's off.
It does feel like Kuminga cares.
Well, I was just going to get to that. The mentals of Jonathan Kuminga in his 3rd year, he's been playing so well. He's averaging nearly 20 points per game in the month of March. And since January 5th, when Steve Kerr and JK had that sit down, he's played lights out. And he started. And he's seeing heavy minutes. Now, if he does come off the bench, I still anticipate him getting minutes. But Kuminga not starting, what does it do to him knowing that, hey, I was playing well? Because Wiggins came back after missing 3 games, and he went to the starting lineup. Now, he wasn't playing heavy minutes, but he started after missing 3 games. Now, Kuminga just missed 4. And let's be real. You beat Charlotte. You beat San Antonio. You beat Miami, short. Like Orlando. There's not. I mean, Orlando win is a good win. Because Draymond Green got ejected and JK didn't play, I'm going to say that was a good win. That was a really good win, especially after watching Orlando yesterday beat up on the Pelicans. But for Kuminga to miss basically 4 games, and now what is he going to do? If he makes a mistake, will he look over his shoulder? Now you got Moses Moody playing well. You have GP too. Now he's a game-time decision. Maybe that makes Steve's decision easier, but it's just another little wrinkle for the Warriors this season when it comes to the lineup. And look, I'm not going to lie. when Steve Kerr said Draymond likes having that shot blocker next to him, he does play well with another big alongside of him. And you think about the wear and tear with Draymond Green as a small ball 5, it's just another fascinating wrinkle to this season for the Golden State Warriors and how JK responds to possibly not starting.
I mean, I kind of know where this is going. Don't you?
Where's it going?
It's going with JK getting the short end of the stick. I mean, that he got hurt. And the train is moving, and he's trying to run back onto the train, and he's going to start at the caboose, and he's going to have to work his way back.
Yeah.
And the way that this season's going, we don't really have time to worry about JK. Like right now, this is a must-win game tonight. So if JK doesn't perform off the bench, then yeah, he's going to get his moments tapered down. And then I've got a bunch of other games. If I win tonight, I've got some games, or I got a little leeway to mess around. I could lose the game, and it's not going to matter. But like for tonight's game, I don't care about anyone's feelings. It's about winning against the Rockets.
Right. I'm with you there. But obviously there's a lot of people who do care about who starts and who finishes and rotations. So I'll throw out the number before we sign off, 888-957-9570. Does it matter to you if JK starts or not? Because again, it sounds like, look, if he's ready to go and he's feeling good and he's practicing and he's scrimmaging 5-on-5, it feels like it matters to a young Jonathan Kuminga. But if I guarantee Kuminga 30 minutes coming off the bench, does he play better? Does he feel good? I can't get inside of Jonathan Kuminga's head. I don't know how he's thinking, but I expect him to be a professional whatever happens. Whether you start or bench, you got to be a pro. It's about the betterment of the team.
I think JK really does care a lot about starting, and I think he cares even more about closing. You know, I do think those things matter to him. You know, he's you know, when you, I look at it like my own self. There was a point in time where I was a part-time employee here at the station, and there was a huge part of me that thought that, like, if I miss a shift, if I have some family stuff going on, if I get sick, I'm going to fall behind in the pecking order. Like, I understand that point of view from someone like JK. He misses time, he's going to feel like he's falling behind on the pecking order. How can you not? Like, how can you not feel that way when everything that you've had going on? And I don't think that it's right, wrong, indifferent. It's just, I'm saying, I'm trying to put myself in his position of how he's psychologically feeling, whether that's fair or not. I just know how I was, whereas, like, I'm not solidified here. I'm not an everyday part guy, a Monday through Friday, having a locked-in spot. And I know that grind is way more mental than people want to give it credit for.
Yeah, I don't.
Of being on the outside looking in.
Well, guys have had to do it. Steph Curry has had to come off the bench. Clay's coming off the bench. Now he's been starting. Papav's starting, bench. Chris Paul, who never came off the bench over the course of his career, has come off the bench. And now you just add another wrinkle here to whether or not JK starts or not. And look, you need JK. I know we're having a conversation. You got to pick Wiggins, JK. Look, I'm going to keep all these guys. You need two-way players, especially on the perimeter of today's NBA game. Go ahead, Spinoni.
And it does feel like now it's 2 years in a row, kind of around the same time. Wiggins came back last year. Jonathan Kuminga had established. It is a little different because Kuminga has been a much bigger part of this regular season, although he had a great stretch last year. But he has solidified himself now as a 20-point-plus scorer, and you're going to need him in the playoffs, and you're going to need him right mentally, whereas last year you completely kind of shut him out of there.
But this is kind of where we're going with this. It's like, and I get where Bonte's saying, like, from a zoomed-out view, I want both guys. We need both guys. But, like, the Draymond conundrum, where he is a really good player, he's very important, but he likes a rim protector. All right, that puts Trace Jackson Davis out there. Like, you start doing process of elimination, and I say to myself, like, if I'm in JK or Wiggins' position, it's easy to say everyone's just going to have to shut up and be professional and just roll with it, but at some point, something has to give. And it feels like we're on this collision course down the line, not right now, but down the line where something will give.
Well, here's what Steve Kerr said about what he likes about Wiggins, TJD, and Draymond in that front line.
Well, number one, I think, they're all playing well at the same time. So when we're putting them together right now, we're getting great ball pressure from Wiggs. We get rim protection from Trace, and it allows Draymond to play a little bit of center field, where he can kind of roam the paint and thwart drivers and force passes back out to the perimeter. And I think there's a psychological component too. Draymond loves having a shot blocker next to him so that he can really kind of patrol and take care of everything that's out there. When he's the center and he's really good at it, and we play him a lot at the 5. He just doesn't have as much help at the rim, and so there are times where I can see him get a little frustrated, and those are the times where we kind of can sense, like, let's get another big in there. Let's help Draymond out a little bit and fortify our defense.
So then Steve Kerr, later on, we asked him whether or not this was the most challenging season. He's having a lot of fun, Steve Kerr mentioned, and he joined us on the Morning Roast earlier this morning. You can find that interview, download the Odyssey app, go to 957thegame.com, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. Steve Kerr joined us at 7:30. It was really fun for 25 minutes. I asked him basically, is this the most challenging season in terms of trying to get everybody playing time and figure out the right combinations and figure out the finishing lineup? Here's what the coach had to say.
I would say yes, because as you said, Bonte, we've got a bunch of options, but not always perfect clarity. We've got multiple guys who are capable of finishing games, and if they're all playing well, we've got to make decisions down the stretch. And the other night was a perfect example. We're trying to close that game, and I've got Chris Paul on the bench because we've got a lead, and I'm thinking more defense, and then all of a sudden we turn it over, and it's like, we got to protect the ball here. I race Chris into the game, and then bring Gary back, and and JK wasn't even available that game. So you think about it, we just have it's a good problem to have. I think we've got 10 or 12 guys who are all capable of being in that closing lineup, but you got to pick 5, and it's not always easy to select the right 5.
See, I get what he's saying. It's a good problem to have because it means you have depth, but the other side of the coin is it's actually a really difficult problem to have. And, I think you'd much rather have your 7 or whatever, and you're oscillating on that 8th, 9th guy, as opposed to you legitimately have like 7 dudes for 3 spots every night.
Yep.
I think it's really hard. And then you're constantly being second guessed, and whatever you roll with, it's like the wrong decision because that guy played bad,
right?
And that guy didn't match up really well with that guy, and I think it's really hard. I think he's in almost a no-win situation the majority of nights because of the optionality.
He did bring up Steph Curry's minutes against Minnesota because we asked him about Steph Curry struggling with his shot, and we've been spoiled. Steph Curry's post All-Star break still giving you 22, 4 and 4, but the efficiency has been down. It has been down for Steph, but he talked about, hey, look, man, I just remind him that he's still having an impact, and he still is. But let's get to the lines before we leave these airwaves. Doug in Berkeley, what's happening? Then we'll get to Nick, who's also in Berkeley. What's up, Doug?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
Good morning. Wet day. Hey, listen, JK, I want to make it clear. I love JK. I love the progress that he's made. He's going to be a great player. He had a stretch when he scored 20 points a game. He's not a 20-point-a-game scorer yet. The last few games that he played, when he took it down the middle, they clogged the middle and stopped him. He fumbled the ball. He's got to figure that out. I agree with Steve Kerr. I wouldn't mess with the lineup that's going right now. Eventually, you got to get JK back in, and his psyche is an issue. But he's also got to learn to play for the team, and he's going to be a great player. He's ascending. He's not a great player yet, okay? And that's, I love him. I don't want to trade him. He's going to be a star, and maybe a superstar. But let's pump the brakes just a little bit. Go with what's rolling right now. Thanks for taking the call.
Well, it's a good call. It's a really good call. I'm just the totality of his career. Has he been a good teammate and a good soldier in the sense of buying into overall? Not
absolutely he has.
It's about JK.
Yes, absolutely he has.
Okay,
JK's been great. He's a great young man. Like I know some people try to label. I know JK. I've talked to JK a lot. Had many conversations. Kid's smart. He's articulate.
Why is there this? And I'm not saying that the caller did this, but I do believe there's an odd stigma. We question his psyche. We question his team mentality overall. Is that a media thing?
No, it's because he came out with C.J. Holmes last year during the playoffs. It's because he wasn't happy. Like when Wiggins went away for 2 months due to personal reasons, J.K. started playing very well. Spinoni just pointed out he started playing very well. We're like, okay, this guy's a player. This guy's a player. They made the right pick. And then Wiggins came back, and all of a sudden, Kuminga got the short end of the stick in the playoffs. Now, he, against Sacramento was his first playoff game. Malik Monk was roasting him. Doesn't really see any action. And then he talked to C.J. Holmes about being frustrated. That hasn't been the case with the Warriors culture under Steve Kerr. Nobody really complains about lack of playing time. That hasn't happened. It's kind of like, whoa, what's going on here? Second-year player talking to the media. I didn't think that was great form right there. So people see that as like, oh, he's a diva. He's trying to bring up the blah, 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 blah. Guy just wants to play. Guy just wants to be great. I have no problem with that. Then you fast forward to this season, and there's a couple reports, right? Doesn't play the last 18 minutes of that Denver game, and he's like, I lost Steve Kerr's trust. They have the meeting. He gets the haircut. All of a sudden, he's playing well. But the guy's a gym rat. The guy wants to be great. The guy loves basketball. The guy loves his teammates. He's learning on the fly. So I don't, people are going to come up with their own conclusions. But knowing JK, he's an absolutely fantastic kid. Fantastic kid. He's 21 years old. Like, what were you when you were 21? I know what I was. I was a brat.
No, I was a punk. But my point being is that I also believe that, like, just as an athlete, you think that you can help win. Like, you think that you being in the lineup or touching the ball more or whatever is the recipe for what helps the team win. Do you get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I think people view that as selfishness, and I view that as confidence. Now, there's a thin line, and like sometimes, like, hey, I'm a 25-point a night scorer. Nah, dog, you're like a 6-point a night scorer. Like, it can get a little delusional.
Right.
And you see that with shot selection in the NBA. But, like, I don't see how it's a bad thing. Like,
right.
Clay still views himself very highly.
Right, exactly.
And even though his resume is far more comprehensive than what JK's is, like, I can make a lot of the same argument. And I'm using Clay as just an example. Like, I don't know, man. I think it's unfair the way we talk about Kuminga in general, not us.
Always, but I'm seeing a lot of texts and I'm seeing comments about body language. They've all had bad body language.
Have you seen Clay stomping around when he's missing shots?
Chris
it's not his
Paul,
fault. Yeah,
Steve Kerr just admitted Draymond gets frustrated when he doesn't have.
Yeah.
We know about his body language. Steph Curry had bad body language. Body language,
the
this
leader
and that.
Of the team, one of the leaders, Draymond Green, has horrific body language.
At times, yes.
Yes.
So it's like he's a young kid who's seen his peers play, and he's playing well. So I'm going to be eager to see how he responds.
I just feel like we do this ageism thing with him. Like,
I don't.
We do this thing with him where we isolate JK, and I find it so unfair. I don't know. The media more than he, and a lot of the fans like, did you see he didn't clap anyone's hands walking back to the bench?
It's stupid.
It's like, what are we doing?
It's stupid. Let's go to Nick and Berkeley real quick before Fast Five. What a show today. Nick and Berkeley, what's happening?
Hey, I just want to say, man, he's only 21 for God's sake. It's like, why are we putting Wiggins against him? Like, dude, like you could put Wiggins at the 3, put Dre at the 4, and put him at the 5. Like that game he had against the Lakers a little while ago when he was getting those alley-oops. My God, the kid's a monster, man. He's only 21 for God's sake. And I just want to say about the A's real quick, man. When I played Babe Ruth in Oakland, man, they had the Dwayne Murphy A's and the Henderson A's, and I played for Dodge Porterhouse. And then they take all the teams in the league, man, in the Oakland Babe Ruth, and they bring us to the game and put our team name on the board, put our names on the board, and they get us there early, and we get balls, for batting practice and stuff, man. Crazy George, man, you know what I'm saying? It was like, man, I'm so sick. I'm so sick to my stomach over that ballpark was so beautiful, man. When my parents separated, man, I was like 10. I would catch Bart. I would go out there by myself and watch games. Tickets were like $250 for the bleachers, $250 round trip. For like under $10, I'm getting like nachos, a ball game, and like a Coke and some peanuts, man. And now it's just like, man, the greed of these owners. What do you mean, like the Bay Area is not a 2-market team? The Bay World Series was the greatest thing ever.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like that was awesome, man. Despite the earthquake and everything, it was still, it was awesome. It's just sick that Oakland's not going to have any team. It's heartbreaking, man. But the Warriors, man, it's a good problem to have when you're talking about like who's going to start and you have an abundance of talent. At least the Warriors, they're not. We don't have a shortage.
Hey, Nick, Nick, real quick, it's good to hear from you. Hadn't heard from you since the Super Bowl, so it is good to. I was worried about you.
Glad to see you're okay.
I was worried about you after that Super Bowl.
Man, I just got. Well, I coach high school softball, man, and my team, we're in first place right now.
Let's go. What school?
I had to get it dialed in. We got some big games coming up against like Panola, our arch rival. Albany High School.
Albany High School. All right, Nick, continue success, man. I didn't know that, man. Good stuff, Nick.
Hell yeah.
Good stuff. With that said, I know everything.
I know everything.
It is gone, but caught.
God, but cut. All right.
So you're the Phil Mickelson of this show. Fig Jam.
No. I'm not. No,
That's an inside. Google it, folks.
I don't. Anything related to Phil Mickelson, keep me away from it. The only thing we have in common is that we're both lefties. I got to shout out Fast Five. I got to shout out here Sean Action Towing. My fiance parked in the wrong spot, got her car towed, but Sean from Action Towing hooked us up. ACT, I'll win. There you go. I like that. Well played, Spadoni. You've been on fire. Sean knocked down the price. You know why? He goes, oh, you're Anna? Well, you know what? I'm a roaster. So Sean is a roaster. I got to hook you up, Sean. Thanks for taking care of her, man. You know, we're going to talk about it tonight. Out of some money now, but Sean Action Towing, shout out to you. You're the man.
You know, when you know everything, like Phil Mickelson and Bonte Hill, Fig Jam is a great nickname. Do you know what it stands for? Blank, I'm great, just ask me.
I don't know.
That was his nickname amongst people out there. I love that drop. Give me the drop one more time. Oh, you don't have it. Oh. It was the I know everything, Bonte Hill.
My bad. I wasn't ready. I didn't know you were calling for that.
He does, though. My guy is Rain Man. Bonte does remember everything.
I was just saying that because you said something. I know everything. That was just context. I was just being funny. I know everything. I know what I don't know, which is the difference between me and many, many people. I know what I don't know.
I remember that was what John Lynch said when he got the job. He's like, I know what I don't know. And it's stuck with me ever since then. John Lynch. Great executive. There you go.
There you go.
My final thought today, you see what Tiger Woods is doing? And better yet, should I say not doing?
No.
We're a week away from the Masters.
Uh-huh.
And reportedly, a friend of Tiger Woods says Woods has, quote, eliminated sex from his life. So the Tiger has gone cold turkey.
He's no longer on the prowl?
So that he's doing the wrestler, boxer thing, huh?
My wife went through my phone.
Does anybody believe that?
Nobody believes it.
The Tiger's no longer on the prowl. Come on, man.
Break.
Stop it. Swipe right, Tiger. You'll be all right. Let's go, Lubman. What you got?
I think after watching these 3 games between the Giants and the Dodgers, I think I just have to give the Dodgers a slight edge. They're probably just a very, very good team. So hats off to them.
Hey, good stuff.
The Dodgers are just they have a $1.2 billion investment in the top 3 players in their order.
Oh, you know what?
Yes, Shasky, that's the point.
Today's National Burrito Day.
Is it?
Yeah.
Looks like I'm getting a burrito. All right, one burrito spot for your life. Do you have one last burrito? Where are you getting it from?
Oh.
I know where I'm going.
You know
Price
what?
not an option.
I know what everybody's going to say.
What?
But it's not the,
What is everyone going to say?
I'm going to Gordo Taqueria, baby.
Yeah, you grew up on that side of the
24th
city.
and Clement. Let's go. Let's go. I also grew up in the Mission. I know about the Mission, El Farlitos, all that stuff. 16th and Mission was by Waller Street.
Daytime, La Taqueria. Nighttime, El Farlitos.
El Farlito, no doubt. But Gordo's Taqueria. Shout out to everybody at Gordo's Taqueria. I'm going there, baby. Matter of fact, I make one more Gordo hoodie.
What are you getting?
Oh, I go boiled chicken or I go with the
I love the boiled chicken.
The boiled
chicken is the shredded.
I should have worn my Gordo hoodie today. Let's go, Gordo's. That's where I may go right now.
Look at he's so excited. My guy's so excited.
A National Burrito, they had no idea. I love me a good burrito.
Gordo's come out and play.
The Rockets coming out to play. Oh, my God. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny's here, and guess who's back? Back again.
Eminem?
No, Terry the Guru Johnson.
Don't sleep on Taqueria San Bruno.
I am the system of this show. Business. It's all the things that keep.
you don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
2-2-2.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
No, he's not. I'm here. He's back. Down the Guru Johnson back in the house on a Thursday morning.
That's enough, Steiny.
We're excited.
Felt like he was going somewhere.
No,
I was tending to the wife. Just come on now.
What does that involve?
A hospital, doctors.
When you tend, you really just mean you're sitting next to her on your phone.
No. Well, you can't get good reception in there. So that's how I missed you. And Spadoni had a great convo last night. I got it this morning like, whoa. But, yeah, it's good to be back. And I'll just start the show like this, Donnie, because I never started. I'm just sick of the A's ownership. They should lose. Fisher and company should lose their effing team. I'll just leave that there.
All right. We can get into the A's, who are going to play a few years in SAC, 3 to be exact.
Allegedly, because you never know. Allegedly.
No, I think they'll be there for 3 years.
So the season just starts and you make an announcement. We're out. right down the street.
As our one caller would say, A's go bye-bye.
That's a 3.
Go bye-bye. There it is. The big news of the day, if there is news, Steve Kerr was on with the morning show today. The Warriors flight had trouble, I guess it was late leaving or getting into Houston, and he did the interview this morning. And Jonathan Kuminga's missed the last 4 games. Yeah. The Golden State Warriors have won all 4, and they seem to maybe have found something with Wiggins at 3, Draymond at 4, Trace Jackson-Davis at 5. But Kuminga had been starting. So, Steve Kerr, start us off. Where are we at right now as we play Houston tonight?
I've got to make a decision whether he starts or not. It's up in the air. We're going to meet as a staff. I mean, we've won 4 in a row starting Trace with Draymond on the front line. Mm-hmm. And that's, generally in the past, the way I've handled things, if our team is playing well, I generally stay with the same group. But that also disrupts the bench rotation. It changes things there. And Moses is playing really well. Gary Payton's playing well. So there's a lot to consider with that question. But regardless, we want him back. I mean, we need JK.
All right, what'd you hear?
Wow. I kind of hear, Steiny, no one man is bigger than the team. Draymond Green has been phenomenal since Orlando Gate with him getting ran defensively, offensively, looking to shoot the ball like he did against Dallas. I know we didn't get a chance to react on that. You and Evan did. But, Steiny, to keep Draymond whole and healthy, you need to take something off his plate in regard to banging up against those 5s, and Jackson Davis does that. So I'm all for it, and it sounds like Jonathan Kuminga will again be coming off the bench. You gave me. I don't know if YouTube caught it, but
I don't know what the answer is.
I don't know.
This is one where, it's not right to do one thing. It's not right to do the other. I don't think he'll make the best decision with the information he's got. I'm talking about Steve Kerr, but I would just point out that it's interesting that Andrew Wiggins misses 4 games because of personal reasons.
That happened.
And he comes back and he's inserted right into the starting lineup. And Jonathan Kuminga misses 4 games because of injury, and he may have to come off the bench when he returns. Does that register with anybody? 888-957-9570. Or is it just a situation where not every situation is the same? And it was better for the team for Wiggins to come back into the starting lineup, and it's better for the team for Kuminga to come off the bench.
Well, I'll do this.
I don't know.
Let's start with Matthew J. Steinmetz. If you were Kuminga and you didn't start, would you be feeling some type of way? Or would you say, I got to take one for the team? Because I don't think this is all an indictment, and that's too strong of a word, on Kuminga. We've all seen his growth. But if you're telling me my power forward can go back to his natural spot, you got to look at it like it's bigger than just you. And
there's another issue to this.
Okay.
There's another issue why Kuminga would start to come off the bench, and that's because the realization is set in that Wiggins and Kuminga don't play well together. That they both They both can't reach their potential as individuals when they play together, and therefore the Warriors can't reach their potential. So this might just be the first part of trying to split those guys' playing time up as much as possible, because
interesting,
halfway through the year, one of the beauties of this job is we hear these guys talk day in and day out, and halfway through the year, Steve Kerr talked about how Wiggins and Kuminga were redundant in ways. They both have the same strengths, a lot of the same strengths. They both have a lot of the same weaknesses. So when they play together, they don't really fit together. And that, to me, is as important as why you would bring Kuminga off the bench, is that Trace Jackson-Davis can now play 5 and Draymond can go to 4, though that's a big part of it.
Yeah, no doubt. And what happened when Draymond came back from his suspension, Stoney? What did I say? And Draymond, he deserved these bouquet of flowers in regard to he made that mesh. He made Wiggins and Kuminga coincide, and maybe that got you so far, but yet you still didn't get hot. They had the 14-4 stretch, but like I said, right now it's go time. It's about team, and we know Kuminga will not bite his tongue if he's not happy about his playing time or how he's being used. But Stoney, you said the great word. It's interesting that Wiggs got his spot back, and if somehow Kuminga comes off the bench, it is what it is. But they got games to win. I'm looking at the standings, and I know the Warriors. I left you, and you felt like, "Ooh, you're not excited." I kind of am, but it's been. I just can't get to the 12th floor because they can't get out the 10th spot. But I'm looking at the standings right now, Stoney, and there's a scenario to where right now the Warriors are 2 games behind the Lakers, who are also hot. They've won 3. What if the Pelicans got to that 9th spot or Sacramento got to that 9th spot? I would love the Warriors' chances better than going to L.A. to maybe play up in Sac, the A's new home, and the Smoothie Center.
I mean, there's 7 games left for the Warriors. Yeah. And the Kings have 7 games left. And right now the Warriors are 3 in back of the Kings. I mean, to think that the Warriors are going to catch anybody 8 or better right now.
That ship is gone. Okay. But what about if the Lakers, who are 1 back of Sac and a game and a half back of New Orleans, what if they went up?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and then you got the Pelicans on the road or Sac on the road. Like, to me, that's what you want.
Well, you're going to have 2 games on the road no matter what.
Right, but I'd rather get the Lakers later than earlier.
Well, you might get the Lakers in the second play-in game if they move up the standings. I guess that's one way to look at it. The Lakers, I guess the Warriors could root for the Lakers to move up, and so they wouldn't have to play the Lakers in the first round. I still think it's looking like Lakers 9, Warriors 10. But the other thing that to me is interesting is, let's just talk about tonight's game against Houston. Let's say the Golden State Warriors win tonight against Houston. What does that mean? And let's say what happens if the Warriors lose to Houston. And what I mean is, then how do you, if you beat Houston tonight, they're 4 games behind you, you have the tiebreaker. At that point, you don't have to worry about Houston.
I would rest some of my dudes tomorrow night in Dallas.
Okay, so then you are not, and I'm not, I think I'm with you here too. You're not going to go all in on getting to the 9.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Because I don't think you can, Steiny. The Lakers are, you know what I mean? Like,
well, you got the Lakers one more time.
Well, you are right. A Saturday, I believe. Saturday night game.
Warriors win tonight against Houston.
Well,
and the Lakers lose a game
Tuesday. Thank you, Spadoni.
So
what made me say Saturday?
What I'm getting at is that the Warriors, after tonight's game, are going to have a decision to make if they win this game, because then they will pretty much be locked into 10 or better. But how hard do you go at 9?
Huh?
Do you really go hard the last 6 games for the 9 to play one home game against the Lakers, probably, or another team? I don't know. I don't know that answer.
Well, if you're throwing that at me, and you did, and I kind of fumbled, I'll tell you what, Stoney, I would go hard to get that game against LeBron and AD here, even though, this season hasn't been anything to write home about as far as our home record. You want that game at home.
888-957-9570 is the number. I got 2 questions for Warrior fans tonight. And one is, it looks like Jonathan Kuminga is going to return tonight, although Steve Kerr said he's still got to pass some tests on the knee, but it looks like he's going to play tonight. But Steve Kerr, it just feels like Kuminga is going to come off the bench tonight. Huh? And does that matter to you if you're a Warrior fan? Are you worried about, look, Evan and I went back and looked at some of the numbers of minutes played for Kuminga.
Okay.
And, there were games 2 months into the season. There was a game in particular against Sacramento that the Warriors lost. Jonathan Kuminga played 9 minutes. And if you look at his game logs, there were points in the first couple months of the season when he was playing 16 minutes a night, 18 minutes a night. And then, obviously, what happened after the story in The Athletic, where Kuminga's camp said that he lost faith in the coaching staff. It is pretty amazing. If you pinpoint that date, things changed.
Oh my gosh.
At that point, he started playing 25 minutes a night at least, and then now he's been over 30 a good amount of the time. So now Kuminga's going to be coming off the bench. And how much will that affect his playing time? And if you're a Warrior fan, are you okay with that? Having Kuminga come off the bench? Do you think he'll be okay with it? And then secondly, how are you approaching the last 6 games if you're the Warriors?
They're coming fast, too.
They are coming fast. How much effort are you putting into moving up the standings? How much effort are you putting into resting Steph, Clay, Draymond Green, knowing you're going to have to win 2 one-game elimination games against the Lakers probably and somebody else?
Yeah.
I mean, if you could lose Houston,
and you could do that tonight. You put the nail in the coffin tonight, Steiny.
Just go load manage the last 6 games.
No doubt about it. And you start with number 30.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think there is a doubt about it because you could get to 9 if you keep winning. I mean, if you beat the Lakers, you got a shot at catching the Lakers.
No doubt.
But how much energy do you want to put into beating the Lakers?
I'll tell you. Go ahead.
To get to 9, if that's the case.
Yeah, I don't want to make it about me, but you talked about Kuminga's minute usage early, and I went on one of my rants early on. You remember, Stoney, about Kuminga and him not playing and the team not having success on the court and him only getting a little amount of minutes. But all of a sudden, he took it and ran with it. But the rat on the table to me, to where Steve Kerr, brought to you by Atco, can make this decision, Stoney, let's do it. Let's talk about it. Wiggins has been great outside of the San Antonio game, so that's a lot of this too, right? That Wiggins has taken the mantle, and you talked about the amount of shots. There's more.
Exactly.
There's a natural ability for him to know they need me, if that makes any sense. And the proof's in the pudding. And right now he's balling. I don't want to say he saved them, but he was playing his ass off against Dallas.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors at Houston tonight. Then they play Dallas tomorrow. And I think after these next 2 games, obviously there'll only be 4 games left, and we're gonna obviously see kind of where they sit and then what they have to do. But I just, I think it's very interesting. If you can get a win tonight against Houston, then how do you approach the week after? If you lose tonight against Houston, then all of a sudden they're 2 behind, and you might have to win some more games to make sure that they don't catch you. So a lot going on with the Golden State Warriors, and we'll play some of this Steve Kerr sound. He was on with the morning show this morning instead of yesterday.
I want to give you, before you grab the call, Stein, I want to give you a nugget, you, Evan, and Spadoni, and the listeners, why I'm feeling a bit better, why the sun, even though it's raining, is out a little more Warrior land for me. And you're a basketball historian. But, Steiny, I would love to have been in the meeting or read the email or been privy to the NBA and the NBA talking to the officials about letting stuff go. I mean, I'm not used to watching basketball to where they're letting this physicality and these fouls to where I'm like, that's a foul, that's a foul, that's a foul. And all of a sudden it's not a foul. You got TJD at the 5 now. Draymond Green, forget my criticism of him off the court. He is a junkyard dog. He is one of the strongest defenders in the game in the paint with those paws. And Steiny, if they're going to allow this to continue, this physicality, and kind of, just swallow the whistle, to me, the Warriors defense, now that you got TJD at the 5, you got size, you got a guy that can block shots to go along with Draymond Green, the Tasmanian Devil. Like now I'm looking at, okay, what if that were a Phoenix? What if that is a LA and they're letting the Warriors be physical? I think that, to me, gives the Warriors more action and maybe pulling out a game. I was just about to know.
It's an advantage for Draymond Green. To me, it's a disadvantage for the Golden State Warriors.
But I think they beat Dallas. Well, and I'm using Dallas because they had the two-headed
they were
monster.
missing their biggest, best, most athletic player, Dallas.
Okay, all right.
So, I mean,
I get he was not there.
Okay, how you feel about it?
Because Curry don't get calls anyway, just in my world. You know what I mean? So there is no drawback to that. That'll just be what it's been.
Well, there is a drawback to it. And the drawback we saw against Dallas. I mean, did Curry get to the line against Dallas?
One time he got mugged. I'm looking at
So, I mean, to me, any advantage you may gain from Draymond Green, being able to play more physical, you're just going to lose.
You think?
With Steph Curry not getting any calls when he goes into the lane. Yeah. I do think that. And Clay, I mean, this is still a finesse team. This is a finesse, undersized team. To me,
Curry, no free throws for Curry.
Exactly.
Clay went to Clay. Had two.
Your boy was on one on Tuesday. Fitz.
See, I didn't get the broadcast.
Oh, you watched TNT?
Yeah, I had to get TNT. What was he saying? I doubted.
He had a beauty. He had a beauty. 3 minutes into the game.
Well, Curry got mugged. The boss even sent out. I think it was
amazing.
Sent out a tweet. He got right, left. He got choked, and there was no call.
I mean, I do realize where it all comes from, though. Where all this talk comes from.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
You know what I'd like to find out if the NBA.
Don't say that again.
If the NBA league office ever talks to teams about the announcers and how they talk about their product and the officials. I wonder if I would think they've got to do that.
Not the local broadcast.
I guess not.
Dallas only got to the line 11 times.
Thank you. Thank you.
Man.
I mean, to me, Steph Curry going to the line 0 times is the equivalent of Luka Doncic going to the line only 4 times.
Yeah, he wasn't happy.
Neither of them got to the line.
4 times for Luka.
And I guess that's what's going on with
Clay
the NBA
traveled, Steiny.
I didn't bring that up till the last segment.
Evan, he traveled. You can't miss that, Revs. I'm rooting for the whole team, but I said he traveled.
This is a veteran move.
He got pushed in the back, though.
Okay.
You could have caught a foul.
He didn't get touched. Tim's in Raleigh, North Carolina. What's up, Tim? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Hey, Sonny, you know what? At this point, I hope Kuminga gets DNP the rest of the season.
Oh, boy.
And at the end of the year, let's go ahead and move off of him because I'm so tired. This is absolutely ridiculous. I want this kid to get an opportunity somewhere. The fact that we having this conversation, like every time we win without Steph, it's no problem. We win without Clay. We win without Dre. We win without Wiggins. It's no problem. They come back in status quo. All of a sudden, we win 4 games. Matter of fact, one of them in Miami he was a part of. We win. Wiggins has one good game. One. And the world is coming to an end. Wiggins is back, and Kuminga go bye-bye. Like, dude, I'm over it. Let's go all in on Wiggins. On his $25 million the next 3 years, because the great Wiggins is back. And let's commit to Wiggins, and it's over. Kuminga, man, you did what you needed to do. I'm happy for you, young man. You're going to get your money, but only this fan base at the number 10 seed is talking about not being able to play 2-6-8 wings. Listen to what we're talking about.
Hey, Tim,
I mean, dude, this is
don't
amazing.
go anywhere.
He's hurt. Yeah.
Don't go anywhere. I got to jump in here. So are you saying, you know what, the Warriors bringing Kuminga off the bench,
is BS.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Just move Kuminga and let him start his career somewhere else?
Steiner, did you hear you didn't hear what else Kerr said? Moody's playing well.
Yeah.
Payton's playing well. So now Kuminga behind them. This is hilarious. Like, so you know what? If I was Kuminga in old school, I would damn near shut it down because I done made my money and don't even put me back out there and get me the hell out of here. This dude is going to deal with this with the highest paid coach in the league for another couple of years. We know Lacob is crazy about him. Go listen to the Lacob interview with TK when y'all bring up some things he said on there, but you forget about how he said, I love that guy.
Right.
And did we make some mistakes not playing him too early? Yeah, we probably did. You don't talk about that part, right? So let's go all in on Kuminga. You hear the excitement in Goo's voice. Oh, Wiggins was great. You know what, bro? Let's go all in on Wiggins. Let's let the young fella shut it down. And when the Lakers beat our heads in with all of those athletic freaks they got, and then we'll sit back. We are the number 10 seed, Steiny. The number 10, brother.
So
and we talking about how we can't play.
Tim, let me see if I got this straight. What you're saying is we're the number 10 seed, and we're actually going to put our 21-year-old future, who's had a breakout year, we're actually going to bring him off the bench now, even though we still are just a 10 seed.
The 10 seed, because Mr. Wiggins is back.
Yep.
But when Mr. Wiggins missed 4 games for personal reasons, he comes right back in, and it's all about Mr. Wiggins.
But listen,
you know what?
Tim,
let's let the young fella go start his career somewhere else, so we don't have to have these conversations no more.
Tim,
Thanks, Tim.
I was going to say the rat on the table, Tim, is they couldn't make. And when I say they, it starts at the top. I'm not an advocate for Wiggins or Kuminga. I want them. I've been consistent. I want them both on the court. But the rat on the table, Stoney, is they can't
You don't want them on the court.
Yeah.
Right. So what do you do?
We're going to find out.
I mean, that's what we talked about yesterday, Goo. We said, what do you do with Kuminga now? And then what do you do in the offseason?
But to Tim's point, Steiny, I'm going with you with the birth certificate. Kuminga's 21. He can surpass what Wiggins has done in the league. But I'm not going to sit here and come in and say Wiggins hasn't been balling. I remember we were talking about this more. Like, I'm shocked if JK comes off the bench, but the message is no one man is bigger than the team. We got TJD that helps Dre, so it's bigger than just Wiggins and Kuminga. And unfortunately, Kuminga allowed this to happen because he got hurt. They think they found something, and we'll see tonight at 5:30 or 5 and it looks like they're going to bring Kuminga off the bench.
I'm just saying that the one thing about Steve Kerr is when there is ever, and some people might say this is a big reason why I love him, and some people may say this is one reason why sometimes I criticize him. Whenever there's a gray area, every single time, he will side with the veteran players who have proven themselves already. So he talked about how he makes the decision, and we'll play the cut again on the other side. He talks about how he makes the decision, and one of the things he said was, if we're going pretty well, I might be more likely to not make a change. Meaning, look, we've won 5 in a row, 4 of which have been without Kuminga, so we don't want to rattle that so much. So we'll probably bring him off the bench. At least that's what I'm hearing. Okay, well, Andrew Wiggins missed 4 games. You know what they were in those 4 games? They were 3-1. They won 3 road games against the Knicks, Toronto, and Washington. Not world beaters, but they haven't beaten world beaters on their trip either, the Warriors recently.
But TJD wasn't at the 5, Stoney.
And then, okay. Well,
you know what I mean?
Okay, I'm fair.
I'm with you and Tim.
Right. What the point is, he's choosing Wiggins over Kuminga.
Right.
Because why couldn't you just think about bringing Wiggins off the bench?
And if you were Kuminga and this does happen, would you be pissed off, Steiny?
Yes.
On under?
Yes, I would be. I would be. Now, he's dealt with this before, and we're at a critical juncture of the season, so he'll deal with it. But, I mean, I know the argument about, you got to be careful about losing a guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Only got 6 left.
I don't necessarily think you're going to lose a guy, but the bottom line is, the question you asked me, if you were Kuminga, would you be a little pissed? Yeah, I would be. What do you want me to tell you? I would be. Now, it doesn't mean I'm going to quit my job, but now he's got to make the adjustment to coming off the bench. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors start the stretch.
the home stretch tonight, and it starts in Houston against the Rockets, and the Rockets are 3 games in back. You win that game tonight, you can put them pretty much away, and then start thinking about the Lakers in either the 9 or the 10th spot. 888-957-9570 is the number. I also think there's a school of thought out there that says, moving Kuminga to the bench isn't the biggest deal in the world. And I see that side of it, but it's only not the biggest deal in the world if Kuminga's okay with it. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for
I want them to send a message.
Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy.
Okay, Spadone, that's what you're going to do to me after we bonded. After we bonded last
Steiny, we've
night.
been doing this for a while now. I do not run the board for this show. That is Evan Gibbs.
Wow, I looked at Evan, man.
You know what? I need you to be what people want Steph Curry to be, and that is get Draymond Green under control, and you need to get Evan under control. That's your responsibility as a leader.
Well, I am a lot. I think I'm more the Draymond Green because I bounce at halftime.
That's a 4.
5.
Yeah, that's a 4. How about Spadoni with that gutsy Laker win last night?
Dude,
what'd you say? They blew 3 15-point leads?
Yeah, 3 different times in that game.
Well, Milwaukee lost.
And I said that's gutsier than the Warriors. They can only blow 2 15-point
Did Goo take the prize picks over on Jordan Poole points, though? Dropped 29.
Dude, he's on fire right now, Steiny. JP.
It means absolutely nothing.
Well, I'll tell you what, who's a 0?
Oh, here we go.
Your boy Doc Rivers. I've resigned from the Doc Rivers fan club. Yeah, they've quit. Dude, Steiny, they lost at home to Memphis, and the Memphis players were laughing last night. Like, they were looking at they're not playing defense. Milwaukee's in trouble. They sold their soul for Dame. Nothing against Dame. You should have kept Holiday. And let me tell you who's a 0 right now in the league.
Oh.
Brook Lopez. He's doing nothing. Steiny just standing in the corner doing nothing. Milwaukee is finito.
I just think it's so funny. And I'm sorry. And this
Dude,
I'm just going to put it A1 homerism. What are the Bucks in the standings in the Eastern Conference?
I think like second.
Second. They're second in the Eastern Conference. They're finito.
Not because of Doc
But
Rivers.
the Warriors sitting in the 10th spot.
We ain't talking about the Warriors.
Win 2 play-in games.
Hey.
They still have big-time action. But we're talking about a title. What you explain that one to me. We're talking about a title. How can the Bucks be finito? But the Warriors have action.
Something ain't right. Doc came out and said they're not professional on the road. What does that mean? Guys going to strip clubs? What does that mean, Doc? And then they reward you with a home loss, no Dame, to Memphis. Something's going on.
If you called every NBA player who went to strip clubs unprofessional, you'd be calling 3/4 of the league unprofessional. I'm going to say something here.
You think so?
It is not listen, I don't do it. It's not my cup of tea. Simply going to a strip club is not unprofessional.
Well, I meant staying out late.
I'm just okay. Now that's a different.
I don't like the
ballgame.
strip clubs. Never have.
Mike's in Oakland. Hey, Mike, what's going on, man?
Hey, you guys. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Sure.
Hey.
This is my issue. Why is it that when a guy is hurt and the team is rolling, he doesn't look at it like this? You know what? This team is rolling right now. Let me come off the bench and take my spot back when I can get in here and make it right. I'm just ashamed to see that everybody's got such an ego and they're so self-centered and selfish that they can't think like that, man. I mean, the ultimate goal is to win. It's not like he's never going to play. He's going to play because he's good enough. He will play. He's just not starting.
Well, to be fair,
this makes no sense to me.
Yeah, Kuminga hasn't. If this happens, Kuminga hasn't said he's unhappy with it. So
right,
yeah, but I mean, deep down, we know he's pissed off.
I mean,
it's how you handle it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, just keep the ego down. The team is what you're rooting for. So
right.
Let's keep it that. Let's just keep it 100. Keep it that way. It's about winning.
No, it's good. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call. No, Guru's right. I mean, we don't know. And clearly...
But we know. You know what I mean? But there's a difference where you hold on to it, Stoney. That's all.
So Steve Kerr came on with the morning show, and he made it clear that the Warriors did not practice yesterday. So he didn't see Kuminga, didn't talk to Kuminga. So now he was asked today whether Kuminga's going to start or not. I think he knows Kuminga's coming off the bench, but I don't think he's talked to Kuminga yet. He's probably talking to him in the next hour at shoot-around, or he's already spoken to him since he's gotten to the arena. But Kerr clearly didn't want to say, oh, no, Jonathan's going to come off the bench right now because we're rolling. That's why he kind of hedged and said, in the past, in general, if we're rolling, I don't like to make a lot of changes. And so that leads you to believe that Jonathan Kuminga is coming off the bench. It's funny. I think, not that I want to redo yesterday's show, but to me, you hit there's two big parts to this as far as I'm concerned. One is by bringing Kuminga off the bench, you can start Trace Jackson-Davis. Okay? But there's another part to me that's as equally important, and that is, to me, there's a realization that Kuminga and Wiggins can't. I mean, when I say can't play together, I don't mean they can't be on the same team together. But when Kuminga is on the floor at the same time as Wiggins,
they cancel each other out.
There's just better lineups to use. I said this all day yesterday. You want to start Kuminga and Wiggins, then you cannot expect Andrew Wiggins to be aggressive.
Wow, man.
How can the fourth option on a team be aggressive? He can't be.
And they've married that idea, Stoney. Right now, they're like, they feel that 100%.
Right.
And they got to break it up.
Right.
And unfortunately, Kuminga now if Wiggins, again, Stoney, for the people calling saying maybe why didn't it happen with Wiggins, they chose to start a small guy instead of TJD at the 5. So Wiggins came back and got his spot back.
Yeah, that's what happened. And obviously, I don't think there's anybody out there that wouldn't acknowledge that Wiggins has more freedom when Kuminga's not there. The space on the floor is better, and there's not another player on the floor who's really looking for shots. And Kuminga really looks for his shots, and when he's on the floor, you have to try to get the ball to him because that's what he does. That's where he's at his best.
Go ahead.
That's it.
Yeah, I did you guys the show a disservice. I had some things going on the other night that they played Dallas after, but I don't know if you guys caught Chris Paul after. He was talking, I believe it was Fitz and Kalina, or it might have been Bonte and the guys, and he talked about what he does to Andrew Wiggins, what their conversation is before the game starts. And he is just like, man, dude, just be aggressive. Yeah, and it is something we know, but Stoney, it was just symbolic in the sense that we don't even have a jersey. You, Evan, Spadoni, and I, but we all can see, put on her gladiator for Wiggins, but when he's dialed in, Chris Paul says we're a different team. So just think about that. We got a turbo button.
How can he be
but it doesn't work half of the season.
Let me ask you a question. Yeah. If Andrew Wiggins is on the floor with Steph Curry, 25 points a game, Klay Thompson, shot hunter, Jonathan Kuminga, scorer, how can he be dialed in scoring the basketball? How? It's simple. He can't be. So, to me, the way I almost look at it is the way Dallas plays with Kyrie and Doncic, but for a different reason. Like, they want to keep one of those guys on the floor at all times.
Understand that.
So Doncic starts and Kyrie starts, and then Kyrie comes out 6 minutes into the game, and then Doncic finishes the first quarter, and then he goes and sits out, and Kyrie comes in. But what I'm getting at is, I think the Warriors, I don't think there's going to be a lot of times, it's clear Steve Kerr does not want to go to Wiggins and Kuminga in the same lineup as much as he had earlier in the year, because he thinks he thinks there's some diminishing returns.
And maybe that's why, I said, they're playing blah, blah, blah. Maybe that's why they're hot, Stoney. Maybe that's why they're hot.
Maybe. I mean,
if I'm Wiggins, I don't got to worry about JK having his hand up in the post, having the paint packed when I'm trying to wiggle jiggle.
Let's go to Gary in Daly City. What's up, Gary? How you doing, man?
Hey, you guys. Been following you for since the 60s. I got no problem with it.
That way he'll stay. Like you guys said, there's more flow to the game. The key's open. Wiggins is going to guard the best player on defense, where Kuminga's going to get in foul trouble right away. He can come off the bench. He can work with Chris Paul, and he can have more open court on his end. But it's not who starts the game; it's who finishes the game. So we'll see about that. But also, their problem all year, no one ever talks about it over the years, is Steph Curry's turnovers. His careless handling of the basketball, where it's just giveaways. They're not backdoor cuts, not misreads. They're just, you see it coming. That's why in their heyday, Iguodala, Livingston had the ball. Settled everything down where him and Thompson ran the baseline between David West's screens. But no one says it in the media anywhere. I mean, they cut down their turnovers, they win more games, but they're just careless. They're giveaways. And you see it every time, especially when he goes down the left side of the court.
Appreciate the call.
Can't argue there.
It's been a theme.
Yeah.
He's got to stop.
I don't think he's going to. In fact, I see more turnovers. Like, I don't even know if they're careless anymore. I just think that he's...
And they kind of come when they send the double, Stein. He's like,
By the way, I'm surprised, Steiny.
Why?
I mean, you're coming on Curry's road a little bit. You gave him 25 points a game?
Oh, man. I was going to stop 27.
Who cares?
No, he's been at 23 since the All-Star break.
Who cares? 23, 25, 27. It's not about...
Give me, Evan... Don't shortchange him. Give him the whole season.
Well,
do you want to give everyone else the whole season?
Wow.
Well, I don't even want to bring up some of the stuff I brought up yesterday with you, Evan. You were more rational about it.
Oh,
yeah. Guru can't even handle this question.
Which one?
Or the topic on Steph.
The one I asked you.
Which one?
Exactly.
Go win. Give it to me.
Since the All-Star break, Steph's shooting 40% from the field and 35 from three.
Well, 39.9%.
Yeah.
I can't. Hey, he would tell you.
Right.
But they talked to Kerr this morning about it. Like Kerr said, I've never had to have to talk with him.
Let me ask you a question. And this is what I asked Evan.
Yeah.
Let's say he finishes the year kind of like this. The next 7 games of the regular season.
I don't think they can beat the Lakers.
I don't care about that. They can't. Okay. But what I'm saying is, do you go into next year just thinking, oh, his numbers will be back? If Steph Curry has half of a season
I think
where he shoots 40% from the field, 35, I get it, you can't do anything, but doesn't that make things more real about where this team is? If you're telling me that since early February till the end of the season, that Steph never really got it going and his numbers took a dramatic hit for the second half of the season, wouldn't you be a little worried about going into next year thinking you're going to get the player that you had at the first part of the season?
Now, I love the question. And
then how far can a team go if this is who Steph is?
Well, this is, okay, I'll start. I'll just say this. I would have one of the realest conversations ever in the world with my super duper star that's due $55 million, I believe, next year and say, is it imperative that you get more help? We're not passing the buck or putting the onus on anybody else, Donnie.
Well, of course.
Was this second half of the year and you being kind of subpar to your standards, how much of that was due to
I can just tell you
what was around you and what wasn't around you?
I can just tell you how 99% of players would answer that, and it's on me.
Yeah.
It's on me. Like any self-respecting player would say, Steiny, you had a terrible year. Yeah, well, Guru really was in bad spots all year, and Evan didn't put me in some good spots. Now, you're going to say, I need to be better. I didn't have a good year.
And do you think, because I know you're going to cite his age, but do you think he can be better? I think he can.
I don't. How? Who gets better at 36 to 37?
Well, you play less games.
Yeah.
Well, that's
less minutes in those games.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I didn't think of it like that way. But no, using him like they're using him now, no, he's not going to get better over the next 2 years. That's the thing. You got to fix. And
you're saying he's playing too much. He's tired.
You don't think he is?
No, I'm just
I think he's tired.
Yeah.
I think he's tired. And we've seen him tired before, and it doesn't mean like he has peaks and valleys. He's been tired before in his career, and he's bounced back, and he's put together big, big stretches. And there's obviously, I wouldn't bet against him doing it from this point on.
I'm just saying.
From tonight, you mean?
We got we've now had a little bit of an extended stretch with Steph not playing well.
All right, and that's my nightmare, Stotty. And I'm causing no noise if this doesn't revert back. If you're telling me the play-in game is going to be kind of he's got a man, Stotty. He's got to be Superman if they're going to shock the world and get in.
Right. I mean, again,
and that's why I would do what you asked me earlier and the fans about giving them some rest. And maybe the rest don't help, but at least you know the phone was on 100. The rest, you charged it.
And this is what I figured out yesterday. The rest helps. To me, I've watched the Warriors for the last 15 years with Steph Curry, and there has never been a bigger, more obvious correlation between this team when they have to play hard, what happens in the aftermath, to when they manage minutes well and what happens in the aftermath. You want to know the big thing 2 years ago?
Sure.
And I told this to Evan, and
I know where you're going. I swear I do.
Go ahead, tell me.
The year before, he was able. Their season was over early. They lost in the play-in, and he got rest, and he was hurt that season. He missed last week or last 10 days before the playoffs in 2022. Last month.
Right, but that's not the only thing that happened. And this is where when people say, but Steiny, they won it 2 years ago. There were significant differences 2 years ago. And this is the one thing that hit me over the head yesterday, and I brought it up to Evan. Not that I want to do it again, but this has got to sink in for people. When they won it 2 years ago, look at the big three. Steph missed the last month of the season. The last month, he came into the playoffs fresh.
Clay started in January.
And Draymond missed 2 months. He missed games in February and March of that year. So their three most important players all came into the postseason 2 years ago, 2 years younger, 2 years ago, as fresh as they could possibly be for the postseason. This year, they're 2 years older. Steph looks like he's fatigued. Clay's been okay, I guess, but I'll just leave it there. But who's been playing well? Draymond, who's missed 25 games. So that to me is
I hear that.
I don't know if it's what's it called? A catch-22 or just something you're going to have to figure out. You cannot continue to play these guys big minutes, intense games, because they're going to wear down, I think.
Well, you know what? Hearing you put it that way and I can't say that you're wrong. Stoney, it's imperative then, if they beat Houston tonight, then I don't know if it's worth getting the 9th seed and taxing Curry.
I don't know either.
You got that's where we start. You got to give the chef some rest. You just do. And you might still lose that playing game. Hopefully you don't. But Stoney, if what you're saying, you can't defy logic, you got to give them some rest.
Right, and a lot of people are saying, okay, we get it, Steiny, they're older, so what are you saying? That's what I'm saying is what I've said now for the last 2 months, that do not forget about Trace Jackson-Davis, Podziemski, Moody, and Kuminga.
Yeah,
they're to me, they're the only chance you have, the young guys, the only chance you have, because I look at last year and see a team that, to me, wore down. And if you look at last year, everybody played a lot. And by this time of
they were gassed.
To me, the only hope for the Warriors is to continue to play the young guys. And you've got a great example of a game against Dallas.
Perfect.
Where
Moody gave you 20.
Steph and Clay couldn't make a shot.
And they won.
They were 10 for 32, and they won the game.
Yes, they did.
So
Moody was 4 of 8 from 3. You're right, Stoney. So you can't say, I know it's one game, and we don't want the Splash Brothers to have that game, whoever they play in, the play-in. But the fact is, you are growing in a sense that it's not feast or famine if they're on or off, because you got maybe strength in numbers to a degree.
And I get that Kuminga coming on, let's say he's coming off the bench. That's not a death sentence. I understand that. But by the same token, I listen, Kuminga's got a long way to go. He's got a long way to go. I get that. But I just don't want this to be the first step toward Steve Kerr relying more and more on the veterans instead of the young guys. I don't think it's time to do that right now. I think you'd end up paying the price for that. JB's in Fremont. What's up, JB? How you doing, man?
Hey, listen, I just wanted to chime in here. I said this before. I'm originally from the East Coast, New Jersey, as a matter of fact. So I get the whole Pennsylvania Kutztown thing, Steiny.
Kutztown.
You got to cut Steph a break. I mean, I'm a fan here. I mean, it's never, you're looking for every single little thing. All right, his talent's going down a little bit. The guy is a top-notch player.
No
Even
doubt.
when we were winning, you're shooting him down. And Guru, you've been there long enough. Put this guy in his place. Really.
Keep going. Listen, Steph's one of the best players of all time. He's also third. So what do you want to do, build around him?
I never said that. I'm talking about you personally. You never had a kind word to say.
Let me ask you a question, JB. Then why every time when I see Steph Curry, we have a great conversation? Because he understands that really, if you listen, I praise Steph Curry 90% of the time. I just don't praise him 100% of the time, like a lot of other people.
See, I know what it is. You can't handle it. The guy's got talent, and he's a good-looking brother. Matter of fact, I'm going to change my name from JB Fremont to good-looking JB. You can't handle that.
You're saying I'm jealous of Steph?
Yeah, pretty much. Look in the mirror.
How can I be jealous of a guy who's at his level?
Dude, I've heard you compare your high school basketball game to his. Come on.
You don't know my sense of humor, JB.
You don't know my sense of humor.
I don't really need to because you don't have a radio show.
Hey, but I can call in as a fan and voice my opinion.
And notice that I'm letting you talk.
Yeah, and JB, I'm hurt you tried to spray me a little bit. I'm the biggest Steph advocate, but since the All-Star break, the numbers are what they are. Yeah. No, you said that I need to check him. You said I need to check him.
Dude, I'm not spraying you, Guru. I think you're awesome. Been on the air for a long time.
Go ahead, JB.
You're number one fiddle in this, bro.
I love JB.
All right, so you don't want me to bring up that Steph's 36.
And you don't want me to bring up where you're from, Reading, Pennsylvania.
Why do I care?
That's the lamest place you could be from. Come on. Reading. I got relatives there.
All right. Thanks, Jay. I mean,
boy, he said you jealous. I never thought about it.
My guy JB can't read the room.
Right.
I mean,
that was material. No, half of it wasn't. He said you jealous of the chef.
We know he's from the East Coast.
Well, I'm not like
I'm the.
Like, that was very weird.
That was Fedoni. What a great word. Man. It was weird. You're not jealous of the chef. No, you're not. I got to take that off the board.
There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can even compare myself with Steph be jealous of.
No doubt about it.
Let's quick run down the list. We got a second. He's a better player.
No.
He's more well-liked. He's got more money, nicer house.
Yeah.
He's a better father.
He's taller.
He's a better father. Yeah. He's better looking. Although, you know what?
Got better hair.
Well, actually, I don't know. You got the Robert Redford.
I'll tell you what. Maybe JB's onto something with. I got a pretty good smile. Now he's got the gap in the middle of the tooth, which gives him character.
I'm trying to. Steph got a gap.
Yeah, he's got the Lauren Hutton gap.
Sammy Sprinklers.
Absolutely.
When you talk about gaps, there's only one gap. Leon Spinks.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Michael Strahan.
He's two. He's two on Mount Gapmore.
Who's on all Mount Gapmore?
Alfred E. Newman. Remember Mad Magazine?
Oh,
yeah.
Joakim Noah.
No, that one I didn't know.
My wife loved him.
Really?
No, she loved hair.
How come?
She loved his hair.
He's got a great personality.
Yeah, Rick
Curry's
Fox
got a better
too.
golf game than
I mean, that's another thing. He's better at bowling. He's a good bowler. He's better at ping pong.
I think you might have him in public speaking.
He does mumble a little at times.
I don't like that. I say I defended him. I don't hear the mumbo jumbo.
He'll be president though.
You might be. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors at Houston tonight. Warrior fans, how do you want the Steve Kerr and this organization to kind of handle these last 7 games? You go all into. How important is it to get to 9? Warriors have not played well in general in LA, but they did beat the Lakers the last time they played there, though Anthony Davis got hurt early. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to Steiny and Goo 24 hours a day if you want, like JB from the East Coast. He's locked in. That segment was brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising...
I was going to call him Stumpy. I mean, Steiny.
That ain't cool.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, we got Ron Wotus is going to join us at 1 o'clock. He is a consultant to the San Francisco Giants coaching staff right now. Giants got swept in L.A. They're 2-5, but
still early.
Very early. Yeah. I mean, hell, Pirates are like what?
5-1.
Oh man, they lost.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, that was like from K-Wig days.
I'm good now.
Hey, I do want to play a little game with you at some point. A little trivia game. We could all play too.
Yeah, I'm ready.
You want to do it now, or should I?
I'm not good at waiting. I'm that guy.
Well,
hey, I got to tell you something. Tell me now, or I'm done.
Here's how I'll start. And I hope you're up on the news. I know you've had to tend to Mia. So if you haven't heard about this, I'm not doing it to expose you.
Only God can judge.
How about Malachi Flynn?
50 points off the bench.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. Malachi Flynn plays for the Detroit Pistons.
Boy.
Used to play for Finchie's T-Wolves back in the day. He had 50 points in a game.
San Diego State.
And
Aztecs.
I just saw a headline that said, man, this Malachi Flynn may be the most, the long shot 50-point scorer in league history. Like the most unlikely 50-point scorer in NBA history.
I'm with you.
All right. Evan, how many players in NBA history have scored 50 points in a game?
I want to say close to like 100.
Okay.
Actually, more than 100.
Or is that how many times it's been done, and it's been done multiple times?
No, just the amount of players that have scored
it's that
50.
many?
Yeah, it is a lot.
The amount of...
Never mind.
Oh, whoa.
There's like 30 players that have been tied that have had one 50-point game.
Okay. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's start.
Who you got?
We're going to name players in the NBA who have had a 50-point game.
I'll go first.
Yeah.
Bernard King.
Hold on. All right. Spadone, you want to play?
Are we doing obscure names? Can we go like Kobe?
No, it's till you get stumped.
Yeah.
Okay, wow. All right, I'll go easy. I'll go Wilt Chamberlain.
Okay.
I'm with Bernard King.
I'll say Bird.
Jordan.
Kobe.
Did Jeremy Lin do it?
Oh, you're out.
I was going obscure. I'm out.
not.
Wow.
Oh, you don't want to.
Is he out?
Let's go. Charles Barkley had to have 50 in a game.
Yeah, I think against the Warriors, right?
Yeah, in the playoffs.
That's right. That was a playoff game, yeah.
Jason Tatum.
Uh-oh.
No, Tatum's got it. Come on, guys.
Well, I'm just waiting. I'll go, what's it? Doncic.
Look, a good call.
Kyrie.
LeBron James.
I'll
like
say
this.
Giannis has to have had 50.
You had one in Game 6, right?
I know.
Dominique Wilkins.
Jokic.
Kevin McHale.
McHale.
He had 56, trust me, on that one.
I'll give it to you. Curry.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Clay.
What?
Devin Booker.
Oh, God, Clay. Of course, Clay. Durant.
Okay, here we go.
Andre Miller.
Oh,
whoa!
Now that one I wouldn't
Don't be
have got.
trying to sneak Andre
That
Miller
is
in
the
there.
one.
There's a.
I think it
dark
was against
horse.
the T-Wolves.
I got a couple crazy ones that I do remember.
Kyrie Irving.
I already said that.
Oh, okay.
How about this one?
Yeah.
This will ring a bell. These are the ones I remember. I'm not looking at anything. I remember this game. Tony Delk.
That's what
Wow,
Lucas said.
good one. Antoine Jameson.
Great one.
Did it back to back.
Ooh.
Yikes.
Ray Allen.
Is that right?
I'm guessing.
Ray. He had it when he was Seattle.
Here's the other one.
Yeah, he had one for Seattle.
And I'm calling all Warrior fans right now. If you know this, you pass the test for you are a legitimate Warrior fan. How many Warrior fans remember this one? Tracy Murray, Washington Wizards.
I did see him on the list.
Wow, I would have never got that one.
He did it against the Warriors, and he did it against the PJ Carlissimo Warriors back in the day when PJ Carlissimo simply never went over the screen on the three-point shot.
I'm guessing Tracy McGrady had a 50, bro.
Oh, I got to believe it. Here's a good one that I do remember. You brought this one up. This was a great one from Curry's rookie year.
Brandon Jennings.
Wow, the
Remember he had
lefty.
55.
He had like 40 of them on Curry.
Remember when everybody thought Brandon Jennings was going to be better than Curry?
No, I thought he was good.
I did.
What about he played a little last night for Phoenix? This might be the first one I missed. Isaiah Thomas. Little Isaiah Thomas, the lefty.
That's a good one.
I mean,
Wait, the
the
original or
he averaged 30 1 year. He averaged 29.
He was almost about to
I think.
get a max deal.
Shaq.
Oh, Shaq for sure. Yeah. I think he did it on his birthday.
Isaiah did have one too.
Yeah.
Oh, we're forgetting
By the way, Isaiah Thomas, the newly minted Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, that's what I said. He got in the game last night.
He dropped in a playoff game.
Dude,
who, Isaiah Thomas?
Yeah.
With Boston, I believe.
I bet you Isaiah Thomas, the former Piston, never did it, in a way.
AI.
Iverson.
Man, AI, if you're listening.
Carmelo Anthony.
He had 60 at the Garden.
We're missing a guy who did it multiple times for multiple teams.
Jamal Crawford?
Yep, Jamal
Good
Crawford.
call, man.
I was going to say Dominique.
I think he did it 3 times.
I said Dominique early.
Didn't Jamal Crawford do it 3 times? I think he did it for the Warriors once, maybe. No, maybe not.
Clippers,
he was a
probably.
Warrior. This guy did do it. TJ Warren? Did he do it in the bubble?
In the bubble.
Man,
That's right.
Does that count? We're allowing it.
Oh, then Dame.
Dame Lillard.
Actually, didn't drop 60 on the Warriors.
Do you have the list in front of us? Just start ripping off names if you.
I'm going to go Latrell Sprewell.
Nah, I'd say no on that one.
Jalen
Brunson. He just did it, didn't he?
What about Dirk?
Spree's a no.
Dirk had to have done it.
All right.
We didn't say Kareem.
We had Luka already? Luka's done.
I said Luka. Yeah. He had
Pistol Pete.
Malachi Flynn.
Embiid.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, but the most random ones I could find, we got... Actually, I do remember this one. LaMarcus Aldridge for the Blazers had one. Oh, your boy Tripucka.
Kelly Tripucka.
Yeah.
With Charlotte or with Detroit?
Who?
I think it was with Detroit.
Kelly Tripucka.
Puka?
Yeah, I remember him. He had hair.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Tripucka.
You know what? When you make fun of a guy like that, then I've got to tell you, he comes from a basketball family on the East Coast.
Shame on us.
The Tripucka.
Everyone can make fun. You can make fun of my last name. Got made fun of. I went to an all-guys Catholic high school. Oh,
what about Rick Barry?
Yeah, he had to do it. Good call.
Well, I've heard a lot of Warriors fans come down this guy road, but Joe Barry Carroll had a 50-point game.
You know what? Wow. I've been meaning to do this.
What?
I've been meaning to do this. We had a guest on the other day who brought up Joe Barry Carroll.
Maybe that was it.
And how he was among... when we were talking about Draymond Green, somebody brought up Joe Barry Carroll and said that Joe Barry Carroll was among of all the Warrior players who have ever played here, like he was the most disliked. I don't know if it was despised or disliked or what, but he was not liked at all by Warrior fans. Here's my I got a question for old-time Warrior fans as it relates to Joe Barry Carroll. Do you have his bio up? If you look at his stats, Joe Barry Carroll with the Golden State Warriors, they're really good. Like his numbers.
Why did we look at him like he was soft? Like he was Aaron Dampier.
That's what I want to know.
I remember watching him play.
19 and 9.
19 is
9.
His whole career with the Warriors was like 20 and 10, 21 and 9, 20 and 10.
But they didn't win. Maybe they put it on at his doorstep.
Why was Joe Barry Carroll among the most least liked Warrior players in history? Because if you look at his numbers, it's they're pretty good.
He went to Italy in 84-85.
888-957-9570. I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, some of it had to do with the trade.
Yes, correct.
The trade was a big part of it.
Like, that's what they kept comparing that to because he moved off those kind of guys.
But he came here and threw up 20 a game.
Terrence Ross.
Did DeMarcus Cousins have 50? Now you guys got me fixated. In sacks?
Hell no.
In sack?
Yeah, he might have.
Okay.
He actually had 2.
Look at him, D-Cub. Lou Williams.
I don't know why, but I don't like
Sweet lemon pepper.
I don't like when Guru does that with Cousins.
D-Cub?
Yeah, it's played. It's hackney.
Flipped my friend off after a game, by the way.
Did
he was
really?
big for the community, though.
Well, I'm sure he was.
Yeah.
But
hey,
there was a video that went viral of some guy who was my friend saying something to him after the game, and he just gave him the double bird right when he was walking into the locker room.
I could never be mad if I was a pro athlete.
Even of course you would be.
Yes,
lefty, here I go. Michael Redd.
Yep.
Oh.
Count the bucket.
By the way,
Harden then.
From the
say James.
From the 510, I love Joe Barry Carroll. He was misunderstood. Yeah, 888-957-9570. is the number you want to jump in here. We're talking about the Warriors, but yeah, I've never understood, or not understood, I wasn't around.
Yeah.
Like, why was Joe Barry Carroll so maligned by the fans? And I get it. They ended up giving up Parrish and the rights to Kevin McHale.
I got to believe he was too finesse. You had Al Addles around here. You had Will. Like, Steiny, Joe Barry Carroll, I'm picturing him right now with the beard. He bald, but I always thought he was just soft. But when you say 19-9, put some respect on his name.
First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat, D-Lou's got a good one. He was a Warrior for a second. Sadiq Bey.
He scored 50?
Yeah.
What's wrong with this league?
Wow. I just remember he beat the Warriors on the walk-off. Remember that one?
Here's one I do remember. Willie Burton.
Mick who?
Willie Burton did it for Miami, and the reason I remember it because he went to Iona.
Wow.
I just remember he played with a guy.
D-Wade had to have 50.
Yes, he did.
Okay. You would think Dwayne Wade had 50.
I'm mad I didn't say Terrence Ross.
I'm mad.
He shot enough.
Him.
Boy.
There's one that keeps coming up on both the YouTube
Patrick
chat
Ewing
and the Xfinity.
Ewing had to do it.
Now this is an unlike.
Ewing had 2.
Ewing had 2.
As many as Trae Young.
Oh God.
We didn't even mention Trey Day.
That team's pathetic. Anyway, no. Here's one.
Playing a little
here's
better.
one for the. Yeah, you know why? Trae Young's not playing. Actually, I don't know if he's back or not. Yet.
He's not.
He's not.
Yeah, he's done.
There you go.
By the way, Jamal Crawford's got as many 50-point games as Larry Bird.
That's because Bird never played in the fourth
sign
quarter.
of the times.
It's incredible.
What about D-Rode?
Larry Bird was
Bird's
just
got
like
one.
Curry the year the Warriors won all those games. He never played in the fourth quarter. And here's one of the most unlikely ones. Corey Brewer. Corey Brewer.
Was he a team with Minnesota?
Corey Brewer is on the all cherry pick team. He is. Nobody Barbosa. I'd say Barbosa.
Kaminga.
Anybody who played for the Suns in the mid-2000s.
Corey Brewer.
Kaminga's quietly good at it.
How about Mahmoud?
Yep, he's got one.
And somebody's saying here, Nick Van Exel.
Yep.
Nick at night.
There you go. Oh, Gilbert Arenas, I think, had 50.
Oh, no, G-Code had him.
Sonny, who's Rudy LaRusso?
I've
never heard of him.
Not in the modern era. Stop it.
It still counts.
It does, but he was like 1950.
Oh, Ced Ceballos.
Wow. What about C.J. McCollum? No.
I don't know. Did he?
Dude, there's so many.
I guess we could do this for a while. Yeah. Karl Malone, I don't think we mentioned, but he must have done it, right? There you go.
Duncan.
Catino Mobley? I'm hearing Catino Mobley.
Yeah, I'm going to say no to that.
Did anybody say Jordan?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was early.
No on the Mobs.
Wow.
No Catino Mobley. Vince Carter. Vince Carter.
Yeah, twice.
I want to get back into this Warriors thing, and this is but I want to ask Warrior fans on a scale of 1 to 10 if this is a big deal.
I've got to make a decision whether he starts or not. It's up in the air. We're going to meet as a staff. I mean, we've won 4 in a row, starting Trace with Draymond on the front line, and that's generally in the past when the way I've handled things, if our team is playing well, I generally stay with the same group. But that also disrupts the bench rotation. It changes things there. And Moses is playing really well. Gary Payton's playing well. So there's a lot to consider with that question. But regardless, we want him back. I mean, we need JK.
Well, he answered our question. The fact that you got to even go to the lab, that's your answer. You know what I mean, Steiny?
What do you mean?
Like the fact that it's not, hey, he's back, you're right back in.
You would think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how's your relationship going? Well, that don't mean it's all good.
So, can I be clear about something?
Be crystal.
Okay. Whether Kuminga starts or comes off the bench tonight, I don't have a preset, well, this is a mistake. Or no, this is the right move. I want to know from Warrior fans if they, how you always say, Stein, is this a big deal or nothing to see here? That's what I'm trying to gauge from Warrior fans.
At this point, to me, this late in the game, is nothing to see here.
All right.
Even if he were mad, he can't go public with it.
Well,
It's go time. We're about to be in Cancun.
Could it jeopardize his long-term future here?
That, I think, very well may be the case. Could be the case if he really is that upset about it.
Yeah, and I don't know if he's upset about it or not. I got to believe he doesn't want to come off the bench, but neither did Klay Thompson. But Klay Thompson came off the bench.
Wiggins did it too.
When?
When they moved him, demoted him when he wasn't playing good earlier this year, they moved him to the bench. And I got a guy, he's a big guy, but we'll just call him the cameraman. We always talk about Pods and how great he's been. He hit a rookie wall. Now he's past that. Steiny, my boy, just texted me, the cameraman, said Kuminga quietly before this injury, he kind of hit a rookie wall. Do with that what you will, but, I mean, so I think that goes into they're flowing right now. And if you want to tell me, hey, 4-1 road trip, they've won 5 in a row, you don't want to mess up the apple cart, let's go.
It is interesting, though, because
I think it is.
Was
I think it's very
he might have hit a rookie
interesting.
wall, but he was playing pretty well. Like when Wiggins went to the bench, he wasn't playing well. When Klay Thompson went to the bench, he wasn't shooting very well.
Kuminga's
he hasn't done anything wrong.
I hear you.
That's kind of the conundrum.
Well, and listen, again, what Steve Kerr does is what Steve Kerr does. And maybe people interpret what I'm going to say as like negative, but all I'm saying is that as a non-Warrior fan and just an observer, the bottom line is this. Andrew Wiggins missed 4 games because of personal reasons. They went 3-1. They beat Washington, they beat New York, and they beat Toronto on the road. Wins that, quite frankly, were very similar to the wins against the bad teams they just got without Kuminga. Then they lost to Boston. Okay? Here comes Wiggins. He came back. He went right back into the starting lineup. Now, if you remember, he wasn't playing huge minutes, but he got the start the minute he was available to play. So all I'm pointing out is Jonathan Kuminga has now missed 4 games. The Warriors won 4 of those games. They went 4-0 without Kuminga. They went 3-1 without Wiggins. Like, why does Kuminga have to go to the bench? And if you really want to make the comparison, is should it make a difference or does it make a difference that Kuminga was hurt? Like, is hurt different than personal reasons? Like, to me, if you miss because of personal reasons and you come back and you get to be the starter, well, if you miss because of injury, you get to be the starter then too.
Yeah,
I don't make a distinction there.
Well, let's put the right on the table, brought to you by Atco. Stoney, the part of this is finally Andrew Wiggins has showed the pulse. These games that commit, I think that's a part of it.
No doubt.
And then also the Draymond component that they could put a big at number 5 and allow him to stay fresh.
Absolutely,
but the long-term future, like I feel like the Warriors could lose, and 24 hours later, Kuminga will go back. Somebody in this camp will say, you know what? He wasn't happy he didn't get his starting job back. Like he might bite his tongue right now for the betterment of the team in the rest of this season. I would advise that if he's upset, but I guess you risk, upsetting him in the long term. But right now, you got 2 road games. It looks like to win to get to the playoffs. Steiny, I don't know if you could just go to the front of the line and say, how did I lose my gig? But it's very valid.
David,
like, why is it Wiggins not coming off the bench? Because he's playing good. And we've been waiting on it.
Okay. So Kuminga lost his starting job because of injury.
Well,
and Damon Chang hits it out of the park. Who gives a crap as long as we're winning?
Yeah, I see that.
Well, the players. The individual players. I mean, let's try not.
But there's one name, and that's the name on the front.
That's right, but let's not act like Kuminga isn't in a contract year, and he's having a breakout year. Like, we can't just dismiss that. And here's the other thing we can't dismiss.
But all that he's built doesn't go away if he were to come off the bench the rest of the season.
What do you do? What do you do if you don't have 2 guys who can play together? Like, what's going to happen?
Oh, we got to fix it. Somebody's gone. You would think.
Yeah. And all I'm saying is, like, I guess this would be my fear, is that maybe you discover that Kuminga and Wiggins aren't compatible starters for a championship type of team. All I'm saying is, if we've learned one thing from Steve Kerr, it's that in situations like this, he's going to favor the veteran or the guy who was more important to their title two years ago. That's Wiggins.
For right now, but the future, I don't think that's Wiggins. I think it's Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, that's my point. Now I don't know. I really don't know.
Wow.
Because this is where what if you get into the play-in, Kuminga's coming off the bench, and what if you can't talk about it if you don't mean it, and you shock the world and you beat Denver with Kuminga coming off the bench. And over the course of the playoffs, you realize they can't play together. Not at that level, not at the highest of high levels. We had to split them up. Like, I am starting to think, oh, God, this could be a recipe for run it back and move Kuminga.
Which we kind of had on the table because Kuminga,
I'm not crazy about that.
It symbolized you getting something good in return. If you had to add some picks or another player.
You can get more for Kuminga than Wiggins.
No doubt about it.
I think that's obvious. So, just kind of wondering where Warrior fans are with that. 888-957-9570. Here's more Steve Kerr on what he likes about Wiggins, Draymond, and Trace Jackson-Davis.
Well, number one, I think, they're all playing well at the same time. So when we're putting them together right now, we're getting great ball pressure from Wiggs. We get rim protection from Trace, and it allows Draymond to play a little bit of center field, where he can kind of roam the paint and thwart drivers and force passes back out to the perimeter. And I think there's a psychological component too. Draymond loves having a shot blocker next to him so that he can really kind of patrol and take care of everything that's out there. When he's the center, and he's really good at it, and we play him a lot at the 5, he just doesn't have as much help at the rim. And so there are times where I can see him get a little frustrated, and those are the times where we kind of can sense, like, let's get another big in there. Let's help Draymond out a little bit and fortify our defense.
Makes all the sense in the world, Steiny. We saw him go Ronnie Lott against Dallas, Draymond. I don't know if you remember that one up the middle he picked off and went the other way, but man, you just have, I'm not saying TJD is bogut, but on this team, you could call him that. Man.
Wiggins, Green, and Trace Jackson, like he said it, they're all playing well at the same time. Yeah. They don't all play well at the same time when Wiggins plays with Kuminga. And, when we did the crossover 2 days ago, you were here, Goo. Willard, brought up the Kuminga thing, and I was thinking he was a little premature, but
what was his point?
What I think is coming to we've learned a lot about the Warriors this whole year. I mean, we really have.
I'm learning a lot right now with the emergence of TJD, Steiny.
Well, to me, Klay Thompson has done enough and has handled this situation well enough that he deserves to find a number that works for everybody. And so I think Klay might be coming back. But let's talk more about it. This segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Now it's time for the closer of the week.
Simply going to a strip club is not unprofessional.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What do you got for me, buddy?
Dude, you guys just got me. I can't stop thinking about the 50-point games. And Evan may know this, but I gotta ask for the theme show, the game show music, to see if you three can name, Evan, you may know, you're honest, Abe. So if you know, let me know. The top 5 guys that have had the most 50-point games in the association.
Wow.
The top 5.
Wilt.
Oh, okay, that's 1.
Kobe.
That's 2.
Jordan.
Kobe had 25. Wilt had 118. Jordan had 31. There's 2 more. You guys hit that 3 quick. Like birds.
I'm thinking.
4 and 5. There's 2 guys.
How about?
One's had 23, the other 17.
23 games over 50? Okay, so it's Chamberlain,
Jordan, and Kobe. Wilt first, Michael second, Kobe third.
Jerry West?
No Jerry West, Evan.
That's a good guess.
Pete Maravich?
Nope.
LeBron?
Nope.
Carmelo?
Nope.
Don't.
There's 2.
That's
what?
pretty incredible.
How about this? What? Can you say like the era? Don't give specific years, but are we?
One is this era. One guy is still going.
Still going.
Harden?
Yes, sir. He's done it 23 times.
How about Steph?
Yeah, Steph's number 9.
So the last guy has done it 17 times.
And he ain't this era.
Okay.
Malone?
No, good guess.
Rick Barry.
No.
Oh, I thought I had it.
I'm going to give up.
I thought I had it.
Elgin Baylor.
Oh,
17 times at number 5.
Oh, boy.
Dude. Kevin Durant has 9. Kareem has 10. Curry has 13. AI with 11.
Harden's got 23.
I didn't realize that either. You know what? I'll bet
I bet what?
He did 90% of them in Houston, right? with those teams.
That was great.
You know, this time of year always, I got to be careful this time of year. Because this is the weekend of the Final Four is always the weekend where they announce who's made the Naismith Hall of Fame.
Oh, boy.
And, I mean, let me tell you what Adam Silver should do. He's got to create an NBA Hall of Fame, not a Naismith Hall of Fame. This thing's a joke.
It's too much. Too many people getting in.
It's a joke. It really is.
So you have a problem with Diaper Dandy, baby, Dick Vitale.
Well, that was a while ago. Yeah.
But you can't tell the story of it's college basketball without him.
Can you tell the story of the NBA without Robert Horry?
Yes, I can.
Oh, the guy who's won 7 rings and made more big shots than anybody?
No, I
get it. I get it. He's not a Hall of Fame player, but
then why what would his story?
Well, what has Dick Vitale done as an announcer? Like that's the Chauncey Billups. He's going to get in. Chauncey Billups. Okay. All right.
Now what?
Okay, he's a Hall of Famer.
And he's the NBA champion.
Right. Okay, he was also a Finals MVP. Like,
but how good of a ball player? Like,
he's not a Hall of Famer in my mind. Good, really good player, really good.
But I think we're past that. Really good gets you in, right?
I know. Yeah, that's my point. That's why the NBA, I think, should come up with their own building and their own Hall of Fame. Jerry West being inducted for the third time. The third time.
Now, I didn't even know this was a pot. How to explain that? And do you like it? No hate. Do you like? I think you should be. You're a Hall of Famer and what you did, and that's it. Not you can get to come back.
Well, there are 4 categories to get into the Hall of Fame.
Well, there you go. There
you can get in as a player. You can get in as an executive. You can get in as a referee, or you can get in as a contributor.
What about broadcaster?
That's a contributor. Right. So Jerry West got in as a player, and now he's getting in as a contributor. But he also was inducted as part of the 1960 Olympic team that got honored. So that team and their players are in the Hall of Fame. So Jerry West has gone in 3 times. I'll tell you what, one thing they should just do is, look, if you're a Finals MVP, you're automatically in the Hall of Fame.
So Iggy would be in.
Yeah, and so would Cedric Maxwell.
Well, you're right.
Those are the only 3 players although Billups looks like he's in, although it's not official, but he's going to make it. Chauncey Billups, Cedric Maxwell, and Andre Iguodala, the only finals MVPs who are not in the Hall of Fame. Everybody else is in the Hall. Or, a guy like Giannis, I'm assuming, is going to go in. Jokic, Curry, Giannis, LeBron, Kawhi, we're all talking Hall of Famers. Yeah. Durant, LeBron, Iguodala. I don't think Iguodala's a Hall of Famer, but he's going. You're right. I think he's going to get in.
Now, if I asked you, and I'm no shade here.
He'll be there when he be there.
Yeah. If I asked you who's the better ball player, Gilbert Arenas or Chauncey Billups, honestly, Stanley, I would say I believe Gilbert Arenas was more gifted at the game of basketball than Chauncey.
Well, gifted. I'm sorry. You lost me at gifted. That means nothing. Because there are many gifted players
in
who
Washington,
are more gifted.
Though, if it wasn't LeBron,
say better. Just use the word better.
Yeah, better. I think he was better than at the game of basketball than Chauncey.
I don't think he played as long, which is a factor. Billups probably played on better teams, which matters.
He also played defense.
But
that's a 4.
But we could have that discussion. Yeah. I don't think either of them were Hall of Famers.
Right.
But I don't know. Gilbert Arenas in the Hall. He averaged 30 one year, didn't he?
G-Code.
Well, so then did we put Isaiah Thomas Jr. on there or the younger?
Not long enough.
He scored Chris 30. Paul the second. Well, he's a Hall of Famer.
No doubt he is.
He's an absolute Hall of Famer. Kawhi, LeBron, Dirk, all those guys are Hall of Famers. Duncan, Jordan.
Cedric and Iggy. Damn.
Bill Walton. He's a Hall of Fame. Wes Unseld, Hall of Fame. All those guys are Hall of Famers. Let's get back to the Warriors and Steve Kerr on this season and how well, you know what? Let's go back to the basics. Hey, is Kuminga going to play tonight?
I've got to make a decision whether he starts or not. It's up in the air. We're going to meet as a staff. We've won 4.
Never mind. I played that now. It's not what I wanted to go to the Steph Curry, the minutes for Steph Curry and whether he's concerned about that.
I just found it amusing. He goes from 32 minutes a game to 30 that night. It was 29-51. And right. I think that 29 mark just freaked out the whole country. I was like, oh my God. But it was literally 2 minutes. And we look at this stuff all the time. I make these decisions, to when to put them in, when to take them out, and I don't always make the perfect decisions, but trust me, I look at every single day. I see how he's playing. I see his body. I see what the fatigue level. So if I decide to give him a couple extra minutes, I'll tell him. I'll do it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but I don't think it requires a national discussion.
What? I just heard that one for the first time.
But we love you, Coach, but it does.
He's right.
But that minute or two could have got you that dub in Minnesota, Stoney.
Well,
that's one game.
Yeah. Here's Steph Curry's last, here's his minutes, the last 6 games.
All right.
First of all, when you do 29-51, technically it rounds up to 30.
Yes, sir.
If you use the old-time minutes method, but now they do it exact. So he played 29 minutes and 51 seconds. The next night, he played 31 minutes and 1 second, which is 1 minute and 20 seconds longer than the game that Kerr got criticized for playing him only 29. Then he played 35 against Orlando. That was a game you had to finish off, and it was an 8-point game. But then Charlotte was 32.
Wow.
Spurs 32, and Dallas 31.5.
And you would have thought against the Spurs in Charlotte, he shouldn't even got to Magic Johnson. He shouldn't even had to play 32 minutes.
Which one?
Charlotte and San Antonio. Those would have been the games that the old Warriors would have had it wrapped up, and maybe he played 25 to 26 minutes. But when I get in the caddy today, all I'm thinking about is handle Houston. And moving forward, it's operation get our best player the most rest possible without getting them rusty, Stoney. Because there has to be a correlation, man, with this. If you want to call it slump, since the All-Star break, it had like that. That's it. That's my number one priority. What happened?
I hope JB from the East Coast heard that. You said Curry's in a slump.
Well, since All-Star break to his standards.
Just a shooting slump. Just a shooting slump. I have noticed. I haven't noticed any fall off in his defense.
Yeah, they were D'ing up
shooting.
Dallas.
It's just a shooting slump. It's just a shooting slump. It's not a player slump.
JB.
So I just want to make that clear. Sounds like Kuminga, if he plays tonight, which I think he's going to. I think we all assume he's gonna. Looks like he's going to come off the bench tonight. By the way, he also talked about the concerted effort to get Andrew Wiggins the ball at least the last 4 games.
We're definitely putting him in more high ball screens than we were earlier in the year, and we have better spacing right now. If you just if you think about the last few weeks, whether it's J.K. or Trace, either way, we've got Steph and Clay out on the floor, so there's good spacing for Wiggs to attack downhill, and we can switch quite a bit defensively too with that group. So he's really just found a good rhythm. He's put the work in, and he's playing with a lot of confidence. And he's one of the main reasons we've been winning a lot of games lately.
So I'm going to steal something from Evan.
Come on, Wiggs.
I'm going to steal something from Evan here, and he actually made me think about it in a way I hadn't thought about it, but I think he might be right. Who do you need more to reach your potential, Wiggins or Kuminga?
Wiggins.
Right.
It's like, I love JK's die. There's no doubt, and that's why I've been hoping like hell all year. And you've been throwing rocks at me, but now it seems
what are you
like
talking about?
Goo, don't quit holding your breath. He may not pop.
Well, he may not.
Yeah, but right now,
and this is
the most important time. It looks like the light could be on.
We'll see.
Yeah, no doubt. But
we've
seen the last few games. Okay. It's not a playoff.
Okay, and I'll just play devil's advocate. Yeah, you know why the lights come on? Because Kuminga's not there. They can't play together. They got a young 21-year-old budding star, and they've got a 30-year-old who helped them win a title as their second best player 2 years ago.
Can play
and
on ball defense.
And the more that the more Kuminga's grown up and started to play more, you realize they can't play together. So
that's a hell of a problem.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to be it's a bad problem to have as far as I'm concerned.
That's what I just said. Give me a team to where you said 2 great players couldn't coexist.
So, again, I'm going to go back to Willard on Tuesday. He planted this in my head. Maybe they might move Kuminga.
Well, I already told you that was a possibility.
Well, I'd be real careful about trading. I'm scared of Willard. I am. I'm also scared of JB from the East Coast.
He got you rattled.
Ooh, yeah, he got me rattled.
This is stinking from the head up.
Where's Priest at when it's good? Warriors are hot.
That's I would have expected Priest to call in and not be happy about Kuminga
JK.
Going to the bench.
Move on, Joe.
I'll tell you what, it's Operation Play In and Get Rest. Bastani, I am curious to see how JK, if he does not start, how he handles it in the media. If I were an advisor, no doubt about it, somebody would say, JK, you could be mad, just bite your tongue. And when Bonte and Kareth ask you and Bob, you just say, hey, it's all good in the hood. But man, I mean, they're hot at the right time. We'll see what happens. I'm just hoping the Lakers move up and somehow it could be New Orleans with Brandon Ingram.
Stop begging.
Well,
Stop begging as a 10 seed.
That's
you
what
play
you do
who you play. When you're 10, you take your medicine. You don't get to pick.
But America, Americans love the path of least resistance. You know that.
Well, then they shouldn't like the Warriors because the Warriors have literally chosen the hardest path to win an NBA championship.
Gosh, 2 road games to get in.
Well, they got to put away. I want to hear the Draymond Green on the Rockets.
Big time win for us, especially with the Rockets coming out to play. They have lost a couple in a row. And, you're 3 games behind with 7 games left, and you're losing the tiebreaker. So 4 games behind in a sense with 7 to go. My math serves me correctly. Tomorrow will be an opportunity to end their season, their playoff hopes. If my math serves me correctly, maybe there will be 1 more game. I haven't looked that up. That's just some rough math for you math geniuses out there that's going to be like, no, they're not mathematically eliminated. And you like, great. Almost.
Wow. Who was the Rocket guy that did that? Warriors. You ain't been around. I'm on the Warriors. Come out and play. Union City Drive-In in the U.
Right.
So I saw that movie.
So let me guess, you didn't like he did it? Or you did like he did it?
No, he wasn't the guy to do it.
Why not?
I don't know.
It was harmless. Even Steve Kerr said so.
But if it was Jalen Green, I would remember who did it. I don't even recall.
Tari Eason.
I was like, my God.
Tari Eason did it.
Why?
You know, of all the things Draymond does,
that was what he
that
did.
doesn't bother me. That's funny. That's why he's.
That's why
that's
we
when
love
he's
him.
at his best.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
Can you talk trash if you're a bench player?
Evan, no. And that's what I guess I was.
Yeah, you can.
ML Carr, you can wave the towel.
There you go.
You can't talk. You got to earn that,
like if you don't get in the game. Like, obviously, you know,
He
somebody
said
comes off the bench.
Warriors come out to play.
Well,
he didn't say
he did a video,
the Warriors
Steiny.
don't want any part of us.
Well, that's
Let me tell
basically
you
what he
something.
was saying.
Oh,
We're hot to
please.
trot. We won 8 in a row.
Let me guess.
We don't have that.
Steve Kerr said it was funny.
How can it not? It was funny.
Well, I thought you were indicating that you thought it was uncalled for.
Yeah, no, it was funny, but it wasn't his job to do it. That's all. And how have they did since that video? I would say under 500, Donnie.
Yeah, there's a correlation between that video from a guy who never plays to
them
losing 2 or 3 games.
Yeah, it would have been cool if Jock Landale did it or something, but
Shingun.
He doesn't play. That's why they're winning.
Jalen,
how do you explain that? Oh, you all season. Shengun.
Oh, no, I'll just say,
Shengun.
He's got the middle.
Shengun.
He's got the middle clogged up, and since he's been gone, Jalen Green is.
Oh, I guess, they might be better without him.
Not Shen Yun, the great production.
Have you ever seen that?
No, I've seen billboards like
it's
my whole
all
life,
over
though.
the place.
I've seen like 3 hours worth of billboards. It can't be longer than the ballet. It's a ballet, right?
Allegedly.
It's like the history of like China or something. They like use ballet and like dancing.
Yeah.
I've seen Nutcracker.
I'm not. Yeah. I prefer, of the arts, ballets below, opera, barely.
Not if Mikhail was on the floor.
But musicals are where it's at.
Marishnikov.
Broadway. I'm a Broadway fan.
Yeah,
Unless Guru's going to tell me I'm not.
I saw Michael Jackson in New York on Broadway.
On or off Broadway? There's a difference.
I forget the address. It was on Broadway.
Well, then it was Broadway. Are you sure it wasn't down that side alley there?
Oh, boy.
Let's go to Jan in Mountain View. What's up, Jan? How you doing?
Hey.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Sure.
I've been listening, and what I think's going on is, and this is my opinion, is that maybe they're playing Wiggins. They're playing Wiggins more so that in the off season they can trade him and have Kuminga take over, and that way they're not, the two of them aren't. Crew doesn't have to worry about both of them and when they're going to play and whatnot. And I think that's what's going on, to be honest.
Interesting. So they're hoping, not hoping, but they're starting. Hold on one second. Let me ask you. So they're starting Wiggins in the hopes that he continues to play like this, and then, kind of regardless of the way the season ends, he may have more value than he did 3 months ago.
Correct.
Okay. I think that may be one of the side effects for sure. Thank you, Jan. Appreciate the call.
Thanks for the call. I would be like, that's a bit premature because then it sounds like the kind of offseason's already started. You know what I mean?
The offseason started months ago with Warrior fans.
Yeah. But we've been here before. Wiggins and Kerr said it months ago to Willard and Dibbs. They can't coexist. Trey came back. It was better, but they feel like they got something, and we'll see what happens tonight.
888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at 1 o'clock today, we got Ron Wotus. He's a special consultant for the San Francisco Giants. Giants home opener tomorrow.
Yeah, day game.
Who are they playing? Arizona?
The Padres.
Padres.
They split with them in San Diego.
They lost 2 out of 3 in San Diego.
I thought it was 4.
2 of 4.
Yeah, they split.
2 and 2 and God.
Well, you still Hall of Famer? You are my Hall of Famer.
I hate
because you tried to correct me so fast.
I know. That pisses me off.
Yeah.
That was wrong. Not you. That's right. I need to be better.
It's still early
they lost
for
the
them. You just
opener.
hate to get
They
swept.
won 2, then they lost the last game.
I'll tell you this, Donnie, about the Dodgers. they are the Warriors with Kevin Durant, right?
I don't know.
They can win or lose, but it's almost unfair watching
take
them.
this, please.
Yeah,
The Los Angeles Dodgers are the current iteration of the Boston Celtics.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
It's the same. No, okay.
Address Evan. It's you and Evan.
They've won one already, even though it was in Texas in the bubble, but that still counts. They've owned the NL West for a decade, and they got one ring. But
imagine the Golden State Warriors made the playoffs as like a top 3 seed,
right?
15 years in a row.
All right, you have won that, and I'm
won a single NBA Finals.
But you know what? You've won that. I agree, and I'm gonna tell you to stop. What I'm focused on is the now, and this lineup with It can
got
send
one
pitchers
homer
to
in 7
therapy.
games.
No, it don't.
He's on a
their
22
lineup
homer
now,
pace.
Evan, everywhere you look, it's a hitter. This edition of the Dodgers, I'm like, you got to pitch to that?
They might not be the best team in the NL.
I don't know how to answer.
Shout out Atlanta.
Well, thought you were going Pirates. Yeah.
I like this.
Sawinski?
I could do more of this.
Take a play off?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Nick in Ohio. Nick wants to jump in on the Warriors conversation. What's up, Nick? How you doing, buddy?
Hi, guys.
Hey.
I think Kuminga should come off the bench. By the way, that caller earlier, raving about Wiggins. I think you can't trust him after just a handful of games. He might go back to his old Wiggins ways.
I agree.
I think off the bench, when he's off the bench, then he has Chris Paul to code him to keep him aggressive. Because I've heard that a few times on the mic or on TV where I could hear Chris Paul saying, "Stay aggressive, stay aggressive."
To Wiggins or to Kuminga in the last 4?
Wiggins.
Oh, I got you.
To Wiggins.
You ain't got to tell Kuminga.
That's true. He might have to tell Kuminga, though, if Kuminga's coming off the bench, Nick.
Well, I don't know. I like Kuminga in the starting lineup, and then Wiggins come in and do his thing.
Oh, you mean you want Wiggins coming off the bench?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Appreciate it. That's Nick in Ohio.
Throw that to the fans. If we put that on the poll, what do you think? What do you think it would go? You think it'd be more people want Kuminga in the starting lineup or Wiggins?
Good
and I'll
question.
ask you, who do you want?
It's a good question. Who do I want?
Yeah, who would you if it were up
Like
to
this
you,
is-
Stoney? What do you think's better for the team? But all stuff that you know is existing with the future, all that. I think you can lose Kuminga if he doesn't start.
Okay, then start him.
And the way Wiggins is going, you go out there with Chris Paul and you just go.
So you've lost Wiggins several times in the last 5 years.
Well, Wiggins has lost himself too.
So I don't know. Do you want to risk losing Kuminga? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is.
Who do you think's more of an alpha male
All I
than
know-
they'd be bothered? That's why the answer to me is Kuminga. It's not even close.
Okay, well, listen, I am doing one thing and one thing only right now, and that's playing devil's advocate and asking the simple questions. And that is, are you going to who's had the best year of any Warrior?
Jonathan Kuminga, Stoney.
Okay. Okay. And he got hurt for 4 games, and now he's got to come off the bench. Maybe it's better.
No, I get that part.
Steve Kerr would say, Stein, it's best for the team. Oh, no, I get it.
But you could understand how he would be
You can make a
disappointed.
good decision. It doesn't mean there aren't going to be ramifications and fallout. It just doesn't. And, I could put it, I'll phrase it this way. Here we go again, where the Warriors are kind of faced with a decision, a choice between easing in some young guys a little. And I get it. Kuminga's going to play. But the reality is, when Steve Kerr got his 2-year contract extension, we knew the kind of coach he was, and he's the kind of coach that if it comes down to Wiggins or Kuminga, he's going with Wiggins. That's like who he is. 888-9, and I don't have a problem with it. He won 4 titles that way. 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, including all my favorite super secret hiding spots. So I can kill time in here by streaming my shows and...
Ha! Found you.
The heck? How?
You left Find My tablet on.
This generation, ruining the game with their performance enhancers.
Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout your home. Now through June 21st, get gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited.
I'm pregnant with this next take. I want to get off.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. So, my buddy Harry. Can I give the listeners just a sense of how?
Hell with Harry.
And I'm going to put you in there too, but I think most people would think that of the two of us, I'm probably more of a quote unquote hater than you.
I would say Richard. Yeah.
Evan, you want to jump in again?
Oh, my bad.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, glad he was here.
So there's a segment of fans that think that, maybe I'm negative about the Warriors. Okay. You want to hear what Harry said?
Yeah. What up, Harry? And I got a super chat to read when you're done.
Oh, okay. I said to Harry, I said that, he likes Kuminga. He wants the Warriors to, he likes Trace Jackson Davis. He wants them to start progressing off the pass.
Give them the keys.
Let's put it that way. And I said, well, hey, your boy Kuminga, he's coming off the bench tonight.
Yeah.
And he said that would be a mistake for both the team and Kuminga. And here's what he said.
Let's hear it.
And you said this earlier, and there's merit to it, but I don't even go there. But Kerr beats 4 crappy teams, and he thinks he's found something. That figures. Get ready for 3 losses in the next 4 games. Then Kerr will reinsert Kuminga back as a starter. Kerr doesn't have any idea what he's doing. He's just going with the flow because he beats these crappy teams.
Wow. And I'm going to say this to Harry. I don't think he's by himself. Oh, my boy.
You have any sugar? Cream and sugar?
Oh, boy, Stoddy. Gary Radnich.
Well, you know what? We're out of the
grab his dry cleaning if you can, too. Yeah. Wow, Stoddy.
Evan, I'll tell you what. I'd be more than happy to you do the segment for a minute, and
I remember the old Stoddy.
We're out of cream in the machine, so this doesn't do me any good because I need an individual packet.
No, but back to Harry, Stoddy. Okay. I think there's a contingency of Warrior fans that feel the same way.
I do too. I'm wondering how many.
All right. Well, I'm going to start with this super chat, $4.99 from Wise Guy. I'm right, you're wrong. We're just a better team without Kuminga, and we can flip him for 1 or 2 players that make us better than having him, and he wants more money. I would say that's like my stake. That's rare. There's not a lot of people that feel that way. Well, I would think.
I think you're right, but I think that's what worries people. I think there's a legit, and feel free to jump in here, Warrior fans. I think there is a legitimate worry that regardless almost of how this season finishes, although clearly if they have some success from this point on, it becomes more possible that the Warriors look at their team and say, do we want to come off Kuminga?
Do you think that's happened already?
I think it's because, this is one of those things.
A little bit.
This is one of those things that I truly believe the one thing we found out this year is that those two guys aren't really that compatible.
There's no doubt.
Okay, well then you got to move one, don't you?
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Yes or no?
Yeah, hell yes.
All right, and I would think most Warrior fans would not want to move Kuminga.
But the org, if you want immediate impact, who could fetch you more?
Exactly. I think Kuminga. But I also think if you move Kuminga,
Stoney, I wanted to read this
You're moving draft picks too, and you know what? Evan brought up an unbelievable point. Let's say you had a chance for a really good player.
Yeah.
And he brought up a guy named Donovan Mitchell. Not Donovan Mitchell for the Warriors to go get. Do you know how many picks that the Utah Jazz got for Donovan Mitchell? 4.
Now that seems way too many. Wow.
So if you're talking about getting anybody in here to be a Robin, you're giving up 3 draft picks.
I mean, you won't have one to 2030. Boy. Hey, Stoney, real quick.
Sure.
Because I'll say this about Kuminga and Wiggins. Defensively, Wiggins is to me, when he's locked in, his on-ball defense. Somebody's asking, is there a metric on on-ball defense to where you could tell who's better at it between Kuminga and Wiggins?
I don't know about that.
One Black Tone said on the YouTube chat asked that.
There is something unbelievably bothersome to me about the fact that Wiggins has to play 4 good games, and all of a sudden we get to think
That's him
or
every
people
night.
start to believe, oh, now this is who he is. He will never, like, to
Are
me.
you getting a sense of that? Because I'm not saying that.
That's what I'm hearing. I'm kind of hearing it from you, like, but you might not be wrong in that. Maybe this is the Wig. Maybe without Kuminga, this is who Wiggins is.
And that's all you can. That's all they can do, Stoney.
Bye.
Yeah,
bye,
I wouldn't
Jonathan.
bet my right arm right now.
Bye, Jonathan.
I wouldn't bet my right arm right now that this is going to, stay the same. We're hoping, and it looks good.
Yeah. Rich is in Fremont. What's up, Rich? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, Rich?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I did this thing, I guess it was, I want to say a year and a half ago maybe, where I treated probably the most creative tweet I think I've ever done.
Oh,
wow.
And the way I did it was I gave a list. I wrote a list of all the teams in the Western Conference.
All right.
And then
I'm with you.
I went T-Wolves, Rockets, Clippers. I ran them all off.
All right.
And then I said, they're all trying to get the Warriors. And I used the graphic from the actual film. And then underneath, I put, can you dig it? Okay? It was cool, man. It was the coolest thing. I had so many responses from that. It was cool. But I tell you what, regardless of what they decide to do with Wiggins or Kuminga, at the end of the day, they have to make sure that after they make that decision, they have an answer for it. Because when you make a decision like that and you have no answer, the problem is that you're going to pay for it and you're going to pay in the long term. Okay? Case in point, that Joe Barry Carroll and which name mixed up that they had. Remember that? When they had the two Twin Towers and that didn't work out.
Chris Washburn?
That was found where? Yeah, Washburn. Yeah, he's found on the corner.
Okay.
On E14, getting high and carrying on.
Hey,
so,
Rich.
Were they really?
Oh, dude.
Rich, were they?
The town got to him.
Yep. So my point being is this: whoever they go and get, and they do this trade, they better think of the long-term effect of that decision. Because if this messes up, you're going to mess up a rich history that has been brought here because people made the right decisions.
Wow.
Thanks, fellas.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'll read this to you following Rich, Stoney from Quinn Thompson on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat. Trading J.K. will leave this franchise in shambles for the next 5 years. He is part of the next wave for Golden State. Wiggins makes the Warriors go currently, as we have seen recently. So there goes.
And the 415 on the Xfinity Mobile text line, Wiggins has been the second best player on a championship team. Yes, that appears to be an anomaly, but we know he's capable.
Wow.
Okay. And listen, I hear you.
No, that's just resume.
I hear you. And that's something that Evan said. Like, the reality of the situation is, okay, let's say only one of the two, Kuminga and Wiggins, can play well. Who of those two do you want to play well because it makes the Warriors better?
Wiggins, Stoney.
I think
he
so,
can hit the three. He can guard. He can create.
Ideally, you'd want Wiggins. You'd want Wiggins to be the Wiggins he's been, and then Kuminga becomes an X factor off the bench. That would be ideal right now.
But how many times? I'm being real here. How many times since you've been watching basketball have you seen this situation to where you can't figure it out with the two said players?
A lot. I mean, Monte Ellis and Steph Curry on the phone.
Well, that's because the player didn't even want. Monte was like, I'm done.
They couldn't play together.
You think he regrets that, though?
No. He was interviewed in the last year, and he said, I was right. Monte said it. And he was. No chance they could have played together. You got.
But now we're talking. I got you. But those are two short and stature guys. So we got two wing. They were athletic freaks.
But they don't help anybody else.
Yeah.
And I went down the list yesterday, and this to me is the issue.
Like, could Eric Spoelstra crack this code?
No, I don't think he could.
All right.
No, and in fact, I think Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra say, well, we got to do something at the end of the year because these two guys can't play together.
Damn.
I mean, look, they're both scorers. They're both non-rebounders. They're both good on the ball defensively, or can be, but both of them help defensively, aren't great. Neither of them create for others at a high level. So, yeah, I'm with Steve Kerr. There's a lot of overlap there. But here, let me tell you, like, to me, here's the bright side of the overlap between Wiggins and Kuminga. If you end up making a move with one of them,
You don't necessarily have to get a player as good as either Kuminga or Wiggins for your team to be better. You just need a player who fits better. That's why Podziemski plays. Yep. Like, one of the reasons Podziemski plays is because the Warriors are trying to play Kuminga and Wiggins together, and they got to have one more guy who can rebound. Sully's in Oakland. What's up, Sully? Let's go to AJ.
He was on Bart.
AJ in Redwood City. What's up, AJ? How you doing, man?
I'm good. Good show, guys, as always.
What do you make of all this, buddy?
Steiny, you're convincing me, but I'm conflicted, okay?
I love that.
Like, if the team's going to make this miracle run from the 10 seed, I think an important lineup that has to be good. I'm not saying it has to start.
Right.
In my opinion, has to be Curry, Clay, Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond.
All right.
Just because, like, that is like all the talent out there on the floor. You have to bring it to bear if you want to win a championship.
Okay.
Now, you look at that 9-10 matchup and you see Anthony Davis and LeBron out there. Okay, I want to make a move and put Trace Jackson Davis somehow in the lineup. And I tend to agree. I think Kuminga then has to come off the bench because Wiggins at the 3 just makes more sense than Kuminga at the 3. That's where my head's at with it. In terms of making this run this year, even if you start Trace Jackson Davis, I do think that 5-man lineup I mentioned, Wiggins plus Kuminga, that has to somehow, for this miracle to occur, that has to be a good lineup. Otherwise, I don't see it happening. I don't see it like enough talent out there on the floor for us to make that run. In the offseason, I'm not sure what we're going to do. I'm not sure anybody would want to take Wiggins. I think Kuminga's the more tradable guy, but I don't want to trade away Kuminga because I love that potential.
Right.
But I'll call it again after the offseason, and we'll discuss it then. But right now, I want the team to make this run. You know, I'm focused on her finding the pieces right now. Let's learn some more, and then we'll make the moves because I think moves are in order. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm wishing it will.
Yeah, there you go. I'll tell you what. I'm going to tell you something right now. That's been my favorite call in weeks, believe it or not, what AJ said. He gets it. He gets it. He's not like JB from the East Coast.
Who's a legend, by the way.
Now he is because I'm going to mention him every time I get annoyed.
Well, he's actually from Fremont.
Who?
JB.
That's where he called from.
It said JB from the East Coast.
He is originally from the East Coast, but he called from Fremont, which I thought was funny because he came down Reddings Road and no disrespect.
He went in early
Fremont.
and often.
Can you trust me on this one?
Oh, well.
Let's say you want to get under my skin.
I know how.
Let me be completely honest with you. I'll give you help. You can't get under my skin by denigrating my hometown. I couldn't care less.
Oh boy,
Steiny, you're from Reading. That's a hole in the wall. Okay. Look, don't.
But it goes back to you not being a fan.
What's your point?
That's your hometown, Steiny. You can't talk about my home. You talk about the Yoon like that, we got problems.
The Yoon is a pigsty.
No, see, if we were in a bar.
So, that gets you mad?
Oh, my gosh.
Tell me to go, Steiny. Reading's a pigsty.
Reading's a pigsty, Steiny.
Yeah, if that's the way you feel, that's the way you feel. It's my hometown. I don't
want you to be hot.
I'm not going to war over the intangible of a city.
Well, we need you to leave the Bay then and be mayor because, Steiny, people lost lives talking about where people are from.
Yeah, it's more of a town.
Yeah. I never got that.
Hey,
I never
what do you know
understood
about Reading, PA? Now, how did he know that button would come into play?
I don't know. Let's go to Kyle in San Jose. Hey, Kyle, what's up, my friend?
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
How's it going?
Dynamite. First-time caller, huh?
Caller.
Yeah. How you feeling?
I just wanted to bring up one thing.
Let me hold on.
Fantastic.
Kyle, hold on.
How did you know?
I knew. Let me ask you one. Are there any nerves?
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, okay. Now, you know what? That means you're ready to play.
Day, so it's like, yeah,
I like it.
Nerve-wracking.
All right, all you, buddy.
But, yeah, I just had one big thing is that we're always talking about Kuminga and Wiggins, and we gave Wiggins the money, right? So we have to let him play. But the biggest thing is Moody is always overshadowed. And if the past 4 games or how many games he's played, he's been dynamite. Like, I don't understand how you can look at Moody and say he's not a good ball player.
Yeah.
You know, he's on ball defensive, offensive. So my biggest thing is maybe just let the year ride out. Let Wiggins, let them figure that out. But next year, make a move because we don't need 3 of the, similar players.
Well done, Kyle. Don't be a stranger. You can call.
Good job,
you
buddy.
can call my show anytime you want.
Oh boy.
Now you're going to also need gurus. You got a problem with Kyle? Or are you good with him?
No, I got a problem with you calling it your show.
You reap what you sow, brother.
I was just going to say, but you also need Guru's opinion. Guru's okay also.
I got to tell you, this all falls under the I'm being real here. Hey, run out your best 5 basketball players. And you're like, yeah, Steiny, Evans, Fedoni, Goo.
All right. And who are they?
Well,
because I honestly think that's one of the issues this team has. Who are their best 5 players?
I'm going to give them to you.
Okay.
In my world.
All right.
And I'm the biggest TJD fan.
Okay, so he's out.
All right, so it's Wiggins, Kuminga, Dre, Clay, and Steph. But the worst part of this is you got 2 attractive guys as far as basketball visuals that they can't coexist because of their games. So you got to do your Rubik's Cube, and TJD at the 5 I love because of the Draymond component. But my point is, Donnie, that's why I asked you that question. I can't remember, especially with the Warriors, where 2 gifted guys couldn't complement each other or kind of come close. And when Dre first came back, what were we saying? It looked like, you know what, he's bridged that gap. But now I do understand, and if I'm Kuminga's brother or friend, I would say this to him in private. Damn, JK, and I want your thoughts on this. If you didn't get hurt, your ass would still be in the – I mean, nobody cared. This wouldn't have manifested the way it has. He got hurt. Wiggins, not saying he was happy. No way. But, Steiny, it is what it is. You allowed this team to find something that they may not have found or been better off in the long run this season had you not been missed 4 games.
And this is the point, the easy retort for that is, why didn't the same rules apply to Wiggins?
Steiny, you know where I'm at. I got you.
Now, having said all that, we're 2 hours and 20 minutes into the show, and I said, I don't know what the right decision is.
Yeah.
You know what? I do think the best decision for the team is to bring Kuminga off the bench.
Right. Okay.
At least
now,
right now.
I appreciate that.
At least right now.
No doubt about it.
But I'm saying that, acknowledging it's not perfect, and there's risk involved to that. And let me tell you what none of it means. None of it means I believe in Andrew Wiggins long term. It doesn't mean that. But if
can I tell you what it
come
sounds
off the
like? I don't
bench,
want to speak for you.
I'm okay with it.
I don't want to speak
right
for
now.
you. But can I tell you what it sounds like you're saying? You tell me if I'm off. If we wake up tomorrow with an article by Anthony Slater or Kawakami in The Athletic to where Jonathan Kuminga was kind of upset that he wasn't starting, you would understand that from Kuminga. It would be the time to where, you know what, young fella, I can't see you feeling that way.
I'd like to think that even though he's 21, he's finishing up his 3rd year in the NBA. I would like to think that even if he were upset, he would say, listen, I'm just going to do what's best for the team.
That's what I'm
and do I want to start? Yes, I would rather start than come off the bench, but I'm not going to be a problem. And then if you do have a problem with it, you go to Dunleavy and you go to Steve Kerr and you say, by the way, no malice, but why don't you guys try to move me in the offseason?
I totally get that. Not trying to stir the pot.
That would be an ideal thing. And then the Warriors would say, well, listen, we're not moving you to the bench because we're going to trade you in the offseason. It's just what we're doing right now. And then you get over that hump, just like you got over the hump earlier this season when he said he'd lost faith in the coaching staff.
Chico on the chat said it's about winning, Stoney.
Yeah. But there's also a chance that they won't keep winning, even if they start Andrew Wiggins. Let's go to Andre's in San Jose. What's up, Andre? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm good. What's up, fellas?
What's up, baby?
Hey, I just wanted to show something from Steiny, big picture wise. I always says big picture wise. Big picture wise, we all acknowledge we're not going too far this year. So I say keep Wiggins in the starting lineup, build up his trade value, because if he's playing like this, maybe we could get something for him. just have a talk with Kuminga. Say, hey, young fella, we appreciate you. We can't commit right now because of the bigger picture. But this summer, we're going to move Wiggins and show you our level of commitment to you. That way you keep them both happy for now, and then we can make a run, big picture, next year, because we don't want to see the Lakers, man. We're too little to see the Lakers right now.
Hey, real quick, Andre.
Twice.
Real quick, Andre, and obviously part of that plan would be you'd pay Kuminga this offseason.
You got to do it.
Right.
Steiny.
Yeah.
He's 21 years old. He's 6'8", 6'9", still growing. That's why his knees is hurting. His turnaround jumper, we've seen it. We've seen his turnaround jumper in the lane go from some timing to almost automatic to 20-plus points a game this year. You can't let that go. We got a young Siakam or whatever else you want to compare him to.
Right.
But trust me, Steiny, teams in this situation that don't make the transition after the dynasty, they fall off for 20, 30 years.
Yes.
Man. We can't do that.
Well, I don't know about that many, but I'm with you for most of the and I'm with you, Andre, on that one. I'm with you. It's if they trade Kuminga for somebody, it's probably going to be you'd like to think it's going to be a pretty good player.
Oh, no doubt.
And I'm not saying don't ever move Kuminga because, look, he's got a lot of growth and maybe he'll never get to the player that you think he's going to be and this, that, and the other thing. But and it's easy to say, but it's what I'd be careful about moving Kuminga. That's all. I'd be careful moving Kuminga.
I understand it.
And I think the Warriors have to be, and they will be. I think they know. They know that. The other thing, and tell me if this registers at all either to anybody. If Kuminga now is somebody, let's say they have to make a decision on, and I guess they do have to make a decision to pay him or not. Are you really going to be the organizer? So you traded Wiseman, you traded Poole, and you traded Kuminga?
Oh.
I hadn't even looked
at it.
Can you really do that? I mean, of course you can do
Wiseman
it, but
got himself traded, but he still end up being something.
The Wiseman trade was a bad move.
Okay, I totally agree.
It's a bad move.
Now you're right. Well said. I agree with that.
I mean, I just don't.
But if you could get something in here and get you to a final and make the last years of the big three, competitive.
I guess, and I think that's where we lose, not we, but that's where we have to acknowledge that for as many Warrior fans out there who are saying, this team can make a run, there are as many fans out there that when you just said that, make a move, get to the finals next year, there are a lot of Warrior fans that roll their eyes at that. They roll their eyes at that. And that's part of this conversation. I think a lot of Warrior fans think this team can make a run. And I think a lot of these Warrior fans think this thing is over. And that's why the conversation sometimes gets so polarizing. Or, gets so one way or the other. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk Warriors for another 20, 30 minutes or so, and then we'll go talk to Ron Wotus. He's a special consultant to the Giants coaching staff. They open up their season at home tomorrow against the San Diego Padres. They just got swept by the Dodgers, but one thing I'm always fascinated with in any sport is when do you start to know what you got in a team? And the Giants are 2-5 right now. How many games do you think you need to see a team play before you start saying, we might have a little trouble, or, you know what, we got a chance to be pretty good, or, boy, I still don't even know what we got. So we'll talk to Ron Wotus at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. On the other side, we'll take some more of your calls. I see Austin. I see Jordan. We'll get to both those guys on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today.
Let me tell you about Prize Picks. It's America's #1 fantasy sports app with over 3 million active members. They are the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike any other app, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. I want to have children. You got to get a girlfriend first.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You ever heard of adoption?
I was just about like, you know what? That wasn't accurate. That was not accurate.
No, it doesn't take any of the funny out of it.
If you ever want to feel your age,
I don't.
do what I did this morning when I got in the caddy. Ask me what I did. No, I'm in the car. I can't run.
Okay.
I got in the car. What's the first thing I did?
Lit up a cigarette.
No, no, I wish. But I went to Tidal. That's where, like my Spotify, that's where I get my music.
Oh, okay.
And I went under new rap albums, hip hop.
Right. Sure.
I don't know any of these artists. Like before,
You don't
I
know
knew
Wiz Khalifa?
Dude, those are you and me on the mic.
No, they're new.
The new era. Like when my kids are listening. Steiny, I don't know any. Who the hell is blah blah? It just makes you feel like there is no Tupac and
Wiz
Biggie.
Khalifa's not new on the scene.
He's older. Steiny.
How old?
These probably old as you and me on the mic.
Meek Mill's young, right?
No, boy, but yeah, just.
What about Quavo?
That era is kind of over. They're Curry. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're on the other side.
Do you know what you just said? And that's what I can't co-sign on. If I'd said that, people would be jumping me. You said they're old like Curry.
No, they're on the Curry will tell you he's on the back nine. He ain't gonna be here forever. I'm talking about the new artists. I didn't know any of them. Makes you feel old.
I probably have heard some of them because I got a teenage daughter.
Well, before we leave, I'll read some to you.
All right.
Well, you know what? You may.
What?
You may know some because of your daughters.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Let's go to
hashtag random.
Let's take some calls and then
we got a guest at one.
Yeah, I do want to get into some
baseball.
Yeah, I do. There's a couple things out there I want to talk about. Let's go to Eric in San Francisco real quick. What's up, Eric? How are you, buddy?
Hey guys, I'm just on my lunch break, so I don't know if you guys.
What you having? What you eating?
Oh, just a Subway.
Nice.
There you go.
In and out of the office.
All right.
Chicken teriyaki.
Ooh.
Go-to.
Yeah. I like it.
So I wanted to. I didn't know what you guys thought about, or if you commented on Kerr's comments on. Well, we may not start Kuminga or not, and I wanted to ask you guys, what is this guy doing? I mean, he yanks Moody in and out of the rotation. He destroys Kuminga's confidence by saying, oh, he's in the starting lineup, starts in 2 games, sits him back on the bench in the beginning of the year. Oh, he's back in the starting lineup, starts in 2 games, moves him out of the rotation. It wasn't until he had the 6-for-6 game where he scored like 17 points in like 15 minutes that he was even back in the rotation. And now he's saying, well, you know, he missed 4 games, and I like the current lineup, so maybe I'll bring him off the bench. And it's like Green gets suspended for emptying games, goes right in the lineup. Wiggins, he bounces for a week, goes right back in the lineup. I mean, honestly, what is he trying to do with these young players? I just don't get this devotion to constant change. And Wiggins, who hasn't been the player that Kuminga has been all year. I mean, am I crazy or
I don't think you're.
am I missing something?
No, I appreciate the call. No, I don't think you're crazy at all. That's the decision. Like, I don't like. I agree with all of what you're saying, and yet at the same time, I'd probably bring Kuminga off the bench right now too.
But isn't
even
it
though
working right now, Coach?
I don't love it.
Isn't it working? The team's playing better.
We'll see.
Now, what if I told you this? Moses Moody. Okay, we can all be real and say maybe Kuminga's upside. It is. It's bigger than Moody's, but he's handled not playing. He's handled getting yanked around, never caused a stink. Where did he get him?
Nowhere. That's what happens in life.
But then Kuminga goes
to... Right, that's what happens in life.
But you're right.
That's why I get steamrolled here, because I'm professional, and I don't make waves, and I'm not the squeaky wheel.
Steamrolled, please.
Dude, you're on the John Deere.
You got coffee being delivered to you. I get steamrolled.
I get coffee delivered to me by teammates. I'm talking about my relationship with management. I've gotten nowhere with management.
Oh,
I get steamrolled. You know, hey, Steiny, we need you to do. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. What do you need, Matt? What do you need,
Moody
everybody?
Doesn't have an
whatever you need.
Moody doesn't get an option. I'm just like right now. Who can really? I think we're being too much. We're worried about the individuals more than the team. Right now, they're playing good ball, Steiny.
You know what? I want to change something because Austin and San Jose is on the line.
Yeah,
and I may not take the call, but Because I said Wiseman, that was a bad move. The move to me was premature. I used the wrong word.
No doubt.
But go ahead, Austin.
By the way, we have a meeting after the show with the boss.
This is the first time I'm not happy.
We'll see.
Yeah, go ahead,
Austin. What if I change? What if I changed bad move to I thought it was premature?
Well, okay. I was wondering if you were just kind of asleep at the wheel on that one, man, because there's no way that the Weissman move was a bad move. In fact, I would argue they waited too long to move him. I think they should have moved him when he still had value. Unfortunately, when they moved him, he had no value. That was really the issue. They should have traded him before everybody figured out he couldn't play. But that's just me, right?
All right.
And for this notion that Weissman's going to get better, dude, I watch League Pass. The dude isn't getting better. I mean, let's stop that. Yeah. And then, hey, listen, but changing subjects on the Kuminga thing. Yeah, if they messing with this guy's chicken, Guru, as you would say, that's an issue. If it ends up impacting his getting paid, that's where it's going to be a problem. And Kerr owes his extension. He owes his $17 large a year to the veterans. So it's no big surprise that he's playing those guys. He wouldn't have an extension if it wasn't for the vet. So I mean that's clear to me. But the other thing I wanted to say, guys, the final thing was I'm upset, Guru, with you a little bit because
talk to me.
You're buying into this recent wins these guys have gotten, and the balance of the year has already told you these guys aren't very good. So now you're talking about bringing guys back, and no way we should be talking about bringing this team back next year. It's a 10th seed, Guru. Come on, we got to move on.
Let's leave you with this,
next year.
Let me leave you with this.
Yep.
If you download, and I'm sure you already have it downloaded, the Odyssey app, I came in here Monday, and Steiny was kind of fired up for him about the road trip, and I wasn't having it, and I wasn't trying to discredit what the Warriors did, but I'm like, no, the problems this team have are not going to be answered until the offseason. So, Austin, I don't feel like I'm buying in or I'm seeing something different. All I've been doing is hoping. And the fact that they're winning, I'm hoping this will translate to something in the play-in game. But, brother, they got problems and big-ass questions to answer, and that is nothing's going to supersede that.
All right, I'm with you, man.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right.
Yeah, and I think
appreciate you sitting out, letting me. Well, he had me wrong.
But I also think when you say, well, they've got problems and they've got things that they're going to have to figure, well, then quit saying they're making a run. If they have big problems and they've got all these problems to solve, well, then you're answering your own question on whether you really think they can do it or not.
Well, they're doing people. Yeah. Well, they're doing that now.
What?
We'll find out if them playing better basketball will equate to something in the play-in. I mean, Steiny, I'd rather go in playing good ball than not.
I'd rather go in
rested,
healthy and rested.
Okay. Well, we're going to find out after tonight. Steve, if they win tonight, Steph Curry mainly should not play tomorrow in Dallas.
By the way, I may make one of the most magnanimous gestures of my career. I'll tell you about it at some point. Jordan's in Ontario. What's up, Jordan? How you doing, buddy?
Good, guys. I just want to say thank you for having me on here. I really appreciate you guys.
Sure.
How you guys doing?
Dynamite.
Awesome. So I wanted to talk about Jonathan Kuminga. We should not trade him under any circumstances. You know, he had to fight against Steve Curry to get playing time, and his mid-range game is amazing. He's slowly developing his three-point shot. He has the athleticism of John Morant, and he's only 21 years old. Let's keep that in mind, guys. Mm-hmm. He is a young player. He is going to get better with time. I think the problem with Kerr is that they don't take the time to develop the young guys, and they paid for it. And Curry even admitted that, you know, he should have probably played J.K. early on this season. He should have played Moses Moody. Like, these are guys that continue to get slept on, and it's bitten the Warriors in the butt because of it. You know, and I do think that they can make a push right now. You know, they're gelling. They're playing really good basketball collectively. They're playing good basketball collectively as a whole, and that's another issue with not even just the Warriors, but just most teams in the NBA. Is they don't dive deep into their players. Like, you got to like, everyone's there for a reason, and they're all professional athletes. You have to let them play and develop their game. You can't just rely on Steph and Clay all the time. Like, you got to let everybody get touches. You got to let everybody figure out their game. Otherwise, you know, when the push comes to shove, you know, you rely on Steph, who's kind of drained right now. He's tired. His ankle's messed up. He even says he's probably not going to be the same for the rest of the season. Well, now it's time for the younger guys to step up, and they're doing just that right now.
Yeah, I think, Jordan, appreciate the call, and I think that's I think a lot of fans are with you. And you sound to me like I kind of sound when I say just you better be really careful when it comes to Kuminga. Let's real quick go to Grandpa Daddy in Hayward.
Our guy.
What's up, Grandpa? How you doing, buddy?
How you guys doing, man? I love listening. I love both you guys, man. You guys are doing a great job, man. And I'm at the DMV, getting ready to get my temporary disability plaque because my hip is killing me.
I saw you 3 months ago, and you were healthy.
But you know what? I've deteriorated.
Tell me you had an appointment, right? You're not in line.
No, I had an appointment. I went to the doctor. I got the paperwork. I'm gonna get it, and then I'm waiting for the hip because it takes a long time to get hip surgery. I'm probably like 3 months out.
Yeah, it took that. Yeah, you can't just decide to get hip surgery and then go in next week.
Yeah. It ain't a haircut.
All right,
no, I've been going back and forth. But listen, here's what I want to say. You guys, like you guys always say, fan is for fanatics. We sit here and we criticize and we talk what we think, do this, do that, do that. Bro, do you not think that these people, this is their job. They know what they're doing. They got to figure this out. Steve Kerr is doing the best he can. Hey, I can't go in. Can you go in and coach the NBA basketball team? Guru, can you go in there and coach the team? Can you go in? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, he's figuring it out. He knows what he's doing. He's doing the best he can. We all make errors. We got to figure things out, bro, as you go. When you run a business, I run a business. I know how it is. You do this and you see oh, wow, that don't work. I got to do it differently. Mm-hmm. That's what he's doing right now, bro. People don't see it, and they say, what is Steve Kerr doing? Bro, he's doing the best he can. He getting paid. He been around. Yeah. He ain't no spring chicken. He been around. Come on.
I hear you, Grandpa. Appreciate it, my man. Don't forget, we're already in the plan. We're planning the Warriors postseason summit, Grandpa. We want to see you out there again, so get that hip taken care of.
Yep.
Hey, coming up in 15 minutes, we got Ron Wotus, special assistant to baseball operations, going to talk to him about the Giants. They're 2-5. They're coming back from L.A., and they have their home opener tomorrow against the San Diego Padres. Also want to touch base with him about the Oakland A's. The A's are going to be playing the next 3 seasons in Sacramento, starting with the 2025 season. 3 years in Sacramento. That's the way it looks.
And it's nothing against Sac at all, Stoney. I raised 2 children out there, but it's embarrassing to me that a Major League Baseball product and the people that run it who don't give a damn about the team nor the city of Oakland would have to put their team, even for a year, 2 years, however many, into a AAA stadium. And, I don't know why I'm acting shocked, but it's baseball ghetto. It's get your stuff in order, care about your organization, and care about your community. It's obviously you don't care. And, Stoney, I won't believe, and I mean this, they're going to play in Sacramento until an hour before first pitch. That's how much of a joke the Oakland A's have become to me, the people that run it, Fisher and Company. So before that first pitch, I'll buy that you guys are going to be in Sacramento. It's just a joke. I know
you will buy it or you won't.
I won't. I don't even think
they'll be back in Oakland next year?
I don't know where they'll be. It's just they are a joke, man. And every minute is this and that. And Dave Cavill on Twitter, just trolling. Well, he didn't do anything recently. He can't do anything. But it's not them in Sac. Playing where the old River Cats used to play in the Giants. It's just a joke, man. I feel bad. I know Evan put out a tweet and was on Cron this morning saying, don't feel bad. We don't need your sympathy. But it's bigger than that. It's just the community of Oakland is losing its baseball team for this. To go down I-80 and play in Sacramento, and I'm going to put it right on the table. I know.
Is this worse than the Raiders? Is it worse than the Warriors?
No. Does Sac have some responsibility from taking the team from Oakland?
I don't view it like that.
I mean, some do, and I'm like,
so in other words,
is there validity to that? If they would have stayed out,
a couple breaks up, but you're not allowed to date the woman because.
What if I was your buddy though, Steiny? What if we were?
Well, are we buddies?
It would be like you're going to date the lady knowing that she's moving on in 3 weeks.
No, I'm looking at
like basically you're just dipping your toe in the relationship so you can profit off it before they go to where they're actually supposed to be, which is within another relationship.
Yeah, I don't harbor any ill will towards Sacramento for wanting the A's for 3 years if they can get the A's for 3 years. Like, are people pitting Sacramento against Oakland?
No, they're just saying that they had some, had they just kind of bowed out and let this happen naturally.
Yes,
maybe the A's could be in Oakland a year or two longer.
Okay, well,
I'm seeing the attendance total, but that's on purpose.
Yeah, no, I don't harbor any ill will towards Sacramento. They've got an opportunity to get a major league team for the next 3 years. Why would you turn that down?
All right, well, let's take you back to in your years on this earth, have you honestly seen a pro team ran this poorly and alienate a fan base where you succeeded and it be this, Donnie? This is the worst to me I've ever seen.
Well, I don't know, but my understanding is what's happened with the Washington football team under Daniel Snyder was really, really bad. And they lost a lot of fans. But, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say the Fisher's not as bad as some other guys. So I went on Kansas City radio station this morning, and the Royals and the Chiefs are thinking of moving to Kansas. So I have a question for baseball fans in the Bay. They told me that in Missouri, that Missourians and Kansans, they got a little acrimony in their relationship, which I didn't realize. And so the idea of the Chiefs and the Royals moving to Kansas, it has infuriated people from Missouri. And they don't like people from Kansas.
I'm thinking
and the people from
Oakland, Frisco. Okay.
Well, that's what I'm going to ask because I disagree. I was asked, what's the relationship between A's fans and the fans in Oakland with the fans in San Francisco? And here's the way I answered. I said, I think if you ask most Giants fans about the Oakland A's and whether they want them to stay or not, I think most Giants fans would say, sure. Yeah, I'd like the A's to stay, all things being equal. I don't want the A's to move to Vegas. So I don't think there's acrimony between San Francisco fans and East Bay fans like that. Was I right?
I believe you're right. I thought you were going to when the inception of Levi's and maybe the A's, the Raiders and Niners were going to share a stadium years ago, and to me, that was just like made me want to throw up in my mouth. But as far as what you just said, Stoney, it's respect, and I do believe we heard Bonte and Shasky, two Giant fans.
I think
it's not
most Giants
like
fans want the A's to stay.
Yeah, the A's are not stepping on the Giants' toes, and vice versa.
Nick's in the city. Hey, Nick, what's going on, man?
Hey guys, I think I speak for most Giants fans when I say I would love for them to stay around.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it seems like John Fisher kind of is playing this really easy villain role where he thinks everyone's dumb and he made the product so bad on the field and he goes, hey guys, look how bad the product is. Can you believe it? We must sell. And it's like, yeah, dude, because you traded everyone away.
Yeah, you got to make it clear. He says we must move, not we must sell. He doesn't want to sell. But, yeah, I hear you.
He needs to sell.
Well, he does.
Good Lord.
But he's not going to.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool for a little bit. They're staying in California, going up to Sacramento. I think that's great for, a little bit if they must be out of Oakland for a tiny bit. But, I don't know, one spitballing idea I had is the Candlestick's wide open. Take it or leave it. But, I mean, it's wide open. They're doing nothing with that land.
Appreciate the call.
That would never happen.
It bothers me.
Yeah. What happened?
Yeah, the YouTube chat. The best ever. Kansas is right over the Missouri River next to Kansas City. The analogy isn't the best, Steiny. I was asked a question. I was just asked a question. I don't know anything about Kansas and Missouri. But the guys who do radio in Kansas City told me that Kansas and Missouri, they got a little rivalry going. Who would have thought?
Well, let me ask you and Evan
this. Those little Midwesterners.
Yeah,
those little thumpers.
Heard that. Let me ask you and Evan this. From a Sacramento fan standpoint, you're going to pay Major League Baseball pricing to go see guys that are really, truly a lot minor league talent.
What's the difference between that and paying it in Oakland?
No, I just think the Sacramento fans lose out You get to see whoever the A's are playing.
I would rather see the A's play in a 14,000-seat stadium than play at the Coliseum.
I'll give you that.
I'm more likely to go to an A's game in Sacramento over the next 3 years.
Pictures are 1,000 words. That's embarrassing. But you understand why it's that empty. A guy or gal should not be able to hold on to an entity that is supposed to bring pleasure to its community when they do what the likes of the A's ownership is done.
Their number one welcome to America. Their responsibility is not to bring enjoyment to people. Their responsibility is to make money. And I'm not saying they're going about it the right way, but sometimes, wait, is Kansas City not in Kansas? Yeah. Yeah, 805. My understanding, and maybe
part of it.
Yeah. There's Kansas City, Kansas, but then there's Kansas City, Missouri, which is like where most of the people are.
Let me ask you this giant question before we bring Ron on. Steiny, I'm not making a big deal. It's not even 10 games yet. But to put the right on the table, brought to you by ATCO, there's nothing cool, and I'm not saying Giant fans are saying this or I'm hearing this, by going to the Dodgers and get swept by your rival early. Right? Like, I don't like that they got swept this early to the new look Dodgers and your new look team that you have. Like, I'm not panicked. It's early. It's not even 10 games into the baseball season, but I just thought that was a bad look to get swept by the Dodgers and what they got going on.
They're the best team in baseball.
Yeah. Well, on paper, they didn't, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't know what you're saying. You're saying, is it a bad look or not to get swept early?
No, I'm saying it's a bad look, but I'm not panicked.
Why would you be? They've played 7 games. They haven't even played a home game yet.
And you won 2 of them.
Right. So are the Pirates, you think they're going to win the World Series this year?
No.
Okay, so why would you give up on if you don't think the Pirates are 5-1, you don't think they're...
I don't have, my expectations are not as high as I've had for the Giants. I'm not saying the Giants aren't going to meet those expectations, but on this Thursday, getting swept by the Dodgers is not ideal. That's my whole point. And you don't even have to retort to that.
Well, I kind of want to, because it's who you are.
Go ahead. What would you say?
I'd say, this is what you love. You love to panic, but say, I'm not panicking.
Oh, no, I'm not.
You love to say, Steiny, I'm not really worried about the 2-5 start, but you can't get swept against the Dodgers.
What if it was the Orioles and they got...
They didn't play the Orioles.
I know
they played the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Your rival, that's all.
They also haven't played at home yet. Yeah.
No, I get all that.
Well,
That'll work itself
you're panicking.
out. But you could have won 1 game.
Why don't you ask Wotus?
Yeah,
he would know. He's been in the bigs for 36 years. All right, I think go ask Ron Wotus. Hey, you panicked?
I'm not using that word.
Well, you did.
Well, I said it because I'm not feeling that. I hated it was the Dodgers.
What exactly are you feeling about the Giants?
You got swept by the new rich-looking Dodgers. They are who they are, but they added Ohtani, whatever.
All right.
And then you got an early series with them. You could have sent a message, and you kind of get swept. Bottom line.
I hate that phrase.
I feel like you're wearing a T-shirt and a hat now. Getting swept is not all that bad.
Well,
you're not saying that.
You know what I
think? But I feel like that's your energy.
You know what? It is.
Getting swept is not that bad.
You're absolutely right. That is my energy right now. You're right. And but here's like,
I'm not panicked, Steiny. I'm not. It's too early. I told you that when I walked through the elevator.
You said it's too early. It's really early, but boy, I'm worried about the Dodgers.
So now you taking it out of context.
What bothers me most is that you actually think that there's such a thing as in April we're going to send a message. What the hell kind of message is anybody sending right now? Are the Pirates sending a message?
No.
We will be contenders.
No, the Dodgers sent one, and to everybody, we're as good as...
The Dodgers' message is the same as it's been. We're pretty good, and we go out every day, and we win more than we lose. Oh, the Giants are in town. Let's send a message to the Giants so that they think for the next 6 months they can never be... Come on. Who's sending a message tonight? Warriors or the Rockets on 95.7. Ron Wotus. Ron Wotus on the other side, special consultant to the San Francisco Giants. That segment was brought to you by Robert Half.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get right to it and talk to Ron Wotus, Special Assistant to Baseball Operations for the San Francisco Giants, 36 years in the Giants organization. Ron, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Hey, no problem at all. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Let me ask you this, and I know some of it must depend on whether you have a veteran team or a young team, but in general, the Giants have started out 2-5, but when do you feel like you know what you have and that what you thought before the season about, some pitching or hitting is actually coming to fruition, or maybe an area where you didn't evaluate it right? How much time you need?
That's a good question. I mean, it varies. At least a month, I think, before the team starts settling in and you really identify what you expected or what you anticipated to see if it's working in the right direction or not. But, the thing I would say is, obviously it's 1 week. Everybody knows that. There's a lot of baseball left. I think one thing to keep in mind for the fans are, the strength of this club is going to be the starting pitching. I mean, we've added 3 all-star caliber pitchers. And early in the year, obviously, the starters are not going to go deep into the game. So you're a little more exposed with the bullpen early in the season because you have to get more innings out of the bullpen. We do have 2 rookies down there that made the club out of the bullpen, and they've done quite well. But the point is, it's really not a good sampling of how you expect this team to pitch overall. And you know what? They were 2-2 in San Diego, and now you get swept by the Dodgers, who are very good, and they had 2 one-run games, a key hit here and there, and the game could have went differently. So long way to go yet, but I think that's a great question that you asked.
Ron, I've been critical of Farhan, last year, and like a lot of fans, they wanted some new additions, and boy, did they get them. And I'm thinking of a player like Patrick Bailey, who played under Gabe Kapler last year. And I'm just curious, now you have a new manager in Bob Melvin. What's that transition like to play for a new manager? Is that a big deal? Or at the end of the day, it's just baseball, you go out there and do your job? I was trying to walk us through that process for an everyday player to play under a new manager.
I think the first time as a young player playing for a new manager, it's probably more impactful to you. Just because you're used to playing, with a different manager, and it's your first time. It's like your first time getting traded, right? You're the team that you've been with, is your heart and soul. I mean, you love them, and then you get traded. Sometimes you don't even want to leave. And then the second time you get traded or moved, it's kind of old hat. So it depends on where you're at in your career. But I think that overall, this has been a real good move for the organization. Bob has brought in some quality coaches of his own. I mean, Brian Price has been around the block. Matt Williams, we all know, was a great Giant, so I know the fans love to see that. He's been a manager in the major leagues just as Brian Price has been, and Ryan Christensen's been with Bob Melvin for years, and we have a lot of holdover coaches who the organization felt really good about that have stayed. So it's a good group. It's a good attitude. I see the group in spring training. I think there's a little different attitude here about winning, and the players are accountable to each other, and that's always a good thing. So it's an adjustment, but one that professionals can relate to and make very easily.
Ron Wotus joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a special assistant to baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants. I do want to ask you about Melvin. So we have a guy here at the station that said, Bob Melvin, they hired him. He wouldn't have come here had he known that the Giants weren't going to make some changes, or that was the thought. When you guys hired Bob Melvin, was there a thought that you are going to have different players in here, but was there also kind of a thought that with Bob Melvin, you might be able to pluck 2 guys like Snell and Chapman who played for him before?
Well, I think those 2 questions are certainly something that you expect. I know all the times I've interviewed for managing jobs, about 3 of the interview places that I've interviewed at, 3 of the 8, the general manager said, well, who could you bring here? And it was actually said to me by Peter McGowan back when Boach came over here and I interviewed for the job. That was Peter's big thing. Well, who can you bring over? And, of course, then Boach comes over and he brings Dave Roberts, he brings Mike Sweeney, he brings a number of ex-Padres, right? And Flan. How can we forget Flan, one of the coaches? But, I think that's always an expectation that a manager, especially when it's been in the game as long as Bob has relationships with guys. I mean, we landed Matt Chapman. I think Bob Melvin had an awful lot to do with that because he played for him. He's very familiar with him. I can't speak to the Snell situation. But on the other side of it is, I think the whole organization felt that we needed to get better. We needed to change the mix. We wanted to bring in some different personnel and change the culture to some degree. But we needed to get better. And we brought in, 7 or 8 major league caliber players. So not only is our personnel better on the immediate roster, but I think our depth is better in the minor leagues right now, and we're going to need all those guys throughout the course of the year.
Ron, that was my next question. Fan is short for fanatic. Giant fans for so long last year wanted some big boys, and Farhan again delivered. And we see Kyle Harrison, but now fans are like, well, where's the infusion of those top dogs we saw on the farm, the Lucianos and the Matos? And I know it's 162 games. Are you kind of just telling the fans that'll work itself out and you'll see those guys at some point?
I think so. Look, you got to really temper the top prospect conversation, especially when they're in A ball and in Double A. Touting this guy is going to be the next, Matt Williams or the next Buster Posey, because you know what? There's a lot of boxes to check off before they go to the major leagues and are able to do it. I mean, the aptitude and retention is important. Can guys make adjustments? There's a lot as the level of competition gets better. You find out more about the player that you do have. But we do have players that are going to contribute. Tyler Fitzgerald, he wasn't touted as a top prospect. This guy can do a lot of things on the baseball field. Keaton Wynn, obviously we got him in a trade, but he's going to be a big part of what we're doing. Luciano is getting better. And the other point I'd like to bring up is we've heard about Luciano for like 4 or 5 years now, but the kid hasn't played a whole lot. He's been injured. And if you really want him to be ready when he gets to the big leagues to step in and do the job, it takes some game experience. This game is not that easy. We got to get the at-bats. You got to get the reps. You saw it last year. Bailey came up, started off like gangbusters, Then he cooled off. He had Casey Schmidt did the same thing. Then he cooled off. So there's no substitute for your games played in the minor leagues to get that experience. So you can handle those bumps in the road. So we have some guys down there that will help this club this year. There's no doubt about it.
Ron Wotus joining us on 95.7 The Game, special assistant to baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants. The last couple years haven't been great. And I guess my question is, this team has struggled, at least up until this past year, with signing free agents or getting big boys to come here. They've done that this summer, or rather the offseason, heading into the season. And I wanted to know do you detect any more excitement this year within the organization and then from the fans outside the organization because of what this team did in the offseason?
No question. I think there's a lot more excitement in the Bay Area. I live in the Bay Area over in the East Bay. People really excited about the actions that we made and the players on the field and the coaches. I mean, come on, we got Matt Chapman in the middle of spring training, and we were all excited about that. I thought probably we were done at that point, but then we land Blake Snell. So those are 2 pretty good late additions. So, I think everybody's excited. And, it hasn't started this first week the way you'd love it to start. But look at the Mets are 0-5. We're only 2-5. We're a series away from getting to 500 and a lot of baseball left. So, you got to play every day, and I think we're going to play much better as the season goes along, and it's a good group that we put together this year.
Hey, Ron, I was born and raised in the East Bay in Union City, California, and my first game was at the Oakland Coliseum, and the trials and tribulations over the last few years with the A's have not been good. But today's news about them going to Sacramento I just feel melancholy and bad just for the A's fans. Can you kind of walk us through your thought process when you heard that news today that the A's will be playing Major League Baseball in Sacramento next year?
Well, following it for the last year or so, I kind of saw it coming. I kept hearing that, ownership probably wanted to keep the team in Northern California. There's a lot of television money at stake there, and you hear Sacramento, you hear Salt Lake, and I kind of felt like it was going to be Sacramento, and it's unfortunate. I'm real disappointed as well. Look, I grew up in Connecticut, but I live in the East Bay. Shoot, my dog sitter and house sitter, she's a loyal A's fan, and it's been tough for these A's fans, and to see this team leave, is really disappointing. It's disappointing to me. I mean, we're big enough to have two major league franchises in the Bay Area, and to have them state now that there'd be no more team in Oakland, it's a real disappointment even for me. I know the Giants will benefit in the long run, but I'm also disappointed a little bit for the AAA club up in Sacramento. They're not going to draw the same either. And look, my heart's in with the minor leaguers. I played a lot of years in the minor leagues. I go through there, and these guys don't get a lot of love, and it's not going to be an easy situation for them as well. I know we're focused on the A's here, and at least the A's fans that are in the Bay Area will still be able to go see them in Oakland if they choose to do so.
Wow. Hey, Ron, real quick, I work with a partner here who loves highlights. He loves dunks in basketball. He loves Steph Curry, trick shots, all that kind of stuff. You've been in the sports business for almost 40 years. You get excited when you see a home run like Solaire's last night?
Oh, boy.
Not as excited as when I see that we have one more run than the other team at the end of the game. So I know there's a lot of hoopla, especially with the Instagram and all the highlights we see. I understand it, but it's nice to see him square one up. He's a good hitter, and I'm just glad he's getting going. But I didn't realize that ball was. I did say wow when I saw it. I knew it was far, but I didn't know it was the furthest hit since I don't know how many years now in Dodger Stadium for a Giant. I guess Crawford had the longest one before that one.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, Ron, I'll tell you what. You can help us fix that damn tail of the tape. It said 473. I'm like, on my metric, that thing was 600 feet. He hit the heck out of that ball.
He did. Hey, and imagine if the ball was juiced. Like it was
oh, boy.
We might have not even seen it land if it was.
Whenever I hear somebody say wow about a home run, I can't stop thinking about Verlander when he gave up the one to Pablo Sandoval in the World Series that he threw up around his eyes, and Pablo was able to turn on it.
That's right.
Ron, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck this season, and we'd love to catch up with you again down the line.
Anytime. Nice being with you guys.
All right. That's Ron Wotus, 36 years in the San Francisco Giants organization. He's now a special consultant, works with the coaches, and you don't really have to say much after you say he's a consultant.
Yeah.
That's always a job I've wanted.
What?
I've always heard wanted you say to be that. A consultant.
Man, you charge your own money?
Go ahead. Yeah. What would it be of? And that would be the issue.
No, I was going to say he's been doing it for 36 years.
Wow.
With the same team.
Well, I've been in the media business almost that long.
With the same team?
No, I didn't have the good fortune that he's had of not being fired.
Well, I'll tell
multiple
you what,
times.
He said something that spoke to me that I didn't even think about. The AAA affiliate in SAC right now that's probably, be second fiddle. But just think about this, Evan and Steiny. We were the mecca of Major League Baseball in 1989.
That's a long
when
time
the
ago.
Giants and A's were in the World Series, man.
Most of our audience was not alive.
Well, Evan, were you here?
Nope.
No. Not 30.
Yeah.
Well, it was special. It's like, boy, I'm just saying, that's gone, Steiny. The A's not being, we had American League and National League Baseball. And
we still do.
Well, but it doesn't really matter the AL versus NL anymore.
We still do.
Well, what do you mean?
We still have two teams in the.
Well, now you got to go down.
Well, not till next year.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not playing in SAC tomorrow, are they?
But I can remember coming up 880 Evan day games when they had Dave Henderson, Canseco, McGuire, Steinbach, Lansford. Gallego.
As a Bay Area begins to snore.
And Dave Stewart, dude, 12 o'clock, 12:30 day games were sold out.
How come when I talk about guys from 1978, you guys ridicule me, but you let him go on about Canseco
these are Bay
and
Area
Henderson?
guys. Yours are Reading, PA.
Yeah, I mean, they're releasing color television. I mean, I'm just... Oh,
Evan coming.
That was a good
for
one.
real, man. This
No,
is
that was a good
BS.
one.
And I don't think they're playing in sack.
What do you know?
I got a gut.
You know nothing.
I saw something in Wiggins' eye. There was something there.
No, there wasn't.
It didn't happen right away.
You ought to be ashamed.
What about Tuesday?
You ought to be ashamed even bringing that up.
I think there's a victory lap here.
It was one of your worst moments on radio, according to
But he's been
guys
balling.
at the bar that I talked to. My buddy.
No, Wiggins is playing.
I wanted to throw a brick at the radio when Guru said he saw fire in Wiggins' eyes
what's happened
on
now?
the bench.
Yeah, what's
that was
happened
months
now?
ago.
No, that was when
Guru,
Curry.
you get no victory lap.
Come on now.
No, I won't allow that one.
Well, something's changed. Let's hope he keeps going.
Kuminga.
Yeah, I'm getting mad.
You should.
No, just at the baseball situation.
Oh, please. It's life.
Well, you like watching Soler, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I love you.
He's on my fantasy
I told
team.
Evan I got to ask him about Soler. You went there. You did it. Dude, that ball was crushed.
He hit it
Serrano from Major League.
Yeah, I've seen that.
The guy that strikes out on the off-speed.
And he has the chicken.
You've seen more part of movies. How can you not just have
Oh, my God.
ADD and sit down and just watch the whole I started Friday.
No, I watched the whole movie 3 nights ago. And let me tell you something.
It aged well.
And what did?
The movie.
Well, let me tell you.
Go ahead, we're waiting on the title.
I know you are. I watched this movie that was very unusual, but it was painful. It was poignant. I was riveted the whole time, and it's not necessarily upbeat. It's a movie called, and let me know if you've seen it on the text line or on the YouTube. It's called The Sailor. The Sailor.
Nope.
It's a documentary about a dude.
It's not a movie then.
What are you talking about?
It's not a movie.
A documentary is a kind of a movie.
It's a film.
Okay, I'll use film. It's a film about a guy who lived on a boat his whole life. He never lived on land, and it was bittersweet. It was, yeah.
How did he shower?
Yeah, they have a shower on a boat.
Well, go ahead.
Salt water.
It was, and the whole theme was the cost of freedom.
That was powerful.
He lived on a boat because he wanted the ultimate freedom. He did not want to be constrained. And yet, because he was so free, he gave up a lot of what you and I take for granted in life, which are relationships.
I was just about to say
stuff
it.
with your kids.
So is it worth it?
Well, that's for you to answer.
How long is it?
About an hour and 40 minutes.
How did you find it the same?
Let me tell you what
This dude,
Let me tell you what I do most of the time.
I'm watching
I don't
Nuggets
watch
and
anything.
Pelicans, and you just find these docs.
I don't watch anything, but I flip through all the things that I think about watching but never do. And then once every 4 or 5 days, I actually find one, and I'm like, I'll try to watch that.
A lot of people saying they'll pass, but don't take it personally, Steiny.
Well, that's because I know most of our audience is young. Some of them are immature, and most of them have never sensed any culture. And so they don't like movies like that. They need Friday, or they need Dune 2.
Oh, Evan's got me ready. Evan's cracked the mic. He got me fired
incredible.
up.
Too.
I bet there was a lot of people when you said The Sailor and you said it was a movie, they thought it was about Klay Thompson.
That's a 3.
This guy was like 89 years old and still on the
I'm
boat.
reading about it right now. Paul Johnson, heck of a guy.
But the Dune Part 2.
Oh,
Yeah, how was
it?
it?
Fantastic.
Was Sting in it?
No.
He was in the original, I believe.
Well, yeah.
Is that the one with the big worm?
Yes, then the original was... Was that when the Yankees roamed the earth in 1970? But
So you liked it?
Oh, it was fantastic. What I liked more was the Grand Lake Theater. That place is
it's
incredible.
a classic. That's in your hood, Steiny.
That's my neighborhood.
Yeah.
I walk to that. I walk past it on the way to the Heart and Dagger. But
stop by the alley.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
Karaoke?
Dude, they got food there.
Wow, come on.
Dude, I told you that.
They got some fantastic fried chicken.
They have really good food at the alley. Used to be Rod, and people...
Now, where's that at?
Not Rod, it's on Grand Avenue.
Not next to where Quickway used to be, the burger joint. Right next to Grand Lake.
That's where the Heart and Dagger is.
Okay.
Yes, that's now a vegan soul food place that's very popular.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Right
Well, that's oxymoron.
It's a
Vegan soul food.
I think so.
Well, they serve other things besides vegan food, but they got burgers and
Mac and cheese.
Let me tell you something.
Chitlins.
That I don't know about.
I've never had chitlins.
Nope.
Evan?
I don't know. Yes, I've had chitlins.
Ask me all.
I knew he was black.
Run down all the black food, and I haven't had any of it.
Collard greens?
Nope, never had collard
Snotty,
greens.
stop.
Oh, ribs I've had, yeah.
They can't
And
eat
fried
black-eyed
chicken.
peas.
Never.
Oh, boy.
Aren't they just, what are black-eyed peas?
Okra?
Black-eyed peas.
Never okra. I don't like okra, even when it's in...
So no chitlins. Ham hocks?
What's that?
Grits?
Fried liver?
What about
I've
grits?
never had grits.
Oh, my gosh.
I know.
Evan, who is this guy?
I know,
Evan's
I know.
like, Evan, you had grits?
It was wrong.
Yes, I did.
Here you go, Evan, from the 669. Steiny, Dune 2 was epic.
Yes, it was.
That's what Evan said.
Okay.
I'm going to check it out.
As is written.
Shasky, Monte don't like sci. You like Monte, no sci-fi.
I'm not
That
really.
bothers me.
What's the most popular sci-fi movie ever? Probably?
Star Wars.
Never seen it.
And you got kids.
Well, there's like 9 of them.
grown.
You've seen
But
one
the
of them.
first 3 are when they
Never
were
saw
Luke Skywalker, Harrison Ford, Mark
knew it.
Hamill,
Anything-
Carrie Fisher.
Anything I got off the original Star Wars was just through osmosis.
James Earl Jones.
Yeah, thank you.
What about him?
He's Darth Vader.
He was Darth Vader's voice. Luke.
Okay, I've seen Field of Dreams.
Well,
That's
a
his
classic.
finest hour.
You'll see the new Kevin Costner movie coming out on New Horizon.
What the hell what's going on? I'm not taking these calls right now. I'm in too good of a mood. Steiny being negative, Steiny getting defensive on the A's. What the hell have I even said? My dog Rosie. What have I been negative
No,
about?
you haven't. They're
I'm not-
trolling you.
No.
They got to be trolling.
I'm not
no
giving,
chitlins, though.
I'm not giving a forum to people who are going to spread this kind of propaganda.
Chitlins are a delicacy.
What are chitlins?
Oh,
seriously, I'm being
pig
honest.
guts, intestines. With
So
some
good.
hot sauce. Oh,
And
Steiny.
what's the difference between a black-eyed pea and a regular pea?
It's a different kind of pea. It's just-
Is it like a chickpea?
do not say Will I Am.
No, I'm not.
I am completely lost, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, have you had, we went over, Steiny.
Fried
boy,
chicken.
Greens?
Never had collard
That's
greens.
where I was going. No, with hot sauce, Louisiana hot sauce.
Vinegar?
No.
Steiny, where?
I've had fish and chips. That's English, I believe.
Oh, boy.
I just try to
I
keep
thought
it
you
real.
were more, yeah.
Well, it comes out in other ways.
Oh, have you had fried catfish?
I have had catfish. I don't like it.
Well, that's okay if
I
you
mean,
don't like it, but you.
I don't like
Gotta come
catfish.
from Mississippi.
So
that's why.
Red Silk Basie, brother, don't like chitlins. A lot of people don't like chitlins.
Okay.
I love them.
Okay. Yeah. Catfish is probably my least favorite kind of
Sweet
fish.
potato pie you've had.
Never had it.
I'll make it for you.
Oh,
I've never had
Steiny.
And then, of course,
I got to call Dana on this one. You haven't taken him to the lab?
no.
Yeah. We got to go.
Okay, we got to go. We got the Too Short segment on the other side. Hey,
I
Kay,
sent him a tweet last
Kay,
night, text, IG, Too Short.
Kay, if you want to, you tell Alex and Max, like, seriously, if they come with too much negativity, I'm not having it. I got a half hour to get out of here, and I'm feeling pretty good. What's coming up next is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromise.
I like Steiny. I just met him out there.
Hey, Steiny, you're doing a wonderful job.
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Stop picking on me.
I like her.
You don't even know who she is.
Dude, I heard somebody in the studio got a technical foul. You want to elaborate? Steiny, wow.
Fess up, Draymond.
Wow. Tell the truth.
I'll fight you on this, guys. Were you there?
Wow.
You don't know.
Wow. Were you there?
We got multiple witnesses.
Oh, wow. Look at our boy.
I forgot Kay was there.
You forgot, buddy.
What happened?
We should do a nothing happened. We're not bringing that crap there.
Well, it's not crap.
Dude, here comes the truth.
Okay.
I've never seen you get embarrassed.
I'm not embarrassed. This is just going to...
Look at our boss, Matt Nahigian, in the house.
This is... Really? This is the kind of radio you want to do as a boss.
Because it just pisses me off.
And I'm shocked.
That's a 5.
I had to go to the bathroom in like crazy. I go in there. There's 2 stalls and 1 urinal.
I'm familiar.
Steiny's in the middle stall, standing up. I walk in. He flushes the seats down after standing up, and you know what?
Yeah, I put it down after I was done.
No, you didn't. You
just because you didn't hear it doesn't mean I'm not. I will not give in on this.
You went to the bathroom with the seat down. That is a massive foul.
Not in a men's room.
Wow.
Yes, it is.
Not in a men's room.
Spray Thompson.
Anybody?
It's a 4. That's a 5.
It's tiny.
I'd like to talk specifically to the women out there. This is not true. But I will say this. Who would use a public toilet and not wipe the seat anyway?
You shouldn't have to, because the person before you should not be
and Evan hit
Spray
it out
Thompson.
the park.
This is, I'll tell you what. You know what?
Dude, that is
get a little sick.
Men's restrooms are anarchy, but not to that extent.
And all the time I've come in here like, you know what kind of guys we work with to do this and that, and then you're like, I know, goo.
Okay, so you guys just want to make up stories.
Immediately after you walked out of there, the boss was like, wow, way to go, Stein. Way to go. Just spray it everywhere.
You know what?
Hopefully the Warriors have better aim than I.
Well, we know he's not good.
I've said this one other time in my radio career, and it almost caused a rift. But I'll say it again. But I'll say it for you guys are liars. You're liars.
We got 2 witnesses.
They're lying.
Dude.
How the hell do they know? The door was shut in back of me. It was a stall. It wasn't a urinal.
Oh, buddy.
There was breadcrumbs.
Stop.
Yeah.
You know what? Don't do this. This is what we have 90% of our audience is very intelligent, but there are 10% that are idiots. And they're going to think that what you guys are saying is true. Those are the 10% I worry about. I worry about our idiots.
Steiny from downtown. Oh, my God. Dude, that's on the YouTube chat.
You guys want to finish up the segment?
Oh, that's pretty good. Oh.
Nahigian.
Dude,
he gotta come with a couple
that was him being mad, bathroom mad. Just shake it. Well, you'll be back.
Pee Wee Herman.
There was another little thing that happened, and it made me think: is this we could have a segment, character flaw or no? I understand.
I love this.
So you tell me. I'm on BART today. Weather's miserable,
man,
and we get off on Montgomery BART. I do. And I notice ahead of me, I would say 15 yards. Yeah, about a 15-yard run from McCaffrey.
Yeah.
That's about what it is. But there's some people around. And I noticed Evan. Evan was on the BART train, and we got off Montgomery, and I was 15 feet in back of him.
Be careful.
Yeah, I didn't walk with him to the office.
That's how we do it.
Yeah.
That's how we do it.
I see you. Yeah. I see you. 8:35. I don't need to see you on the walk.
I'll take it a story further.
So I walked about 15 yards behind him the whole time, and he never knew it. And then he got in the lobby. I'm like, yo, what's up, buddy? And he's like, where were you? I was like, I was right behind you. And he was offended because I didn't walk with him and talk.
Well, then he asked where I was coming from. And I said, Oakland. He said, because I usually come from San Francisco. I said, well, if you saw me, You can at least say hello. We're on the same train.
Starty Larry David.
No.
Oh, man.
You can't do that.
I would have did the same, Evan. I would have, yeah.
That conversation we would have had from Montgomery BART to our office would have been the most uncomfortable, awkward conversation we've ever had, and I didn't want to put either of us through it.
It could have been 2 words. Hey, man.
No, then he would have been like, what are you hot on today? What do you want to talk about? We got Ron Wotus coming in. Did you see Solaire's homer? How about Kuminga coming off the bench? And I'm like, let it wait 7 minutes.
But you guys would have got his personal. He would have talked about Dune, too. That's how Evan and I get into it.
We did that here anyway.
Yeah.
You know I don't talk
Sometimes
to people
enough's
before I have
enough.
coffee.
Sometimes enough's enough. You know, it's like last Friday when we went out. I got to be honest. I was just done with Guru by 4 o'clock on Friday. I was just like, you know what? I love him. We've got to separate.
And you knew I knew. Like, I go, where's Steiny? Oh, he left. I knew he was gone.
Goose coming, and I was like, I've seen him 5 days, 4 hours every day. I just saw him 4 hours. You know what?
The feeling.
If I miss him right now, Steiny, stay till Guru comes.
But when I see you when I'm having a cocktail, it's therapeutic. Because I look at you different. I'm like, this is the dude
tell you what.
that I'm with for
I'll tell you what.
For 20 hours.
I did it again yesterday.
The gym?
No.
What?
Although I have started to lift a little bit. I don't know if you can tell.
Well, usually you get bigger.
Non-alcoholic beer.
Oh boy!
What
is going on
here? It tastes exactly the same.
Can you have an intervention for non-alcoholic drinks?
No,
and it's an oxymoron, man. It's not a beer if it's non-alcoholic.
Yes, it is.
And it's okay. Like diet pizza. There is no such thing as that.
What is it?
We got diet pizza.
There's
no, you don't.
Pizza.
What do you call it? Exactly.
Soda.
It's non-alcoholic. It's non-alcoholic.
Okay, what does it do for you? You're playing mind on your tricks on your mind. It ain't good.
No, a trick on my mind was, hey, everybody, I'm going to try to drink a non-alcoholic beer
or
and
you
be
say
drunk.
This. You man up and say, I'm drinking or I'm not.
You don't want to.
I'll tell you. There it was
carbonated water.
You don't have a non-alcoholic beer.
This is an argument I cannot lose.
Oh, boy.
Athletic Brewing actually makes they make a bunch of hazy IPAs, a bunch of lagers.
I'm
even
being real.
Guinness makes a non.
So
you would never know that. You would never know.
You would never. Okay.
Well, Guinness is actually very low alcohol anyway.
Yeah. I don't want it.
It's low calorie, low out. It's the. It's
so
the,
you get the taste, but
absolutely. Yeah, you know what? Come down my road, everybody. Come down my road because I'm trying to do the right thing.
Quit trying to be better.
Come down my road because maybe I don't want to stumble out of a bar.
That's too funny.
All right, come down my road because maybe
I commend you. But don't sell us on it. Just have it and act like it's a regular.
I'm going right out to somebody in sales and saying, somebody get me Peroni, somebody get me Heineken.
Oh, yeah, anything for the chicken.
Well, then it's all good.
Yeah, don't sell me on the, goo, you got to get a
Yeah, you ever tried a mocktail?
That's like getting a Hennessy Light.
A buddy of mine drinks those.
What is that?
Like a non-alcoholic beer version of a cocktail. It's a mocktail.
Goo, what's wrong with?
There's not a mocktail.
Yeah, there is. My friend Alex was drinking one the other day on the golf course. It was like a Moscow Mule, but it didn't have alcohol. Yeah. Let me tell you something, Goo. You're out, you're having a few, you feel it, and you're like, you know what? I'm going to be here for a while, another hour or two. I got to watch the game.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm driving later.
Gotcha. Give me a Sprite.
You know what?
Give me some water.
Okay, and I have a non-alcoholic beer. You're just mad because you can't do it.
But the mocktail, it's creeped over into the hard drink.
That's different.
Yeah, it's basically just a lemon soda.
I'll tell you what, the places you're frequenting don't like to bring you up because I'm sure they're less expensive than
they're a little bit less expensive.
Take that somewhere else.
A lot of times you get them for free if you're the designated driver.
How much owe you? $4.
That segment coming up next is Willard and FP. Somebody's coming in. That segment was brought to you by In at the Tides.
Relaxing days, stunning sunsets.
Oh, did you?
Simply going to a strip club is not unprofessional.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's a crossover.
Yes,
we got
sir.
FP Santangelo in studio, Dan Dibley
And Spray Thompson.
on remote.
Oh,
I hear that laugh. Hear that all the way from Orinda.
to laugh. I'm okay.
Oh, my God. Spray Thompson was a 5, I'll be honest.
Hey, Dibs, how about
FP
this?
don't know what's going on yet. I feel the vid. Yeah.
How's everybody doing out there in Radio Land? Dibs?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Wish I was in there with you guys, but, when you get a toddler who's down with a little sickness, then, daddy's got to gut it out. And this is breaking news, maybe for those of you who haven't had a baby in a long time. Sick babies tend to be more fussy than healthy babies.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that goes for adults, too.
Yeah, good call. Good call.
Hey, we can get into the Warriors. Steve Kerr was on with the morning show today and seemed to indicate that, maybe Jonathan Kuminga is going to start this thing by coming off the bench tonight. Just big deal, or as Guru would say, nothing to see here, FP?
I don't know. Nothing to see here.
It should be that, right?
Yeah.
Because it's about the team.
He's got to work himself back in. I think when Wiggins missed for personal reasons, that's one thing. But when you miss for an injury, then you do have to kind of ramp back up.
Okay, all right.
There's a difference. It's not because he's in shape. Like it's not like you're going to get out of shape this late in the season. But I think the injury might have something to do with it.
I feel like they found something. And when Wiggins went out, TJD wasn't put at the 5. Now they got that big man to help take stress off of Draymond. And they're looking at, okay, Wiggs or Kuminga. So it's kind of different. And we were putting it right on the table, Dibs and FP. Even if Kuminga, the bright young superstar, is mad, they're at the end. They're getting ready for a playing game. You can't go. You got to it's about the team. Even if you're upset, why am I not starting?
Just one game, though, right?
Well, we'll see.
Or is this how it's going to be because they can't play together, those two?
That's
a lot to that.
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing to watch. It's interesting you said injury versus, but I guess you're right. If he's had tendonitis, he's got when Wiggins came back, I guess he just goes to practice and they're like he looks okay. And when Kuminga comes back, you have to say he's got to perform certain things before we can even get him.
But Kerr cited their record while he's been gone. He said we've been winning. Yes, he said we've been winning. So that
right. Yeah, I mean, they've been winning in part because they've been playing against poor teams, but also because Andrew's been playing better. So for me, it becomes less about the future of Kuminga and Wiggins playing together, and it's more about how do you get these guys to both play as well as they can right now. And it's a little bit of a catch-22 because Andrew, since Jonathan's been out, has been playing great, and we know that when Kuminga's come off the bench, he hasn't been as effective as when he has started. So for me, it comes down to what's the lesser of the two evils. If Kuminga going back to the bench makes him sulky and makes him less effective, well, you get the benefit of Wiggins as a starter, and he's been doing great. But maybe you start Kuminga knowing that Wiggins is more experienced and Wiggins might be able to take the demotion a little bit better, quote unquote. But then again, if Wiggins is less engaged, we know that Wiggins is less of a player. So to me, it's almost a coin flip as to which one's going to be less damaging.
Wow.
Yeah, Houston Rockets tonight. Game time 5:30. That means pregame is at 4:30. Warriors live. Who's got pregame today?
That's FP and myself.
I think Dibs has got it.
You're staring at him.
All right. Oh, and by the way,
Dibs is going
and by the way, not to. I hope Dibs doesn't feel left out here, but hey, do you mind? Guru and I may take a rain check on the back.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You guys are always welcome.
I want to dress up
as long as
I want to put some really nice clothes on.
As long as you don't wear flip flops, we're good.
Well, it was raining this morning, and I thought, it's not a great day to go ahead and do that.
We'll plan it better. We'll make sure. We'll look at the 5-day forecast next time before we figure it out.
I think the
you guys had plans today?
Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna have some cocktails tonight.
Tentative.
Yeah, all the
Shout
healthy,
out Tom Cruise.
All the healthy people. We're gonna go have cocktails.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm here at home
we got
changing diapers, which is it's great. Yeah, my spring break plans got jettisoned by the fluey baby. So we all set for Carmel and little Monterey Aquarium and all the rest of it. And you wake up on Sunday and the baby's under the weather, and so everything gets thrown in the scrap heap.
We had the great Dibs. We had the great Ron Wotus on, and we brought up what's going on with the A's. And I got out of bed, and I got to be honest, guys, first game I ever attended in the Bay, baseball game, was the Oakland Athletics. Grew up at the Coliseum, and FP, you played for both the Giants and River Cats. So I can't wait to hear what you got to say on this. But Dibs, just as a East Bay resident, I thought I was done with feeling mad at the Fishers and company, but this is worse than the movie, I believe, Major League. And to take this storied franchise out of the Coliseum into nothing against Sac. I raised 2 kids there. But to a AAA ballpark for 1 or 2, that's embarrassing, fellas. Am I missing the boat? That's embarrassing.
It's big time embarrassing, and I guess I've gone from mad to just sad, and I'm now just experiencing the sadness of the loss of knowing that, my baby girl who's 19 months old, she won't go to the Coliseum and watch baseball like my 2 older kids, FP, who are in their 20s. We lived in Oakland, and we went a bunch because it was close, convenient, affordable, and fun. And, the A's were actually good back then. And I remember taking my son, Keon, out of school for his get out of school free day. I gave each of my kids 1 day. They could call their shot, and they could miss school. No excuses, no judgment, nothing. And my little man, Keon, wanted to go to the Josh Hamilton game where he dropped the fly ball. So we actually were in the house that day, scorching hot. We were underneath the overhang. It was one of the greatest days of our father-son lives, and now that's nothing but a distant memory, unfortunately.
What are your thoughts on this? Sacramento native, familiar with the Giants, familiar with the A's.
Played
Northern
for the Cats.
California.
Yeah.
Man, I'm super conflicted. I'm all over the place. I've done a bunch of interviews today about it because, having grown up in Sacramento.
I love it.
No, you get the group ready because I'm about to drop 800 of them, and I really don't care. Having grown up in Sacramento and knowing how people were wondering if the Kings would fly there. Like, how would that work? And now they're thriving. And knowing that that's a baseball town #1, there's a certain part of me that's super excited for people of Sacramento to see major leaguers come through there. On the other hand, playing for the A's in 2001 and seeing that fan base and how 15,000 people at the Coliseum could sound like 40,000 people.
Wow.
And how passionate they were about us and the great history of an organization that won 4 World Series.
Man.
This isn't like the Expos moving from Montreal, even though that sucked. This is a team that won 4 World Series. That's a storied franchise with some of the greatest players to ever walk the face of the earth to wear the white cleats. And then on the other side of it, so this is why I'm all over the map. I have friends that work for the A's. They all got text messages today saying that on November 1st.
Oh man!
Yeah, that's it.
Oh man!
And so, on a case by case basis, when your unemployment kicks in and whatever you call it, after you're fired thing. And so I have friends that are potentially losing their jobs that work at the Coliseum that work for the A's. I have friends in Sacramento that are excited about the team coming. As a former player for the A's, it's really sad for me to see what a proud franchise, and just as a baseball guy, this is bad for Major League Baseball. Period. To have an owner that's going to go. There was a $35 million difference on 3 years at the Coliseum between the A's and the Coliseum. $35 million. So that's $10 million a year, basically. That's like a relief pitcher. And so for a relief pitcher, they decided to move out of Oakland, go to Sacramento, and now the team's going to be in Sacramento. And who knows what kind of product Fisher's going to put. This is a black eye for Major League Baseball, too. So as you can see, like, I'm all over the place for a lot of different reasons because I have different perspectives. Growing up in Sacramento, playing for the River Cats, playing for the A's, growing up a fan of the A's and going to games like you did, like Dibs did as a kid. So, like, I have varying perspectives on this, but the one thing I keep going to is it all just feels really dirty.
Great words,
Let me ask you this, and it's a little and could Sacramento have a Major League Baseball team?
Oh, yeah.
Like, no doubt about it.
No, they'd have 25,000, 30,000 a night. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, why wouldn't...
It could happen.
You think that...
It could happen.
Okay.
Because they're going to have a 4-year tryout or a 3 to 4 year tryout.
Right.
And they're going to come to the games. And Sutter Health Park? It used to be Rayleigh Field, so I almost called it.
It's always Rayleigh to me, yeah.
I know, but they built it with the hopes of expansion coming to Sacramento, so that ballpark is easily expandable. And it was constructed to be easily expandable.
And Steiny, I don't know if you and Dibbs have been there, but it's a beautiful watch, old Rayleigh Field.
Right.
But it was a beautiful watch through the prism of AAA baseball. And Sacramento's been good to me. I live there. I'm telling you, FP, I don't like that the MLB product is coming to Sacramento with not their own cathedral, if that makes any sense. I hate that I don't want to say ghetto, but you're using a AAA team. Yeah, you'll get the people to come, but I want Sacramento to get its baseball team with a building that was built for Major League Baseball, and I hate that part of it.
Maybe it comes right there on that piece of property. I don't know, but the thing I left out, you guys, is like as players, and Steiny and I were talking about this before I came on. As players, we work our whole lives to play in a Major League ballpark.
Oh man,
I mean that's the third deck, and you're playing in a big league ballpark, and you saw Dodger Stadium with the fifth deck last night, and you walk in and it's like Wrigley Field or Fenway Park or Yankee Stadium.
Wow!
Can you imagine? And I'm stealing this from Steiny. He said it right before we got on the air, and I never thought of this. Like I'm making my Major League debut in Sacramento at a minor league park.
Oh man!
Like that's just not what you work for your whole life.
I almost think, and I don't know how Dibbs feels about this, and I get it. Nobody's really feels sorry for major leaguers, but I would rather make my Major League debut in front of 15,000 at what seems like a packed house in Sacramento, then walk into the Coliseum in front of 5,000 in an empty, I was thinking about all your life you work to make the bigs, Dibbs. You get there, and that's what it is in Oakland right now. That's got to stink.
No, it stinks, and I think you're right as far as what I would prefer. I'd rather go to a absolutely sold-out Sutter Health Park in Sacramento. And even though it's a AAA park, at least you'd be in front of a full house. And I've been having a lot of people going back and forth on Twitter about who to blame for all this. And all the people who want to put blame on the city of Oakland are people who have never lived in the city of Oakland. Because having been a 20-plus year resident of Oakland, I understand the priorities of people who live in Oakland. And propping up John Fisher and his billionaire pockets was not among the priorities. And the city actually did a lot, FP, as you know, to raise money for the improvement of Howard Terminal. And then Fisher just pulled the okey doke and decides he doesn't want to go there after all. The whole thing was being sold as a bill of goods. To me, he's one of the more weaselly human beings. Forget sports, just people in general. So I've tried to put aside the anger. For me, the anger is over. Yeah. Now I'm just kind of sitting in sadness, and sad for all the A's fans in the Bay Area who have spent their life. And Stephen Douglas is a guy who I know through living in Oakland. He's been an Oakland A's fan for 53 years, and he has officially renounced his fandom. And so many fans now are saying that's it. And to me, that's just sad when you stop being a fan of a team for this reason.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Why'd the Expos end up leaving? Was it lack of support for the most part? Montreal?
Ownership, Jeffrey Loria. I think he wanted out. And then they played in Puerto Rico for a year.
That's
half in Puerto Rico, half in Montreal.
Yeah, that's right.
And then
Gary Carter.
They became the Washington Nationals.
So he could make more money in Washington, essentially.
Or sell the team for more.
Okay.
And that's what happened.
Can I switch the subject and tell you, Dibbs and Steiny, I guess a mini guru gripe, but I saw a baseball get just hit to smithereens last night by one Jorge Soler, and the tail of the tape said 473. That ball had to be Dibbs 565. I am so sick of telling the tape. Put another battery in there. Something ain't working. That was not 473.
I say
that
was
all the mesmerized. That man crushed that ball.
Yeah, and it's 2 straight games where he did what we all have been waiting for him to do, and so that is a level of excitement that we haven't had around Giants baseball in, I don't even know, FP, maybe going back to Barry Bonds. It seems like even the big home runs that the Giants would hit were not big like that. The only thing missing, Goo, I was hoping that he was going to pimp that baby just a little bit, but maybe that's just not his style. But as far as getting swept goes, that was a pretty gutsy sweep that they faced in L.A.
I mean,
there's no more victories, but there's some positive things to take out of that. There is.
For sure.
You spent a lot of
Guru's
new money.
panicking.
No, I'm not panicking.
No,
It's only 7 games. FP, my point is it was kind of bad luck from the schedule, but you wanted to kind of get a game or two, even, and I wouldn't have, overreacted, but it was kind of like, we know who you are. You added Ohtani. You're the halves. But the Giants are new. I didn't like them getting swept just from a, optic standpoint. And they're going to handle business tomorrow. I like the team in the direction. But I just thought to myself, you're in 2 of the 3 games. I just hated they got swept. That's all. No panic.
I was with Kipe. Conforto tricked me on that.
Kipe tricked us.
Wait,
he really put it in.
I thought he went deep too, though.
I thought it was out.
And Kipe never misses them.
It didn't get to the warning track dibs on that one.
Anyway,
we love you,
I
Kipe.
thought it was a tie game. I did. When he made contact, my first thought was tie game.
But when I
said
heard
it
his
out
voice,
loud.
he had the team. I said he got it.
I mean, we had Ron Wotus on at 1 o'clock. He's a special consultant to the Giants right now, as you guys know. I mean, the one thing, that doesn't...
Yeah.
Grandy,
you blew it.
No,
we had Ron Wotus on, a special assistant.
We had. The drops are reserved for individual praise of yourself.
First of all, the drop was originated
It is the
by
greatest drop.
yours truly.
Was it really?
I was doing a show with...
I love the drop.
Thank you.
With who,
That was so good, Grandy.
The man's name is Alan Roxy Bernstein. I don't know if you've heard of him, but
our guy.
Roxy has a tendency to name drop because he knows absolutely everybody. So Roxy was going through one of his segments, and he's just, dropping names all over the place. And so I started hitting him with the whoop. And the drop was born. And what has happened, it used to be just when you drop a name, you got the drop. And now we have corrupted it to a point that it's unrecognizable. Yeah. But I'm in favor of it because anytime you want to whoop somebody, it brings a smile to everyone's face.
Do you think can you overuse it, though? No?
I don't
lose
think so.
It doesn't
if they're
lose
legit, you can keep Beyonce. You can keep dropping them. Hey.
Anyway, Steiny, you and your buddy Ron Wotus were having a chat.
Yes. Yes, and he brought up something that to me makes a lot of sense. What's the strength of the team? Starting pitching. Kind of what's the last thing to come around in baseball at this time? Starting pitching. Snell hasn't pitched yet, so guys aren't going as deep as they're going to go in a month or two. So, there's no red flags out there at this point, I would say.
I'm not panicking after 7 games.
Right.
But
and you got Cobb and Robbie Ray coming back when they come back. I know Cobb will be back sooner.
You can't win a pennant in April, but you can lose it.
It can get late early. That's how I heard
you can lose it.
I've always been fascinated by this. When you're a member of a Major League Baseball team or a pro team, and you're going into a season, have you ever... You always... you kind of have a sense for how you're going to be, I would think.
Yeah.
Especially when you get to the bigs, you're more realistic about it. When you're younger, you think you're going to be good all the time. Were you ever dead wrong about a team you were on? We're going to be pretty good, and you weren't, or, this could be a long year, and it worked. Or are your feelings about the team, do they mostly play out over the course of 162?
I mean, there was teams in Montreal you knew just didn't have a chance because the Braves were in your division. And this was before the wild card, so you knew you didn't have a shot. I would say when I got called up to the A's, we were 500 right around the All-Star break, and we ended 102-60.
Wow, man!
So that came out of nowhere, where we just won. We won every single night.
Day games sold out. I remember
just won every
day
single
games.
night. So I don't know, whatever the All-Star break is, it's not the actual halfway point, but that team was right 1 or 2 games below 500, at 500, above, and then we just won like 9 out of 10, 10 out of 11, 8 out of 9, 6 out of 7. Yeah. It was crazy.
Will you be at the Yard tomorrow?
To answer your question, I didn't see that coming.
Right.
But you knew there was Giambi and Tejada and Chavez and
oh my god,
I'm dropping all these names.
Yeah,
totally.
Well, you got the movie.
Yeah.
Will you at the Yard tomorrow?
Moneyball screwed all this up. I feel like let's blame Brad Pitt for the A's movie.
You got a movie and it didn't culminate in a chip though.
I'm blaming Brad Pitt for today.
Yeah, good movie though, and man,
it's
great
a terrible
run.
movie. It's the worst
if I can just take 30 seconds, and I know what's bugging me, brought to you by Atco, is tomorrow. But FP, if I can just spend 20 seconds to talk about how much I hate the Major League Baseball balanced schedule. The Giants and Dodgers play the second series coming out of the All-Star break, and then they don't play again.
I'm with
July 25th is the final game between the Giants and Dodgers. So you'll get all of August and all of September with no Giant Dodger game. Rob Manfred, you're an idiot for a number of different reasons.
That's embarrassing.
Add this to your list.
That
your
is
balanced
embarrassing.
schedule stinks.
Wow. I did not know that, Stotty. I don't know if you did, FP. That is, what are you doing?
So how many times do you play a division opponent now?
12.
Okay, because I remember, wasn't it 5 years ago they played the Dodgers 18 or 19 times?
19 times.
19 times.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, I'm
But
with
not
you.
to have those two have a showdown, maybe if they're coming down for the division, that is just a L.
Well, it may work in the Giants' favor.
Oh, well.
You get games like Twins, Giants next in September. Like, who wants to see that?
Yeah, no doubt about it.
I don't
Three
know.
of your final 4 opponents this year are Baltimore, Kansas City, Arizona, and St. Louis.
Wow.
You know what, Dibs? To a lesser degree, the NBA kind of does that too. The Lakers right now are playing like Washington.
Yeah,
and
it is weird.
Maybe, but they play the Warriors. But I get what you're saying.
Dibs, I missed you. Let me just get this Steph Curry takeoff to you and FP. So, Steiny, you know I'm wearing Curry underwear. I know there's been slippage since the All-Star break, but when you look at his shooting numbers, are you where do you put that at as to what you're seeing from the chef? Nothing to see here, end of the year, tired, or what does Dan Dibley think of his metrics since the All-Star break?
I'm not trying to go all salute to service on you, but it's fatigue. It's fatigues, Guru. That's what they wear in the Army.
No, I give you a 3.
Yeah.
I think he's been banged up all year.
Well,
he's been wearing that big knee sleeve all year. You just don't put a knee sleeve on your knee if it ain't hurting.
Yeah, you do when you're 36.
No, I'm just saying. I think he's been dinged up all year.
Interesting.
I mean, I think there's something to. He's being asked to do as much as he ever has, and he's getting up there. And we've seen him do this before, and he always seems to come out of it though. When at some point, you know, and maybe that's what they need to do. Kind of load manage him after if they can put away Houston tonight. You can't get the 9. Then maybe you rest some people the last 6 games. And you go try to win a couple NCAA tournament games, basically, is what I call them. But what do you guys got coming up tonight?
We got a show, Steiny, in honor of Mark Willard. I had to respond like that. We're going to get a little bit more into the A's departure. I want FP to really unleash all of his bullets on that because I know he's emotional about it.
I already did.
He's hot on it, but one thing we're going to get into. He's got lots to say. One thing we're going to get into right off the top is the Kuminga-Wiggins conundrum because I do think there's a lot of meat on that bone as far as who you start, who comes off the bench, can they play together? But guys, we're going to get everybody ramped up for the biggest game of the year, part 9, tonight against the Houston Rockets.
Right on, Dibs.
All right, gents.
All right, gents. There
don't forget
People
Warriors.
said your voice gets louder when Willard's not here. I thought that was funny.
Well, it's because Dibs is not in the studio, so I got to yell so he can hear me. All right, and that's all happening on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's Dan Dibley here alongside my good friend FP Santangelo. We're taking you all the way up to Warriors pregame. FP and I will have Warriors live for you coming up here in just a couple of hours. FP, how you doing, my brother?
Doing great. If I turn my microphone on, I'd be doing better, but I'm doing great. Dibs, it's good to hear your voice. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing good, and man, happy to be back on the air and trying to navigate the sickness of a 22-pound delight that is my daughter. She's doing better. She's asleep right now in theory, although the volume that I'm bringing, I don't know how much longer she'll be asleep. So if you hear some crying in the background, it's probably my daughter and unfortunately thousands of A's fans as well, FP.
Yeah, I know. This is just a weird day, Dibs. Like I don't, we were talking before we came on. They're like, well, we knew this was going to happen. What's the big deal? The finality of it. Like it's breaking news. It's what everybody's talking about around town right now or in this area and maybe across the country has any sort of love for the game of baseball. And it's just, okay, now they're moving to Sacramento. We didn't know if they were going to play in the Coliseum for another 3 years. So them saying like this is the last year at the Coliseum, now, okay, it's a real thing all of a sudden. So with that, I think where they're moving to Sacramento, or they're just using Sacramento for 3 years in order to get a stadium built and then to go to Vegas and then sell the team once they get to Vegas because now it's worth more, that whole thing. So it's just weird, Dibs. And like I said, reiterating what I said a couple of minutes ago, it's just, for me, I'm very conflicted in a lot of different areas about this.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some Sacramento joy because you're from there and you've lived there. You spent a lot of years there in Sacramento. So part of you, I'm sure, feels good for the people of Sacramento, as do I. People who are sports starved up there. And, I'm happy for people in Sacramento to have another pro team, another major league team, rather, that you can get behind and support. The Sac Republic has been supported up there, and we know the Sacramento Kings have been as well. But it just is the finality of it, FP, that makes me so sad. And like I was telling you during the crossover, I'm trying to move past the anger part of it, because getting angry with a billionaire who doesn't give a crap about his franchise, his players, his front office, his employees, his fans, I'm not going to waste my energy on that guy. He's going to do what he's going to do, and the commissioner and the other owners, to me, are complicit in allowing this move to happen. And I'm just kind of stuck in a mode of sadness because so many people like going to the Coliseum. I like the Coliseum. It's beautiful out there. Pro baseball is much more affordable at the Coliseum than anywhere else. And I'm going to miss that opportunity to be out there and embrace the diversity and spend a warm afternoon or a nice, pleasant evening out at the Collie.
This is a crappy side of sports, dude. Like, sports breaks your heart, right? We all got our hearts broken in the Super Bowl this year, right? I mean, that's part of sports. But these things where rich people get involved, and it's a pet peeve of mine, because there's been a lot of good owners that I've come across in the history of baseball that really want to win. They really care about the families. They care about the players. And then there's owners that are fake, in my opinion, where they act like we're family and they pretend like we're family, but you're not family. You're a piece of meat. They really don't care. And then there's this, which is bad for sports in general. Like, we're the Warriors flagship. We talk about the Warriors. But if this happened in basketball, where a team just tanked and nobody came and the arena was dilapidated, a high school gym, and nobody wanted to go there, that would be bad for sports. If there was a football team in the NFL that just tanked every single year and their stadium was just gross and they wanted to go play at some Division III college stadium for a year while they moved to another place, that would be bad for sports. And if you're an owner and you don't care about the players, you don't care about the fans, and you don't care about winning, that's bad for sports, not just baseball. So while everyone's saying this is a bad day for baseball, this is a bad day for professional sports. Jeez, I got locked up there. Professional sports in general. So maybe I'm being too dramatic, and I'm Italian, that's what we do. But like, this is sad. It's a sad day for sports that it's finalized. Dibs, and I have a lot of friends that work for the A's. They got a text message. I want to read it. I'm not going to divulge who it came from today, because that person does work for the A's. But there was a staff meeting this morning to tell everybody about potential layoffs and severance coming in November. So that's what they're dealing with. Like, we're fans. The A's are moving to Sacramento. That sucks. They're dealing with getting laid off and severance pay in November. And they got that notice today. That sucks. Exactly. Dude. That sucks. That means you don't care about your employees. You don't care about your fans. You don't care about anybody. We're just going to go make money. And when you're in it just to make money and you don't care about winning, you shouldn't be allowed to be in it.
Right. But unfortunately, and this is where I start to have my cynicism come to the forefront, this is the underbelly of all professional sports, certainly Major League Baseball, where you have the other 29 owners who sign on to allow this to happen for a couple of reasons. One, financial. The A's can maybe potentially make more money if this Vegas oasis ever comes to pass, but also these billionaires don't want to set the precedent where their fellow billionaires have the ability to tell them no. So they don't think about the fans, the employees, or anybody having to do with the actual locality where the team plays. They're only thinking about their own pockets and their own ability to hold their market hold their market's feet to the fire or hold their market hostage if they ever get to that spot. And I know Kansas City just had the voters reject public funding for a possible new stadium there for the Royals and for the Chiefs. And so now the Kansas City owner has the ability to, to play hardball with the fans' hearts if he so chooses. It just makes me sad, but it also reminds me of just what sports is all about at just about every professional level.
It is. It's about the almighty dollar. There's no doubt about that, and always will be. And I get that. But if you're going to buy a sports team, let's pretend like we're billionaires right now, and you're going to buy a sports team.
I should check my lottery numbers because I actually might be.
Dude, if it is, I am so happy for you, and I'll take just a little bit right now just to pay rent. That'd be so cool. No, but most of them get into it because they enjoy the sport that they're buying the team. Don't you think? You'd have to like baseball to buy a Major League Baseball team? Or do you think there's some billionaires out there okay, look at the Warriors, dude. Joe Lacob bought them for what, $700 million, and now they're worth $8 billion?
way less than that.
And they're $8 billion. Okay,
$400 million.
So now they're $8 billion. So that's kind of what you do as an owner. And I've just learned this recently over the last 3 or 4 years, that it's not about what you make in a season as an owner. We sold out, we led the league in attendance, or we didn't. It's about the investment that you make. It's not about your payroll. It's about the investment. So while teams will cry poor, we're in the red this year. That was a tough season. We only averaged 25,000 fans. Okay, but you bought the team for this, and you can sell the team for this. It's just like having a stock. It's like having a home that you bought, at the lowest part of the market. Now the market's taken off. That's where you make money as an owner. You don't make money on a year-to-year basis as a pro sports team owner. So I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and get into the politics of it, Dibs, because I don't know all that stuff. It's all I know is playing for that team, and it was the funnest year I ever had in baseball. In front of some of the most passionate fans I ever played in front of, that were there every single night, whether it was cold, whether it was warm, and just really loud, passionate, awesome fans. I feel bad for them, and it's a storied franchise. This is a 4-time world champ, Dib. This isn't the Expos movie, and even though that sucked, to when they moved in the night or the Baltimore Colts. I mean, this is a really proud organization that is now like a black eye and kind of a laughing stock in Major League Baseball with the product they're putting out there, and now they're moving to Sacramento to play in a minor league stadium.
Right, and the thinking for me anyway is they're going to continue to be this same organization just 87 miles to the east. It's not like the owner is suddenly going to loosen up the purse strings or they're going to go about looking to win in a different fashion. All this is uprooting from Oakland, and the whole Rooted in Oakland slogan was a bunch of crap from the start. They were never going to be rooted in Oakland. This owner doesn't even go to Oakland. And, team president Dave Cavell, who I've known for a long time, he both gave and took an opportunity from me with the San Jose Earthquake. So I know Dave from way back, and, he's a lightweight huckster, and he's just, doing what he does to try to stay afloat. He's just not an authentic lover of the team or the franchise. And you mentioned owners, not every owner, I think, loves the team or loves the sport or loves the product that they're owning. And Fisher sees it as an investment, which is why he's been hell-bent on making his meager little profit year in and year out. And the payroll on this team is lower than it was almost 20 years ago. And it just shows you that he doesn't care about the product. And so now the fans don't care about the product either. I think Sacramento will care more because they've been so starved for professional sports at that level, and now they're going to get it. But Sacramento fans shouldn't have any false notions about what this product is that they're going to be getting for 3 to 4 years.
Dude, I think it's going to get worse. I think the product that's going to be put out on the field is going to get worse, not better. Where it's a 120 loss team. Why all of a sudden are you going to move to Sacramento, and then what free agent is going to sign with your team to go play in Sacramento?
Right.
Hey, people were talking about the Giants in San Francisco, and I don't know if they get free agents. If I'm a player, I'm going to go play in Sacramento at a minor league stadium, and it's going to be a minor league team, not one free agent, unless you get a guy via trade like J.D. Davis. I mean, dude, who's going to want to play in Sacramento, dude? This is going to get worse before it gets better. At least Vegas, if you get a ballpark, it's on the Strip, and it's Vegas, and all of a sudden you sell the team, and you got a new owner that wants to spend money, and it's Vegas. I'll go play in Vegas. I might not have a good season. I might be out too late every night. I might be playing for free if I'm gambling, but at least it's Vegas. And I'm not trying to I grew up in the 916, dude. I'm passionate about the 916. It's a baseball town. They will support the team. I wouldn't be shocked if after 4 years they say, let's just keep them here. This is great. We're getting $20,000 a night. We're getting $25,000 a night. Have a nice, small, intimate Wrigley Field type setting downtown. In Sacramento, as you know, Dibs, the summer nights are fantastic. Even if it's 102 during the day, it's 65 at night.
It's a dry heat, FP.
With the ocean breeze at night, we used to open our windows. We didn't even need air conditioning at night. So you get the breeze coming from the bay at night. It's beautiful weather. I played for the River Cats for 2 years, and the night games it's perfect. It's perfect for fans. It's perfect for players. Day games, on the other hand, suck. But so I'm just saying, I would not be shocked if the team stays there for a long time.
Yeah, Lord knows this Vegas plan feels like a house of cards more than an actual plan. We're going to talk Kuminga and Wiggins coming up here in 10 minutes. But first, Eugene in Oakland wants to weigh in on MLB. What's up, Eugene? You're on with Willard and Dibs. FP in for Mark today.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. You know, the people that's to blame for Oakland's demise is the owners of baseball. They should not let that guy destroy a franchise for years. Oakland is a proud franchise. You know, they won 3 straight championships. When a good family like the Hawks family bought them, that's interesting. A lot of people, Laker, if he would have bought them, he'd have did it. The Hawks family is nice people, and there are other nice, people that could have bought that team. That being said, football have a lot of respect. They got rid of the bad guys. Basketball have a lot of respect. They got rid of the bad owners in basketball. The guy in Phoenix, I think it was. Now the thing is, Sacramento ought to be ashamed of themselves. They should not allow. They ought to punish them for coming there. See, that's what's wrong. They should stand up for Oakland. No, we ain't gonna support a crook like that. I mean, that's wrong. This just like cheering a guy that's beating up on a Muhammad Ali if he beat up on a 10-year-old or something. You see what I'm saying? People are so stupid. Yeah. Support Oakland, man. Don't support this guy. I mean, anybody go there, they should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah, thank you, Eugene. I appreciate the phone call and the sentiment. What do you think about that, FP? I know Vivek Ranadive, the Kings owner, played a big role in getting Oakland to Sacramento. What do you think about backlash against the city of Sacramento and the people for trying to support this A's team?
I don't think that's going to be the case at all. He owns the River Cats as well. So the weird part about this dynamic, Dibs, is I guess the River Cats are staying there and they're going to bounce around and there's going to be games at that field all the time and it's going to be it's going to look like a cow pasture after 2 months if there's games on it every single night.
Right, and I don't know how the schedule will work, and I do kind of grimace at the idea of day games. The A's are taking on the Yankees with a 105 start, and it's 105 degrees.
And are you going to be able to tell the difference between the A's and the River Cats and the product that's on the field?
Yes, and is the ballpark itself sustainable in terms of clubhouses and amenities that you major leaguers demand?
No, not yet. It has to be, though. There's certain standards it has to live up to. Do you remember when the Blue Jays had to play in Dunedin, right? A couple years ago during the COVID season, and I think because of the restrictions and COVID, so they had to stay in Florida and play there. They refurbished that whole ballpark and made it as good as it could be, I guess.
It would take a lot of money. We'll see where this goes next. The breaking news, though, today, the A's officially going to Sacramento for at least 3 seasons. What first top of mind, Jonathan Kuminga expected back tonight against the Houston Rockets. What do you do with Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins? 888-957-9570 is the phone number. FP and I will get into that conundrum on the other side. We are sponsored by Prize Picks. FP is in for Mark. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Cash in on basketball's biggest. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Back in here, FP is in for Mark Willard. We are streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame. Watch us live. If anyone swears, you get to hear it. Subscribe to the channel for all 95.7 The Game content on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button on YouTube if you like the show, and I know that you do. It's powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and you can now download the free Odyssey app by scanning the QR code in the bottom right corner of our Twitch and YouTube streams with your smartphone. I teed up a big-time topic, but before we get to it, FP, we have breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Well, this just in advance of the Warriors at the Rockets, Jonathan Kuminga is listed as out for tonight's game against the Houston Rockets. He last played March 26th against Miami. This will be the 5th consecutive game missed by Jonathan Kuminga, who has officially been ruled out tonight, FP, with that knee tendonitis.
Dude, tendonitis is weird, man. It can, you think you're good, and then you wake up and it's barking, then you jump. Dude, jumping and stopping with the knee tendonitis, like the brakes, that's your brakes. And you hit the brakes and it bites a little bit. I mean, it's a tricky deal, dude. Once you get it, it's hard to, rest makes it go away, and then you go test it, and you're like, I'm good. Then you wake up the next morning, it's locked up. I've had that a bunch, man. And anybody that's had tendonitis in your knee, it's super painful.
Yeah, he actually went through a hard workout on Tuesday and did anticipate a likely return tonight, but he'll be out again with bilateral knee tendonitis. This from Anthony Slater, courtesy Twitter, a.k.a. X. So the bilateral knee tendonitis means he's got tendonitis in both his knees. At FP, for a man his age to already be dealing with tendonitis, not a long-term concern, but certainly a little bit eyebrow raising. And I know that Dr. Narav Pandya, who comes on the station, cleared to play, courtesy UCSF Health every week, he mentioned that a lot of times it's when you get increased minutes from one season to another where this sort of tendonitis can become present.
I'm not a doctor, and I did not sleep at a Holiday Inn Express last night, but I it's a jumpers thing for me, and he's a jumper. You know, he's a high flyer, and I feel like up and down the court, hard surface, hitting the brakes, jumping a lot, all conducive to having tendonitis. In 5 games, Dibs, is a lot. This isn't a small injury, and it's crunch time. And usually this time of year in any sport, if you're playing for your playoff life, you play hurt, you play banged up. So the fact that he's not playing tonight, and I'm just speculating, I don't know, this is not good as far as, is he going to play? Like, this is where you suck it up, is my point. So, and I'm sure Kuminga would, and if he's not playing, that tells me that this might be a little more serious than we're thinking.
What's your level of concern about Kuminga missing a 5th consecutive game? 888-957-9570. FP and I were going to debate what to do with Wiggins and Kuminga, with Kuminga coming back tonight. How do you deal with the two playing together, not playing well together, and all the rest of it? But instead, FP, let's focus on the Andrew Wiggins part of this. I've been out the first 3 days of the week so far, and man, Andrew Wiggins appears to be back to two-way Wiggs. What's been the reaction around the station? I know you've been in with Mark so far 3 days. What are people saying about the resurgent Andrew Wiggins?
Well, we had some Chris Paul sound that we played a lot yesterday, where he's saying that every day when he daps him up in the introductions, he says, be aggressive. That's the only thing he says to him. So what we're seeing, and you guys have heard it because Mark played it from all your shows, of Steve Kerr saying it, Klay Thompson saying it, that they tell him to be aggressive. So this is a guy that by nature obviously isn't, because if your teammates have to tell you that all the time, and all of a sudden he's playing aggressive. And I'll just say this in Steve Kerr's defense, if it's Moody, Santos, Quinones, Wiggins, and I mean, whatever the lineup is right now is my point at this part of the season. If it's working, it's working. You go with it. You ride it to the finish line. If you're winning with Wiggins right now, you ride this out to the end. You don't change anything at this point, because we've been talking about a lot, Dibs. It's just about playing basketball all of a sudden. And to me, more so than Wiggins is the focus of Draymond Green all of a sudden. He's not just playing wildly hard and crazily hard. he's playing with a certain focus and an energy where he's actually scoring and taking the ball and finishing at the rim, and he's not always looking to pass, and his defense is clutch at the right times, and he always plays hard, right? Draymond always plays hard, but sometimes it's hard and out of control. Sometimes like, what are you doing? Why did you shoot that? Why did you foul with 1 second? What are you doing? So sometimes his hard play, which is admirable, and I love the way he gets after it, is misdirected. Ever since halftime at San Antonio, it's been super focused.
Yeah, and that play he made against Dallas, the defensive play that sealed the game, and Chris Paul talking about it maybe being one of the best defensive plays he's ever seen. Don't know if that's hyperbole. To go from guarding your man, you stop the ball, you help off your man, you go down, you jump up, you block it, you corral it, and you prevent it from going out of bounds all in one fell swoop, and then the big power flex to the crowd afterward. I mean, it gets to be a little bit maddening sometimes with Wiggins and the way he plays, and also with Draymond. It's why can't you be that engaged and that much of a positive force on the team all the time? It just seems like the ups and downs, the roller coaster of emotions dealing with Draymond Green is as dramatic, if not worse, than Andrew Wiggins.
I was excited to have Steve on, but he landed late in Houston, and it was just weird yesterday with that whole thing. I'm glad he came on our station this morning. But I was excited, and I don't know what kind of answer I would get from him, to ask him what happened at halftime of the San Antonio game, because they were sleepwalking the first half. And then they came out, and it was Steph and Dre, And I was saying with Mark, and I know you take care of a sick kid this week, I was saying, for that little short 8 or 9 minute period of the third quarter against San Antonio, those two guys, Dibs, turned into 18-year-olds again and 21-year-olds again, and they were playing basketball in its purest form for the love of the game. And it's almost like they threw out all the drama, all the contracts, all the rings, all the crap that's happened the last couple of years out the window for that little spurt. They reverted to 3-on-3 at the playground, first one to 11, win by 2. It was awesome.
Yeah, it's been really, really impressive. And Chris Paul's been giving them good quality minutes off the bench. And the Warriors, winners of 5 in a row. After the loss to Minnesota, it felt like, oh boy, this thing could get sideways again in a hurry. But instead, they've gone on to win 4 straight on the road. They beat Dallas at home. They've got 4 of their last 7 on the road, including back-to-backs tonight at Houston. Tip time, 5 o'clock. FP and I will bring you all the way up to Warriors pregame at 4:30. We'll give you Warriors live at 4 o'clock. And then again tomorrow, Dallas. That game is a 5:30 start from Dallas and FP. And I think FP's in. If not, it'll be Grandy and I tomorrow bringing you up there as well. Andrew Wiggins and his resurgence. In just the 4 games since Kuminga's been out, he's averaging 17.5 a game, shooting it almost 16 times a game, 42% from 3, 6 rebounds a game. Is it too simplistic, FP, to say Wiggins plays better when Kuminga's not around? Or do you think there are other reasons why Wiggins has suddenly returned to the form they need him to be in?
I mean, Chris Paul said he unlocks everybody else when he plays like this. And that's so true. And I think he has trouble at times asserting himself, right? Oh, that's Steph over there. That's Clay over there. Should I shoot right here? No, those guys need to shoot. And when he does that, when he is aggressive, and we talked about this a lot yesterday, when he's aggressive, be aggressive doesn't mean you're not playing hard. They're not saying go out and play hard, because he plays hard. It's just we want you to assert yourself more. Be more assertive. Be more aggressive in shots. Be more aggressive in driving to the rim. Be more aggressive on defense and shutting somebody down. So I don't want to misconstrue, hey, they're all telling you to be aggressive, meaning like you're soft, go out there and we really need you. We need effort out of you.
Right.
It's not that. It's just they want him to, like, maybe just, if I want to translate, be more confident in your game and take it to the other team, because we think you're good. You got to think you're as good as we think you are, and go out there and play with a swagger, go out there and play with a confidence level, assert yourself, and be aggressive every single. We won a championship because of you. We could make a sick run right now in the playoffs if you do what you're doing. So you need to do this. But Dibs, as a teammate, you have a guy like that every day that you have to push and come on. That can get old, but now we're down to a little sprint. Basketball in a microwave oven. 7 games left. Maybe 8, maybe 9, maybe 10, maybe another month. Who knows? So go out there and just let it rip, bro, for 7 games. Just go out there and let it rip and see what happens.
And maybe that's part of it too, just the fact that now you have urgency. And, Andrew Wiggins has played in 66 out of the 75, so it's not so much that he hasn't been available. He missed those 4 games about a month ago due to the personal absence. And other than that, he's had a couple of minor, annoying little injuries that have kept him out of action. But Andrew Wiggins has been available. But the problem has been he's just been so quiet much of the year. He's averaging 13 a game, and that's actually an improvement. He's had 23, 20, and 23 in 3 of the last 4 games, and not coincidentally, those have been wins. And I mentioned this to Mark before, and maybe it's a chicken or the egg conversation, FP, but when Andrew Wiggins is a plus in the plus minus, this team doesn't lose. In fact, they've only lost a total of 5 games this year where he has a positive plus minus, and that's no small sample. That's out of 29 games that they've played. So when Andrew plays well, this team does win basketball games.
What do you think they could do in the playoffs, Dibs? Mark and I have been talking about it a lot this week. Do you think they can put a dent in this thing? Do you think there's teams that don't want to play them? Do you think they're playing well enough right now, winning 5 in a row, crushing it, Wiggins is playing well, Draymond's playing well, Steph didn't even have to do anything the other night and they won against Dallas. What do you think about their chances in a play-in game and a playoff? Where's your level of enthusiasm that they can do something in the playoffs?
It's going up, and I heard you guys yesterday. I was driving around getting medicine, and I heard you guys talking about how excited you are for the play-in, and I've never been a fan of the play-in games. I think it's a joke. I think that it's unnecessary. That being said, the idea of Warriors at LA and then potentially Warriors at Sacramento, I'm here for those 2 games. So maybe it sounds a little bit like hypocrisy. I don't like the play-in games in general, but in this situation, if you've got Warriors at LA elimination and then the winner potentially at Sacramento in a similar elimination scenario, that in a bubble is exciting. There's no way that I can deny that. Now, can they make it out of that? Sure, but I don't like their chances against Minnesota, Denver, or OKC, and that's for 3 different reasons.
What are they?
Well, I think OKC is too young and too fast. I think that they pose a problem for the Warriors. I don't think that the Warriors are built to beat them 140 to 139 4 different times. Now, I know earlier in the year they played OKC tough, and they were able to hang with them. I think that OKC has just got too much athleticism and speed for an older Warrior team. I think Minnesota, even without the Cat, they pose too much of a size issue. And my God, Anthony Edwards is top 5 player in the NBA right now. And I'm afraid, he might dunk on the entire team. I think Minnesota is a tough matchup for the size. And, Denver, what can you say about Denver other than Denver has owned the Warriors? And even when Draymond's back, guarding the Joker is no easy feat. I think Denver is clearly the best team in the Western Conference. So I don't like the matchups against any of those 3. And I know it's still a crapshoot on who will be the number 1 seed. If I had my pick of the 3, I would probably pick OKC as the team, just thinking maybe Steph can get hot and you could win some shootouts and beat the Thunder.
Yeah, we'll see. I would love to see the Sacramento game, wouldn't you? The headlines would be the Warriors move to Sacramento. Is that too soon?
It's pretty good.
Too soon. Everybody's moving to Sacramento. No, I'm excited for the. I'm with you, Dibs. I don't know if I love the play-in thing and the fabrication of it all, and I'm an old school guy. But if you're gonna give me LeBron versus Steph in 1 game, let's go, baby. That's must-see TV, right?
Yeah, now you've got Zion sitting in the play-in spot as it sits, and you've got Kevin Durant who could be in the play-in spot. Heck, Dallas could even fall into that. There's no guarantee right now between 5 and, let's just say 5 and 8, and then the Warriors could maybe even climb up to 8. I was talking to Lucas, our producer, before the show, and I guess if the Warriors go on a even bigger run to end the year, which is not completely out of the question, FP. If you look at the schedule, Houston and Dallas back-to-back, tough games to win both. You've got Utah twice. Those should be wins. You go to Portland. They gave up months ago. So that's 3 wins in your last 7 right there. You got the Lakers. You got the Pels at home. It's a schedule that's not easy. You do have another back-to-back. You've got tonight and tomorrow, and then you've got next Thursday and Friday. So the schedule is a little bit bunched up, but geez, these are games as well as you're playing right now. You could feel like winning 5 of the 7 is not a stretch.
Yeah, let's go. Giddy up. I mean, it all starts tonight with Houston. I'm excited to watch this game. I'm more intrigued by the Warriors. I don't know, the last week or so. Was Draymond getting ejected and everybody wanting him to be suspended or whatever, and Warriors fans were even upset with it and done with him. Was that a good thing? Did that turn out to be a good thing, the way he's played lately? Because, I mean, he's apparently like giving pep talks and speeches, and he's more focused in the way he's playing. He's a different Draymond to me than he was before he got ejected. You know, they had that big win in Orlando after he got... It just seems like... I don't want to say it's a good thing. I don't know how to put this to not sound stupid, but like, he seems like a different dude since that happened. And maybe that was like the last straw when Steve came on our air and said like that was unforgivable. I'm sure there was some really, really difficult conversations behind the scenes after that.
I'm sure, but I think that Draymond's resurgence just comes based on the calendar. And he said it himself before
Big call.
You know, the idea of it's hard for me to get up for OKC in January. I don't know what the exact quote, but that was the essence of it. Basically saying he has a hard time playing hard when the games are low stakes. And now here you are in a spot where the games are much, much higher stakes. You know, the Warriors at the time going into this 5-game win streak, they were no lock to be the 10 seed. And now with a win tonight, and Grandy, if you'd cue up that sound, I'd love to hear it. Draymond Green talking about ending the Houston Rockets tonight with a victory. If they do beat Houston tonight, they'd be 4 up with 6 to play. Grandy, let's go ahead and play that. Draymond Green talking about how they can end Houston tonight.
Big time win for us, especially with the Rockets coming out to play. They have lost a couple in a row. And, you know, you're 3 games behind with 7 games left, and you're losing the tiebreaker. So 4 games behind in a sense with 7 to go. My math serves me correctly. Tomorrow will be an opportunity to end their season, their playoff hopes. If my math serves me correctly, maybe there will be one more game. I haven't looked that up. That's just some rough math for you math geniuses out there that's going to be like, no, they're not mathematically eliminated. And you, like, great. Almost.
That's Draymond Green from the Draymond Green Show. And yes, almost. And it would be even more than almost, because Draymond's right. They'd be 4 up. And if you add in the tiebreaker, they'd be 5 up. And they would have to run the table, and the Warriors would have to lose out. And as mentioned, the Warriors with a couple of Utahs and a Portland in there. So for all intents and purposes, FP, this is an elimination game for the Houston Rockets tonight at home against Golden State.
What do you think about Draymond? I mean, I know that what's the guy for the Rockets has been popping off on Twitter, and he's saying, we're coming to get your Warriors. We were talking about it yesterday.
Tari Eason.
Yeah, Tari Eason.
Yeah, thank you, Grandy.
Thanks, Grandy, saving the day there. And then Draymond coming back. Just go out and play. I can't wait. I'm excited for the game. I want to see them just boat race Houston tonight. Let's go. Keep
I love that Draymond Green is somebody who hears everything, and he will never miss an opportunity to clap back at somebody who dares to come down his road. Steph Curry called him and his teammates the Petty Kings. You know that Klay Thompson hears everything that's said about him. It's one thing that I didn't realize, FP, and you can speak to it as a pro athlete even better, although you didn't really play in the height of the social media era. You played during the birth or the dawn of the sports talk era. How much of that stuff would get circulated around the clubhouse even when you were playing?
Not much. I think back to playing with the Giants, and guys would say there's this guy named Ralph Barbieri. Be careful. When you went on, when you went on, I'm like, who is the Razor? I don't know anything about this guy, but I think athletes now are more in tune than ever with social media, and I think they listen to sports talk. We never did. I didn't even know what sports talk radio was when I did my first show. I had never listened to it in my life. And Bob Agnew said, go on the air. And I said, what's the format? How do you do this? And he was just like, you just talk about sports. I was like, okay. So, yeah, we tuned all that out. We didn't have social media. And I mean, these guys have to go. I don't want to sit here and like cry me a river. You're making millions of dollars, but a lot of the players, Dibs, they come in off the field and they go right to their phones, and if they have a bad outing or a bad game, they see like threats. They see stuff that you wouldn't even. I didn't know this until last year. A couple of players told me they see things that are just like whoa on their Instagram or on their Twitter. And threats from fans because they gave up 3 runs or they went 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. Stuff that we never had to deal with at all. We know it's personal pride. We had a bad game. Sometimes you get booed, sometimes you get benched, and that wears on you. But the anxiety level and the layers that these guys have to go through now are a lot different than back in the day. So yeah, I mean, they're in tune. They do listen to everything. Like Draymond knew that Bonte said something about him and didn't answer a question.
I'm surprised you're talking to me.
Yeah, that was tired, by the way, in my opinion. I mean, come on. There's ways to handle that. Bonte's at the arena every day. Go up to him and look him in the eye, man to man, and say like, dude, I heard you were saying this, and this, or I actually heard it. I listened to it, and that's BS. And then you handle it like men, but you don't like just shut him out on TV like that. That was immature in my opinion.
Well, my Bonte stock went up about 10% on that retort from Bonte because he didn't stammer, he didn't backpedal, he held his ground, and he handled it like an absolute pro, like a 30-year pro. And Bonte is a pro's pro. The guy's across many platforms, but I was even a little bit more impressed than I thought I would be because I've been in a spot like that where something catches you off guard and you're live on TV and it's a little bit of the da. You start to struggle a little bit.
That's hard.
And you go into dude, big time.
You handle that like a pro. But like those things, I mean, everybody's in tune now. They all hear, they all listen, they're all on social media. They hear the good and the bad. And I mean, we do too. I mean, it's part of life. You hear it when you're talking for a living. You hear it when you're playing for a living. You hear it, period. So it's part of the noise out there right now. And Draymond's right in the middle of all of it. But I just love the way he's playing right now. And Dibs, I've done like a 180. I came on this air like 2 months ago on definite suspension. I'm like, they need him. Availability is the best ability, and he's not there. He's not next to me. I'm out there diving for loose balls, and he's sitting at home watching. And but now, even after the ejection, I kind of sat back. My knee jerk was like, well, that's it. And then I sat back and said, no. Too. And I said, no. Like I didn't have a show that day, thank God, or I'd probably been real aggressive. And now watching him play and the way he's a little more focused and a little more aggressive in finishing and scoring, which he never does. I think he's too unselfish on offense at times. And I like to see him finishing at the rim. I like to see the aggressive nature. He's playing downhill. The defense has been spectacular, and they need him this last stretch to do what they want to do.
Yeah, I'm off the Draymond Green roller coaster because every time that I want him dealt or, outright cut or whatever, he comes out and has the kind of game that he just had. And then I get back on the Draymond bandwagon and love his two-way play and all the rest of it. And then he does something foolish like getting a ill-timed tech or punching an opponent or getting ejected. And I'm back to where I was before. So I am off the Draymond Green roller coaster. I'm just going to enjoy these last 7 games and whatever happens in the play-in. But let me ask you, Warrior fans, are you all in now on the idea of the Warriors, quote, making noise? Has this 5-game win streak changed your opinion about exactly who this Warrior team is? We're taking your calls, 888-957-9570. FP and I are here up until the top of the hour at 4 o'clock, and we will pivot into Warriors Live mode and get you ready for the biggest game of the year to date. Game 76, Warriors at Rockets. They can put Houston out of its misery. A win tonight all but clinches the Warriors a spot in the play-in tournament. Has your opinion of the Warriors' postseason chances changed? Let's hear from you. 888-957-9570. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. My man FP in for Mark Willard today. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Each week we bring you Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
3 o'clock hour, we're back in Willard and Dibs. FP in for Mark Willard. We're counting all the way down to Warriors Live at the top of the hour. Then it's the Warriors and Rockets coming your way at 5 o'clock after Tim Roy with the pregame. The Houston Rockets have won 11 of 13, but they had won 11 straight before back-to-back defeats at the hands of the Dallas Mavericks and the Minnesota Timberwolves, taking a little bit of the steam out of the Rockets train as they were barreling to try to catch the Warriors. Golden State with a 3-game lead over Houston for the 10 seed with 7 games left to play for each. A win tonight would put the Warriors 4 clear with the tiebreaker, ostensibly 5 clear with 6 to go, and it would be 2 hands together behind the ear. Tilt your head to the side, FP. That is what we call night-night.
Let's go. I'm all about night-night. I'm all about watching the Warriors get the job done. I'm all about opening day tomorrow at the ballpark. It's going to be a fun couple of sports days for Bay Area sports fans.
Yeah, hopefully it's a win tonight and then a win tomorrow with opening day, followed by another win tomorrow over the Dallas Mavericks. Because, FP, if you look at the standings as they sit right now, Warriors are 2 back of the Lakers for the 9 spot, 3 back of Sacramento for the 8 spot, and all the teams mentioned. Actually, the Lakers only have 5 games left to go, and the Warriors are 1 back in the loss column. So might the Warriors have a chance to at least jump the Lakers and host that game for the 9-10?
Does that matter? They play better on the road than they play at home. I guess in the playoffs it probably matters for a 1-game thing. I mean, it'd be electric at Chase, right? I mean, we get to see it from selfish standpoint, right? If we had a chance to go as Warrior fans, that'd be great.
Also, Steph doesn't shoot well down at the Crypt, the arena formerly known as Staples Center. It has not been a place where Steph Curry has shot the basketball particularly well. So not only would you want the Chase crowd here, even though the Warriors are 19-19 at home, much better record on the road, the Lakers are 27-12 at home, 17-21 away. So just to get the Lakers out of the Crypt would help Steph, and it also would hurt the Lakers in their ability to win based on what they've done so far this year on the road.
Do you think they still turn off the lights in the crowd and it's dark where the fans are in LA? I always thought that was a weird dynamic of watching a Lakers game, that you can't see the fans. It's like dark. And then the court is all lit up. I wonder if that has anything to do with Steph shooting there. It's just, sometimes it gets in your head. You walk into an arena, you walk into a stadium, you walk into a ballpark, and you just have like history there. If it's good, you got swagger. Right. If it's bad, it's hard. It's such a psychological thing, man. But even for the greatest shooter of all times, he has places where he just doesn't like.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. And you had me thinking about your personal blissful stadium, and where was your House of Horrors, FP?
Well, I would like to focus on the positive, Mr. Dibley, and that was Wrigley Field.
I want to hear both. I want to hear where you...
Wrigley Field. I could be hungover and roll out of bed and get 3 hits there, and then I don't know.
So what you're saying is, oftentimes you were hungover there.
I would be in full disclosure and pull the curtain back. I was nervous every time I played in New York. It was a hard place for me to ever play, and whether it was Shea
Yankee Stadium or Shea, either one.
Both. It was just intimidating, and I just wasn't good at either one of those, and I was always nervous and always intimidated by the scene. And I tried to play
the crowd, FP, the mean old New York crowd.
It was the hey, can we get your autograph? And you sign something like, you still suck after you sign their autograph. So yeah, it was a tough place to play, man. As a home player too, I know a lot of guys that couldn't handle playing in the Big Apple. The stage is bright there. It's big, bright lights, crazy fans, nuts.
Yeah.
But you have uniforms and arenas that you just feel better in, and some you don't. But I didn't know that about Steph in the Lakers. I just, is it coincidental, or does he said like, I just don't like playing there?
I don't think that he's ever said it, and Steph's not the kind of guy to speak life to that, but the numbers would indicate that he does not shoot the ball traditionally very well in that arena. So something to avoid. And also, let's get a little bit more money in Joe Lacob's coffers, for crying out loud. Get him another home game. Get him a play-in game where, the crowds are always great at Chase Center, but I also would like to see the Chase Center crowd start to find itself in terms of postseason and really lifting the team up. And this would be a time that the Chase Center crowd could do that and would need to do that in a one-and-done play-in scenario.
Now, don't you split the revenue in the playoffs if that's a playoff game? You don't get the total gate if you host, do you? Does it all go into a pot for the playoffs? I would imagine.
I thought you got it. I don't have the financials.
I'm looking it up right now. Sorry, I'm on live radio. I'm looking it up as we speak.
That was good.
If I'm guessing, and I don't know if I'm right or not. If I'm guessing that all goes into a big old pot, and they have to split it at the end of the playoffs. That there's no advantage to having home court advantage as far as you as an owner making money on playoff tickets. I'm fairly certain that's the way it is in baseball.
You look that up, and I'll give the phone number because I would love to hear from the people. 888-957-9570. Where's your confidence level now with this Warrior team after a 5-game win streak, after the latest revival of Andrew Wiggins, after seeing Draymond Green's interest level in playing the way he has been playing, offset slightly by the bad news about Jonathan Kuminga. And if you're just joining us, Jonathan Kuminga has been ruled out for tonight's game in Houston with bilateral knee tendonitis, both his knees. He has sustained some tendonitis, so he'll miss his 5th consecutive game, which does clear the way for Andrew Wiggins to continue to play the way he's played, FP, resuming his very positive output of the last 4 games. He had 23 in a win against Orlando. He had 20 in the win over Charlotte. He had just 4 in the win over San Antonio in 21 uneven minutes, but then he bounced back the other night against Dallas with 23, 8 of 16 from the floor. He hit 3 triples. In fact, he is 8 for 19 over that 4-game stretch from the three-point line. So Andrew Wiggins has been thriving without Jonathan Kuminga, and he's got a chance again tonight to do the same thing.
Yeah, we need you to be aggressive, Wiggs. We need you to be aggressive. We need to be aggressive and just play like crazy. The NBA delivers its biggest financial upside for playoff teams. The league traditionally kept 45% of home ticket revenue in the playoffs versus just 6% during the regular season. So the NBA gets 45% of wherever you're playing in the playoffs. Okay. And they put it into a big pot, and then they stir it around a little bit, and then they give it back to the teams that go the furthest, and they divvy it up.
Gotcha. Okay. Some good research there. That's
Did you know
FP Santangelo.
You know, like in Major League Baseball, if you win the World Series, a full share is like $475,000 per player. You vote on it. You have these meetings where you vote on playoff shares. So you'll get in the clubhouse and be like, well, Dibs missed a week because his kid was sick, so let's just vote him.
3 days, but go ahead.
Dibs missed 3 days. So no, but like, It gets contentious in those meetings where you're like, well, this guy got called up. He's only been here half a year, but he's hitting like 320, and he's been carrying us the second half, full share. And then if you're there all season, automatic full share. But then it gets to coaches, full share. Then a player gets called up. Let's give him a quarter share. It gets Dibs. I've been in those meetings where it gets to the security guards outside the clubhouse. It gets to the grounds crew, and all of a sudden you're divvying up shares everywhere, which makes your share get lower, obviously, because there's more people in the pot. But like in Major League, if you win the World Series, it can change a trainer's life, a coach's life. Like if you're a Dodgers coach, say a Dodgers coach makes $150, $175 a year, and that's good money. But like if you get to the World Series, now you're making $500,000 on top of your $150, $175, and you get every year, and you can count on that playoff share getting deep into October. Like that's life changing for a lot of the people that are living major league lifestyles, but not under the major league salaries.
Right. Champagne lifestyle on a beer budget, I think, is what it's like if you're a coach in the bigs. The show that my wife, Supper, she goes by the name Supper, FP. You actually met Supper at the Warrior game.
She goes by Supper?
Yeah, because she calls dinner supper.
Oh, okay.
So, she's a Midwestern gal by nature. Yeah.
You guys drink milk with dinner, too? Midwest?
Milk with supper.
I was talking about that. Nobody drinks milk anymore. Like we would have milk for breakfast, a glass of milk.
Oh, for sure.
Then you have like some, like, I don't know, like a turkey dinner with gravy, and there's a glass of milk.
Oh yeah. As a kid, you would drink a glass of milk with dinner.
Yeah.
I cannot remember the last time I had a glass of milk.
Was the last time? Call the number. The last time you had a glass of milk.
888-957-9570.
The last time you had a glass of milk at a restaurant, you're at like a really fancy restaurant. Oh, yeah, how would you like your steak, sir? Medium rare. What are your sides? I'm like, the Brussels sprouts, I think, sound good, and maybe some twice baked potato sounds really good, and then a glass of milk, please. Can you imagine? Like, that's gross.
It's so
milk
funny.
is gross unless it's in cereal or hot chocolate chip cookies right out of the oven. Milk is gross.
My brother, Mikey 2.0, he's a big glass of milk with dinner guy.
He is?
Yeah, he'll pour himself a glass of milk. So we go on a family trip every year to honor my late father. We go up to the Humboldt County Fair. We sponsor a horse race in his honor because it's what he used to do for vacation. So we all stay in an Airbnb, and inevitably Uncle Mike, Mikey 2.0, will do the grocery shopping, and he comes back with 2 gallons of milk so that he can make sure he gets that glass of milk with dinner.
God, dude, that's gross.
Yeah, he's that guy.
2%? Is it skim milk or is it a whole?
No, you got to go whole. Always
milk.
whole milk. Yeah,
oh, dude. Milk. Remember back in the day when it stayed in the fridge too long, you poured down the drain, it was like cottage cheese because you didn't drink it?
The worst. I live with somebody now. We go through a half gallon every 2 days because my baby girl, she's all about that cow life. So.
I get it. Yeah. The bones and the calcium and all that. But aren't we the only adult mammals that drink milk? Like, I don't think any other, you don't see grown whales going around drinking milk.
I don't think they have the same access to cows that we
or to
do.
Safeway. You don't see blue whales shopping at Safeway, so yeah, I get.
No, and we love Safeway here on this program.
Yes,
and we'll see you in the aisles. 888-957-9570. Glass of milk. I want to talk about the Andrew Wiggins aspect of this because Steve Kerr had some interesting stuff to say this morning on the Morning Roast. If you missed it, Steve Kerr joined Bonte and Joe on the Morning Roast. He was unable to join FP and Mark yesterday afternoon, so he, of course, always, like a Lannister, he always pays his debts. Steve Kerr coming on this morning with the guys. It was a terrific interview. You can catch it on the Odyssey app, but he talked about Andrew Wiggins and how the team is really starting to make a concerted effort to get him involved. Here is the head coach from this morning, Steve Kerr.
We're definitely putting him in more high ball screens than we were earlier in the year, and we have better spacing right now. If you just if you think about the last few weeks, whether it's J.K. or Trace, either way, we've got Steph and Clay out on the floor, so there's good spacing for Wiggs to attack downhill, and we can switch quite a bit defensively too with that group. So he's really just found a good rhythm. He's put the work in, and he's playing with a lot of confidence. And he's one of the main reasons we've been winning a lot of games lately.
And I just want to add this: Wiggs has been drinking his milk too, and that's why he's playing so well.
That was a great addendum. I'll give you a 2 for your Steve Kerr, but it's upgraded to a 3 because that was really funny and well timed. What do you make of what he said? He says everything dancing around to me, which is the number one reality, which is Andrew's just playing harder. Are you buying it, though, that it's spacing and combinations and they're trying to find him and get him more involved?
I think it's his mindset that I'm good and I'm not taking a back seat right now. And I'm gonna assert myself like everybody's been telling me all year. And everyone's been saying we won a championship because of you. And I think Steve realizes it, and Steve's trying to put him in situations that are conducive to him being successful in scoring. So actually drawing up plays so that he'll shoot. Like, this play's for you, bro. Take a shot. Like, this is designed for you. We need you right here. Not Steph, not Clay, not Pods, you. This is for you. So that's, I think, if you're reading to what he was saying right there, it's like we're creating things to help him assert himself more.
Yeah, and it's working because, as I mentioned, 3 of the last 4 games, Andrew Wiggins has been over the 20-point mark, and the Warriors have won all 4 of those games. In fact, the Warriors have won 5 in a row. More from Steve Kerr on the Morning Roast today. And one thing that we're going to look at again and kind of took the drama out of the question, who do you start, with Jonathan Kuminga officially being ruled out for tonight's game against the Houston Rockets. So the expectation is Steph and Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, and TJD. This morning, Steve Kerr talked about exactly what he likes about the combination with Wiggins, TJD, and Draymond all on the floor together.
Well, number one, I think, they're all playing well at the same time. So when we're putting them together right now, we're getting great ball pressure from Wiggs. We get rim protection from Trace, and it allows Draymond to play a little bit of center field, where he can kind of roam the paint and thwart drivers and force passes back out to the perimeter. And I think there's a psychological component too. Draymond loves having a shot blocker next to him so that he can really kind of patrol and take care of everything that's out there. When he's the center, and he's really good at it, and we play him a lot at the 5, he just doesn't have as much help at the rim. And so there are times where I can see him get a little frustrated, and those are the times where we kind of can sense, like, let's get another big in there. Let's help Draymond out a little bit and fortify our defense.
Really kind of gives him that 3 levels of defense now, FP. And, I couldn't help but giggle when Steve was talking about ball pressure, thinking about your days playing baseball with a jockstrap on. But I promised myself I wouldn't mention that as we continue to do serious radio here. But ball pressure.
Had the same cup my whole career.
It's so gross.
14 years, the same cup. Yes, my whole career. I have it. I have it in a shelf. It's
you had better not.
Yeah, it's got all that white athletic tape because it cracked a couple of times. The same cup for 14 years. I don't want to tell you.
Did you ever wash it? And if so, did that thing go in the dishwasher?
You don't wash your cup because it doesn't go. It goes in the holder, and then that goes over sliding shorts. So no, you never wash. Sorry to change the subject on the layers of defense that the Warriors are playing.
You had your own layers of defense, quite frankly. You had your own. You had the strap, you had the cup, and then you had the tighty whities.
Yes, there you go. No, I get what he's saying. That's where the aggressive.
To draw the parallel, the cup would be like Draymond roaming center field, and then the strap would be the ball pressure, which would be provided by Wiggins in this analogy, and then you would have TJD, the rim protection. Although maybe the cup would be the rim protection. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of the ways I can go with the rim protection there that I'm not gonna because this is a family show. But yeah, when they're talking about aggressive with Wiggins, and everybody's been talking to him all year, and that's what. Do we have the Chris Paul quote from yesterday? The sound from yesterday where he's talking about that. Are they talking about on both ends of the court? Are they talking about on defense? Because he's locked down defense when he wants to be. Are they talking about on offense, we need you to be aggressive and more assertive? Or is it just like in general, bro? We need you to go out there and just ball out, be super aggressive. Do you have that?
Well, the way I heard him say it was on both ends. It's not only be aggressive defensively, but it's like you're talking about when you have the ball offensively, look to score and look to attack. And that's what Andrew has started doing more and more. You look at the shot attempts over these last few games. He's been in double digits for the last 5 games, all wins, and I don't think that that's coincidental.
All right, this is what we had. We had fun with this quote yesterday, Dibs, and I'm sure you heard it. This is Chris Paul talking about Andrew Wiggins.
Wiggs probably gets the most junk talk to him on our team. I think it's because everybody knows what he's capable of, and we're a totally different team when he's aggressive. If you ever see us in the starting lineups before they walk on the court and dap each other up, the only thing I say to Wiggs is be aggressive. We're a totally different team because he is so good, and it unlocks everybody else on our team.
It's fascinating when you hear him say he's the guy who gets more junk talk to him than anybody else in the team. And I'm hearing him say that, and I'm thinking it's his own teammates talking junk to him, right?
Yeah, I don't know what that meant, talking junk. Does that mean like we rag on him all the time on the bus, on the plane, like he's the target in the locker room that we have fun with? Or is it like we're talking junk like you need to like step it up, bro? Like you don't realize how good you are. Like let's go. Like we need you. You unlock everybody else. Do you realize how good you are? So I'm trying to interpret that. I love reading into quotes. It's one of my favorite things to do, like whether it's in print or sound. And the intonation you can deal with a little bit better when it's in sound versus print.
Yeah.
But I don't understand. Maybe they get on him a lot. Maybe he's the target a lot. Or maybe they're just like, bro, do you know how good you are? Do you know we can do some things if you are aggressive on both ends. We can shock some people this year that aren't really expecting us to do things. I don't know.
Yeah, and I can refer you to 2 years ago when he did those things and everyone talking about two-way wigs, and he was a dominant two-way player. He was just one Steph Curry outburst away from being the finals MVP, for crying out loud. I mean, he was that close in my mind through 4 or 5 games until Steph went to Boston and did what he did. Andrew was playing that well to where there was a little bit of a question, at least, as to who the MVP should be in the NBA Finals. So I think that they're talking junk to him on the bus, in the locker room, on the court. They're doing everything they can to get that Andrew Wiggins to be the one that shows up night in and night out, because you look at how he's played, and I wonder if it's coincidence that it's happening while Jonathan Kuminga's been out, or if it's caused by the fact that Jonathan Kuminga has been out. I guess we'll find out when Kuminga gets over the knee tendonitis, but in the meantime, having Kuminga out has given Wiggins a wide berth to do the things that they need him to do.
I got breaking news for you. That tendonitis ain't going away for Kuminga. It ain't going anywhere in a couple of weeks. So he's either going to have to get to a point where he can manage it, play with it, ice it, stim, get there early, treat it. I don't think you can go cortisone for tendons. Maybe we get Doc on here. Yeah. Cortisone's more for muscles than tendons, because I've had patella tendonitis before, and it's the worst, dude. Like, you get out of bed and you can collapse because it's the sharpest jolting pain when you jump, when you hit the brakes. It ain't going anywhere. I'm not trying to be an alarmist here, but if it's this bad where he's missed 5 games, Dibs, this is going to be a management thing for the rest of the season. It's not magically, if he sits tonight, going to go away in 2 more days. He's either going to have to decide, or they are going to have to make a decision that he's going to play with it and suck it up. And if he can, or is it a pain tolerance thing? Is it a thing where I can hurt it worse if I just hit the brakes too hard because it's already inflamed? These are all decisions they're going to have to make. But my thing is, it's not going away. And if they go deep in the playoff, it's just going to be a thing the rest of the year with him.
But the rest will certainly help. So you rest him tonight against Houston, and if you can beat the Rockets and you realize that you've locked up the 10 at that point, maybe you start to ease him back in down the road, and you give him a chance to really get a prolonged rest, because with rest, the tendonitis does quiet down. But you're right, FP, in terms of the long haul for the rest of whatever this season's going to be, there's going to be some discomfort in there no matter what. FP's in for Mark Willard today, and we are marching you toward tip time. The Warriors are in Houston tonight, which means Warriors Live starts at 4 o'clock, presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Still room for your phone calls on the other side. 888-957-9570. Where's your confidence level for this Warrior team? Down the stretch we come. 7 games left to go. The Warriors could all but lock up the 10 seed tonight with a win in Houston. FP is in for Mark Willard. We're taking your calls and getting you ready for Warriors Live at the top of the hour on 95.7 The Game.
Each week we bring you the and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Back in one final segment before we transition into Warriors Live coming up at the top of the hour. And we are streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame. Watch us live. If anyone swears, could be FP or me. I'd put odds pretty even based on FP's call-in from last week. You will get to hear it, though. Subscribe to the channel for all 957 The Game content on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure to hit that thumbs up button on YouTube if you like the show. It's powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and you can download the free Odyssey app by scanning the QR code in the bottom right corner of our Twitch and YouTube streams with your smartphone. Curse words for FP and Dibs over the last couple of years. It's a 1-1 game, FP.
Well, I haven't said a curse word.
I believe you did when you called in.
No, I did not.
Grandy, we're going to have to go to granditration here.
Well, that's what happens when you get me on opening day after 5 cocktails.
You definitely swore. Grandy, why'd you give him the buzzer? It's a ding.
I did?
Well, I said I was giving the buzzer to FP for saying that he didn't swear.
Oh, all right.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I apologize.
It just, yeah.
I mean,
don't worry. I caught it and I dumped it.
Oh, thank you.
We're professionals around
I should have
here,
not
unlike
come
some
on
people.
because I was partying on opening day. It just was a bad move, period.
It actually was a great move, and the call-in was wonderful, but it was almost...
A little slip up?
You were just too relaxed, I think. Maybe it's because you feel so comfortable with Mark and I.
I think that's it. You guys are my friends. And I was talking to my friends, and I forgot that other people were listening. Sometimes I do that on air. I think when you do this long enough, you get to a point where you're so comfortable on air that you have to remind yourself that you're on air. I know I had that problem in the past where you don't worry about swearing. You just get real comfortable. And you have to oh yeah, there are people listening and there are things you can and cannot say. And then you add a couple of cocktails on opening day at your friend's establishment in there, and hey, I almost said something happens. I almost just took a 2-1 lead, bro.
All of a sudden, S happens. Am I right?
Yes.
You just never know.
Not a good combo.
FP's in for Willard today. It's Willard and Dibs.
That's even worse.
Well, and mine was even more stupid and innocuous. Grandy, I think you have the sound. And play it for FP, and you can hear just how stupid my swear was.
This is actually going to be in alphabetical order.
Oh. I mean, that's it.
Was mine the S word? Because no, it was a bigger one than that.
No, yeah, you used a different consonant a little earlier in the alphabet.
Oh, no. Oh,
I'll give you a clue. It wasn't A, B, C, D, or E.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. Well, that's bad. I am never drinking and coming on the show before. Again, I should say. The only time I've ever drank on air, and I asked Lee Hammer if it was okay, it was after it was after the Giants won the World Series in 2010. And I did the postgame show from the bunker, and I had a bottle of champagne, and I asked if it was okay to drink on air. I popped the champagne and proceeded to drink a lot of it, and it might have got slurry in hour 2 or 3 after the Giants won the World Series. That's the only time I've ever drank on air. So I broke my own rule the other day coming on with you guys. I did.
That's okay. You were a caller. You were off the clock, so to speak. So we'll give you a pass.
Even clock would be a dangerous word to say after you're drinking. So yes, I understand this. I understand the severity of bless me, Dibs, for I have sinned. That's never going to happen again.
It's funny you say that because my 19-month-old daughter cannot say that word and pronounce the L. So it's become kind of, I'll point to it and say, hey, my, what's that? And then she'll try to pronounce it, and invariably she's talking about male chickens again.
Oh, well, what are you going to do? I'm not touching that one, bro.
All I do is laugh, and we move on. Warriors Live coming up at the top of the hour. It's the Warriors taking on the Rockets with a win. They go up by 4, which would be like 5 because they hold the tiebreaker, but one interesting note, FP, a game that is tipping off here in less than an hour, Sacramento at New York to take on the Knicks in a game where if Sacramento should slip up, and New York's a good team and certainly a good team at home, 24-14. Sacramento has been pretty sturdy away from home at 21-16, but a Kings loss combined with a Warriors win, and don't look now, Beamers, the Warriors would be just 2 games back of Sacramento in the race for the 8 seed. Is the 8 seed at all a possibility in your mind, FP?
Do I care? Is probably a better question.
Oh, sorry.
No, but
I'll try to ask better questions.
No, but I'm just saying, like, that gives you one home game. The 8
gives you a cushion. It gives you a road game, and if you lose, then you get a home game. That would be an elimination game. If you're the 8, you get a little bit of a safety net.
Yeah, I get that, but I want the Lakers. I want the Lakers in a do or die game. I do. I just want to see Steph versus LeBron. I'm rooting for 9 and 10. I want that. I want that, Dibs. I want to see that. That's must-see TV. I don't want them to screw it up and get a cushion. I don't want a cushion. Let's go. I
would love the cushion in terms of, if you really want the Warriors to go on a run, then you'd want them to get the 8 and then win the 7-8 game and take on a team as a 2 seed that maybe isn't as good. Although we don't know how 1 through 3 is going to work itself out. Minnesota and Denver in a flat-footed tie, and the Thunder just a game back. But I would rather be in a spot in the 8 where I feel like it's not necessarily a one-and-done scenario.
No, and you're right. I'm just kind of being selfish in my entertainment factor and what I want to see on TV. But I get it. I know it's the Lakers. I know it's LeBron. I know they're scary, but I want to see that game. I want to see that game, and then my ideal scenario for me, being super selfish right now, I want to see them beat the Lakers and go to Sacramento and beat the Kings.
Yeah, and
that's
you'd be
perfect.
at that game in Sacramento, I'm sure,
No.
with courtside seats, knowing your connections up there.
No, the Maloofs don't own the team anymore, Dibs. They don't. Or else
you were
I
a
would
Maloof
be.
guy.
I was a Maloof guy.
Oh,
Best hookup I've ever had in my life. Drop the bloops all you want. It was insane, dude. Remember when the Palms was good and that was the hotel in Vegas?
That's what the I couldn't remember the name of that.
I had
that
free rooms there, and the limo would pick me up at the airport, and I would stay in Joe's place, and it was the best hookup ever, dude. Ever. Floorside seats in the owner's suite. It was fantastic. And then the team was kind of good too.
Yeah.
With
you still talk to various Maloofs?
I don't. I haven't in years. No.
Yeah, now that they can't get you courtside,
what can you
basically ghost.
What are you billionaires? What can you do for me lately?
You're on to the next billionaire. You're so great. No wonder why you never return my calls. I'm simply a thousandaire.
Me and Fisher are really good friends now. We hang out all the time.
That's disgusting. I regret laughing at that.
I feel dirty.
It's not
for
even funny
saying that.
Hey, the breaking news today is that Jonathan Kuminga has been ruled out of tonight's game with bilateral or both sides knee tendonitis. Kuminga will miss his 5th game in a row. Steve Kerr just spoke pre-game, and he talked about Kuminga's status not only for tonight, but also for tomorrow. Take a listen.
So he played the day of the Dallas game, scrimmaged, and scrimmaged again this morning, and just didn't feel quite ready. And training staff said, they felt strongly that we should give him another night off. We're hopeful for tomorrow, but we'll see how he feels tomorrow.
There you go. It's always the training staff. Rick Celebrini does such a great job, but a very consistent approach always when it comes to players who are either a little bit dinged up or coming back from injury. So really, this shouldn't come as too big a surprise, and it also shouldn't be taken too negatively for the long-term viability of Kuminga playing this year.
So, Dibs, initially it was said that he wasn't starting today, right? He's coming off the bench. There's no chance he's saying, I wasn't starting, and I'm not starting, so I'm not playing.
Let me stir the pot. My knees hurt more.
Yeah, let me stir the pot a little bit on 95.7 The Game. Do you think there's anything to that, conspiracy theorists out there?
God, I hope not. And I love your pot stirring. Normally you give the phone number when you do that, and you watch the lines light up with people. Kuminga's wanted out ever since he said Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr doesn't have faith in Steve Kerr.
You're not starting me? Well, guess what? My knee hurts. Worse.
Right. That is so funny. So all of a sudden now, after Kuminga has had a resurgent second half of the year, I don't necessarily think that's the case, but
I don't either.
If you think about it, though, in terms of the schedule, so he doesn't play tonight. He's officially been ruled out. Tomorrow at Dallas, and then a somewhat of a short turnaround Sunday at home against Utah. And then you've got Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday. So between tomorrow, Friday, and the end of the year, you've got 6 games in 9 nights. So even if Kuminga is able to come back and play tomorrow, that's a bunch of games coming up with rapid succession.
Yeah, and you want him healthy for the stretch run. I get it. You're not going to... I'm Googling right now tendonitis, bilateral tendonitis. Bilateral tendonitis means you have tendonitis in two languages, right? Or, no, I won't go to the second one. And just recapping, if you've ever had this, you know what he's going through. But if you had this, you're not jumping and dunking and running on a hard surface at top speed against the top athletes in the world and hitting the brakes and then jumping. So this is something that ain't going away. Trust me. I had patellar tendonitis for a whole season, Dibs, and there was days when you couldn't get out of bed. I literally collapsed once getting out of bed. I thought my leg was sturdy, got out of bed, hit the floor, got up, and then you get there early and you have to put heat on it because heat makes it loosen up and kind of feel better. And then you take all kinds of anti-inflammatories to make it calm down because it's angry. You got to make it calm down. And then as soon as you start running again, it gets angry. And then once it gets angry, it's angry and you're done.
Yeah, I'm not trying to put my 55-year-old weekend warrior body into the association and the rigors of playing a basketball game, but I deal with it each and every day. And there are days where my bilateral knee tendonitis is so bad that, I don't even want to walk around the house. And there's days where it's better, and let alone having to go out and guard some of the best athletes on the planet. And like you said, FP, Jonathan Kuminga's game is predicated on his ability to elevate and explode. He's not, not to make light of Klay Thompson or his injuries, but Klay Thompson and the way he plays, he would be better suited to navigate a game if he had bilateral knee tendonitis, because he doesn't have to go elevate and rebound and do the things that Jonathan Kuminga is expected to do. So different injuries for different people lead to different availabilities, certainly, but you hope that Kuminga is going to be able to, down the stretch here, find a way to play through some of the pain and discomfort, because I agree with you, FP, it's not just going to go away overnight.
Yeah, I don't think, so this isn't chronic, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to sit here and be an alarmist, which I kind of am, by the way, if I'm thinking about it, but I hope this isn't chronic and something that he has to deal with. As I'm reading on it, I'm on WebMD. You ever go on WebMD and then all of a sudden you think you're dying? I mean,
yeah.
Right now, bilateral tendonitis, it's a big deal. I'm reading it right now, and it's life threatening. You go on WebMD. I had a doctor tell me once, please, will you promise me one thing? Stay off the internet, because every time you text me or call me, you're dying because you've had a cough for longer than a month. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I had a cough. I chewed tobacco. I'm dead. I always go there, and I just, it's bad to do that. So now I tell my friends, stay off the WebMD. There's a reason why doctors go to school for a long time.
Right.
Not just to go on, click on the internet and think you're a doctor. But that's what I'm doing right now. But
and you go on there and, you start to link symptoms, then you realize, it's got to absolutely be this. I had a little stomach discomfort about a month ago.
You're dying.
Seemed to only happen when I was eating or drinking fluids, and I was starting to look, and it's like stomach cancer. Boom, there you go.
You got it.
It's the only thing it possibly could be. Forget the fact that I haven't presented any of the other symptoms. Difficulty swallowing or eating. Boom, stomach cancer. Thank you, WebMD.
You know what cures that? Milk.
Not eating. Yeah,
milk. If you drink a lot of milk, it'll cure it.
Glass of milk.
Bilateral tendonitis changes the structure of the tendon, I'm reading here. So that's a bigger deal. Just saying.
Well, the biggest deal is that it's happening to a 21-year-old. But as we learned from Dr. Nirav Pandya, cleared to play UCSF Health last week, this a lot of times can happen when you have a player increase their minutes as he had. And forget minutes per game. I like to deal with total minutes, FP. And his minute total this year is 450 minutes greater than it was last year, and the year's not even over. So his minute total has gone up by 30%. So to see a player going through something like this, it's not that out of the ordinary, especially when you look at his game log. He only missed, one or two games all year leading up to this absence. So he's been there night in and night out, playing 25 to 30 minutes every game, playing hard, more of a usage this year than ever before. So to have this sort of an ailment, it actually makes more sense than if he didn't have knee discomfort.
Yeah, bust the good drugs out for this stretch run. You got to figure it out. It's also known, Dan Dibley, as jumper's knee. It's caused by overuse of your knee joint, such as frequent jumping on hard surfaces. It's usually a sports-related injury linked to the leg muscle contraction and the force of hitting the ground. This strains your tendon. With repeated stress, your tendon may become inflamed. That was all off the top of my head. I did not read that off the internet just now.
Yes, and hence the tendinitis. The tendinitis would refer to the itis being tendon-based. They don't just make these terms up. When you've got tendinitis, it's because you have an inflamed or aggravated tendon, and that is, connected to or indicative of jumper's knee. So Jonathan Kuminga ruled out again tonight, and Steve Kerr spoke in the pregame moments ago about him hopefully being able to go tomorrow. And again, it'll most likely be a game time decision as the Warriors take on the Mavericks. And maybe that game time decision, FP, is determined based on what happens tonight. Because if the Warriors beat the Houston Rockets, then they pull 4 games clear of Houston with the tiebreaker over Houston, which would mean they're really 5 games up on Houston with 6 games left to go. All of a sudden, tomorrow's game against Dallas becomes slightly less important.
I got a question for you, Mr. Dibley. What if they stay hot and they run the table without Kuminga, and then you have the play-in game? Do you bring him back?
Absolutely. Now, do you start him is the real question, and that's something that you and I were going to get into today, and perhaps Grandy and I can kick it around tomorrow when we lead up to Warriors Live before the Dallas game. If Kuminga is cleared to go tomorrow, then the question becomes, do you start Kuminga or not? And, just taking your hypothetical, if Kuminga only plays, maybe he doesn't play at all over the final 7 games. He's not playing tonight, 6 more games to go after this. If Kuminga sits the final 6, well, now you're in a spot where he would have missed 11 games and he would have missed, more than 3 weeks of actual time. So then it becomes more difficult to just plug and play and throw him back out there. So I think if he misses tonight, we know that. If he also misses tomorrow and you don't bring him back until Sunday, the longer he's out, to me, the easier it is to say, hey, Jonathan, we want to bring you back slowly. We're going to bring you off the bench.
And if you keep winning too, we're like in desperation mode here. They are. Why did I say we? I'm not playing. Yeah. I don't have jumper's knee. They're in desperation mode right now. So whatever's working, you got to go with. This isn't tinker time. This isn't if you come back, you're in. They win tonight. They keep winning. They're going to go with the same lineup, just like any manager would in baseball. If you're winning, you stick with it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if he's odd man out right now, you're talking to the president of his fan club. I say sign him. He's untouchable. He's the future. I love how he's improved this year, talking about Kuminga and what he's brought to the table. I think he's a star. I think he's an all-star for many years to come. And I could be being a little dramatic right now, but that's how I feel. But at this point, Dibs, it's whatever works. And you've been tinkering with things and rotations and who finishes, who starts all season long. If you got something that's working and you're playing for your playoff life and you're a 10 seed on the edge of the cliff, you're talking about 8. I love that you're being super positive with it. And if you beat the Rockets tonight, they're done. So then you're okay. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. He's not. I don't think he's going to start, right?
I don't think so. But, if he comes back tomorrow, it becomes more of a fair question on should you start him or not. And you do have to remember, though, he is a little fragile in terms of his ego and his self-confidence. It was this year where he reportedly said that he didn't feel like Steve Kerr had his back and that, he wanted to play somewhere where he felt more valued and more appreciated. And, Steve Kerr suddenly started playing him more. And then when Wiggins was out, he really thrived and he's played great over the second half of the year. And so now when he comes back off of injury, you can't just put the guy on ice. And, you don't want to take Wiggins out of the role that he currently is occupying because he's done so well. I think it's more of a delicate balance than what you're letting on. You're not just going to say, all right, Kuminga, we're playing great without you. Go sit next to Moses Moody in oblivion in Dario Saric. That's not the way this is going to go. You are still going to play him. You just got to figure out how you want to reintegrate him while keeping Andrew Wiggins aggressive and productive.
Yeah, why can't they play together, Dibs? Is it because their game is so similar and it kind of washes each other out? Why is everybody talking about they can't play together? I don't get
the
that.
numbers would indicate that that's the case, and I do think it's because of certain similarities. And Mark called it the you take it guy, and when Kuminga's on the floor, he becomes that guy. When the shot clock is down under 3, you throw it to Kuminga and let him create and do something. And I think that Kuminga is much more in need of the ball. And so when Wiggins is out there with Kuminga, and then you've got Curry, who already has a high usage, Wiggins tends to kind of get lost in the woodwork. He goes into wallflower mode. And when Kuminga's not in there, then Wiggins can become that hey, you take it guy.
Are you scared of him? Just scared, like when you're on the court, I'm just going to sit over in the corner. No, I know what you're saying. Those are good points.
Yeah.
Like the clock runs down, and Kuminga's the guy that's going to drive downhill. Nobody's stopping him. Have you ever seen a Warrior improve this much in the course of a season, like Jonathan Kuminga? It seems like the last month and a half, 2 months, he's gone from to whoa.
Yeah, it reminds me of Jordan Poole and what he did in his third year when he came back from the G League. And when he came back and he got confidence from playing in the G League and shooting so well down there, and then he came up here and he hit the ground running. And this is where many people around the association talk about the third year leap that players can make. And Jonathan Kuminga is a classic example of a guy making that leap. You go from 9.3 to 9.9 points a game. This year he's at 16.3. Minutes are up. Field goal percentage is up. The 3-point percentage is down a little bit, and he's shooting it a little bit more often, but across the board, rebounds are up, every number, assists are up, effective field goal percentage has still been really solid. I think that he's become kind of symptomatic or symbolic, rather, of exactly what a guy can do in his third year.
Inflammation is up.
It's an inflammation sensation is what it is.
Inflammation sensation. Are you ready to rock a pregame show and do the greatest Warriors pregame show ever in the history of the station? Are you ready for it?
I'll be ready here in about 5 minutes, I think.
Okay, well, I need you. I need you to put your helmet on and get ready and get everybody fired up for the biggest game of the year.
It is huge, FP. It's the kind of game where, every night before bed, we take my girl, my up. We bring a little bit of Milky. We pull out 3 or 4 books. We put the sleep sack on her. We sit in the rocking chair, and it's night time. And that's what could happen tonight in Houston. Steph Curry and Draymond and Clay warm up the milk. Get the books ready. It's story time for the Houston Rockets. It's time to put them to bed. Warriors Live with FP and Dibs coming up on the other side. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Warriors Live is next. FP is in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Each week, Warriors basketball is back. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Chris Paul. 60 minutes before every game, we get you ready for tip. It's Warriors Live, and it starts now.
Back in, it's Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity 10G, the network made for streaming. FP is in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game, and we are getting jacked up for the biggest game of the year to date. The Warriors at 41-34 on the road at Houston, 38-37. The Warriors with a 3-game lead in the race for the 10 seed over Houston. With a win in this head-to-head matchup, the Warriors would be 4 games clear with 6 to go, including the tiebreaker, which is virtually another game as well. The Warriors can put the Houston Rockets out of their misery tonight, FP, with a win coming up here at the top of the 5 o'clock hour.
Do we do like keys to the game? Because I already have mine.
We don't do keys to the game particularly, but we talk, and we're going to talk some injuries. We will make a prediction. We're going to get into what's on tap, but I want to know what FP's keys are. It's time for the F keys to the game with Frank Paul Santangelo.
FP's keys: stop Jalen Green. It's simple. He should have been the Western Conference Player of the Month in March. He averaged 26 points, 6 assists, 5 rebounds. Over the past 10 games, Dan Dibley, this guy's averaging 30.8 points, 50% shooting for the field, 42% from behind the arc, 7.3 rebounds a game. Stop him, and the Warriors win.
But the other thought, though, is, and it's kind of the Caitlin Clark approach as we talk women's college basketball.
Stop her, too. They got to stop her tonight. They got to stop her. If they stop Caitlin Clark, they'll win, too.
Well, the thought is maybe you just let Green get his, and then you stop everyone else, and you can win that way. Green coming off a 26-point performance against Minnesota in a loss, and other than Green, Van Vliet with 22. Smith Jr. had 18, but nobody else did much damage, so you let Jalen Green kind of have his 10 of 22 from the floor, and you held the rest of the Rockets down, and that might be Dan Dibley's key to victory. Don't stop Jalen Green. Stop everyone else. Let Green eat, and then you go ahead and stop everyone else, and you get the win that way, FP.
I like that, Dan Dibley. That's a good call. I'm going to stick with that. The Warriors are 4-point favorites in case you are a degenerate and you want to bet that game. We'll see how that goes. The over-under is 228, just in case you're wondering. Just to throw that out there. For all you Shohei Ohtani fans, that is the line tonight.
I like it. And while we're talking degeneracy, let's give the people the insight. So if they want to get down on a wager, they do it with knowledge. It's time for today's injury report, brought to you by Boxen & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. The headline injury piece of news: Jonathan Kuminga is out. He was initially listed as questionable with that bilateral knee tendonitis in both of his knees. He went through a hard scrimmage the other night, and he came out of it and was not good to go. So said Rick Celebrini and the Warriors training staff. They had hoped that he'd be cleared to play today in Houston. The latest word is they're now hopeful that he's good to go against Dallas tomorrow. Jonathan Kuminga ruled out for tonight's game in Houston. GP2, Gary Payton II, is probable with that left ankle soreness. It sure looked worse than it turned out to be. Hopefully GP2 is able to give it a go and play. Dario Saric is out with right knee soreness. For the Rockets, Alperen Şengün, great young player. He's been out with that right ankle sprain for a long time. He won't play. And Tari Eason, Mr. Warriors come out to play himself, he remains out with a leg injury. FP, we talked about it earlier. No Kuminga. What does this mean for the Warriors' chances, especially in light of that 4-point spread?
I think they're fine. They've been playing better without him, believe it or not. And I'm the biggest JK fan on the planet, so I'm not worried about that a bit. They're going to take care of business tonight. They did go, the Rockets have lost 2 in a row, as you said, but they were 13-2 last month. So this is on the road. It's not a gimme. They're playing for their lives. This is going to be a good game. I'm excited to watch it.
Yeah, well, Rockets are 26-12 at home so far this year. The Golden State Warriors 22-15 one of the better road records in the Western Conference. And in fact, only 2 teams in the West have fewer road losses than the Golden State Warriors. Minnesota 25-13, and the New Orleans Pelicans 24-14. The Warriors have a comparable record on the road as Denver, almost as good as the Clippers, same amount of losses, and quite frankly, better than Sacramento and far better than the Los Angeles Lakers. So home is not necessarily where the heart is if you're the Golden State Warriors. What's that like, FP, as an athlete? Have you ever been on a team that was just flat better on the road than they were at home?
I can't remember specifically, but what that tells me is that they like being around each other. Because if you don't like your teammates on the road, you kind of fracture. You all go your separate ways. You remember their record on the road last year wasn't great. It all started with a punch. And the fact that they're playing well on the road means these guys generally enjoy being around each other. Because on the road, you have no escape. You're not going home to your family after the game. You're going back to your hotel. You're on the bus. You're on the plane. You're in the hotel lobby waiting for the bus. Maybe you have some pops in the hotel bar after the game together. You go out to dinner maybe after the game together. So you're in the bus to the plane to go to the next city. So you're on top of each other more. So there's tendencies when things go south for a team in any sport. I would say more basketball and baseball. Football, you just fly in Saturday, play, get out. So it's not really a road trip in football per se, but there are road trips in basketball. There are road trips in baseball. That's where you can either gel and come together and really enjoying being around each other, or it could go the other way. So the fact that I'm going deep here, that they like to play on the road and they have a good record on the road means they like each other.
Yeah, it's good. And, I think last year is a great example where they had just the 11 road victories. And it was a season that started so broken in so many ways. But it's something that this team, it feels like they gel a lot better. And even when you add Chris Paul, and I liked what Chris said the other night about, he and Draymond's relationship. It's a well-known, well-traveled relationship. They seem to be getting along as veteran teammates, and the mix of young guys from Pods to TJD, and I think Kuminga is now fully bought in, and Chris Paul also applauding Moses Moody for his professionalism. Doesn't seem from the outside like there's any drama internally on this team this year.
No, it's good sign. I mean, there is drama with Draymond. I mean, it follows him everywhere, but I feel like he's playing a more focused brand of basketball all of a sudden. And I think you made a really good point today about saying it's the time on the calendar. When you've been to so many big games, and you played in so many finals, and you've won so many finals and had so much success, I always wondered how guys get motivated for a Tuesday night game against somebody you're supposed to beat. Where do you go? What place do you go to other than professional pride? And you don't want to get embarrassed by whoever you're playing against or whoever you're going up against and covering that night. But you play in this big stage, and then you kind of get desensitized to regular season games. And that's why I have hope that based on them flipping a switch, knowing how to play postseason playoff basketball, that bodes well for them. I might be just reaching right here, but I just think experience, and they'll be playing games that they're used to playing, and they are right now. They're playing playoff games for the rest of the season, so the season's over.
Yeah, unless they win tonight, and then the subsequent games maybe take on a little less import because they will have all but locked in the 10 seed with a victory tonight. FP's in for Mark Willard. It's Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Maybe another reason why tonight is so important, FP, and we're calling it the biggest game of the year, and I think that it is. If you beat Houston and you go up by 5, essentially, with 6 games to go, you eliminate Houston for the most part. It might give you a chance to rest Steph Curry down the stretch. And we look at what Steph has done of late. It's been a little bit uneven over the last handful of games. He had 33 against the Spurs, but he's coming off a 13-point performance in a win over Dallas, 5 of 18 from the floor. He was 3 of 5 from 3. Seems like he hasn't been as effective. Steve Kerr was on with the Morning Roast today, and the fellas asked him about the curtailing and the exact allocation of Steph's minutes. Take a listen.
I just found it amusing. He goes from 32 minutes a game to 30 that night. It was 29-51, and right. I think that 29 mark just freaked out the whole country. I was like, Oh my God! But it was literally 2 minutes, and we look at this stuff all the time. I make these decisions to when to put them in, when to take them out, and I don't always make the perfect decisions, but trust me, I look at every single day. I see how he's playing. I see his body. I see what the fatigue level. So if I decide to give him a couple extra minutes, I'll tell him, I'll do it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but I don't think it requires a national discussion.
Oh, it was an international discussion, Steve, to be sure. It was 29 minutes and 51 seconds against Minnesota in a loss. Grandy and I actually did more than half a show on that very idea of just a couple of minutes. But since then, FP, he's only been over 32 and a half minutes one time, and that was 35 minutes in a win over Orlando. How important is it that they give Steph a little bit of rest, whether it's fewer minutes in a game or maybe just a couple of games off here down the stretch?
Well, that's a good question, Dan, but it's hard for me to comment on that because I'm not in the room and I don't know how he's feeling. I don't know what he has going on. I don't know if he's getting hooked up to machines every day with stim and ultrasound, if he's hurt, if he's not hurt, if he's injured and he's playing through something. It's not just the obvious. Like if Steve Kerr has taken his best player and he's sitting on the bench way too long for the fans, he knows everything about every player in that room. It's like he knows who's got injuries that we haven't reported that aren't public. He knows if a guy's just absolutely gassed. There's constant communication. It's not like he's a head football coach with 53 guys on his roster. It's a small roster. It's intimate. He knows everything about these guys. He doesn't have to get reports from the trainers. He's talking to these guys. He's been around Steph his whole career pretty much. And now if he's seeing things or being told things or knows things that we don't, and we're going to sit here and criticize him because he didn't play Steph in crunch time in this game, he knows his players, man. And I will never, ever go criticize somebody that's there with these guys, has a finger on the pulse, and is communicating with them and knows what's going on behind the scenes versus what we just see at 7 o'clock every night.
Yeah, it's easy, though, and I think Steve made a funny point this morning about the 29. It was 29 minutes and 51 seconds. If it would have been over 30, if it would have been 30 minutes and 1 second, would people have freaked out as much as they did with 10 extra seconds? And really, it's just a couple of minutes below what his season average is. But even since then, I mentioned the 35 minutes against Orlando. In the last handful of games, he's been right around 31 or 32 for the most part. So feels like they are curtailing his minutes a little down the stretch, trying to keep him as fresh as possible for a likely play-in game. It's time for the Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. FP, you were kind enough to give us your keys to the game. Do you have a prediction for tonight's game? Warriors at Rockets coming up at the top of the hour.
Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green are going to go at it tonight.
Get out of here. I mean, define go at it.
I don't know.
That means different things in different contexts.
I'll leave that open-ended. You figure it out. I don't know. They hate each other, right? And everybody hates him, and it's not the same thing because it's different teams. But, yeah, I'm going to go with that one.
You think that there'll just be entanglement? They're not going to throw hands.
I will never predict that, and I'm a lover, not a fighter, Dan, so don't put words in my mouth. But I think they might tango a little bit, let's say, and I'm rooting for that, just in a very innocent sort of way.
Okay, because they have been locked up before, and Draymond has shown great restraint, unless you're one of the three officials on the floor, and then he chooses to show no restraint. So FP with a little bit of a off the board prediction. I'm going to keep it between the lines, so to speak. And it's one I've given before, and it's usually accurate when I say it. It's Trace Jackson Davis, TJD. I'm going to give him double-digit rebounds again. He's gotten to the double-digit boards in 3 of the last 6 games that he's played. I'm going to say TJD, double digits on the glass tonight. No Kuminga, who's out with the knee tendonitis. Wiggins has stepped up on the glass a little bit, but TJD really coming into his own as a pro. He's coming off a 10-rebound night against Dallas. I'm putting TJD into double digits tonight. FP.
Well, I love it. It's a great call. And, but Draymond he can't be baited. You know, like in the hockey playoffs, they get the goon that comes out and he tries to get you a penalty so you can get, the power play and the one-man advantage, maybe a two-man advantage. Yeah, you just got to be careful tonight. Don't take the bait, Draymond. Don't take the bait. Walk away. Walk away from it.
He's more likely to get involved with a player who is not as physically imposing. If you look at the history of Draymond's scuffles, it tends to be players who are less apt to fire off and clock him back, and I would put Dylan Brooks in that category. What's on Tap is brought to you by Farmers Brewing. Have you tried Farmers Brewing yet? If not, it's time to put your lips on a farmer. Well, What's on Tap, FP, is a chance for the Warriors to put the pillow over the face of the Houston Rockets' playoff hopes. And they've been dominant over Houston. They've won the last 12 regular season games against the Rockets, including 6 in a row in Houston. The last time the Rockets beat the Warriors was in February of 2020 at Chase Center, and the Warriors coming off an impressive win in Houston back in November. And with a win, FP, the Warriors would be 4 up with 6 to go, plus the tiebreaker. And as we've been mentioning all show, this would just about do it for Houston, who had won 11 in a row before dropping its last 2.
Yeah, win out, get hot, stay hot, get in the playoffs, and who knows what happens. So this is going to do it for sure for the Rockets tonight if the Warriors beat them? Is it like it's done? Like they're done?
No, it's not done. It's not
done,
mathematical.
Right?
No, the Warriors could lose out, the Rockets could win out, and then the Rockets would jump the Warriors and be the 10 seed. But the Warriors have 2 games with Utah and a game with Portland. The likelihood, I would say it's 1 in 1,000 if Houston wins, maybe even 1 in 10,000. If Houston loses and they still get the 10 seed, I'm going to say it's a 10,000 to 1 chance.
I think you could beat their will to even live if you beat them tonight.
Well, that's a little strong.
I think if you send a message and beat them by 20, that they just might not even want to go home from the arena. We'll see.
Well, honestly, the way Houston has finished this year, no matter what happens with their play-in hopes, they go into the offseason feeling good about themselves because they've gone from the James Harden era to a laughingstock to a team with good young players, and they haven't had Şengün, who has had a tremendous year, another young player who shows a lot of promise for the future. So no matter what happens tonight or over the course of the next week and a half, Houston will not have its head down collectively going into the offseason.
No, and I really don't care about Houston, but we'll see how they.
Right. You were talking about knocking them out and
their will to their will. You can beat a team's will to even go on. So yes, big game time. I'm excited. I'm sick of talking about it. I want to go watch it. I'm going to watch Steph have a big game. I'm going to watch Wiggins be aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Wiggins.
Yeah. BEAGGRASSIV.
Let's go, baby. Keep it rolling.
Yeah. And Klay Thompson likely going to be back in the starting lineup again. And Brendan Podziemski hopefully able to come off and make significant contributions. He's hit a little bit of the rookie wall. But Draymond Green, are you looking for him to back that thing up, back that performance up from Dallas and do it again? Or I can't help but think that Draymond has more of a pedestrian game. He hasn't had a lot of back-to-back 20-point games in his career.
Dude, in Tuesday's win over the Mavericks, Draymond Green passed Chris Mullin for second most games played in franchise history. So 11 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 steals. I'm looking for the same performance from Draymond tonight against the Rockets.
And Klay Thompson moved up on the all-time three-pointers made list in his last performance. And Klay sure looks to be a different player coming down the stretch here in this season. He seems to be shooting the ball with a lot more confidence and playing a lot more steadily. Well, FP, this is it. We're locking in on Houston. A win tonight will clear the decks for Golden State to go out there and maybe take down Dallas. A win over Houston, and maybe you can have designs on the 8 seed after all.
Yeah, everything's bigger in Texas. This game's huge. Texas sweep, come home, and we get to watch them. It would be cool to have the Lakers here. That's what I'll say. I want the Lakers in the play-in game. For personal reasons, I want to see that matchup. I think it's good for the NBA. I think it'd be fun for us fans. But I would love for it to be down the street. I think that would be awesome.
That would be awesome, and hopefully the last time they need to go to L.A. will be coming up next week. FP, always good doing radio with you, brother. Be well, and I will talk to you soon.
Dibs, I hope everybody gets healthy in your family. It's nice to see your face and hear your voice today. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, FP, it's awesome. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. For Grandy and Lucas and FP, thank you, gentlemen, for all the help today. We take you out to Houston next with Tim Roy. Warriors and Rockets coming up next.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Baseball is back. Basketball